sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Astro does have a Molotov and another smoke, so it could be really rough for Simple to actually get through this. He's going to throw the AWP in. Oh my god! Simple, what is happening?
To play with, they needed the kill. Guardian's got to make up for it. He's tapping it, but he can't find it. Fallen's on the defuse. Fallen is on the defuse. The lineup, he's still there. It's done. He doesn't have the ammo. He doesn't have the ammo. He's holding. Oh! Guardian!
Game. Flash, he's going to get that shot, and then has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex, and now they're pushing. Oh, no, McKinley takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
Lanxess Arena, finally. 3 years since the last one. Lay dormant until today. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike awaits a new chapter.
Let's get it on!
Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't what you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy.
This cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans. Are you ready? Finds a flash, turns it nicely. It's Blame on the swing, and Dexter is handling business. 4 from Dexter. It could be 5. That is sensational. Needs help now, and it's one and done. Farley quick on the draw with the oh yes, that's it. Blame and Astralis roar into action in a 3-man affair.
On the floor, it's a runaway train, unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in a place where I'm supposed to be. Face like a rosary. Stay up on the rise so the skies feel close to me. It was a surprise when I realized they close to me. Like with a there's no limits, no jokes to me.
It's going to be Naf trying to get the job done, and instead, it's Movistar writing Spanish Counter-Strike into the history books right here tonight.
We have 4 teams trying to win, to get a place on the stage tomorrow, to take a little notch of history.
And now it's down to that last MP9 on Twist. 14 seconds, so Davigi has a tough choice to make. Do you hunt him? The AK comes out just in time. Twist fighting him. Oh my god! Twist is winning, and it's a 1-tap! They win the opening map in an absolutely ridiculous clutch. Kerrigan up on the high ground, he takes down one, nearly hit the bullet. Goes straight for the bomb plant. Son Payers on his own, gonna be fouled by Kerrigan, and FaZe will smite Movistar and get to the grand final.
Against the odds, Na'Vi face down Astralis and walk away the victors.
They have taken down the juggernaut. Nobody thought Astralis would be dropped out in the semis. This is a different Na'Vi than we're used to.
Na'Vi Astralis, but the script has changed. It's 2022. Astralis needs someone, and it's Sipex that steps up. SDY has to do it all in the 1v2. Catches Farley, can play with the doors now. Blame F in the clutch, looking for his third. Quick on the hunt is SDY, he's not ready! And SDY holds his nerve. It's just Blame. Very light on time, and there you have it, Na'Vi. Dominant in the debut in the Cathedral. Two of them bleeding internally. Oh, what a spin! Config, he's just held it! He holds his nerve! And Bit does not challenge! What is that? Have the Danes got the tenacity to close? Perfecto and Bit set up. Oh, it's a good flash! There's nothing left! Na'Vi to force OT! Sipex trying, but Bit refuses! And Na'Vi secure the grand finals!
Those teams, the first wanting to lift that trophy for the third time, containing the GOAT. They take on a team that has won everything recently. Katowice, the Pro League, the Major, but they want this because they've never won that trophy. Not only does the winner here win this, they become the best team in the world.
Simple though does give us something to talk about. Oh, another headshot, and he does it. No way, no way. Perfecto gone, they're all there. Brokey. Robs onto SDY, and Perfecto demanded to do it all. FaZe remain undefeated. Twist has been magical. He's got a second AK, and he hits Bit off the bomb. They have to run him down. Twist, you've got no hope. Can Perfecto close? He's quite the clutch. A low HP. Cool keeps his cool.
Is there time? Is there time?
I think there is. Again. He does it. Perfecto pulls Na'Vi into the equalizer in the grand finals. Electronic options very limited. The whole assault on the way. Electronic. Oh, no one can touch him. Cash injected, but there should be no hope. Na'Vi working as this team. Procedural into the taps. Oh, Twist with two. Insane! Rookie of the year. 1v2, but that smoke and a kit chat is quite a pairing. That's going to get the nerves going. Round the world. He's baited them in. They can't find him. Twist distracted. If he could just do it again. He's on it. Robs nervous in the big stage. As Bit closes it out. A monstrous clutch pulls Na'Vi into the lead in this grand finals. Come up clutch against Perfecto. Looking for info. And he's that's a banger! No kit, and in a couple of seconds, no hope. And I will see you at map 5 of the grand finals. All the way, baby!
Info play from Electronic team.
Consider that. He did it. Oh! And he slaps him down! Back of the skull! Twist! Look at! Breaks Na'Vi's backs! And FaZe Clan complete the triple!
FaZe Clan are the best team in the world!
Lang says, I want to fucking hear you! Never before seen! You're champions! It's FaZe Clan!
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Natus!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
A Hall of Heroes, and that is exactly what we have in front of us. Of course, a lot of people just want to put their names and faces up there, and that does make sense. A lot of winners have come through these halls. You think about it over the course of the years, and, well, they have all more than earned their place. Fnatic doing it 2 times. Then Astralis finds their way thereafter. Astralis, at that moment in time, really trying to grab on and hold on to the entirety of the CSGO circuit. Then we look at a Fnatic, and again, Astralis followed by a Navi in 2020, in a year that we will also continue to look at, because it didn't stop there now, did it? 21, we look at Gambit, former Gambit rather, and now Cloud9, and then we move on into who could possibly do it back-to-back, and then maybe even secure the Intel Grand Slam? I don't know. It does seem like a little bit of a stretch, but that's FaZe Clan I'm talking about. So let me welcome you back properly. My name's Trace Taranthus. I'm your desk host, and I'm not the only one here. I'm here with Maui. I'm here with YNK, and we're on the A stream ready to get the party started. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, Trace, and I think you nailed it, right? We had early on, a couple of years, it was Astralis, then Fnatic, then Astralis, then Fnatic, back and forth, some great memories. And, you know, Crims still in the tournament, still playing for Fnatic, right? A lot of experience at this particular tournament and just in general, and, you know, one of the most prestigious tournaments that we have, and all the players want to be on that stage on Sunday.
Yeah, and Maui, I was just talking to Kerrigan this morning about, you know, what Flusha was up to on Train back then. You know,
why are you doing that to
just
him?
how wild is
a bit rude.
Why do you hate him?
I didn't necessarily bring the conversation that route, but, you know, we talked about it. We were talking about how kind of disturbing that Train game was.
That was a memorable one. It was one that you just kind of see it slipping away, the life force slipping away from FaZe. But they're here to try to actually complete that Grand Slam, the one that they started last year, same location, same place, and one of the best highlights of the year. You know what? Screw it. I don't think that HLTV highlight that they picked was the best highlight of the year. It's what Rops did at Katowice last year. That was my highlight of the year. Context matters, boys.
Just like Robin was the coach of the year, but you know, at least Kerrigan and Rain got to live. Well, Rain didn't lift it physically, but they were part of that team he was part of the team last year that won Katowice finally. And, you know, talking about the Grand Slam, that Train game and the Flusha and the Fnatic final, if they have won that final, they would have been the first one to win the Grand Slam, right? They would have had enough. FaZe was the team that had 3 for a while, and, you know, a lot of what-ifs, but still, at this tournament and in this part of the season, they're within striking distance.
They really are. You talk about having 3 for a while. They still got 3, just so you know, at home, because they couldn't close it out in Rio. And, well, they still got their shot here. So perhaps they can run it back-to-back.
No, you see, I convinced you. You're seeing the G2 trophy moment as well, Trace. You're already moving on to the next one.
I didn't say that. You said that, but I might have thought that. Nonetheless, the schedule is important so that you know exactly what times to tune in, so you know what teams you want to watch. It's all right in front of you. We're talking about Outsiders Fnatic here first on this A stream, followed by FaZe and G2, you say, and then Navi Liquid.
That's got to be the biggest game, though. FaZe G2. That one is what everybody thinks could be a final preview. And so for it to actually just be in the group stage, it's like Christmas came early.
And the cool part about this is having watched what both teams did yesterday, Yanko. They were performing. These were the iterations of these teams that we want to see in the server.
Yeah, they've both looked absolutely on point. I mean, G2 as well is on an 8-match win streak going all the way back to the World Finals where they beat FaZe in the semifinal in a close game. And every time these two teams play, it's a close game. It's what I like to call atomic CS. It's like the best CS you can see, the highest level of the game. Some of the greatest players we have in the game. So yeah, that's just going to be, you can just sit back, relax, and enjoy the game, really.
Yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I think I've got a nice little show bit for you both that we can all enjoy, and it has to do with team comms. In fact, if you just started playing Counter-Strike, you're like, how are they getting all this information back and forth across the server? Well, this is how it's done, and it's with FaZe Glenn.
Hey guys, this is Communication Analysis. We are sitting here with Rain and Kerrigan to talk about a round where Complexity and Astralis played against each other in a crazy overtime situation to get a different perspective on their communication. So, you guys ready to listen to the round?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let's get into it.
I think we can just start standard. You can do something outside if you want.
Yep. Okay, you want to pre-drop with your up lower?
Yeah, I can do that.
I'm all your door. Pre-drop your up lower. I'm gonna start heaven. I'll play for early upper.
I'll go side.
Could technically go top mini off the rip.
You're going side, Mike? Yeah, you can go door.
It sounded a little bit chaotic out of spawn, I feel like. They were still coming up until they started like running under heaven. Nothing out? I don't see anything.
Oh, door, out, bro. Door.
One more Zipex. I don't see anything else. Care ramp.
Door, one more.
Bomb.
How do you make rules about like how to like lessen the comms in the 5v5s?
We have like set setups.
Yeah, I think set setups, but we also I think they talked a lot on A on how they would react as like would jump on top of Mina then after doing something, and I feel like with me and Trist we're playing it very natural on A.
Yeah.
So like we know the first guy has a set role, second guy has a set role, and then we say I'm gonna go specific position, the other guy plays off that.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I'm going Mina, the guy's controlling what to do inside, where I feel like when you're playing a side like that, you have to play natural. Somebody has to take care of door and take care of Mini, and as they actually just finished talking, all what they said didn't matter because it was very explosive A round. Yeah. So all that talk for 10 seconds actually didn't matter at all in that sense.
The gap's outside right now. Yeah, we're both lobby, we have time. Can I drop vent? No, not yet. Could if he timings me right now. I'll get it, don't worry.
One of them's 10 HP, guys.
Molly from door.
Oh, mini.
Molly, many. Very random. Door up in door.
Other unknown, but one of them still deep.
Where are you?
In the vent.
Okay.
Is the AWP 100 HP?
Not sure.
I'm staying around, I might walk out. I have a molly for retake.
Yeah, I'm all nades, but...
Hide one, blue. Jumped.
Yeah, I'm coming towards A.
Outdoor one jumping. Outdoor one jumping.
I think it's secret.
I can molly silent for you.
What kind of event?
On site. He's up heaven. Heaven. In heaven.
One guy is saying, I think he can be secret. I think he's secret. And when the player says, I think he can be secret, it doesn't make sense on when you hear one guy A. It's more like you confuse your teammate that is not aware of heaven. You know, that's always the thing. I think all teams have that issue that if a player thinks something, it makes the other player that makes sense instead of making his own conclusion of the round.
I didn't know who was the guy who lied that said it.
Maybe it was Halzerk who was in.
I think Halzerk said he was scared of one guy's secret, so he said, I think one secret, and the guy went up heaven, not thinking at all about heaven. Where the guy stepping on A, you should, if you don't talk that round, you'll take it more carefully and be aware of heaven. That's what I think. I think all teams have that issue.
Yeah.
So what you think is not always the right thing, but when you say it, it makes other teammates play off what you initially think.
That was a communication analysis here with Rain and Kerrigan to talk about the round that we just saw with Complexity and Astralis.
To me, it's a little bit of the irony of having Ghost on your shirt and then also a little bit of Ghost comms coming into play. Is that fair? What do we learn from that?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, I guess, because you don't want to Kerrigan stated well the fact that if you just throw out an idea and you don't actually know for sure what's going on, you might screw up your teammate. And that's why Floppy looked pretty foolish there, just coming up the ladder with his Molotov in hand, throws it straight down to the ground and realizes I'm going to burn in my own molly at this point.
Oopsie.
Yeah, for me it's two things, right? It's unnecessary calming at the start. Like FaZe said, you just have a setup and you call, let's do this setup, right? Because you're still talking, like Kerrigan said, they're doing something fast and your two players might be still discussing how they're going to stand and you're not as focused on your crosshair or your utility usage to stop the rush like those early protocols. But something that was good was in the mid-round, before the two players died, I don't know, it sounded like Fang or someone communicated, yards open right now. Like it's not always important. Sometimes it's better to say what's open than to say what you're watching, right? Because you need three players to say what they're watching. Instead, if someone just said, hey, this is open, for a player who's closest to that position, he knows he has to be aware of, a flank or something. And that's why you saw the guy also in Vents watching Secret.
What's nice to know about that, just briefly on complexity, is just that they definitely improved a lot of that. The rounds seem a lot more composed than that clip where they were playing against Farlig.
Yeah, and
that says a lot right there about
lost in the sauce at some point. Yeah, no one ever wants to be lost in the sauce. But also, when you get the calm, like everybody, maybe my crosshair starts to turn a certain way. Maybe my entire adjustment starts to go that way. Nonetheless, the way that we're going, guys, is towards a break so we can get into that first game of the day over here. We're talking about Fnatic and Outsiders. We're going to come back and we're going to jump in to this best of three, everybody. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
As you can see, Outsiders are slowly appearing. Hello there, Kyron. How is it to get to play in Katowice here?
I don't know really. FaZe it is more important.
FaZe it is more. Come on, Kyron. Like you're getting.
Joking.
You're gonna get to play right now with Outsiders. Like you recently got added. We kind of have no information on how exactly you are going to even play in this team, or are you going to play in this tournament? Are you feeling excited or maybe a bit worried?
Not really. Just a normal game. You need to focus, you need to shoot headshots and you win.
All right. It seems like you're going to have a little talk, so I'll not disturb you, but hopefully I'll get to talk to you again.
Yeah, same. See you.
Yes, we're going to be going.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome to What's That Util, as I have Exist here and Ston. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to look at a professional round between Fnatic and Outsiders in this case, look at the utility used by the T side, and get your perspective on it for things that we may have missed or just any general insights. So we'll take a look at the clip first.
They molly up banana, throw a couple of nades just to push the CTs back. And they almost get the banana control, but if we can pause right here, you can see that they don't really get what they want, I think, so they just decide to smoke car on banana just to block the information of the CTs, and now you can see that everyone is just rotating towards A, and they want to go for some sort of A hit here. They double smoke library, so that's a small mistake, right? You only want one smoke there, you don't want to use two. And they also smoke archway to fake that they want to do some long execute here, but they just send Norbert on a mission alone through CT, and then you can see two guys coming from short and Flit coming through apt, I think. So basically what they want to do is just get banana control, make sure that there's 2 CTs still on B, right? And then they kind of rotate fast towards A, and again they're like faking long that they want to execute to that side, but they only send Norbert there, and then they do an execute from short side. So there's a lot of fakes involved here, and it's like very basic map control on Banana, I would say.
You said about the double smoked, so do you feel like when they started the default, maybe it didn't go exactly as they would have wished, or?
I mean, I think this is some sort of mid-round call that they kind of see what Fnatic are doing on Banana. They know that there are 2 guys playing, because you can see one of the CTs, he's like behind sandbags here, and then Messi is gonna go back, and they throw like a flash out Banana, and this is also always a kind of like, when you hear a flash play like that, you kind of know that there's gonna be 2 CTs, right? And you can see that outsiders are reacting, and they just want to go for like a fast execute, and they kind of want to force one of the CTs to go behind the library smoke. But yeah, throwing 2 smokes in library is not a mistake that you want to make. You want to keep that extra smoke for the afterplant situation. That could be really good.
I mean, it's also like the beginning of the round, as you say. It's like very typical outsiders, like you say. It's a default round, and I believe they also throw the arch smoke from the street second mid in the beginning, right? That's just typical default smoke you will see many pro teams always throw. So it's just like a default, and like Rilla says, I think they just mid-round call this. They get an idea that there are at least 2 B Fnatic, and they just put some pressure there, smoke the car so the CTs can't have the information. But what's also funny, if you like pause it actually, is that Fnatic is also kind of good at reading this, because they're actually rotating another player towards A. Yeah. So it's a kind of like like both the CTs and Ts, like they're both thinking like what's going on, you know, and they're inside their heads and stuff like that. But then they go back to A outsiders, and as you also said, like they do this kind of also very common in pro play, where they just smoke the arch and the library. So you could do this A split, where you split the side. And when you typically throw those smokes, you usually actually see 3 Ts coming around the arch side, right? So that's just one of the things that many pro teams are doing now, that they're throwing the smokes. So the CTs will think, oh, they're doing a classic 3-man around the arch side. But in reality, they're only sending 1 guy to make some noise there, while the other ones go up lane short. So it's a pretty good execute by outsiders.
Also, like something that's worth pointing out here is that Kikert, he is staying Banana and like watching the flank the entire round, and you can see him like when they start planting, he's already in B, and he's gonna be ready to kill FaZe when he's about to save. So it's also like a really annoying thing when you play against outsiders, is that they're very like, they play by the map control, default heavy, like you said, Staven, as well.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to save guns against them as well. They're really good at like hurting your economy, and you never get away like sheep. If they didn't throw that double smoke, I would say it was a really well executed round by outsiders for sure.
Thank you very much. That was super interesting. I think we learned a lot, and that was an episode of What's That Util?
We do sit on the cusp of what is going to be Outsiders versus Fnatic at a best of 3, and a lot of eyes on this one for certain reasons, and me and Maui are going to try to jump into it as well. Yanko's going to be joining us here shortly. Overall, what we are looking at from a top-down is a rematch of the quarterfinals in Rio.
And it was also played in the Challenger stage in Rio. But for this game to have already been on such a huge stage, and for us to have seen that Outsiders were able to come out on top of 4, it's up to Fnatic to see if third time's the charge, or third time's the charm.
Or the charm, too.
And if they can find revenge here.
Yeah, you know, from looking at both these teams, you know, did we learn something? Obviously, we learned, you know, Outsiders can win a major.
Yes.
But did we learn anything else on top of that about either of them and what they've got going for them?
It's that we have to actually start looking at Fnatic as a team that can punch above their weight, because most people, when they look at this lineup, aren't necessarily seeing a team that would even have playoff aspirations or ones that could reach, let alone the playoffs of a major. And yet they were able to do that. And they've actually shown that there's been growth since Mezzi has become the in-game leader. And so he's a budding star. People are still looking to him to be the reason that the Fnatic lineup has such a high ceiling. And so today's a great opportunity to see if that's the case.
So last time we saw this, again, within the quarterfinals, we were looking at Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass. Is there a chance that we end up with that again?
It's definitely possible. I don't think there's any way we can say for certain what Outsiders have been working on. They've obviously changed their lineup up. They've brought in Chiron for Norbert. And so with a player change, sometimes you need to make a map change, a veto change.
Yeah, and with those changes, it's not just limited to outside the game as well. Sometimes you have to go and deep dive in these situations and find a way to really get around your opponent or really make things start tipping back into your favor. Is that a good example of what we saw last time the two teams met?
Well, I think that we established that Outsiders were superior to them with their previous lineup, and that there's going to be some sort of adaptation from Fnatic that they have to have shown that in that offseason they did something, because Outsiders made a big play. The fact that even though they took out a player that won a major with them and bringing in Chiron, they wanted to reach for higher. And so did Fnatic actually go back to the drawing board, change things up drastically, or are they just going to show us the same thing once again?
Yeah, and I think you have to look at some of those minutia audible ideas, right? We're talking about that little thing here and there that might actually turn things back in your favor when it really matters, at least on a round timeline. And moreover, we do have some examples of that. Yanko, what did you see, man?
I saw a lot of things, Trace, but something that's very curious to me is, how we like to talk when two teams face each other a lot of times. It gets a little bit weird. The meta develops in itself. So I have an example to show you exactly what we mean when we talk about that. These two teams played in the Challenger stage. They played in the playoffs. So let's kick it off on Mirage. They played it both times around in the Challenger stage, right? I want you to pay attention. First, look at how the players are spread out. They're a little bit more towards B. It's because James thinks like they might be a double op setup. So he's waiting for the guy to try to find an entry. It comes through underpass. But this is a default. It's slow-paced. It's what Outsiders are basically known for. You can see how around the 1 minute mark, they're making their way back towards A. Fame and Flit, inseparable, of course. The 1-2 punch for Outsiders. They're going to be lurking, a sort of a double lurk on mid. Kickers here. Elo breaks this setup, right? Peeks from the other side. The Opper doesn't expect it. Nico does 2 entries, and the round is pretty much over here, right? So this is round number 10. Round number 11, following gun round, same thing. Look at how spread out the players are, going for map control. We heard it from Exist in that piece, right? They're very annoying to play against. This is just Fnatic trying to fight and trying to take the fight to Outsiders, and Fame just being on point, finding 2 entry kills. There's going to be a third here with the Molotov. This is again Flit next to him, and these two guys are just almost always together, right? They played really well at the major, and these are 2 pretty fairly round wins, slow-paced by Outsiders playing default, right? But now we're going to go to the quarterfinal game that they played again on Mirage. You can see around 6 early on. So let's see what Outsiders do. They expect Fnatic to adjust, to play against the default, so they switch it up. These are the 2 smokes for window, for top connector. You can see Fame just throws a jungle smoke, goes back, and now you're going to see the difference in this sort of an execute. What happens? Look, Kicker and Flit are already going out taps. Norbert is going outside through the smoke on ramp because this is a set call. Of course, you have Jame towards B lurking. Outsiders love this lurk. It's not always Jame because you can see even here the bomb is dropped. So Norbert can basically show up, go back to B. If Jame takes the side for free, you will see that even the Fnatic players are aware of it. Look how they're playing. Mezzi is waiting for it, but they're also trying to fight for mid. Look at the concentration of the 4 players. They're expecting a default. They want to stop that default. But Outsiders are 1 step ahead. They do an A explosion. You could see Roy and Nikodos, they had to come through the smoke. There's an anti-eco after that following gun round. Outsiders, what do? It's a straight-up B rush. Flit throws the 2 smokes. The Mezzi, the B anchor, is killed. Look at this. All the players are already isolated from Fnatic. And this is just a straight-up say round. So this is why, the narrative was still being pushed about Outsiders, that they just can play slow and whatnot. I mean, this is a B rush and an A explosive play that they have done brilliantly and just ran away with this game in the quarterfinal of a major. There's a lot of depth. And this is the problem for Fnatic now. If Mirage is going to be played again, what do they play for? Do you play for slow, play for fast? It's very difficult to prepare, and I'm curious to see what their approach is going to be this time around.
Hey, I have Mezzi here by my side. Mezzi, how are you doing? How is the team feeling?
feeling good, confident, ready to get some revenge against Outsiders. So yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, because the last time you played against Outsiders was during the major, and they actually won the whole thing. How are you planning to adapt to them during this matchup?
I think now we've got much better preparation and a better understanding of how they like to play as a team. I think it was very new to us because they play a unique style on their both T and CT side. So I think for us in the major, it was like struggle to adapt like at that time. But I think now we've had a bit of time to prepare and we've played against it before, so we know what to expect. And I think now we're just playing with a bit more confidence and, like I said, better preparation. And I think we're definitely confident this time going into it.
But you're saying that you did a lot of preparations, but you kind of prepared for the team that was before, because right now they brought in a new player. It's going to be Chiron. Do you think that it's possible for one player to change the whole play style?
I think they definitely could change a lot of things, but I think they would kind of struggle to change too much stuff because I think obviously they have James, who's the AWP, but obviously he can't change his positions. I think Flit and Fame are definitely much like kind of the stars of the team and they take up a lot of the room. And then I think kind of Norbert in the previous team was a bit of a support and anchor, and I think Karen might fit into that. So I think they might struggle to change up too much, but I think to us it's like we're not too worried about their exact positions on maps, but I think it's more understanding how they like to play and their kind of unique style in the game.
All right then, good luck.
Thank you.
Tale as old as time. Two teams just trying to understand what the hell each other are doing inside of the server on any given map. And here's the maps I want to give you. We do have a best of 3 in front of us, so veto's as important as ever. Yanko, in Maui, I'm looking at this veto. How important is the process?
Well, I think that Fnatic are wanting to test Outsiders, and so they actually pick Vertigo here, which is pretty interesting because despite Outsiders winning the major, they never had to play this map at the major, and that was really kind of like they were able to hide essentially, and we don't necessarily know how good they're going to be with Chiron on that map.
Yeah, absolutely. The last time they played it, actually, you have to go back to the Challenger in Rotterdam. That was before the major. So it was a while ago without an official. And we were discussing about Fnatic. What are they going to do? How are they going to adjust? Well, they decided to switch up the veto, which is a good idea. First time around, it was Overpass, where they lost the first half 15-0. Then second time around, it was Inferno, and Outsiders beat them on that as well. And Mirage here, I think, with the examples that we've shown you, no surprises that Outsiders feel comfortable and there's no need for them to switch it up.
Yeah, and then going to the decider, we have Overpass still available, and it does look like it's going to be ending up there. And that actually is a little bit worrying, I would say, for the Outsiders, because I think that Fnatic could have gone for an Overpass pick or this Vertigo surprise pick. And now it's almost like they have two maps that you should say are in their favor. But I think, Yanko, you broke it down really well when we get to map number 2. We don't know what Outsiders is going to do for the T side. They have those explosive plays, they have the slow default, they have so many things, and they've last time thrown Fnatic in the blender when it comes to that map.
So what you're saying is we've gotten away from the Outsiders slow creep crawl, pulling teeth almost to get rounds in maps at a certain point. We've moved away from that and they've evolved.
Absolutely, they've evolved, and that's the reason why they were able to win the major. Without that sort of evolution, it's still too one-dimensional. I think it's easier for teams to play against them. Like you saw how caught off guard on that second Mirage game, Fnatic, where I like the Vertigo pick from them for a couple of reasons, right? For Outsiders, this is also their first tournament of the year. James as a caller, yeah, of course you practice Vertigo plenty of times, since you played last official, but it's still different. Actually, as I'm saying this, it might even be tough for Fnatic because I'm sure Outsiders were changing stuff on Vertigo, adding new things that you don't have in demos or anything like that. So I think these are two very good teams. Outsiders has had their number the last couple of times, but for Outsiders, this tournament is going to be very telling. Are we going to see more of what we saw in Rio, or is it going to be more of the World Finals, right? So I think they're aware, they're focused. I think that they're still a good team. The change, I think it was an upgrade, unfortunate for Norbert, that, a couple of months just after they won the major, he's replaced in the team. But Outsiders knowing that they just have to keep pushing forward.
It was fair to think that Norbert should be replaced. He was the weakest overall player. I think statistically you would say Kickert was worse, but he was playing worse roles, and Norbert could have had more impact in the positions. This is just still an interesting move to me, though, Trace, because Chiron is nothing like Norbert as a player. He's way more aggressive. He's much more higher skilled, and you could say that when you look at this Outsiders lineup now, their ceiling has definitely increased, but also their floor has lowered because they're going to be higher variants because Chiron is just a guy that he wants to take fights. He's almost kind of Yakindar-esque. And so if they wanted to breathe life back into this roster by almost turning it back in terms of time, then you kind of have a more vintage-looking Outsiders, because I'd say Chiron's role should be more defined on that
vintage Trace's favorite category, by the way. But I think for this one, if you go back when they added Fame and Flit, it was towards the tail end of the season, the first half of 2022. And, initially it wasn't great. So it took them time to get adjusted. It might be the same case with Chiron. This might not be it. Pro League might not even be it, but the goal is most likely, to be on point, to have everything figured out by the time the major comes along.
So, just humor me for a second before we get into this game, Maui. Let's say Outsiders come out here and drop the ball. What does that say?
That Chiron's going to need some time adjusting to Tier 1 CS. Yeah. He had opportunities before to get called up to teams. He didn't love it always, but this is a team that he believes in, and Outsiders believe in him.
3, 2, 1. Who do you got?
Outsiders, they're my boys.
I'm going Outsiders 2-1.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see you there. Of course, we do have the maps. We look at Vertigo, Mirage, Overpass, should we need it, and Outsiders Fnatic. Outsiders looking to get started here in a hot way because they were letting them things fly down in Rio, and they were the ones that hit the bullseye at the end of the day. So let's go ahead and do it. It's a best of 3.
Vertigo, the dizzying heights of is where we begin. Bardolph and Hawker on wax. Fnatic will be starting on the T side. You can see Crims and Mezzi will be the utility men for the squad. No P250s being dropped, all Glocks, as they start off on a very tough series ahead.
I feel like Vertigo is one of those maps where you don't need the P250 on T side, especially if you've got a couple of smokes. You're going to get up close and personal if you go to that A bomb site. And it looks like that might be what Fnatic have in mind early.
The jiggle from Flitz. Don't want to show too much. That's some of the information he's looking for. Roy knows that there is a crossfire to be had, but do they know about Jame by the sandbags? They're being baited into a triangle of doom, if you will, but they'll slow things down for now. Offer some smoke grenades, try and isolate the fight, but still, they haven't checked these sandbags yet. HEs are going in different directions. Being very patient, Jame, looking for those headshots. In the meantime, Flick gets exploded. 5 versus 3 for Fnatic. Great start for them. Roy's going to get dropped, but he's got information for the squad.
Smoke's still up, but they should be fading shortly. And Fnatic will just drop back. They're happy with their positions right now. They know they've got the advantage. Finally, Outsiders move in, and Nico does flash forwards. Looking good for Fnatic here as they keep on fighting. Chiron forced in, but he lands a second shot. The time is so low, though. Kickert's got that kit, but he's got to get on the bomb soon, and Fnatic know it. They're playing back and forth. They're playing for time. Kickert back on that bomb. They can't line this up, but finally, Mezzi finishes the job, and Fnatic get hyped off the pistol.
Perfect work. You know the communication had to be super important, taking turns to poke and prod. Outsiders didn't know which way to look there, couldn't solve either of those problems. Very nicely done by Fnatic, starting as they mean to go on. Taking the pistol away. We'll see what Outsiders choose to do. Very light investment thus far. Flashbang will be thrown over to Jame. Chiron will buy some slightly improved armor penetration with the P250.
Thing is, Outsiders are such a grimy team. They really focus on the economy game, so they'll want to do damage in this round.
Nice flash from Jame, but it won't yield any results just yet. Again, the games we saw from Fnatic earlier, they were so disciplined, and they'll need to be to play a team like Outsiders. Had some great breakdowns on the desk of how dangerous Outsiders can be on the T side. Of course, we have Mirage coming later. So we'll see if Fnatic are able to handle that. But first, they need to deal with this anti-eco. Nicely done. Again, the MAC-10 carrier is the expendable person. Can go and find that information, and they'll work together as Crims comes in from the back. Very nicely done by Fnatic, trying to limit the bleeding here. Flit the last man of a USP. Could get a kill onto Crims, indeed he will. Very low. Well, that's something. Won't bother to collect the MAC-10. 2-0 for Fnatic by coming for Outsiders.
Solid enough for Fnatic. As you pointed out, they lose the MAC-10 players, but they made basically all their money back with the MAC-10 kills anyway, so they'll be happy with that. Now, Outsiders saving in that second round means they won't get that AWP out for Jame early, which normally is such a focal point for them. And they also have no defuse kits in this round on the Outsiders side. So that is something to consider as we head into our first gun round, and Fnatic going all in on ramp early.
Initial exchange of grenades. Kike will take over with the peeking now. HE's through the smoke by Fnatic. In case of aggressive plays, we'll see them later on, I'm sure. On this occasion, though, those grenades will be dodged by Outsiders. You see so many people on the ramp. Is there any help for Fame? Indeed, there is from Chiron. Trouble now as Fnatic have lost a bomb behind that smoke. Chiron starting to creep. These are half health, though, but he still wins the duel with Nikadoz. That is a very big duel for Fnatic to lose, leaving Mezi alone in a 1 versus 4 with no bomb. Not much lurking to do now. James sees him and disengages. They can put the numbers together. So, some early problems here for Fnatic. The first buy round, and Outsiders are looking very strong indeed.
And the new addition, Chiron, working pretty well with Fame there towards that B-bomb site. Bait and switch setup was lovely. Chiron was set up for a pretty easy lineup onto a couple of players. And as the desk pointed out, this isn't a map Outsiders had to play throughout their entire major run, throughout their entire major win. So it's not normally a map they like to lean into. That's why Fnatic are hoping they can switch it up, hoping they can find a weak point in the Outsiders map pool. But early on here, they've held on in the first gun round. And now Fnatic could get a bye together, but there will be some weaknesses if they go for it.
Fame and Chiron combining to shut down this B push. Bomb, you can see it even ahead of that smoke. Really difficult to recover. The duel not won with Chiron. They spoke about his skill level on the desk. Saw some glimpses of that. Very ropey buy here for Fnatic. Wanting to keep the C2 economy somewhat honest, I'm sure. Roy taking massive damage. The flashes might work out quite nicely though. 2 for Messi, he finds the third one as well. How about that for a response? They've only got 3 rifles. Only 1 required though in the hands of Messi. Those were not the easiest frags in the world, but look at the impact.
Yeah, it almost looked a little shaky initially, but the damage he did meant that the spray, when he got it the second time round, was so effective. And the transfer for the third headshot was brilliant. Outsiders have been playing sandbags pretty often in these early rounds. So I think maybe that's part of the reason why Mezi had that presence of mind to be ready for that angle. I do like that Fnatic are testing some fairly quick aggression here early on Vertigo. We saw them try a contact play towards B in that first gun round. Now they just see what it's like over towards A. Remember, Outsiders haven't played many tournaments recently. They haven't played at the start of this year. So especially when they're coming into a tournament like Katowice, why not test them early? See if there's any ring rust.
That is a huge round from Mezi. Goes back to the well. Very, very nice. They can really get some momentum off of this. Breaking Outsiders once again. Superb play. UK man's on deck. Hashtag Cheeky Nandos. 3-1 now for Fnatic. Outsiders will be able to muster a reasonable buy. This is a very key round for both squads. Outsiders could fall really far behind if they're not able to find something here. And Mezi's looking to do more damage. See Kicker and his teammate swinging, but the flashes are here again! Flit will trade on this occasion. How much more is behind that though? Does that invite a rotation? You can see James considering falling back off of the mid position, but Chiron will try to cover. Crim's here to trade.
Back to a 3v3, but that opens up the map significantly. Oh, Flit was alone on that A site. Roy thought it was a fight worth taking, but Flit holds his nerve. And now Fnatic slow things down entirely, making no noise across the map. They don't have any flashes here for B. They have got a smoke and molly, which could maybe allow them to find safe passage onto the B site. And in fact, James decided to go aggressive elsewhere. Fame has left the B bomb site entirely. So Outsiders are about to get the information. But it might come too late because Crims will just go waltzing onto the B bomb site.
The trajectory of that grenade on the B bomb site could tell them something. You never know if it's a lie though.
Surely Outsiders figure this out now. James has flanked ramp. They've got to rotate back to B.
Yeah, they've spent so much time that this post plant might be a bit difficult. Surely James plays off of his teammates. We can see Fame behind the smoke here. Flashes are coming in from Flit as well. Fasha wondering about B stairs. James still hiding. Quietly waiting to emerge at the right time. Crim's creeping forward, and now it's down to Fasha 1 versus 3. He is surrounded. Not sure if he knows it just yet. focusing forward. James still being real careful, but FaZe will do the job. Outsiders had to win that round, and they'll do so with 3 players standing.
It's quite a nice example of how Outsiders maybe play slightly differently to some other teams at times. In a 3v3 there, on the T side, you're normally pretty happy because you feel like you're going to be able to isolate some of those fights. You feel like the CTs will stay spread across the map.
Nice.
But instead, Outsiders just go for aggression. They all group up towards A, and then they just work together for a really well-coordinated B retake.
You can see how important that is. Way more emotion than we saw in the interview of Heku.
Yeah.
Saves it for the server. Just low energy until you get back onto the server. I can understand that. That was huge. We could see how important that round was for Outsiders. They could have been facing a significant deficit, but this is still nervous territory for both teams. Fnatic will have the AK-47s out once again. But importantly, James has found himself an AWP.
Yeah, finally gets that into his hands. But for a lot of AWPers, Vertigo is not one of their favorite maps. It's not that easy to find long-range fights. There's a couple of positions where the AWP can be good, but especially if those smokes start coming up on that A site, it's really hard to play around the utility. So definitely will be interested to see if James tries to make a proactive play early. It's not normally his style.
You can see Kikert using the directional sound to try and identify where Fnatic are going.
It's a good amount of utility used to try and control ramp. I wonder whether they were hoping to get James AWP established here, but they won't. Mezzi's just sneaking through.
They're definitely concerned with Mezzi's creeping and his entries here. James, a rare miss from him, not quite hitting the mark, and now opportunity knocks once again. This A site feeling somewhat brittle at the moment. Mezzi looking for Kikert. Can he find him though? Still creeping. Great lineup from him through the smoke. Mezzi's impacts on this bomb site has been devastating for Outsiders. And again, they're in a situation where the round's already over.
Fash is actually lurking through B, so even saving these guns isn't necessarily guaranteed right here for Outsiders. It looks like Outsiders are maybe aware there's a possibility of a player lurking, but oh, I don't know if they clear this. Fasher with one is traded, but every gun removed from Outsiders makes a difference.
That third player being fragged may have quite the impact as well. If you look at the money on Chiron and James, it might just stretch them a little too thin, but they've got to do something if they're able to hold on to these 2 AKs. So we'll see how that one goes. But again, we can see Outsiders aggressive with the utility, trying to slow Mezzi down. Even disengaging afterwards, they still can't stop him. One for Mezzi, one for Roy, and the A-bomb site is dropped. It's lost again. But James just not really finding the right angle. Maybe the elevation making things awkward for the sniper.
This is the thing, James probably sitting there calculating like, well, I probably win that fight 74% of the time. So actually it was a good fight to take. That's the kind of guy James is. He doesn't care actually that he missed the shot. It was a decent fight for him. Unfortunately, he just legs him on this occasion. And here is that buy from Outsiders. One gun missing, but overall, not too shabby. I think Fnatic's slowing things down now they've got that AWP.
Yeah, changing the pace somewhat. That may be a similar mission. We'll see. Taking this opportunity to show some presence elsewhere. Again, it's been a lot of Mezzi as a sentry on this A-bomb site. But they'll start to entertain towards B.
Look at the setup from Outsiders, though. They've taken a big risk in this round with 3 towards B. The issue could be the utility, forcing them out of positions. And Fnatic is still leaving their options open anyway.
We need to think about the time management at this point, heading towards that crucial 40-second mark. Urgency certainly rises. So, Fnatic, beyond the beginning of the round, of course, they haven't really seen or heard much of these CTs.
Oh, the rotate timing's great.
Indeed, they haven't... there's a lot of utility here for Outsiders, actually. Chiron has an incendiary, which he's about to deploy. And here's a flashbang. They're taking it to them, to Fnatic. Here's a trade, and Roy will find 2. Roy and Mezzi, problems on the A bomb site, but with 20 seconds, they've got 3 more players to find. This one surely ends by fragging. Fame with the 5-7. Fasha's got the angles. He's got a 2K as well. Down to the 1v1 now. Fasha and Jame, 11 seconds to plant the bomb. Jame falls back into the smoke, but does he push? Fasha planting. Is he committed? Now we know the answer. Fasha just creeping and he lands the headshot. A 3K for Fasha coming in from short. Awkward for Fnatic in the end, but they can win that one with confidence.
Oh, it was a quiet start for Jame, and you wondered whether that would be the moment he comes alive with a multi-kill. He got 2, but Fasha committing to the bomb plant, and that's not easy to do there, to commit when there's such little time left. But he was confident he could get that bomb down, and then Jame knows exactly where you are, but Fasha's reaction shot just too quick. Fasha definitely has that ability to hit those quick headshots. We see it there, making the difference and putting Outsiders back down in the bin.
The mildest disappointment from Jame. Still early here, but this is the break Fnatic were looking for in multiple ways. Outsiders, their economy is indeed in the bin. A random note, it was IHC, wasn't it, whose recent losses before playing Furia were versus a UK team called Into the Bin.
Into the Bin. It's a good name.
Yeah. Just like their recent matches is a hell of a ride.
Going all over the place.
But Fnatic have so much opportunity now. 5-2 with a broken Outsiders economy. This is huge for them. So far, so good.
It was nice hearing from Mezzi talking about how he felt like they just needed to get a couple of games in against Outsiders, more just to figure out the overall strategy of this Outsiders team. Oh, Fasha a little away from the rest of the pack. So that's an AK, and that's the sort of thing that Outsiders will love to just steal away here.
That flip knife is so nice, man. I'm jealous. 6-2. Around the corner for Fnatic. Now, that AK could prove to be very dangerous indeed. Ideally, they don't give up a rifle in this scenario. We can see Outsiders hungry to do some economy damage. But, well, let's see what Outsiders will have to offer. It's going to be an interesting buy from them. They might be light on grenades. James still being ghosted by the AWP.
There's that knife.
Yeah, that's the wrong knife, though. But I appreciate it, production.
Yeah,
we'll get there in the end. 4 M4A1Ss and the AK. We'll see if that makes a difference for Chiron. He was good enough with a CT rifle anyway. So sometimes we see Jame go for that quick pick. Sometimes it's Flit. Sometimes it's Kicker. I suppose it's spawn-based for Outsiders. Mezzi creeping again, flashes here once more. Look how fast his teammates towards that short position. Fnatic looking to really make Outsiders worry about various timings. That's a very nice grenade onto Mezzi, though. He'll run away, tail between legs. Not comfortable with that one.
That's a nice adjustment here from Outsiders. Not properly fighting for ramp, but trying to use utility to make it awkward for Fnatic to continue. Fnatic will get the ramp control, but look at the utility that they've expended in getting all this ground. They actually don't have that many nades left on the Fnatic side here. And now Outsiders are so heavily grouped towards A. This could be an all-out brawl if this A-sided play were to come through. I'm going to go for the CT aggression.
Swinging dry. Mezzi so close for a second one. I don't know if he sees 2 of those players swinging on the def cam at the very least. If he does, then surely that's a go command for Fnatic on the B bomb site if they can get the players in tow in time. Looks like they can. Fame, the initial engage, will take one in the face. Fasha again delivering an important frag. Roy in position now. Maybe get some sound cues from Jame. Do they go for this? They've got 3 players up. They've got no money. And again, Fnatic keeping Outsiders poor really ties their hands behind their backs in these situations, these marginal situations where they can't really even fish for another kill, for an option, because they can't afford to lose another rifle.
Again, Outsiders will be the sort of team that say, you know what, we took a bit of a calculated risk towards A. We were hoping we could push into ramp. We were hoping we could get a fair few frags there. But if we lose the B site, there's not much we can do about that. Live to fight another day instead. And for Fnatic, it's so nice seeing the well-roundedness of this team. Mezzy is the in-game leader, currently having incredible impact. And really, there is not a clear weak link on Fnatic. All of them are solid fraggers in their own right. That's what makes them such a solid team. There's almost always going to be someone showing up on the server.
There we go. Look at that.
So green.
My favorite color. Lovely.
Gotta love a good green.
Very nice indeed. 7-2. The AWP is out. It's been a stranger to Jame. They haven't been friends recently, but they're going on a second date here in the 10th round. Timeout from Outsiders as they consider their options. And again, I think Fnatic's constant bullying on the A bomb site will eventually lead to a fast play towards B, with just the amount of players Outsiders are being forced to invest into the A area. But we'll see if that happens. Nikodos will have an AWP as well. 2 kills for him at the moment. 2 kills for Jame also. Outsiders need to turn things around quickly in this first half before it completely gets away from them.
And it's not like the new addition, Chiron, has been the problem. He's been having a solid showing for himself. It's been the core of the Outsiders team that haven't been playing at their best so far. Here's the AWP Nikodos. Hasn't had to do too much so far. He's looking to see if he can get up short early. The nades exchanged again onto Mezzy. He'll try and pounce through the flash on point. Double entry again onto ramp. Outsiders are getting destroyed over on A.
Jame needs to go nuclear now because, oh, he can get out of there. That's another option. Again, 3 players remaining. They've still got lurkers. Fasha is just on the other side of the map, just waiting to slap people who go a little too far. But once again, 2 kills, Outsiders, no money. Gotta fall back. Their options are limited once more. Fnatic, though, again, we spoke about the discipline previously, and here is an example. Other players may just send it amongst all the grenades and all the action, but Fnatic will try to limit the variance by using the clock available to them. They take nothing for granted here. Again, Fasha is the information man, other side of the map. Nobody's come through his position, so they don't know if Outsiders are still here or not. They could be posted up with the AWP. But that's a clue. Fame's still on a B bomb site, and maybe they start to press forward now.
It's not that much info because Fame is always the B anchor for Outsiders. But I think it will still prompt them to push into A, and Jame has got some utility. Who's planting the bomb? I think it's Nikodos who has decent health. So he should be okay. Roy actually taken down through the smoke, and now this retake looks doable.
Yeah, they were waiting to save, but losing Fasha puts the numbers in their favor. Time getting low, grenades to stop a plant. Or soften people up, and now they wonder. But this may encourage them to lose everything. They're so close. 2 of the 3 players have kits. They've got no util, though. Nikodos has seen the barrel of the silencer. Chiron creeping is going to give it away again. That one's free for Nikodos. And the rest of them will have to fall back. So it just makes it a little more expensive for Outsiders. But still, they're only on 2 rounds to the 8 of Fnatic.
Yeah, that's some nice composure from Nikodos there. Spots that the bomb isn't being diffused, and then he thinks to himself, well, that player's going to have to tap the bomb again eventually. And as soon as he does, Nikodos knew he wanted to be in position while the player was just looking at the bomb. That's the easiest kill you're going to get all series long.
Very nice work by Jame. And that's one thing they can often see as well, like a molly to push somebody from their position and a spray through the smoke that they'll essentially run into. That was the attempt there. It was good for 1. It could have been good for 2. Maybe it would have been a different round if two frags came in there, but the reality, the sobering reality of the situation is that there are a landslide of rounds for Fnatic, and Outsiders can't seem to stop these pop flashes on the A ramp.
They're still committing to trying to hold this ramp position. Re-smoke, you can see, timed well from Kicker, just as the first smoke was about to fade.
It looks like they're almost reading a play from Fnatic towards B eventually. Now they've put 2 players back towards the B bomb site. They're trying to stay ahead of the game and read. What would Fnatic do? What would we do next if we were Fnatic? Maybe with all this investment towards A, we'd send it towards B. Still, they've got Fame and Chiron in situ there. as Fnatic once again changed the pace.
Yeah, Fnatic still want that ramp control. I think if you're getting the ramp control consistently, there's no reason not to go for it, even if you do want to go back to B eventually. It looks like Fnatic are still focusing on this A site. Outsiders going for this CT aggression again. Flash on point, Nico does call, and Flit doubles down. Finally, some resistance on ramp.
35 seconds, one smoke, one molly for Fnatic. Will that be enough for a bomb plant? Round win will rely on that at this point. Just a flash for Outsiders as well, but they have the numbers advantage. They can trade. Not concerned about short with the scope there. The rest of the players can focus on the ramp, but Mezzi, he's good for a multi-frag. Fasher and Crims, look at this flurry of kills. 10 seconds to plant the bomb. Fasher pushing forward for the cover. How have they turned this around? Nothing going the way of Outsiders. Fnatic so patient, delivering the kills. Everybody's turning up today, but this is still doable. Everyone's low. They don't know where Flit's coming from in this 1 versus 2. Fasher and Crims, AK and Orp. Oh, Fasher, well, he's got the information now one way or another, but where is Crims? That is the question. Might be awkward to peek with the scope here. Not showing just yet. Flit, what's he going to do? Had to go and pick up a defuse kit. He has an idea of where he's there, but we've seen Crims Orp before. The quick scope from him will do the job. Fnatic with an absurd comeback once again on A.
I think we heard it there from Keita saying, you're an Orper, man. Let's go. Crims on the Orp. Knows exactly how he wants to play it. Peeks instantly. No hesitation. And Flit couldn't look back in time. I think James has been missing a couple of shots here, which has been a shame for Outsiders, because normally the game plan is built around him. And remember, Fnatic lost against Outsiders twice at the Major. That's part of why this matchup means a lot to them.
They're forcing Outsiders to go deeper and deeper into the ramp to try and stop these advances from Fnatic. Fnatic looking in pretty good shape so far. Again, the pacing we have seen from them from game to game has been great, and Fasher is just delivering headshots like he's UPS. 4 on 4 now, make it 3 remaining for Outsiders.
They're just losing out so early. I think it has to be another save for Outsiders, based on their playstyle. And Roy again on the lurk. Fnatic always trying to deny all these guns being saved safely. I almost feel like that's a round where Fame kind of didn't look fully prepared for them to come be that early. I wonder if he's thinking, if Fnatic just keep getting ramp, surely they don't be this quickly. But they do, and now James could actually be in dangerous waters here.
Not a Vertigo enjoyer, James, from what we're seeing so far.
No. Oh boy, this is sketchy.
He's a hard man to bait.
Fnatic are pretty rich, so no reason not to hunt. Crims won't get round the corner in time. Maybe in matchmaking you'd have had time, but not here.
Man, everybody's popping off. These entries from Fnatic are outstanding. Be it Fasher, Mezzi, Roy, Crims, his trading when necessary as well. For the front men, the point men, fantastic.
Yeah, Fnatic.
Fasher delivering like EHL, actually. I should correct myself there.
Oh, yeah.
10-2 for Fnatic. Double figures now. Outsiders somewhat shell-shocked at present. Again, trying to hold things down. Well, they've done a lot of damage to Mezzi, but as we have seen before, they've got to take him down. There we go. There we go. That's the advantage they were looking for. Is it too little too late, though? James finally landing with the AWP and not in safe territory. Falling back, he sees Roy, and here is the cavalry. Flit going to come and help out. 5 versus 2. Surely this time they can convert the round, Outsiders.
No excuses this time. Now, this timing window is not bad from Crims, but Jane is here. Oh! Unreal shot from Crims, and he transfers it back. Smoke out at the wrong time. For a split second, I thought he was about to pop off and make the difference, but Fasher's timing, also not bad. Kicker, oh, he's just got back to safety. Fasher still sneaking up. They haven't spotted him. Fasher into the bomb site, gets the 1 kill, but now he needs more. And Outsiders are just turtling up. They're not giving him the opportunity. It's a massive nade.
He knows where Fliss is. He made a sound cue earlier on. He knows exactly where he is. Look at the positioning from Fasha. Surely not. 35 seconds, faking the plant. Fame doesn't know whether to push or not. He's one bullet away from doom. 27 HP and done. I can't believe it. Fnatic are unstoppable.
They can do no wrong.
That was fucking close. They're shooting their pants.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but damn, Fnatic, you heard the words. They are so excited about this.
2 versus 5.
It's just unreal. I mean, even Crim's winning the first fight was unlikely.
That is such a sick clutch from Fasha, though. He gets all the information. He sees one player going short. He hears Flit in this position, and he sees the other player throwing grenades or jumping around. He has all the information. They don't know. He knows where they all are, and he dismantles them one by one. Oh my days. Unreal. Fnatic are peak performance right now. Everyone's super crisp on the entries. All of them, no slack whatsoever from Fnatic.
They just look so much hotter here. I mean, maybe playing in the play-in has helped them get warmed up after a couple of nice wins against EG and MIBR to get to this point. Remember, it's the first tournament for Outsiders this year. First chance to see what they look like with Chiron in the lineup. But it's not been about him, it's been about Fnatic so far.
Well, opportunity knocked for a moment, but again, there's no slack. Doesn't matter who you face, you're gonna get popped in the face. Fnatic now starting to move faster towards that B-bomb site. We thought this might come eventually, but things will get very awkward around that smoke grenade now. 40 seconds, there is some time for them to adjust. They've got smokes to try and create some space for themselves as well. Jay not firing the bullet just yet. Fame trying to line them up. He's done good damage though, but can they capitalize on this? Flitz find himself in M4, 27 seconds, 2 on 2. Going for the plant again, Flitz close. Keycurt's here as well, the FAMAS just joining. That smoke is going to be brutal. There's no defuse kit for these players. Flit has no Kevlar either. How on earth do you do this? Flit's surely got to go in first, but it's got to be the FAMAS to trade frag here. Edging, not sure about the smoke. Nika does, waiting. Flit's gone past him. But they do have somewhat of a crossfire here. There we go, down goes Kicker. Again, 10 seconds. Oh, he's found a kit though, even though he's got no Kevlar. Do they push through? They've got to sync it together. Nikados poking, prodding, teasing, baiting, and forcing Flit to concede another round. 12-2 for Fnatic.
Every time getting hyped up after these round wins, just letting Outsiders know that they are down and in trouble right now. And I feel like other teams will be watching this. Outsiders not tested on Vertigo that often. And Fnatic has showed us that it could be a weakness for the Outsiders team here. But honestly, it really does feel like it's just the difference in individual ability right now. That just feels like the biggest problem every single round.
I like the medium reaction there from Mezzi. He knows the job is not done just yet. Classic smoke there from Roy. Bounce off the A sign to look over, but Kicker gives Outsiders a chance for a desperate round. According to Fnatic's, Maddock nappies are required.
Oh no. Okay. I thought for a second Chiron might struggle with the FAMAS at that range, but takes one. Does a good job at just getting away and saying, look, we're in a 5-on-3. If we lose this at this point, it's on us. He's happy with the position he's put his team in. We've seen Fnatic do it before, though.
With less. Let's not forget those entries in that we saw from Crims in the mid position. Fnatic looking positively grotesque with these AK-47s. Showing great temerity in some of these rounds against the odds. Well, that's going to be a HLTV thread.
Oh, with the smoke. Okay.
30 seconds remain. Outsiders have got to be terrified, just based on the evidence that we have seen in this game so far. Crimsy's finally seen something. He is just waiting for the entries, but the bomb needs to be collected. Mezzi on the way now, 17 seconds. He has to race car his way onto that bomb site. Crim's holding the angles for now, but there could be flashes coming his way. 10 seconds on the clock now. Finally loses a duel. Mezzi has to commit to the bomb plant here. All go for the stats, not much else to do. 12-3, a monstrous half for Fnatic at halftime. Let's see if Outsiders can bring it back after the break.
They were hoping for the rotate out. They had to come through the smoke. They had all the players ready. They don't have better guns. I think that's the primary reason they lose, but they actually did read that exec pretty well. Halzerk walking up towards this, and he could cause some pretty significant damage here, even one kill, depending on how they leave the site. But, you know, you're going to lose this opportunity if you don't go CT. Oh, coming into Con, and no, he can't grab that one. Cadian good on his own.
It's a good effort from Complexity. And, you know, just in the pistol, you said JT's been calling a good game. It's the perfect stack for that.
Yeah.
Which of these pieces doesn't get what they want? Fang kind of took the most amount of damage off the Molotov. So when he gets to the fight as the third player into it, only half health, gets cleared. Still. Jabby now. Ooh, tons of pistols.
Oh my God.
Tons of them. Grim, double 5-7 kill. Now, of course, Bomb can just go plant at B. Not a problem. But it's an active, confident, and killer Complexity.
Stav's actually not going to see anyone of them running in this direction. Cadian with the buy zone. Didn't think he'd be in a tough situation at this round with that gun.
See if you can make the most of it. Deep smoke keeps Complexity back.
I mean, certainly don't let your AKs die in this spot.
Awkward one, though. Cadian, if you survive this round, you're still hanging on to Le Bison. And now you've lost that AK back sight.
Cadian dies here as well if he doesn't push out.
Mows them all down, perhaps? No, sir. Also dead. So we got 2 AKs given over to Complexity. Stound could drop them if they come out library. No need to. Fang will take the risk. Could have maybe killed Stound if he got lucky, but I mean, Complexity. That stack inside of the B site went well. 2 players survived. This one with even less?
Yeah, the flash is perfect on the timing.
Fnatic lost 2-0 the last 2 times they played Outsiders, and out of nowhere, they are now 12-3 up against them here on Vertigo. This looks like the switch up for Fnatic to make them competitive in this series. And you can see they are incredibly hyped off the back of all those round wins. The job is not yet done, though. Even at a 12-3 lead, Outsiders are always a team who seem to make maps close. That's what they're known for, so don't count them out yet. We'll see what they can manage to do on their T side. They've got a couple of smokes and mollies ready for their all-important T side pistol.
One has to surmise that everything rides on this pistol round for Outsiders. Failure here would likely be failure full stop in the first map of this series. I think that's one of the more exciting lopsided halves that we'll see.
If you're a Fnatic fan, it is.
Yeah, it was just great to see how strong every individual is playing. They have come ready for this series. No slouching, no slacking whatsoever. Well, we've got 2 versus 3. Chiron and Fame will force their way into the A-bomb site. Mezzi is here with that rare P2000. See what he's able to do. Here's the footsteps. Flit just baiting, doesn't know what lies behind this smoke grenade. You can see Mezzi trying to block it, make it imperfect. 2 smokes for the retake and the defuse kit, but how could they get close enough to this bomb to get something done here? Because maybe they try and go for a smoke defuse, but they're going to block the smoke as well. The numbers game is so great here for Outsiders, but we've seen it fail so many times in the first half. Starting to swing now. Both squads trying to abuse the numbers as best they can. Flashes as well, but still all of Outsiders are standing. Chiron first one to drop. That's wasted so much time though. No one close to the bomb. Crim's just going to go for a hero defuse attempt. He will be denied. Outsiders tick the box for the pistol.
And you always just get the feeling with Outsiders that a map is never over until it's over. Everyone seems to say they are one of the hardest teams to put away in Counter-Strike. And so winning that T-side pistol is definitely a good look for them. Nice couple of entries, just looking so much cleaner on those fights. No scopes in this round. Just the rifles and pistols in play. I remember back at the Major, Fnatic were winning so many rounds like this, though. I think because they've got so many good individuals, as we saw throughout the first half, it could be anyone's turn to have a go with the Deeg.
Fade away HE grenade. Ooh, multiple purpose smoke.
Ooh.
Crims has missed one though. We can see Flit is creeping. How long does Crim stay here for? Oh, a re-smoke. So we can continue. Flit knows what this smoke means though. Well, this will slow things down somewhat. 5 rifles versus 5 Desert Eagles. The calm before the storm. Get your rain hats on. Oh, Crim's just with his knife out trying to peek down the ramp, but Flit has been here the entire time. Roy now is going to be barbecued. Put out of his misery beforehand. Nikados trying to find another one, only good for one. That's most, but not all of the danger taken away. Fasher and Mezzi have been sharp as well. Would be a miracle round for Mezzi, but I'm making no assumptions right now. 28 seconds, bomb getting planted. Trying to hop up, taken down by Kicker.
Couple of nice shots from Fame there. I know that there were a lot of great rookies last year. Obviously, when you're in a year where it's m0NESY's first year, there's just no question who the Rookie of the Year is going to be. But Fame is definitely someone who came out of nowhere for a lot of people and has showed he is a very skilled player. Has been slotting in onto Outsiders nicely. Always good when you can do it with the Galil as well. Tight angles there. Already a little frustration showing on Fnatic. There's a dink onto Fame. They haven't got much in this round, so Fame will farm a fair few frags. Oh, don't leave the bomb behind, Outsiders. Whose job is it? It's Chiron. The new boy will be the bomb delivery man.
So far, so good. The first time Outsiders have had momentum in this map so far. Dealing with everything very nicely indeed. Nicely done by Kicker. Now it's time for Outsiders to enjoy the luxury of the AK-47s versus the M4A4s. We'll see if they can have the same success. It was pretty outrageous just how good things were for Fnatic on the ramp. Those pop flashes, Mezzi moving through. Some great career highlights for him on that A ramp. Can the same be said of Outsiders in this half though? Jame on the AWP. Very quickly indeed. Maybe coming in a bit warm now. Flit sending it up the ramp, but Fnatic are going to be ready instantly. No one behind that, one-man investment. Now, that will be some information for further rounds. Of course, Fnatic won't always play the same way. But that is an early step back for Outsiders in round 19.
Yeah, not the ideal start for them. And Fnatic could well sit back now in a 5v4. Playing retake on that A site is an option. You have to remember they don't have a kit though. So that's something they will also have to take into consideration in their calculations. This is some nice timing on this aggression. Mezzi, I don't think saw anything off the back of the smoke there. But Fnatic are grouped pretty heavily towards B to allow themselves to get this info back. And there's still enough time left on the clock that a flank is very possible. A rotate back to A is also an option. Outsiders are now grouping onto ramp, but this could be sketchy for them if they start to line up nades as this flank is coming in.
How can they be slowed down? Nikodos has an incendiary on the A bomb site, so he can try and delay a bomb plant. They've spotted James. He's going to have a look now. He spotted one as well. Misses the flick, though. Still a bit lukewarm is James. And they are closing. How do they plant the bomb now? Rotating over. Didn't expect him to be so close. And the dream is collapsing again for Outsiders. But maybe Fame and Kicker can do something. 13 seconds to plant the bomb. Does Crims push indeed? He's swinging on a bomb carrier. And now it's going to collapse entirely for Outsiders on the A bomb site. Took so long to move up the ramp. Fnatic did not respect them.
That's a nice round to showcase what Mezzi was talking about before the game started. It's not even about the specific spots or any specific individual plays from Outsiders. It's about understanding how they play as a team and understanding when you can take space, when you can get those flank timings. I remember back at the Major, they had a map on Overpass where Outsiders were playing Fnatic like a fiddle. It was ridiculous. They were just pushing and prodding, always forcing rotates. But that's around where it's Fnatic in control. They get the aggression at the right time, and Outsiders are forced into the timeout. And it really does look like Fnatic have a whole different level of understanding now of how this Outsiders team play.
Three rounds away from a strong victory on the first map, Fnatic, but Outsiders have got plenty more fight in them, as we can see from this fight. Not too late for James to start hitting. Definitely needs to figure that out before we head to Mirage. Oh man. Boy. Fnatic are so ready for Vertigo. What do you do now, James?
James about being thinking about the save, mate. He's already thinking about it. Sure, they'll look for another way into this round.
We saw examples on the desk of Outsiders being a step ahead from round to round, but Fnatic look like they are ready for the challenge. Even if they do win Vertigo, though, it only gets more difficult from there. But we're seeing great signs from them thus far.
Yeah, the scary thing for Outsiders would be heading into Mirage. Fnatic just looks so sharp. It's a map where individuals can take over.
How about this for a read? 3.5 players, 3.5 men on the B bomb site for Fnatic. Fame has a great idea though, and Mezzi's going to walk straight into it. It's his turn for the multi-frag, looking for Fasher as well. Exactly what Outsiders needed. Taste of your own medicine, quite bitter for Fnatic as Outsiders swing towards B.
That's exactly what Fame provides to this team. Outsiders for so long were known as a team who win almost all their rounds just based off their system, just based off their overall strategy. But Fame has brought a different dimension. He just wins rounds by himself sometimes with how good his aim can be. And it's so nice to have that when you're on a comeback like this. Every now and then just winning a round largely based off a single player. And I was saying Jane was thinking about saving the AWP. He doesn't need to. Everyone on Outsiders survives at the end of that one.
As you said, it is very hard to put Outsiders away, regardless of how dire the situation is. They have some room to work with. They've broken the money of Fnatic. Opportunity knocks. A timeout from Fnatic has been called, which will soon have elapsed. Just one CT round for Fnatic thus far. Outsiders were doing better than this in their half by this time. They'd had 2 rounds on their CT side. Start to wonder if we're going to see similar struggles now. Pretty much a nothing round for Fnatic.
A whole lot of nothing in this one. Just want to say quickly, Crims has 9 flash assists on this map, which is more than everyone else in the server put together. So shout out Crims one time. He's been on Fnatic for so long. He first joined them in 2014. Had a brief stint with Godsent in between, but nice to have him here. Push over the top was looking okay, but some counter utility comes in. The rifles clean up the mess. Nikodos will not get anything going. Chiron with a crisp headshot. Has been looking solid himself with his aim, now that Outsiders are starting to find some success. And what is the adjustment for Fnatic? We've seen a couple of rounds where they've had a pretty big stack towards B, looking for those information plays. Maybe we'll see them go back to something more standard now, as this game is starting to get just a little close.
Early attempts towards B. Fnatic will be forced to use their utility. Maybe Outsiders smelling some weakness here. Although the last breach was due to brilliant individual performance. But I'm sure Mezzi learned a lesson once he crept around that smoke grenade and got popped in the head. Don't think he'll make that mistake twice. Painful learning process. Great flash. Nikodos forced off of the angle, goes back to the well. Down goes Flit. That's a flick for the ages, that one. And down goes Jame as well, bomb carrier included. Nikodos refuses to leave. Roy's got the cover. The rifle support is there. And suddenly, Kickert has no one on the radio.
I think Jame on the other side had one opportunity to land a shot over the top that he missed, and he will be ruining that. It's a good flash from Kicker. He's getting 2, but he's not getting anything else. Fasha trades, Fnatic find 14, and Nikodos has had a quiet map, but when his team need him, he delivers.
That flash took him away from his angle, but the flick through the smoke was glorious. There's the first one. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go back to the well.
Why not?
Just sees the legs. Very, very nice work. And then Jame goes down as well. 14-8. Fnatic now are close. They're close to the finish line, but again, you've got to take it over the line versus Outsiders. Oh, bit excited there. Kickert taking one in the back of the head, wondering what that's about. But again, it's not over for Outsiders just yet. And you can never let go of that point.
B site hasn't been too tested early in rounds. Mezzi and Crims currently combining on that side of the map. And they would also have some counter utility if required. Orb shots back and forth, but James just selling the presence. It is this B play. Fame looking to lead the charge. He's had some good entries throughout. This time, he can't find one. And it's Mezzi trying to fight back. Still no frags. Finally, Chiron picks one up. Molly goes back, and Chiron hits a second. Finally, Mezzi gets something going, but that bomb looks set to go down on the B bomb site.
HE's towards default. That could be painful. Flit taking so much damage, dropping the bomb for his teammates, trying to create some more cover. You could see Mezzi falling back there. Fnatic just withdrawing somewhat, trying to keep the numbers together. Well then, 3 maimed Outsiders players. Are Fnatic going for this? They've got 3 smoke grenades. Roy looking for some flankers at present. And we're going to see some lineups now as they start to use their utility. There are pop flashes to be had as well. Flit just waiting for those to come through. He's got a very strong angle. Here comes the flash. He's ready to avoid it though. He'll deliver the first kill. Down goes Roy as well. And that should be the round. Nikodos needing to hold on to this now, but the hunt is on. We know Jame, actually he's got his AWP already, but they'll take Nikodos' one away. Outsiders aren't too far away from this. They've made the money awkward for Fnatic as well. This one's not over just yet.
I feel like that's the sort of scenario where if that was Outsiders, we get the replay of the team damage. Had to be done. But yeah, I think that's a scenario where if Outsiders were on the CT side there, I just think they would almost certainly save with their 3 players. And that could be a real difference here. Fnatic now have nothing to work with in this round. The comeback continues, and Fasha gets picked straight through the smoke. You need a little luck in these rounds, but Lady Luck not smiling upon Fasha right now.
20 frags for Chiron and Fame. Crims enacting revenge, making it very awkward for Jame though with that bomb. Nikolas drops in the meantime, and Jame will do the rest. CT rounds hard to come by in this game of Vertigo. Outsiders have closed their gap to 4, and it hasn't even, these rounds have not felt too close, I feel like.
It's almost felt like it's business as usual for Outsiders, which is wild after that first half was so poor for them. Got our B stream update. Heroic, Complexity. It's so nice seeing Complexity be competitive against these sorts of teams. Oh no, not Acadian Clutch. We all remember Acadian Clutch. I can't take my eyes off this. I just have it. Oh, okay. That's a good flash. They should be okay. They should be okay. Yeah, no, Cadian's not winning this, right? Cadian's not winning this, is he? Oh my God. Oh, why did I say it? I'm just jinxing them, man.
Man like Cadian.
How did they not get him? He was like, he had no cover. Oh no.
If you look at one of the oldest talent announcements for a FaZe event at Milan Games Week, Cadian, I think, was the observer.
Damn.
Of that event. Like his story is crazy. It is so long, and there's so much more of it to go. That guy has grinded like no other. Well then, Fnatic have got to try and find that success on the CT side here, because Outsiders are racing to tie the score. It's been very difficult for Fnatic, just as difficult, you might argue, for them to find any success or control on their CT side. Chiron proving to be the problem that Mezzi was in the first half. Just waiting for somebody to engage him. You can see 3 of the players here for Fnatic. Many footsteps to be heard as they start to creep around the short position. What has happened to Crims though? He's fallen off the map. He fell off the map in CT spawn. How?
I mean, there's no tech or anything. He must have just walked off the map. Oh, no, Crims, no!
Did he press A instead of D? Did he press S instead of W?
Yeah, he was trying to strafe. We saw it there in the replays. Face palming. But Fnatic needs something now. Fasha blind, able to get one back. Orb in hand, looks for the fight. Outsiders won't give it to him.
Kicker must have heard the scope. In the meantime, they are wrapping the site. And what is left of Fnatic? Mezzi and Roy, 2 versus 4, trying to do what they can. 30 seconds on the clock, no utility to slow a bomb plant. No defuse kit either. Bomb has been planted. Wonder if Crims has hit the floor yet.
I feel like he might have at this point. Oh, that's so tough, man. That's so tough for Fnatic. I mean, I know you are meant to not let that sort of thing affect you, but we're human. How the hell are you not going to let that affect you? So sad, so sad.
Crazy turn of events, but again, the Outsiders tear continues.
And this is what Outsiders do well. We saw Yanko talk about it earlier. Hunting down these positions, not allowing any saves, not allowing any guns to be carried through. Mezzi on the stairs, run down, Kicker sprays him. Nothing saved for Fnatic. And that should take the sting out of this next round for Outsiders.
You can see Heroic at game point here versus Complexity on the B stream, just securing the map there. Business as usual for Heroic. But what happened to Crims? Do we have a replay of what happened to Crims?
Wow, pistols for Fnatic in this one. Smoke up early, allows Crims to get up close. He looks pretty safe here. I don't think you can fall off the map in Scaffold.
As good as Fnatic played in the first half, if Outsiders win this, then I don't even know. We're in for a hell of a series, but I think Fnatic really need to win this map. And again, they've had 2 rounds, and it doesn't feel like they've been close to many of the others.
Yeah. Yeah, the Outsiders riflers have just hit a whole different level. Honestly, it feels like the first half, except the first half had some competitive rounds. Here's a round that could get competitive. A couple of kills for the 5-7s. Crims has found 2 out of nowhere. Crims finds a 3K. Fnatic find 15. That looked like a round that was going to be Outsiders all day long, but when you least expect it, Crims bounces back.
Well, that's one way to redeem walking the plank. Crims with the 5-7. Let's have a look at these kills now. The flashbang comes in perfectly from Nikados, allowing that second frag, and he's ready for the third. Beautiful work, Roy swinging with the AK-47. And from out of nowhere, Fnatic have moved to game point. But still, Outsiders are only 4 rounds away, and Fnatic have felt miles away from winning any other round in this half. So there is still really hard work for them to do to take this map.
That's the classic example of just stacking a position heavily, taking a risk with the flash timing, and winning one of those rounds. But it doesn't necessarily mean the gun rounds are gonna go your way. I think Fnatic realized that. They've taken the timeout. They don't want to let this get ahead of themselves here. 15 secured, but Outsiders still 4 away from overtime. Ooh, careful with that ledge peek. Jame almost had vision. Fasher will get up close on ramp, and Chiron has to clear this. Nade comes in, but he doesn't win the fight. Fasher on a single point of health.
Goodbye. Maybe he's done his work, though. 4 on 4. Nikados ready and willing on the ramp. Let's not forget the 3K he got earlier. They have similar angles once more. He's in a great position to deliver at least one frag. Now what do Outsiders choose to do? See Jame considering going back to peak. He will eventually, very quickly.
It's so nice to have that AWP flashed in like that. You just exert a bit of influence, a bit of pressure. Now that ramp info isn't as easy for Fnatic, and they are taking a massive gamble. B is going to be wide open. Messi scrambling to get back in time.
They've got the util for a potential retake. Messi trying to buy time of the utility as well on the plant area. Kicker moving forward. Plenty of grenades being avoided by Fnatic. This could be a chunky one. Oh, it's just a bit too late. That might have completely taken Flit down if it was earlier, but it wasn't. 2 flashes in the hands of Crims. First one going in, and there goes the second. Oh, Nikados has found some utility as well. More flashes to be deployed. The numbers start streaming in for Fnatic, but Jame and Kikut are ready. And again, despite how they won that last round, Fnatic, despite being on game point, it is still going to be hard to squeeze one more round out of this.
And look at Outsiders instantly trying to hunt. Again, they want to make it as difficult as possible for Fnatic to keep on top of the economy. And Nico does. He wants to save the AWP, but he switches to the AK. That can make things awkward, but he finds the frag on Jame. That will allow him to save the AWP. So that is something for Fnatic. They still have pretty good money. But for Outsiders, another round win, grind it out. And you see the difference. Just getting a 1-for-1 trade early can make for the T side. It can make the CTs so concerned, so scared. They feel like they have to take a risk on some of those rotations. And Outsiders just bait them into the wrong read. All you need is Jame getting flashed in, scoping in on angles on ramp. And suddenly you're a little scared. You don't have the info. That's what Outsiders can do to you. Jame landed some AWP shots now, finally.
That's the Jame we're looking for.
That's what we want to see.
Turning up when he is needed. 11 kills for him, 22 for Fame, just narrowly leading Flit and Chiron on 21. So, at this point, everybody's turning up. Early smokes towards the side of the ramp from Outsiders. Fame having a quick look, really fancying these entries, the Outsiders guys. Oh, James got a great angle. Fasher's got to be so careful. Now, Outsiders have got a lot of their utility. We'll often see a lot of junk being thrown at the ramp, but the focus appears to be in mid for the time being, changing things up. Mid being held passively, if you could call it that, by Fnatic at present. Not sure if they have an idea of this just yet. Crims, he's been dancing, jiggling, hiding. That might just work out if he can stay alive. Fashion creeping forward, down goes Split. Outsiders in trouble and potentially the last round. They've got an entry onto the B bomb site. Now it's time for Jame to deliver though. Oh, look at the trade, but the numbers are dwindling. Jame and Kicker need to plant the bomb. Minutes on the clock, the flashes are high, and Kicker is down. Jame in the clutch now. 1 minute to find 3 players. Doesn't have the bomb. The only way is forward for him. He's got to somehow try and avoid these trade frags as well. Utility going to make life worse for him. Roy still behind the girders. He'll pop out once his teammates start firing bullets. Or will he? That's the job done by Fnatic. Getting scary towards the end, but they will take Vertigo away from Outsiders.
Outsiders showing they will be competitive in this series, but not enough for them to bring it back on this one. They still have their map pick coming up though. There are still lots more rounds of Counter-Strike to play. We'll see what Outsiders can do later, but first, we'll have the thoughts of the desk coming up next.
who at just 18 years of age brings in a lot of aggression and firepower to play with. In what some would consider a surprise move post-major win, Chiron will replace Norbert from rifling duties, where he will display his accuracy and skill as part of this championship lineup. Is he up to the task, or will he crumble under the pressure? If Jame has faith, then surely there's only good things to come.
Sitting in the smoke. 150. One's coming. Watch out, they're close. I can flash. Hold my left side. Hope they can walk.
I'll try him. I'm trying.
Flashman is about to fade, okay? Back left side.
One more left. One more.
Hiding.
One more.
Nice.
One more. Both. One more. Lost. Killed me.
Together. Nice, boys! I redeemed myself. Yeah. I did the thing. I got help.
Wham bam, thank you ma'am. It is Fnatic that get it done there on the first map of this series. They make them look a little foolish in there. And we're gonna talk all things that is Outsiders v Fnatic. I welcome you back to the Untitled Extreme Masters Katowice. We are in that group stage. And Yanko, this looked pretty good for Fnatic, I won't lie.
Yes, it did. You know, we talked about how they needed to change something coming into this matchup, losing the last two best of threes. They changed the veto, they picked Vertigo, and they were incredibly good, well prepared in that first half. Time and time again, managing to find entries, winning a couple of clutches as well, and just sort of being in control from start to finish. Outsiders, they started waking up in the second half, but it was a little bit too late, Trace.
It was too late at that point, right? The damage had been done almost. You know, and you think about that, we talked a little bit about what the Outsiders brought into the major, like how they were adapting on the fly to make things happen. Dare I say there were a few glimpses of that in the second half, way more in the second half than the first.
Well, they were. We saw you individually as well. Fame waking up a little bit. Chiron, we saw what he's capable of, you know, some glimpses. But you even saw in that video with the communication, as the score is 14-11, Fnatic wins a half by right with pistols only. It feels like Outsiders, you know, you could feel it, them creeping back, clawing their way back, sort of suffocating Fnatic round by round. But, you know, luckily they were able to break their momentum with that half-by win and close it out.
And there's always one that's shining bright like a diamond. Shout out Rihanna one time for that just banger of a...
Right.
No, I'm kidding.
I'm sure she'll call at you.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be something there. Because, you know, she watches Counter-Strike.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, everybody does. And also, if you're watching Counter-Strike anytime in the past decade, you know that the next gentleman we're going to talk about and really look at some of the things he provided here for Fnatic side would have to be Crims. Ain't that right, Maui?
Stunna, thank you. Yes, Crims, obviously a guy that's a 3-time Katowice winner, and he knows how to get it done in so many different facets. It's not always just the frags that he's providing, but sometimes the support that he's providing to his team. And one thing that was so great about watching this Fnatic offense was how they were using Crims. Because we can look at this ramp take. We see that these players from Fnatic are approaching right now towards this side of the map. But I want you to really take a look at what Crims is doing here in that ladder room. This is a space that not every team is using to the fullest extent. But what you're going to see is that Crims is actually going to be throwing a couple flashes from this area that will be blinding this whole section of the map so that Mezzi can approach. So you see these flashes come out. You see Mezzi approaching with those flashes. And those Mezzi highlights that we saw in that first half are off the back of Crims doing this multiple times. This is another round where he was able to support his team from this ladder room. So we'll see that once again, he's throwing these flashes out. There's a couple of players there from the outsider side. Flit, Kicker, they're blind as bats, and that is easy pickings for the rest of Fnatic. So yeah, just great tactics, great setup from Crims, and really letting everybody else shine on the team, like Rihanna.
Yeah. Like Rihanna. Of course, she is the, I guess, would be the 6th on this roster. No, I'm kidding. We look at Fnatic, and you have to take into consideration going into the next map of this series. You know, they're here. They're in the building, Anko.
Yeah, and Mezzi was the point. This is the round that Maui showed. He gets a triple kill on the entry. He was really, really good at finding this, obviously, with the support of his teammates. And, you know, also from the in-game leader position, this is a bit similar to, you know, Nafani for Cloud9 and how it goes. So it also enables you, even if you die in a round, right, just by seeing what your opponents are doing to make the call for your team, maybe to react on the opposite bomb side.
So Mezzi, right? So he's hailing this UK torch. Is that, am I wrong?
He's definitely the best UK player right now, that's for sure. And he's actually the most comprehensive player because even though we've seen highs from other people from the region, shout out Smooya one time, I think that
shout out Thomas.
Shout out Thomas another time, there we go.
Shout out Rattlesnake.
Okay, well that's that might be enough. Well, we could keep going down, but it's gonna be a long
shout out
winding road.
Shout out Four Kings.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Enough shout outs. Enough shout outs.
We're
All
done.
right.
We're done.
Mezzi is obviously a very strong player, and he's one that has been showing to put in the work and do whatever his team needs in order to make sure that they can actually progress as a roster. And so taking up the IGL role, he's still actually finding a way to have impact as an individual. And so many people, when they take up that mantle, they usually drop off as an individual player.
And you know, Haka was saying in the cast a little bit that he feels like Fnatic sort of figured out finally how to play against Outsiders and what the timings are for some of these pressures that Outsiders like to put out. So here's an example from a round where they're working ramp, right? It's a pretty standard round. They took control. Now you can see Outsiders grouping with 4 players to sort of retake that control, and Fnatic is pretty much ready for it, right? They're almost expecting it. Mezzi is going to start creeping up a bit closer, right? Trying to figure out what's going on. He's also pretty low HP here, but regardless of that, he's going to find the kill and get traded. He sees 2 more guys, right? And immediately you can see Fnatic shifting towards the B bomb site, right? There's nothing super coordinated, right? There's no execute coming in here. He's just probably reading that, okay, if they're doing this, B has to be weak, probably just one guy, so just group, trade, and plant the bomb, and this is just reacting on the fly. A really good round from Fnatic team-wise as well.
And that's what's so cool about how Mezzi is calling. Not only is he coming up with a great plan to just kick off the rounds with those Crims flashes we saw, but also having these contingency plans ready to go, and the fact that everybody just believes. That's always such a great sight. No trepidation, no one just kind of half like pussyfooting their way in there.
Very timid about their approach.
They're committing to that hit, and that's what you want to see from a lineup like Fnatic.
Yeah, sometimes you got to drink the Kool-Aid, right?
Yeah, sip it just a little bit, just a little taste,
just
you know?
a little sip. Man, that's dark. Okay, we're gonna head over to Heku. She's gonna see what the players are up to. What's going on, Heku?
hey, yeah, these guys behind me, Fnatic, they just got the first map against Outsiders. During that map, I got to stand behind the CES team. I got to listen a little bit to their comms, and I was pleasantly surprised by the fact that their new addition, Chiron, who was often really in the front during the T-side, was also like really vocal. Even like when he would get killed, he would be just sitting there helping out the team as much as possible. Unfortunately, in one of the rounds, he felt like he kind of made a mistake. That's when Fnatic went to 15 rounds, but by his side, he had Quicker, who was just like, it's all good. We're getting 4 rounds right now. It's all fine. So it's great to see that like you have this like young gun that doesn't really have that much experience, but he's getting so much support from his teammates. So let's go to desk.
And sometimes the gifts just kind of gift themselves, like Crimp's falling off the map. Like, these things happen.
Yeah, he fell off the map and in the next round gets a 3K in the pistol round with the 5-7. But I think for Outsiders, you know, probably still a little bit in the winter slumber in that first half. Woke up in the second. There were a couple of clutches that they lost. The Fasher round, that was a 2v5, Crimson Fasher. There was also a 1v1 that James lost and he had the HP advantage. So multiple things going against them in the first half. I do feel that we saw more of the real Outsiders in the second, so that gives me hope that on the second map, we're going to see a much better game from them.
And Maui, just really quickly before we go to this break, let's talk about that second map and it being Mirage, it being a pick there for Outsiders. Surely something's in the tank, right?
You got to hope so. I mean, we saw in the breakdown in the pregame what Yanko showed where they can actually switch up the pace, switch up their style round to round. I'm just curious if they're going to insert Chiron into Norbert's old spots because he's so good at these mid-fights. I want to see him there on the map, but if he's playing Extremity, my hopes aren't actually going to be as high for the Outsiders.
Dang, and y'all both picked Outsiders, is that right?
2-1.
I did.
I still believe 2-1.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I wasn't sure. I wanted to kind of reiterate. We'll go back and watch Spot. It's fine. Check it out, though. We do go to a quick break so that we can come back and watch Mirage. Vertigo is done. Overpass if we need on the other side of that. And it's Fnatic, the Outsiders.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Order in the court. It is CS Justice, and I, of course, have our defense attorney representing the client is, of course, Mr. Merriman. Thank you for joining us, and, of course, Ruj, I believe is pronounced in Danish. Well, let's get on with it. We have our first case. I am the judge, jury, and executioner, but we'll listen to the defense. Our first case begins.
If you look at this guy's movement, he looks pretty new to the game, and he's not really scared of anything, right?
I mean, you're making points. 32 frags. It does look like his movement is of someone that wouldn't have 32 frags. Uh-oh. Just tapped out for a second there, wasn't he?
Maybe his parents were calling him or something.
Right.
Even if you're playing noobs, you are sometimes a bit scared of something. I've never seen a guy this confident in where he thinks they are. It doesn't look too good.
He was a guy who's got plenty of matchmaking experience. He's a pure aimer.
I need to hear your explanation for why he tabbed out and then clutched up.
It happens to all of us at the start of the game. Your mom or dad, dinner's ready.
Mum, I can't pause. It's an online game, Mum.
Yeah, back here.
Or his software outside of the game was a little bit tickling.
Or his gaming mouse ran out of battery.
I honestly don't know. Not enough evidence. Innocent.
Oh, Mr. He can't even. This guy's not cheating.
No. Just looking them through the wall.
You're right. He doesn't realize there's a half wall in front of him, does he?
Exactly.
Oh, mate.
That's nasty.
He's one of those players, you know, it's harder for them if he can actually see them.
Even though he's terrible at everything he did, he got 4 kills through smoke. Pre-firing through the wall, shooting through the wall when he can't even kill them.
He doesn't know what he's clicking. He just one-taps you through a smoke.
So it could just be one.
Yeah, just one round. Just one round.
Guilty.
You can't.
Oh, what? I've never seen this in my life.
I've never seen that before.
I need to watch more of these cases.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
why is he holding it? He knows because the guy's AFK.
Ah, yeah, he knows.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
No, it's you can't see the chat that all his teammates are tilted and said AFK, AFK, so he knows the stick.
He's not afraid of anything, look. He knows exactly where he is. Now he pulls his weapon.
Yeah.
Right before he knows.
And... okay.
He's gonna be a hard one to defend.
Okay, yeah.
Everything apart from last kill was a case of great communication. Heard all the steps. The last one... it was
guilty. Oh, wow, that was fun.
Fnatic finally able to take a map off Outsiders in the 3rd series of trying. However, there is more work for them to do, and we heard the desk say Outsiders can be very tricky to play against on Mirage. They can switch up their pace, they can switch up the way they play, and so Fnatic will have to be ready for everything on this map. And it will be Outsiders starting on that T side. Let's see what they've got ready in the pistol.
Now, this, I think, with all the data that we saw in the match build-up, is going to be a fascinating map in this series, as much as Vertigo was as well. Very T-sided affair from both squads. Could this be a hard read from Fnatic? Nikador's going to be, well, he was holding that pixel angle. Crims appears to be ready as well. One must hit the headshots. A lot of P2000s in this match, Nikadors and Mezzi. 2 is a lot, 40%, and it's delivering the first 2 kills as well. Crims trying to move. Oh, that's the fadeaway, the 180 as well. 4 versus 2. Fnatic are starting well, but the job's not done just yet. 2 players remain. James falling away with the bomb. He has the flash, Flit has the flashes as well, so no one to flash him in here. He's just got to try and do something himself. He's found a P2000, but he's also taken one in the face through the lip of the balcony, so he's still alive for now.
At least Outsiders have 2 guns that can get quick picks at range. And James is hoping the distraction over in the apartments can allow him to do something. I don't think Fnatic will overlook this, though. It's been quiet for far too long. So the player at bench will be watching. Little tag landed onto Mezzi, and now he decides to come back to A, and, oh, actually, they're faking going back to A. 28 seconds left. Flit is going to try and make noise. Jay needs this kill, though, and he won't get it. Bomb dropped. Flit can only play for frags, and even that won't be a possibility. Fnatic off to a strong start again.
It's so interesting, though, how Outsiders use absolutely everything they have. Just 2 of them remaining. Bomb quietly slinks away. Leave 1 player still showing, trying to keep as many players in position as possible so James can look for opportunities. And then the same as his teammate rotates off. Can't find the duel, though, as he's carrying the bomb. Loses it here on short. Allows Fnatic to reap the rewards of those earlier frags.
Yeah, I feel like that's part of the Outsiders style, is that it's so mentally taxing to play them, because at any point they're still playing to fully win the round. They're just going to draw it out. They're going to try and find any edge they can. You got to stay focused for a hell of a long time against Outsiders. But they have now added players like Chiron and Fame who can definitely up the pace when needed. Not in this round, though. Not when you got Glocks. and a couple of P2 fitties.
Everyone knows I'm a Sanji fan, but one has to admit that Chiron is an exceptional player. Really good first map from him. We'll see about the second. He can hear that jump. He knows that someone's up to some nonsense. What are they carrying? Well, that will certainly help slow things down. Bomb drop top mid. He knows one's around the corner. How deep will the CTs go to try and find it? You can see Crims having a look, trying to catch somebody off guard. Not quite seeing Jane. He will appear now. Again, Fnatic are just like, they're just trying to, like, their attention to detail is really, really great to see. It's very promising. And it's definitely necessary to conquer a team such as Outsiders.
It's one of the things I love about Fnatic is I think part of the reason why they had such a struggle against Outsiders previously is they are trying to play quite a methodical game. They are trying to play, you know, somewhat similar to Outsiders in a sense, where they think everything through. But Outsiders were just a little bit better at that across the board in the past. Now Mezzi's getting more time to develop as an in-game leader. The other players alongside him also improving. Now we get our gun round. James has actually kept some money in the bank with a Tech 9 in this one. Figured, I can't afford the AWP. I'm going to keep some cash left behind for the future.
Was he given another incendiary to throw top boxes? Nikodos. I think he's lost his lineup there. Because he threw one immediately, but here he is with another one. So again, it seems that Fnatic have some hard counters to the plans of Outsiders. Not quite going back for the back boxes, but Roy was able to strafe cancel while running backwards and deliver the kill. That is not the easiest one to do. Very nice work from them. Outsiders remain with 3 rifles and a Tech 9 in the hands of James, 2 smokes and a Molotov. And no real advantage in this third round.
Yeah, that's really impressive from Roy to have that presence of mind ready for the counter strafe. Now the CTs will sit back into a more standard setup. I think they figure Mezzi needs some support on B with just an MP9 as that anchor, so Crims will be alongside him. And the utility from Outsiders is really lacking here. These AKs need to land some crisp headshots on the entry.
Chiron domed immediately. Doesn't last long. Kicker is going to be entertained by Mezzi, who's just killing time. He's just allowing rotation for his teammates, and he does that a lot. We saw it in the first map as well. James and Outsiders have nothing to show for this round. The AKs will be collected by Fnatic. Trophies from their 3-0 so far. Clean sheet remains.
Yeah, nice play from Fnatic on the mid control. Going for it aggressively with a few players initially, but Roy makes sure to back up. You see, there's not much of a chance to react. And then, as you were pointing out, Crims set up so successfully. And normally we talk about how good Outsiders are at always doing damage, while Fnatic just keep everyone alive. They're going to be building that bank. And this is where that extra money for James comes into play, as he gets an AK.
I'm keeping an eye on the utility usage by Nikodos at the beginning of these rounds because, again, it is partly a warning sign to Outsiders. We saw a deep HE grenade towards top mid there, which they slightly ate Outsiders, but those are warning signs for them as well. That Fnatic are extremely prepared for this series. When the buy rounds come, I'm curious to see if he'll end up with a second incendiary again towards the back boxes as the window gets smoked, but we'll have to look for that in later rounds. Outsiders, again, will try to do what they can. Jane with the single AK-47. Don't want to allow Fnatic to build their economy.
Yeah, another example of Outsiders making every round sweaty. Gonna need a shower after you play Outsiders, that's for sure. Roy spots some info at mid. James going for this boost. It's not always easy to take this fight, but instead he gets a pick towards short. Now that AK will be recovered by Chiron, so they can just keep trying to cycle that AK, do more and more damage, but with 30 seconds, the bomb's actually trying to go B alone here.
Again, using the players in mid to just keep Fnatic focused on that, keep them entertained, pull them away from the main target. But Mezzi starting to wonder, pre-firing the windows. Oh, he's running out of bullets. They might actually win this round at this point. They've been completely outmaneuvered. Another thing Outsiders do, we saw this in the pistol round, even when he had 2 players left, but that bomb still needs to get planted. Short plant coming through. No angle for Royce, he starts to creep in. It's become so desperate all of a sudden. 2 versus 2. Hold on a second. That's a big dig from Kicker. A second one. And Fame will come in for the third. Outsiders entertaining, just dangling toys in front of Fnatic. They're trying to grab them in mid as the bomb sneaks into B.
It's never easy, is it? It's never easy against Outsiders. And yeah, Yanko pointed that out earlier in the pregame, that they love that B lurk. And especially with such little time left on the clock, it's just so awkward for Mezzi there. He's sitting there thinking, okay, I haven't really heard anything towards B. I'm low on ammo. I'll try and focus on the short side of the push if it comes in. That leaves B open. Now we've got a double AWP setup for Fnatic. And again, it's Crims on the AWP. We saw that a little on the first map. He'll be over towards the B apartments.
The Outsiders chess game. Make sure you had a good breakfast, because you're going to be burning calories trying to keep abreast of what Outsiders are doing through these slow rounds. No round is a given versus Outsiders, as we can see.
That's a great analogy for it, because chess players do burn like loads of calories when they're playing their games. Mentally taxing, it actually happens. It's a thing. Got to stay focused at all times.
A swing through mid. Double AWPs for Fnatic. So Crims will be posted up. Seen it more and more. As Keita said, he's an AWPer, and he does keep delivering. Might be an underrated part of his repertoire at this point, Crims, but he's about to be tested. Creeping forward now. Oh, he's missed a shot on this occasion. Seen at least 2 players. That smoke will help with the rotation. Mezzi's here as well. Can't drop the bomb carrier though, but Crims is still posted up. Targets are on the way. Sees the barrel. Roy will take the place of Mezzi. Big problems now for Outsiders. 17 seconds, and Jane will try to escape with the AWP. He may just be able to do that. Indeed, it looks like he will. No! Or will he? Nikodos! No. Never mind the rifle, the AWP, the one shot, and goodbye. Denied by Fnatic.
Absolutely denied. He dodged all the other bullets, and then one just gets him through the wall. Shane won't be too pleased about that, but Fnatic will be delighted. And what a great example of how Crims doesn't really land the shots, doesn't really get the kills, but still does a solid job at just surviving and always being there on the bomb site. This is the wall bang. Oof. Got him. Yeah, that's what Crims can provide to this team. So stable. Even if he's missing shots, he's doing what he needs to do for the team.
Including dropping that smoke as well. Ooh, very nice. Tasty one. So that smoke is super important to hold some space for the CTs, but also to allow rotation through the door easier. Staying alive there was very, very important. Definitely slowed things down for Outsiders. 4-1. Another dangerous round. James demands an AWP. No Kevlar required, and Chiron has an AK-47. Let's not forget Chiron's outputs in the first game of this series. Let's not forget what Outsiders did with the 1 AK to get their first round on the board. Still a very dangerous round. Roy delivering once again with the molly at back boxes. And Outsiders will put a smoke there. You can see James creeping with the AWP again. Outsiders like magnets just drawing attention in the mid position. With the right timing, that might allow James to activate.
Bomb has still been left behind. But they are starting to move in towards this A site. Connector play at the ready. They're through Connector. Roy needs to be careful because he's baited into the waiting arms of James, and Fasher can't find anything. They may not have the bomb, but they may not need it. They've got 2 entries onto the site, and now they will go back to try and get that bomb down safely. Oh, careful. Nikodos is here with the AWP. They're not really covering that bomb cross to the site, but it looks like Kicker might be okay.
James delivers again. And there's no angle to defend from this bomb, to defend this bomb site. It will be planted 2 versus 4. It's unbelievable how Outsiders force Fnatic to move their positions to defend an area to allow somebody to post up elsewhere. They force the jungle player to pay attention to mid to allow James to post up from Palace to jungle. So when those players who made it to connector make their way through, Roy has to try and defend it, has to go into the reticle of James, and has to take one to the chest. It is beautiful to see how they construct these situations for themselves. Just the 2 rifles, but the numbers are also what count. Pulling Fnatic from pillar to post.
Fame almost died to the bomb there, top mid. Just about survived. But yeah, I feel like if you're Fnatic, you're sitting there going, okay, last round, we got the wallbang. We got the AWP out of James' hands, finally. And he just goes glass cannon. And the fact that he doesn't have Kevlar barely comes into play in this round because of how they set him up.
I know, just think about the threat level. If you think everything's green at the beginning of the round, then the threat level for the mid position goes amber and then starts to go red as Outsiders make their way towards connector. Fnatic have to position themselves to defend those areas. And meanwhile, James just slowly moving into position. So when you try and change your priorities, he'll punish you for your insolence.
Has James forgot that he was glass cannon last round? I don't think he's bought Kevlar. Oh, oopsie. We've all done it. We've all been that. Maybe someone will remind him?
Nope, not me. I've never made a mistake in Counter-Strike.
Never. Never in your life. All right, well, we'll see if that lack of Kevlar is a factor for James.
If somebody throws a grenade at him and it hits him, then explodes, he will die. 101 in 2 hits. That's what will happen right now. Fasha or Crims could have the grenade of their lives. Probably won't happen, but it could happen. We have to hold on to that thought. I want to see it.
I like to be a believer. I like to get excited about things. I'm with you.
That round was glorious, honestly.
Yeah, beautifully played. And now Fnatic are down to a slightly weakened bite. Still got a couple of AWPs in play of their own. Outsiders just spreading out into that default. They've set this slow pace throughout the majority of their gun rounds.
What's the equivalent of like a congressional library? You know, where they just put like a moment in time or something? Stick that round in there.
Yeah, yeah. Deserves to be seen again and again.
45 seconds, and Fnatic do not know what is coming their way. They have the 2 AWPs once again. And once more, their focus is being pulled to defending the mid position. Fash will at least get some information. Royce is over to Desert Eagle. Outsiders, though, with all these players in mid, will start to move into A, which has no CTs on it whatsoever. Fnatic take mid, but the bomb should be planted on A. Nikados delivering once again. Very important position to hold here as Fnatic are on the retake now. Double AWP retake versus James, who is quite elevated. Sees an elbow, salivating. They're lining up for him as well. It'll just be Crims though. 2v2, there's a smoke. Mezzi could try and create space, but where's James gone now? They'll find out in the most painful fashion. Mezzi walks to his doom. Again, Fnatic drawn out of position completely. A site abandoned. Everybody in mid. Outsiders walk in for free. The door is open. It's a burglary on A.
Bro, James just playing Counter-Strike so well that he genuinely doesn't need Kevlar. He's like, yep, that's a fight for me. You're not going to get to shoot me back anyway. What a way to save money. That's so well played again from Outsiders, though. As you were pointing out, the timing windows are so brief on those sorts of plays, but they always find them.
He's just realized he's naked, and he has suited up now. The Kevlar is on for James.
That wasn't even him at full power.
But again, the urgency from Fnatic, they're so concerned with the mid position. Let's not forget the mollies and stuff that we've seen. They're now Outsiders are using that against them.
Will have some assistance. It is a clean up for Fame and Outsiders. Fame is so good in that underpass position. Seriously, you've got to watch this guy. He's so good at just knowing when he needs to survive, when he needs to get active, and landing incredibly quick shots.
I wonder if they perhaps overcommitted to the mid area after what happened last round when you had 2 plays in connector and Jame was in position. There was no one on A. It was empty.
Finally back to a pretty good buy for Fnatic. Again, no kit for them. Have to keep that in mind. Nikodos looking for the opening pick. It was a good idea, but he doesn't land the shot necessary. So we'll have to just sit back into connector.
3 CTs in connector, no one on A whatsoever. This time it's Kicker lurking in Palace. Jame is elsewhere. Carrying the bomb towards the ramp. Again, there's plenty of urgency for Fnatic. Now jockeying for position around connector. Roy delivers once again. Crims is here if help is required. Look at the swing coming through. There's no trade though. Fame looking for a third one, but Crims is here. Nikodos now lost his position, hiding behind the smoke. Chiron creeping towards jungle. One in CT as well. They're losing all the positions here. If he goes up on the ladder to try and find Chiron, he might get shot from A. Doesn't know where to look. Chiron coming through now with a second frag. Crims to trade. They know where he is. 1 versus 2. And one of them's Jame. Rather you than me, Crims.
Decides it's not doable. Again, Fame able to get that double kill. His aim is just so crispy. And then Chiron, the other skilled rifler added to the team, just sneaks into position. You saw Nikodos was always aware of the possibility, but Chiron makes sure that he's never spotted, never visible as he sneaks into position. And then I love the confidence to just wide swing onto the window players. I'm not sure it was the highest percentage play, but when you've got aim and you're feeling confident, why not? Left Crims in an unwinnable possession.
Timeout from Fnatic, and I was hoping, well, that they would do this because they need to take a moment here. They are fighting in mid, and sometimes they're winning, but even when they do, around connector, between connector and jungle, they're getting stuck in the mud. Outsiders won't let them go any further. It is proving difficult. You could see Nikodos felt like he was on an island there, had to run into the smoke, didn't know what was coming, wasn't well positioned for it with the AWP. So awkward. And now Outsiders find themselves in the lead in what has to be said, spectacular fashion in terms of how they are out-positioning Fnatic. Fnatic just putting up boots constantly. Crims will have the hero AK-47 in this round. Fash has got no one to play off of. He's here alone.
Yeah, not an easy position to play. Crims coming in with a good headshot. Okay, Crims tapping another head. Flash doesn't look great, but the shots certainly do. Chiron looking to clean up some of the other players, but Crims still playing around with this AK. Mezzy gets another one, and this low buy could work out, but it's still Jame alive. And Crims just backs up into connector, not giving anything away.
Nikodos has been heard though, so he knows where the CT rotator is. Oh, does he peek mid? Does he peek mid? Oh, he hasn't seen it! He completely missed him! Completely zone focused. That is a rare one from Jame, but fantastic from Crims, using his Pistolero teammates as bait in CT, just re-emerging from the smoke, not where they were expecting him to be. Really using that AK well. Hero rifle, we can do it too. Ooh.
Damn. Didn't even have his gun out initially.
Live flashing before his eyes. Jame never saw it coming. But again, round 11, both teams on a bye. This mid area will be a problem. More lurkers in Palace and Ramp for Outsiders. Just going back to Old Faithful. I don't know if Fnatic have solved this problem yet.
Hoping they can play around that connector smoke. And they can. Roy spots Fame over the top. Crims comes in to help. Finally, Fnatic win those mid fights. And now this A play feels so much weaker. You don't have to be scared of mid. You can fully focus on these A players. And even though Chiron has moved up into Sandwich, he's still got to get towards the site. Oh, man.
Trigger discipline from Nikados. Fnatic starting to understand the Palace problem. You saw them molly over the stairs on that occasion, but James is probably falling back here. So much to do, but we'll see. But again, they know so many rounds they've come from Palace and Ramp after the mid-action. Behind cover, molly to separate the players. Kicker stuck for a while. Nikados pressing forward as well, taking the game to the Outsiders. Can't give them the control for free.
Outsiders have still been setting this pace of, I wouldn't say slow rounds, but we haven't seen any really quick site executes from Spawn. And I feel like Outsiders sometimes can be very good at knowing just when the right moment is to switch the pace and just finally go for one of those early site executes that might catch you out. So I wonder if we'll see that at some point towards the end of this half. For now, it is just a save on the long barrel. And Fnatic back into the lead.
This is a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. Meanwhile,
Complexity here to play.
Love to see it. Let's go 3 maps.
Why the hell not?
Same for this one. Outsiders trail by 1 map. They trail by 1 round on Mirage. An overpass decider would be very interesting indeed. We'll see how deep both these teams can go. Oh, Roy's messed up his molly. Bit too close to the wall there. The common response in mid has gone. How will this change their approach? The back boxes are for free. They've lost so many jewels at the beginning of some of these rounds, I feel like, Outsiders. Roy has been instrumental around Connector. And again, a similar situation. Outsiders this time gonna start creeping on ramp. Just change things up a bit. We can see Fasher by default. But normally the A play has been the response to the action in mid. Changing things around now. Nikados maybe spotting something in Palace. Fasher popping out, but stereo frags on the A bomb site for Outsiders is a fantastic start.
Yeah, they'll go back to get that bomb with the A site firmly in their control. Even though it's going to take a while to be delivered, I don't know if Fnatic even want to go for this. Maybe see if you could get a kill or two if Outsiders overextend, but I doubt that will happen. As you were pointing out, Roy, I don't even know if I could believe it. The fact that he's got 7 opening kills, it's crazy. 7 of his 10 kills are opening duels. That's mental, if that's the case.
It is very mentally stimulating how both these teams are trying to constantly adjust to each other, learn the patterns, learn the behaviors, and then try and mix it up. Fnatic proactive on A, now Outsiders the same earlier in the round before all the engagements in that mid position. And if Roy lands the molly there, top mid instead of hitting the wall, I don't know if Outsiders make the same play. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. We will never know. But what we do know is that the score is currently tied in a very engaging series of Counter-Strike between Fnatic and Outsiders. Timeout taken by Fnatic now, maybe to discuss the changes, what we've learned from that round. Outsiders mixing things up, just creeping into that A-bomb site, winning the duels as well. Kind of been an easy one for, I think it was Kicker who took down Nikados after he'd already fired a shot at him towards Palace. But here we are. They'll have all the tools they need, Fnatic, a very full buy from them.
That's Fnatic's final timeout they just took. We're only 13 rounds in, lads.
It's a stressful series. Outsiders, I mean, considering what they've been doing to Fnatic around Connector Jungle on A especially, I can understand that completely.
Yeah, I wonder if Fnatic had a sort of game plan coming into this that just hasn't gone right for them, and they want to get that reminded to the players. Definitely something to remember, though, if Fnatic struggle in the second half. Right now it is that same default for Outsiders with a little less focus on mid this time. Players coming through the underpass will eventually allow this competition to begin for mid control. It's been a hotly contested area of the map. It's Roy who is on a mission to move into top mid. Support behind him. Flit looking for the tight angle, spots them both but only gets one. And Fame comes in for the execution from Underpass. And he backs up, not allowing the trade against him.
Again, we see that strat from Fnatic, trying to force them out from the boxes. Doesn't work their way. There's no one in CT. Nikados is in an extremely awkward position with the AWP. We'll see what he chooses to do. Fame stuck in the apartments, doesn't have the bomb though. So if he entertains that means there's only two left. Nikados with the boost. Jane was never going to be expecting that. That's a great way to respond to a bad position. But they have all the information now. They know where all the Fnatic players are. Going for a fast plant with some cover as they start to make their way towards CT. 3v3. Fnatic looking for another round in this half. Crim's making his way towards Connector now. One in the Palace, one by Sandwich in the red in Chiron. A smoke for Fnatic. They can try to cut the options out. The trajectory will tell him where half these players are. So far, so good. 1 versus 3. Smoke in the Palace. Fame walks to his doom. And Fnatic secure another difficult round.
Really cool way for Fnatic to play that 3v4. As you said, there is literally no way in hell you expect 2 players stacked in jungle when they're in a 3-on-4 like that. So it's a nice way of getting the boost over the top, getting it back to the 3-on-3, and then being able to coordinate for this retake. Crim's arriving a little late, but arriving in time, finally was able to catch out Fame, who he saw earlier in the round. That's a little more like it for Fnatic. That mid control seems like it's a pretty solid idea for them early, even when they go down from it.
Ooh,
seems to be winning them rounds.
The molly for back boxes is too high, so it's not landing properly. And we're back to a familiar fight. So interesting, this tussle for control. Roy looking to come out again. He is behind the smoke. Flit eats the flashbang. So far, so good. But look at the bunch up again. Flit's a sacrificial lamb, pulling them to mid as they look to execute on the B bomb site. Once again, they've been outmaneuvered by Outsiders. 4-on-4 now. As Fnatic try to stop this plant. Bomb being dropped so James can post up in the apartments. They are surrounded by Fnatic, but they have to go into the angles, and it will prove to be very painful indeed. James having a look towards short now. See that little bounce off of the ceiling? Being as careful as possible. If there was an AWP, it might mean getting legged instead of getting hit in the chest. I think RPK was famous for that back in the day on Cash, in older versions of the game, bouncing out mid off the ceiling.
What a switch up from Outsiders, man. They're always giving different looks at the right times. Fnatic go for the mid aggression again. But this is where we finally get a faster site pop towards B. We haven't really seen that throughout the half. And you can see Fnatic have started to focus so heavily on mid that Mezzy was in a position where he was going to be in trouble. Even if he got 1 kill, it wouldn't have put them in a great position. And then Outsiders into the post plant just need the 1 shot from Jame. They set him up. See just how focused Fnatic were on mid. And Outsiders find the call for the fast site play at the right time.
Fantastic series so far.
So interesting. And the plays have been great too. The individuals have been sharp. It's had it all.
Very high tier, yes. Again? Yeah, but have a look at Nikados. In the last round, he's missed a shot. The strafe cancel from Fame, just putting him off enough. That's a go command on the B bomb site. Mezzy's got the sound cues, going for that short area, but he will be traded by Chiron. There's so much position here. Crims can't really press forward with that molly now. Slow rotation from Fnatic. They know there could be creepers from Outsiders. Who takes the lead at half-time? Jay moving into the angle. Crims will deny him for now. Will Jane post up again? Fasha wondering where the rest are. This is going to be real tough. There's a fair amount of utility here for Fnatic if they can find an angle to use it. Chiron boosted up. That might be the end of the line for Fnatic. Roy in a 1 versus 4 after a fantastic half of CS. Outsiders lead by 1. Huge action behind us. Huge action in front of us after the break.
They've been good on the cleanup crew with the anti-ecos that have gone almost wrong. Floppy, that 4K at the bottom of...
on Inferno.
Yeah, at the bottom of a bit on Inferno. He's been kind of the sanitation engineer of the team. Great nades, though.
Good Galil work.
Things can quickly get out of hand if you don't appear 100% focused. 16-8 for Vitality on this map. Complexity looking for a 16-5. Well, maybe that will instantly not be the case. Grim looking to take speed here. Actually, a trade comes down.
Another cleanup. Oh, they've got him pinned. Nade with his name on it. It's that short peek that's coming out.
Nade. They organized that so well.
Can Jabby stop them, though? Grim 4 health. Reload's going to tell Jabby all he needs to know. It's about the timing. Grim.
He's worried about it, but Grim, he actually gets out of dodge. Oh, Jabby. He can follow them down. Now, the thing is, it's heroic, okay? They might reasonably expect this to be re-cleared, but not at this exact moment. It is very smart of Jabby just to keep walking.
But he's just steps behind.
It's a question of whether or not he has to pause, because if they get to a certain spot...
Will Cole think about it? If they kill Shush instantly, then Jabby... Oh, dude, and Shush looks away. He's still able to put up one. Both positions known. Halzer 2 HP, Shush on 13. Looks like they've strung it all together. Yeah, Halzer hands busy. He's doomed. Okay, Shush, critical time to get some impact. Prior to that moment, 7 and 17.
And Jabby as well.
Okay. It did feel like they had it wrapped up the whole time with how quickly Jabby got onto that flank, but it also relied on Shush locking in a kill or two.
Absolutely, because then they'll start looking at their flanks. There's no one else to draw attention away from it.
And if at any moment they decided to throw that Molotov behind them just for the sake of it, then Jabby can't get into that fight as quick as he does. So nice by Shush there. Had full health, engaged with 2, slips in behind Green, and is going to give Heroic a chance to extend this game.
Oh, the flash is bad. No one peeks. Did they win bottom B control? I don't think they did. Oh, they did.
Yeah, they just walked through the smoke.
Yeah, they were so fast.
Not afraid of it. If they're trying to isolate.
Both teams adjusting to each other in an explosive first half. Amazing T rounds from Outsiders, but now it's Fnatic's turn. A very disciplined squad, as we've seen from them in the past. Do they have the temerity to 2-0 Outsiders, with Mirage being the second map? What do you think?
Oh, it feels tough with how Outsiders are playing right now. This feels like the kind of map they can grind out with the way they've been switching things up and with their players playing pretty damn well. I feel like Outsiders might have this, but I'd love for Fnatic to be able to prove me wrong.
Noise has been cut. Fame going for the pixel peak. Mezzi's got the flash. Nothing doing just yet.
It's so quiet. I feel like I'm in a library. I feel like I shouldn't talk.
Did he see an elbow? I don't know. So he's only seen one so far, but there's many more where they came from. Chiron's here as well with a great tap. That is not an easy one tap from Chiron, but he's made it work. Another one from Chiron. Hold on a second. 5 versus 3. Very patient shots of the USP, and rotation is here. All 5 around this bomb site. Fame will finally drop. That's the first frag for Fnatic. Maybe not enough. 2 versus 4. Trying to get that bomb plant at the very least. They'll do that. But what of the frags? Chiron and Jame are very low. This could still turn around. Let's not forget all those clutches we saw from Fnatic as a squad on Vertigo. Can they do the same in the pistol? James rotating up short. Look at the numbers bunching up together. Messi falling back now, trying to isolate the fights as best he can. But he's got so many frags to find. And Chiron delivers his 4th headshot. Merciless from Chiron. And he won't be given the defuse after all those frags.
Gotta give him the defuse, man. Come on, he earned it. What a round from Chiron. Can see why he's been brought into this team. Solid as hell with the shots he's landing. It's not easy to pick a player out of the air like that. And then these other kills just so quick. Barely any time for Fnatic to respond to some of these shots he's landing. Even after getting dinked, he still has impact. And because he got all these kills, he could just about afford to drop that AWP over to Jame.
Beautiful work from Chiron.
Oh, this is nice info. Underpass clear, mid also open. Got to tell your site anchors to be ready for a potential quick pop.
2 smokes, no flashes. An incendiary in the hands of Roy, who isn't in Palace. There's no one dark though. No one in that shadow position. Well then. Patience from Fnatic. As we said before, they're disciplined. Maybe Mezzi's the man who swings with the Desert Eagle. Creating space for these 3 Galils. Outsiders, look how fast their rotation will be. They've got 4 players essentially in mid. And Kicker having a look towards A. He spotted a bomb carrier. That's the first one he finds. And Flit's here for the transfer. They need to cross with no utility. The AWP over the Scout leaves 2 Galils versus the 4 of Outsiders. How many more frags can they get? Mezzi tries to do the best he can. Only good for 1 more kill. 2 frags, no plant. That'll have to be enough for Fnatic.
Welcome to the server. Flit just doubled his kill count with a quad kill in that round. And he's someone who is normally so damn good on Mirage, especially on CT side. Watch out for Flit playing over towards B short often in the past. But yeah, the nice timing on the smoke to Palace, then you get the players into position from mid. Lovely transfer. And Outsiders now in a pretty comfortable position. The nade stack.
Oh my days! That's got to be a hard read. They've been watching the demos. That's amazing. How many rounds have you seen where a T side are like, all right, we're going to nade the window behind the smoke, and the CT say, all right, they're going to nade the window behind the smoke, we're going to nade them behind their own smoke before they nade us. You don't see that. That was awesome.
Yeah, the CTs are just like, hey, we get here first. Our nades are going to beat yours.
I love that because
so sick.
Fnatic look like they have depth to them.
Yeah.
They've clearly worked really hard, especially to counter Outsiders. But for Outsiders to do this to them, they've got to go deep if they want to take this away from Outsiders. We're in for a really good second half of Counter-Strike here. That was amazing.
Early A aggression here from Kicker. Utility will not be effective. Mezzi able to dodge the flash, and now Fnatic look to pounce on this bomb site. Fasher with a second entry, and Outsiders might be out of this round. I don't think they can do anything here.
See what the timing is like for Fnatic. They've pretty much secured the crucial choke points for the time being. A resmoke will be necessary as the bomb is collected. Outsiders moving away to the B bomb site. This is quite the firefight we have on our hands here. Fnatic over the years have built quite a special fan base. Not every recent year has been amazing, but this team is definitely giving people a reason to get behind them. Very, very good work against an opponent like Outsiders as well. Of course, they've got much more work to do, but it looks very, very promising. They were so comfortable on Vertigo with the AKs, everybody with exceptional plays. The support from Crims, we saw the flashes on the desk, but also the trade fragging as well. The entries from Roy, Fasher, Mezzi, the AWPing from Nikadoz, everything really looking good for Fnatic. And it will need to be if they want to take this over the line. As we saw on Vertigo, the score was huge at halftime, but Outsiders stormed back. Here, they're already in the lead.
Fnatic showing us something completely different from what Outsiders were running in that first half. A fast play after they get the initial pick. They had players ready towards A, ready to back that up quickly. Can they go for it again? Grouped heavily towards A in this round also. Kicker, as that A anchor, hasn't been having his best game, but this time Jame is here to help. That could be a big difference maker. Is there a flash coming? You would think there must be.
I was going to say there has to be if you haven't identified where Jame is, but they'll identify where he is the painful way. Now that's a hard one to use your AKs on. Roy's still lurking around the apartment, and the bomb's not fully committed to A just yet. But if they were to show the bomb, they would likely lose the bomb if Jame stays in situ, but he is changing his position at present. 4 players focused around the A bomb site. We can see Roy slowly heading towards the connector position. Fame playing short, holding down 2 jobs. But Outsiders, they're keeping proactive, still moving around, very active in that CT position, Jame and Chiron. Very strong angle. Now, will Nikados show the bomb? So nerve-wracking here. Still, all they know is that one person is throwing junk from the ramp. There's a 2-man swing. Jame, the patience, waits for the target. Beautiful work from him. Mezzi, 1 versus 4 now. Just the 1 kill there for Fnatic. The trigger discipline from Jame after 2 players jump past him to take down a bomb carrier afterwards, no less.
Yeah, Jame has really found his form here on this map. On the first map over on Vertigo, I felt like he was missing plenty of shots that he would normally hit, but now we're seeing consistent Jame landing the shots that he's meant to, and also picking his positions wisely. He saw the A site fall in the previous round. He's just so wide on stairs that maybe they weren't expecting that angle. And you've always got to be ready for Jame. He's really good at switching it up. Fnatic with a similar start to the round. 4 players outside A again. Roy looking to maybe lurk and pressure mid, but this time we will see the full execute commitment into A.
What does Kikert do? Drops the smoke on CT. He has some space to play around with it. Spotting Crim's head. We've got more grenades coming his way. CT support flashes towards the bench. Kicker eats that one though, not getting much of anything. Fnatic being careful, but this is all of their utility. They have nothing left. Their pockets are empty, just the guns in their hands. 2 players still in connector. Roy still waiting to flank as we see a reposition from Fame into the window. A stalemate of sorts. There's time on the clock for Fnatic, but they're going to have to find these entries dry. Waiting for that smoke to go as Flit starts to creep in connector. Still Roy waiting. He hasn't been activated just yet, and Jane finds himself in CT. Great angle on Nikados. How do they get the bomb plant now? Roy will allow him to go for a short plant if they can get that far. Kick up, creeping forward. Jame holding the angle. The numbers are dwindling now. Crims has got multiple jobs. Needs to frag, also needs to plant. Spots James' head. 3 plays in CT, 30 seconds on the clock. And we've got Fame coming in from jungle as well. Roy's got 25 seconds to find 2 frags. He's got nothing to use apart from his body, and Jame will take that kindly. 13 rounds for Outsiders, 3 away from a 3rd map now.
James just farming them, man. That's a 3K, a 3K, and a 4K. Back to back to back. Again on this A site, just so patient. And I think for Fnatic, yes, you gain some ground towards the site and stairs with all that utility. But to be able to have the cohesion to work together and cover the right angles when those nades finally fade, it's just so damn hard to do. And Outsiders realized that. They realized if they wait it out, they're going to be in a good position. And look at the buy now for Fnatic. We've got a hero AK alongside pistols. Fast Palace pop could maybe work. No one really watching that right now, especially with this B-Flake in play.
Just a 1 round for Fnatic so far in this half. This would be a much needed 2nd one for them. Doesn't look so likely though. Kicker just tickling the box. The bomb's been planted. They've secured the money at the very least. Now, James looks to be covering the cross to CT for Crims, who will try to close the distance with the Tech 9. And now it's down to Mezzi. 1v4. Question of damage now, but James not waiting around as Outsiders move to 14.
Second half has been brutal for Fnatic. Just a single round win, and even that came off of those 2 quick entries towards A, where Outsiders took the fight a little more proactively. Since then, they've just played pretty safe. I mean, you can see Kicker, in all these rounds, he's barely getting kills as the A anchor. He's always just playing for info, playing to survive, and making sure his teammates get into position. Fnatic have really been banging their heads against the wall on that A bomb site. Is it time to change now, facing a 14-8 deficit? It's the same strat, it's the same setup from Fnatic here at the start. 4 towards A, Roy lurking towards mid.
I think they're aiming for a short plant here.
Surely the focus is getting the bomb down sooner this time.
Yeah, the timing didn't work out for them on previous occasion. Well, that's a great start. Again, Kikert playing around the smoke. But as things are delayed here, as things slow down, Crims has the last smoke, Roy has the last flash, and that's that. But Roy, again, is in that, he's still waiting to creep into mid. So a minute on the clock, we're in a similar situation here. And James is allowed to activate. Cricket plays off of the distraction from his teammate, and it starts to collapse again. Rotating now, James, last seen in jungle, heading towards CT. Roy on that flank eventually, but Nikodos has to stay alive. Big headshot from him. Roy can't deliver though. Nikodos in the clutch. James just waiting on CT. It's got all the sound cues for his teammate. Fame says hello. There's the F, but where is the J? He thinks CT safe because we saw James in jungle, but he's in CT. Surely he emerges eventually. Indeed he will. Another round in the bag for Outsiders. Very hard to break on Mirage.
Yeah, they're just still getting stalled out. And once they get stalled out, James is always there to land 1 or 2 key kills. It really looks like Fnatic thought this was a game plan that would be effective. They thought they had a way into this A bomb site. But with the way these rounds are shaping up, you just have to play so perfectly once you get stalled out like that. You have to be able to either sacrifice players to get towards the site or get trades that are so quick, and it's so hard to do that. 15-8 Outsiders. Fnatic with a single T round. It's been a bit of a non-starter for them. Can they do anything here on their T side to make Outsiders scared?
Kikert with the opening frag.
It's not looking good, boss.
Great timing from him. And indeed, it is not. I don't know if Fnatic yet have the solution. We can see they've put the work in, but there's definitely more work to do against the CT side of Outsiders. One step ahead in this half. Superior angles. Great read on the situation. Very frustrating half for Fnatic. 3 remain. Krim starting to peek out. Kikert's gone from Palace to CT. Back to his usual. Need Maui to fill in the rest. There's the bomb dropped to the floor now. Fasher and Mezzi. 2 versus 5. 500 HP Outsiders. There's the first damage now. Fasher and Mezzi have got so much to do. I can't see Jay missing. So hard to bait the shot from him. So hard to bait that shot. 24 seconds. And now it's down to Mezzi. All right then. Nice headshot from him. But there's too many man on road. Outsiders storm to victory on Mirage and force a deciding map of Overpass.
It was just a no contest. It looked like it was going to be a competitive map from the first half, but that second half was brutal. That was Outsiders at their best. And Fnatic are going to have to find answers.
Over to Heku in the Hall of Heroes.
Dustin, I know you want to join your guys real quick. Just one real quick question. It's about Mirage and it's about Fnatic. We saw them like lose this map to OG. Do you think that's like kind of like the weakest map in their map pool?
I don't know. It's also it's comfortable for us when play on Mirage. I don't think it's a big weakness for them. It's just easier to us to play on Mirage right now.
You went for it because you feel comfortable and didn't matter like what opponent is.
Yes, and first map was actually a bit, long time no officials, and on second map a bit easier.
All right, then good luck in the third.
Thank you. I don't want it.
future pros? Ooh, we got a fun one for you today. I see Flusha trying to do this one every time with some success, but let's see if I can show you how to do it. This is a T-spawn smoke that will land in the mid window. To do this one, stand beside this bin. Aim just to the right of the edge of this wall in line with the window. Run to the left and jump throw the smoke just as you get onto the steps. Easy, right? Well, maybe not. It's going to take a good few attempts for you to get this one nailed down. But when mastered, you'll be gifted with a very quick mid-window smoke.
Don't give up on us, don't give up on love.
A game that's a tale of two halves turns into what is yeah, I don't know if that's helping. Is it? Okay. Well, nonetheless, we actually do find ourselves going into that third map. So I was going to talk about, you know, a tale of two halves turns into a tale of two maps, but really there's only one side of the story being told here on this map at least. It's the Outsiders running the board over Fnatic, and well, a Karen's a Karen, isn't that right?
Yeah, you can say that, Trace, that Karen's, Chiron being annoying. I'm going to just say being annoying. I'm not going to use any bad words over here on this broadcast. I just think that Chiron was pretty frustrating to play against. And if he's going to be able to play like this for Outsiders, despite the fact that they're almost going 1-to-1 for a handful of roles that he's playing with Norbert, that Norbert was playing, everybody has to start to worry about this team again because they are upset. They're going to upset some big teams. They're going to be incredibly tough to put down. And I think people talk about, you know, Yenko, you probably know football better than me, you know, soccer better than me. Like people say 2-0.
I know everything better than you, Mao.
Okay.
So that was common knowledge. But
okay, right. So 2-0, obviously the most dangerous lead in soccer, right? I think any lead versus Outsiders is the most dangerous lead because they always can come back.
Well, I mean, we've been saying even during the time Kinder was there that they were the hardest team to put away, right? Like they just save so much. They have such a good understanding of which rounds to go for, which rounds not to go for, that they're always a dangerous team to play. And I think for this game, again, Fnatic, good preparation for them, right? Like in the first half, they win the pistol, they convert, win the first gun round. And then you see in the gun round, the goal initially is fight for mid, right? Like focus on mid if they're defaulting, and if they're not defaulting, if they do go for a fast site, the anchors need to play well and just buy time, and then they probably had some retakes set for those sort of scenarios. And I think they were good at the start in the gun rounds, but they get just a little bit relaxed in the anti-ecos, right? And then they lose the half by on B, right? Yep. There's the round where Kicker gets 2 kills with a deagle, and there's another one where Jane buys a hero up, no armor again against pistols, and those 2 rounds really allow Outsiders to stabilize, right? It ruins the economy for Fnatic. It gives them a little bit of breathing room, because if it weren't for those 2 rounds, Fnatic would have been up 7-8-0 probably.
Yeah, and you know, you look at something that's so tangible as that, right? And then ultimately, in comparison to what we had in the first map, I'm looking at Fame here, and why is that?
Well, I think it's pretty easy to say that when Fame was going for a lot of those mid-control plays, especially on the T side, he was instrumental in just finding refrags, finding trade kills, and actually sometimes in a trade, he'll find a multi-frag. That's sometimes where this guy is so crazy, where one shred of information and he just locks on laser beam, laser focus onto his opponent's
Can
head.
we pause right here? So look at this, like these 2 kills, you can go back and watch out, like this is, you can pause, it's a 4v5, right? And they just killed Flit, this is the corpse in front of him, that's Flit. And Fnatic is aware, if they kill Flit mid, Fame is underground or under window, like he's mid as well. And these 2 players from Connector, this is the correct call from Fnatic. They want to get rid of Flit and of Fame as well, and then everyone can focus on the A side, which is where Outsiders are coming out. There's even a player from CAT coming to help to converge on Fame. But what happens in the replay is he will just kill them both. Like, he's not supposed to get these 2 kills. Look at the spray transfer. That's just insane.
Yeah.
Crims trades them in the end, but it's a 3v3 when it really should have been a 5v3 or 4v3 at worst for Fnatic. And it's this sort of, you know, capability from Fame and these sort of kills that he's getting that are turning these rounds on its head.
And it's pretty obvious, might even go without saying, Maui, but you could tell that there was some homework done here for the Outsiders going into Mirage against Fnatic specifically, right?
I think they just had a wide variety of plays and reactions that they knew that if they found themselves in certain positions across the map after they go for those spread out defaults, they read Fnatic and actually used so much great utility to push people off of angles. Like, Nikodas had a very tough time in this game finding any significant impact when he was opping, and that's because of the homework you're talking about. They always were smoking him off, mauling him off, flashing him off angles, and even if he tried to re-peek, they're just ready for it. Like, they're not going to let him get free kills.
And it would be foolish to, you know, not mention Jame in this game. 175 rating, 25 and 8. It's good to see him back firing on all cylinders, like a couple of those rounds. I know Hawka was stressing out, like, why is he not buying armor? You know, like, did he forget to buy armor? I don't know if he's big braining it that much, where he's just like, no, I will position myself in a way where armor doesn't change anything for me, right? But it's important that he had a good game coming into Overpass, right, as a decider, that he's feeling well. This was the map that's actually a really good map for both teams, especially for Fnatic, but they got crushed on it first time around, picked it, played the T side, 15-0 CT side for Outsiders, and I remember talking to them after that game in Rio, and Mezzi was saying, yeah, I think we just didn't realize they were giving us a lot of space for free, which we weren't taking, and then later on situations were difficult because they still had utility left and they had good information on us.
Speaking of difficult, Complexity found a way to do that, but ultimately they closed it out. I know, spoilers, I know, but they do close out a second map, and we're going to get a quick V-Stream update.
Hello guys, giving you a quick update of what's going on the B stream. Now, Heroic certainly favoured against Complexity, and in the opening map that was actually Complexity's pick, and it's an Inferno that Heroic have been struggling with for sure. They did manage to get the win. There was a lot of sloppy mistakes coming out from Complexity. Then we move into Vertigo, and well, it was a fantastic first half coming out from Complexity, 11-4. Heroic looked lost, and now they just about got the win. It was very slippy. Heroic were pulling the rounds back, and we thought that maybe Complexity would be choking again, but they didn't. They held strong, and now we're going to Overpass. It's going the full distance. Let's see how it goes, Stunner.
Yeah, Complexity. Oh boy, Maui. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns?
Complexity can win Overpass. Like, that's their best map. That's their best map. Will they win Katowice? Let's pump the brakes a little bit.
No, that's going to be IRC. You heard it from Smuya first.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Genius himself.
We'll circle it back, guys. Overpass.
Yeah.
Tell me how this series ends out.
I think Outsiders take this now. It feels like they've awoken from their slumber, right? And I mean, I hold them in really high regard. And Chiron has been, I don't want to say impressed, right? But he's played really well considering it's some of his first officials. It's been smooth sailing so far. Not saying that's going to be the case moving forward, but also the way Fnatic plays on this map, it's also defaults. And I feel like that's a comfortable matchup for Outsiders to play against them.
And Chiron probably felt really good there in the pistol round, right?
Oh, yeah.
More of that.
Oh, so sharp. He looked, yeah, his aim is clearly better than Norbert's. What I'm not sure about, though, is that when they're playing Overpass, is his decision-making going to be as good as Norbert's? Because Norbert was like the B rotator for the CT side for Outsiders here. And if they're actually just going 1-for-1, which they have for the first 2 maps, on Vertigo he played the same spot, Mirage too, Overpass, that B rotator position is so important. He needs to be making the right calls in the mid-round.
I think it was Nero from HLTV who tweeted out, 4K in the pistol, Chiron, your reward is FAMAS, no util, and dropping an op to Jame. Welcome to Outsiders.
Yes, drop me the
Amsterdamers.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say Amsterdam. Welcome to Amsterdam. Oh,
welcome to Amsterdam.
We're in Poland, it's Katowice, it's the group stage. We go to a break so we come back and find out who wins between Outsiders and Fnatic.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Simple. Walking the smoke, great predictive play. Vector's got as well. Junior keeps Furia in it.
Now Shush inside of the sights towards a teammate towards the back. It's Refresh with it all to do now. Oh, Refresh, that's huge! A 4K out of nowhere, and that is exactly what they needed. It's 15 rounds for Heroic, and Refresh just unleashes.
Hey Future Pros, do you hate it when those CTs push B short? Me too. That's why we have a molly for you today that will stop that exact scenario. First things first, buy a molly. Then line up with the middle of this wall. Aim halfway up on the right side of this radio tower. Then run forward for about 2 steps and throw. Voila, no more CTB pushes.
Outsiders and Fnatic going back and forth in their opening game of Group B. Always important to get off to a good start in these groups. You do not want to be going down to that lower bracket, and that is what is on the line here on our final map of Overpass. A good map for both teams, but Fnatic looked a little flat in the second half of Mirage there. They've got to pick it up, James.
Position in the upper bracket quarterfinal. Sorry, semi-final is at stake. Julie's out for Roy. P250 for James. Best gun in the game. And there's a focus towards B for the time being. Outsiders took Fnatic for a ride on Mirage. Now, have Fnatic adjusted? Last time overpass was somewhat brutal. But can they solve the mystery of the Outsiders? As we can see, James is the information man. That additional range of the P250 will allow him to find out what the climate is like upstairs. Sun's definitely out. Get the fishing hat on.
Sun's out, guns out.
Don't want to burn your forehead.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you thought Outsiders play slow in general, wait until you see Outsiders on Overpass. They will be methodical as hell on this map. That is their key to victory. But finally, they're converging on this B-bomb site.
Oh, the Julies are good for one, but FaZe will deliver two. That's fantastic for Fnatic. Crim's here as well. And suddenly, James has 28 seconds and a bomb.
I mean, you're not saving, right? You can't tell me he's going to save
He
this.
could be with the Kevlar, but I'm not convinced. Yeah. Doesn't check the angle. One more for FaZe. The start they needed, you can hear it already. They're happy with that. 3 for FaZe, smiles for Keita, 1 round for Fnatic.
Definitely nice to get this good start, especially considering Fnatic used all their timeouts in the first half on the last map. And then, when they were getting destroyed in the second half, they had no timeouts left. They didn't have the chance to have a chat with Keita as to what they needed to fix. So getting off to a good start, definitely nice for them. And again, Outsiders never like to force this second round. If they've not got good money, they pretty much always go for this save. Try and get that gun round out as soon as possible.
Keita's very valuable with those timeouts as well. He's got intergalactic-sized nerd brain for Counter-Strike.
I remember talking to him once, asking him, do you have anything to do on media day? And he said, thankfully, no. I get to just focus on the CS, focus on the prep. That's all he wants to do.
Another quiet round from Outsiders. But it's these rounds are so interesting. I think a round like this is like the Outsiders offer the most interesting version of it, because they really focus on getting everything out of every scenario. A burst. Very nice work from FaZe. Great weapon for the job as well. Got to be careful with connector. No one falls just yet, and they'll easily be dealt with on this occasion. But let's not forget how many rounds we saw, like one rifle, one up for Outsiders, and what they were able to do with it. Maybe those rounds will come later, but they always have a plan.
Money will be built up for Fnatic, though, thanks to that round win. And yet again, when you save that second round, James will not be able to afford the AWP. And this looks like a common theme for James. He's just happy to go with a Tech 9 in these initial gun rounds. I don't mind it. If there's an early trade, he can always pick up an AK.
That bulldozer was absurdly clean. That FaZe has. Look at that. Look at the wear on that. That's ridiculous. To find one that good is not easy. I think I know who's involved in that. We'll see if it has any more work to do in this third round. Again, Outsiders. Just checking the scenery, smelling the flowers, perhaps. Heading towards the sewers. Approaching the smell of ammonia on the B-bomb site.
Oh, they're beating that smoke easily.
Yeah, and with some strength as well. Kicker looking to swing with some flashes, but FaZe has an angle. One more with the bulldozer, but Fnatic will have to bulldoze without him now. Down he goes, but Crim's a steady, safe pair of hands, waits on the B-bomb site. But what is around the corner? What is behind the pillar? He doesn't know. There's a creep. He sees 2 by the monster position. Where is the third, though? He really needs some help here. Teammates slowly on the way, but look how awkward this is. Look at the small amount of space he has to work with, Crims, to try and stay alive. Flick creeping forward. Where's the rest of Fnatic? Crims still delivering. One more by Monster. They haven't seen the bomb. That's the problem. It's on short in the hands of James now, who presses forward. Has Crims done enough? 1 versus 2. What a tense round on the B-bomb side. Not even over just yet. Nikadov's trying to find something. May have seen a sliver of a player around that smoke grenade. We see them creeping now, working together. Fame in the red and dead. James low as well, but he wins the duel. Just about gets the frag on the board for Outsiders.
Exactly as planned. James just ends up picking up an AK, even though he didn't have one at the start of the round. And he's the man to close it. Even got that shot onto Mezzi and the trade onto Heaven. Those were massive kills from James, because Crims did so much work on the site, man. The B-hold was really good from Fnatic. Considering they had an MP9 and a FAMAS on that B site, what more can you ask for out of Crims there? Getting 2 kills, Fasher getting 1, but James just deletes the rotation. Presses the delete key and says bye-bye. And you don't see James on that AK all the time, but good to see that he's put a little bit of prac in with that rifle.
Crims was stuck by those barrels for so long. An inch to his left, an inch to his right. Pretty much all he had to work with there. And we're just getting started on this map of Overpass. So much tension in that round. That must have felt like an eon.
This is so sick. James sticking with the Tech 9 again. I actually kind of love this. Like, genuinely, on Overpass, I feel like you can get early trades and just get that AK into his hands later.
AK?
That's
you may mean an AWP.
Ooh. Well, hey, for this round, he'll just be looking to scavenge.
He's not spending money on A, unless it's someone else's money. B, unless it's an AWP.
Get him that AK.
He's excited. He's excited. Huh? AWP?
Oh, he's smelling it.
Oh, yeah. He's dueling with a Tech 9. All right, then. Well, that's fun. Okay, how about that for a trade? Nasty surprises on the short B position for Fnatic. See if Flick creeps through that smoke. That's quite the gap he has here. He's got somewhat of an angle. Plenty of bullets with the Galil as well, but Roy is ready for it. James is here to trade. Suddenly pops up. Finally collecting a rifle. 1 versus 2. 50 seconds left. And he's going to use all the time he's got available.
All the way back up the ladder. Nikodos was spotted towards A, but that was so long ago that James figures A long might be a good bet. I like that Fnatic are investigating, though, getting inquisitive, sticking together towards B short. That means they will have that rotate up through connector. The question is, does James predict A is clear? And does he have the balls to plant on the bank side? I don't know if he's going to. Oh, he might, you know. Now he spotted them. Now he can plant for bank. And he's still got utility to work with in this post plant. No kit for Fnatic. This is very winnable.
Has he mollied to the bank to suggest that he's not there? Perhaps he has. Disappears now. Disappears and reappears once again. 2 on the other side of the track. Slowly creeping in. Urgency rising. James appears. Awkward for Nikodos now. 1v1. There's the AWP. Is there a kit though? Has he got time?
Oh, they don't think he has it.
Oh, it's gonna be so close!
No!
You heard the comms from the team. I didn't want to talk over it. Just gamble it. You might have it, you might not. Let's see what happens. Didn't work out. James bought enough time.
Oh, it was actually so well played by Nikodos in the micro situation here. He jumps to the right side of the truck to make this step here, then walks back to the left to get James. It was such a smart little play. But the time is just so close, and that is the slimmest of margins that puts Fnatic down to a buy where I can't even call it a buy because they literally didn't buy anything. It's $0 invested. That sucks.
Well, that's a fun round if you're Outsiders.
Is it AWP time, James? He's having fun with the rifles and the pistols and everything else. Surely he wants to get his main weapon. No, dude, James bought a Tech 9 again. Dude, this is... there's no way. This is so sick, man. He's just Tech 9ing. He's a Tech 9 main. He's Stanji now. He's become Stanji. What happened?
Wow, that's full circle in the weirdest way.
It's so cool, though. It's so cool. He's doing work with the Tech 9.
He's got 5,500 in the bank, and he's just rolling Tech 9. He's years ahead of the game, James. But maybe for the role that he's deciding to play, the moving accuracy of the Tech 9 will prevail.
Wow. Kicker's just got an entry with a nade towards B. Meanwhile, Roy playing aggressively. And this is where I think it gets awkward for James. I think he just threw that nade into the fountain somehow, like a coin.
Support player James with the grenades. Well, there's problems on the B bomb site. Fasha unable to deliver on this occasion. Fnatic now with 3 players. James still with the Tech 9, carrying the bomb as well. Oh, I'll have a boost on the rail. Are they going to do it? I think they were considering it.
Well, James got a rifle now. It all works out. And he wants to plant for Heaven. So maybe this is an option in the future for Outsiders in this post plant.
Will they go for the boost over the top? Up high, we've got Mezzi. That bomb is ticking. There are no kits for the CTs. Not sure if there's one on the site, but they're continuing to press forward. Edging forward is Roy, looking deep left. Mezzi's here as well, trying to play off of his teammates. 2-1-2. James hiding by the pillar, trying to stay alive. Fnatic disengaging indeed. They've got time pressure. There probably isn't a kit as they fall away. 4th round for Outsiders. Such a focus on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, listen, Kicker is the man who now takes the most supportive roles on Outsiders. What a round from him. He just won them this round, all by himself. He got the nade entry onto B, and then he just took contact. He took fights onto the B site. And again, you're just seeing James is basically just always in these back positions, so that when a push comes towards a site, he can just get a rifle if he needs to. And I guess he just thinks the Tech 9 is really good. Which, listen, it can be. It absolutely can be. Timeout for Fnatic, figuring out what is going wrong for them. I think finally James has decided he's got enough money in the bank. He just likes to be comfortable, James. You know, you should always have an emergency savings fund.
He's just saving his flick energy for the CT side. Right now, he's like a turtle lying in the sun, just warming up. Fnatic struggling on the CT side. They will take 2 rifles into round number 7. Quite the focus on the B site. Will they be looking for an early frag if they are? Seems they won't be gifted one. No one in short B for Outsiders.
Yeah, you actually saw Outsiders throwing that smoke towards B short, so that you could, in theory, lurk out behind it. They decide not to. And this is a round where Fnatic have gone to the roulette wheel. They've gone all in on B. And it might not come up for them.
Outsiders straight walking towards the A-bomb site with nobody there.
Oh, I mean, now Fnatic have pushed B short, but I think it's too late. You hear this rotate back, and you're just licking your lips.
There are mollies here for Outsiders. Not giving any sound cues away. Okay, things might just get awkward now. Hold on a second, Mezzi forces Flint to cancel the bomb plant, just keeps charging forward with the rifle, but now they start to lose the angles, lose position. They could creep forward through the smoke, however. They're trying to cause bedlam, mayhem, chaos, and it's working. Kicker coming in from the back. He was just covering the rotation. Fasha may have seen him. I think he might have. A crossfire with the bomb between them. Nikados needs to be the trade fragger here. The double peek, look at the synchronization. Torval indeed. 3rd round on the board for Fnatic. Not one they can replicate, but they'll take whatever comes their way.
Yeah, listen, I love that for Fnatic. Just take some liberties in this round. Say, you know what? Let's just group up. Let's just be a death ball. And shout out to Mezzi. This is so good with the AK. Getting those 2 kills onto the site is what opened it up in the first place. And finally we get that AWP out from Jame. We've been waiting for it. We know how impactful the AWPs can be on Overpass, such a long-range map. Nikodos has one of his own though. And Flit is just fast into connector. These mid players have to be a little careful. Oh, it's a wallbang kill from Mezzy through a smoke. I doubt he saw the smoke.
I think it was through the wall into connector.
Yeah, into con, I assume.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Blowing the door off early, letting those bullets fly. M4A4 supremacy. Right, just a bit nervous on the crosshair there.
Nikodos is terrified. Look how exposed he is, but he's sticking around.
Yeah, no rifle support for him. Switching to the AK, needs to be nimble. Doesn't know where they might come from.
Surely they've commed that Fame is still here. Fame was the one that got the frag earlier.
Let's go T-spawn, man. Why not? 4v3, still extremely dangerous. While he's alive, he can try to keep an eye on rotations in and out of connector. Fame still wondering what might be happening. Everybody is somewhat curious. Meanwhile, the bomb in the hands of Jame. Close to T-spawn. 40 seconds remain in this 2v4. Nikodos still chilling. No need to push, really. Playing very defensive from the back of B Fnatic. Still moving, though. May pick up that AWP later, once the time is really run down. Flit has $50, Jame has $100. So really, they can't be hunting for anything. They need to hold on to what they have. This can win them around, as we have seen already in this series.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting for Fnatic here as to whether it's worth them hunting. I feel like you're kind of fine letting Outsiders save right here because the other players aren't going to have much to work with. You kind of awkwardly split the T economy. There is Crims in the Hall of Heroes, back where he belongs. Getting a fist bump as Fnatic have found a way back in. Just taking a few more liberties, taking a little more confidence in some of these setups. And now you see Outsiders a little shaky on the buy. But as we have been pointing out, they are always a threat.
Quick look for a boost. And Flit will be careful to try and stay out of the line of fire as far as those wallbangs are concerned. Nikodos very far forward indeed. He's been fairly dependable with the AWP today, but Jame is ready on this occasion. That's a big frag. Roy's turn to be left on an island. Can he escape this? I don't think he can. So many pistols. Again, this is already looking like a disaster for Fnatic. I don't know that Roy makes it out of here. Flit dropped in the meantime. Kicker rotating off the B bomb side. Roy will be running low on bullets. So close. Rings the bell on Chiron, but he's still alive, and that's huge.
Decent trades here for Fnatic, but Outsiders could also play with the rotations now. Fnatic are a little concerned about this A bomb site. They stacked it slightly more heavily. But can Jame get the right read? 40 seconds remaining. Desperately hoping someone jump peeks for info. That will not be the case. And a defensive smoke deployed by Mezzy. A team flash in the mix. Getting dicey with little time left on the clock. Outsiders have to play this perfectly on the A play.
Smoke is really nice to focus on defending one side, but Chiron will deliver with 2 AWPs pushing the bomb site. Crims is ready, bomb carrier dropped. Crims delivering now 9 seconds to get a frag and plant the bomb. Not sure about the comms on that one. Jame looking in the wrong place. Crims delivers again. Very tense rounds, but again, Outsiders so dangerous. Be it 3 rifles, 2 rifles, just an AWP, doesn't really matter. Every round, super tense for Fnatic.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be so difficult to get in with those 2 AWPs, but once Chiron got the pick, you thought there was a chance. It's that smoke shot from Crims that's massive, though. And, I mean, both Kicker and Chiron see him in the corner. You are surprised not to see Jame hard clear that angle, as you were saying. But Fnatic won't care. They're 5-4 up.
Crims super focused. He needs to be. They all do. Such hard Counter-Strike to play against.
That is a wild angle on the keyboard from Mezzi. You see so many pros with that. It just makes me uncomfortable, seeing the 90-degree angle on the keyboard almost. Ooh.
Yeah, you can see, like, look how high KitKat's mousepad is. There was an era of varying lands where the tables were quite inconsistent. Sometimes the end of the table would be kind of sharp rather than like a rounded edge. So people would put their mouse pad on the end of it just to not be so harsh on the arm. So you can still see some players, some of the older players with their mouse pads on the edge, some of the younger players with mouse pads further up. Esports has come a long way.
Yeah. Ooh, up into mid. Fame is burning, and he will burn. No way out, no nades to extinguish that molly. And Chiron again is getting another lesson in the Outsiders philosophy. He's had to drop an AK to Flit in this round to be stuck with a Glock, no Kevlar. But we'll see if that AK can get activated on the boost. Oh, they're watching. They're ready. Oh no, the timing!
Such a sick boost. Guy below you can jump onto the guy below without him crouching. And you can see the effect of it. Outsiders looking dangerous once again. Just a few pistols and the AK, but it's still so uncomfortable for Fnatic. Trying to isolate the fight if they can. Mezzi covering while grenades go towards short B. Bomb dropped. Can they stop the bleeding now? No. Roy goes down as I say that. Chiron dancing around, trying to spread for his team. In the red with 24 HP. James trying to cover. They'll manage to muster a bomb plant, and there's more work to be done. James, 1 versus 2 now. Bomb planted, hiding from the balcony. He knows where the rifler is, but where is the sniper? Nikados still up top. He's the man with the kit. James got the sound cues. Knows one's to the right, still dancing. Down goes Nikados, still alive somehow. Surely they can't do this. So expensive for Fnatic. Moments ago, 4 players up. Only 1 survives as they take the round.
Oh, Jay makes it close. You see how he's trying to isolate all those angles in the clutch. And as he takes that shot through the side of the pillar, you feel like there's a real chance. You just felt like he might have the way to win it. Mezzi keeps it going for Fnatic. And as the devs pointed out, this is a map that Fnatic actually picked against Outsiders in the Challenger stage of the Major, and they lost it 16-1. They basically won no rounds. And I think they realized Outsiders are a terrifying team on Overpass. So this really is a great map for both squads. I'm glad we are getting a closer map on our hands here. Back to the buy, Nikados getting snuck up on. Oh, but he still flicks down to Faye.
He did just about spot a second player as well. Fall back, no. Walk forward, take the fight to them. The more plays he can eliminate, the better situation he's in. But now he knows that 2 players spells trouble. Avoids the flashbang, the scope is heard. Chiron still looking for it. A rare miss of a flick from Nikados. I love the aggression though. The more players Outsiders have, the longer it goes. The harder it feels, more oppressive it feels. But they're dodging these bullets for the most part. Outsiders spotted here and there. And now KitKat, again, with the focus elsewhere, tries to make some inroads. He's heard the rotation from Fasha moving away from the B bomb site. And he's in the middle of B. This is unbelievable. Through the keyhole. His team aren't really in position to take advantage of this. 2 on short. They need to figure out, why is no one here? What is the makeup of this round? And how many more players can we get in towards B?
I was wondering if KitKat would flank even further to try and cut off the rotate aggressively, but he's happy to just be that pillar on the site. Heaven Smoke missed. It's going to land on KitKat instead. And those B short players from Fnatic will now come back to the bomb site, but do they know KitKat's on site already?
That smoke actually takes KitKat's angles away
no clue.
to help with the short B player. There's the bomb carrier, dropped KitKat. Can't really see them. Look at the time on the clock as well. They needed to plant that bomb. 7 seconds. They have to plant. James stuck in. He's going to get barbecued.
Nice! Let's go!
Sunday roast. James on the plate. Past the pierogi. Oh, my days. That smoke turned out to be disastrous.
Oh, the fact that Roy is just sitting there able to find the angle onto the bomb planter. That's crazy.
I don't know how that smoke missed that badly, because it normally hits the inside wall on the right, collides with the shelves, and then you're good to go. That was somewhat of a calamity. Jame with time pressure standing in the fire saying, I've made a terrible mistake.
He runs in and says, nope. Tries to get out. Oh, man. I mean, listen, this is not looking like the same sort of Outsiders where every round feels competitive. Like, some of these rounds, I mean, that's a round that should have been competitive. But Fnatic are actually holding their own really effectively here.
Yeah, I think Nikodos is disrespecting the last round, regardless of missing that last kill. I think that's important to make Outsiders somewhat uncomfortable. Even watching this, I'm uncomfortable for Fnatic in the pacing that we see from Outsiders.
Yeah, and that's what Janko was saying when he talked to Fnatic after the last time they played Outsiders. Apparently Fnatic realized they were getting way more space than they were giving themselves credit for. They just needed to try and take space a little more. I think we've definitely seen that here on their CT side.
And the times in the second half where they make a mistake in that respect, they will probably be the recipient of presents from Jame. So the round difference at halftime will be important if that is to be the case. Again, the hero AK for Outsiders. Every round just feels so dangerous. Look at the positions of Fnatic, playing pretty far back on A, considering the utility, but you want to hold on to that for as long as you can. 47 seconds remain. They still have one smoke, one incendiary. You can see them trying to ruin the timing, Fnatic, as far as A is concerned. But we can also see Outsiders gravitating towards B. They have had chances here, even with buys like this. Counter flashes coming through. Kickout will try to spread the crosshairs with the rifle coming in behind, but Fasha will deny. No answer to this just yet from Outsiders. They need to run to their doom for the loss bonus as well. They have to keep pressing forward. Still trying to get what they can. Make it expensive if you can. Flit drops the rifle. Jame dancing with the Tech 9. Running out of bullets now. 10 seconds to plant this bomb.
They've called after time here, I think. Try and get him after time if you can. Instead, he has to try and cross to the site. So Fnatic doing wise work at the end there. And yeah, I think for Outsiders, that initial spacing looked really off between Kicker and Chiron. I think you can have some gap between your first and second player in, but Chiron was just so far behind Kicker. It basically gave the initial holder for Fnatic time to completely reset his spray and just completely lock in on that angle. But it is now Outsiders back to a bye. And they could do with a couple more rounds here on their T side. Big overpass, you generally expect to get more work done on that CT half, but still from Outsiders, I don't think 4 would be what they were looking for. Ooh, they might have heard Roy getting toasted in connector, but he's able to get back up okay. And he doesn't have the support of Nikodos on A this time. The AWP has decided to play B. So I think Fnatic will recede into playing a setup from the bomb sites instead. Nice nade. Ooh. Patience from Nikodos. They just keep cycling this monster smoke, making it difficult for Outsiders to pop. In fact, is Crim's thinking about popping through himself?
What is the play here for Outsiders? Very curious to see how this one goes down. A late attempt towards A. All that pull rotation. Crim's elevated. Chiron not looking for it quite. There is a trade here, though. Haven't seen the bomb just yet. Attacks on A and B, and they haven't seen the bomb at all. Will it be able to rotate in time? Flit's taken control. 18 seconds, racing over. Maybe Fasha hears it. Mezzi will have to deliver. We know he can. Looking to his right, but Flit's on his left. Unbelievable. Outsiders keep them guessing. Push both sides at the same time. No sight of the bomb, and they make it just in time.
I mean, by Outsiders standards, that's plenty of time to spare. It was like 8 seconds when they got the bomb down.
can see James like, nah, I'm out here. You run and die. That's your job. Off you go. Great work with the frags on the A bomb site. Mezzi left guessing. Wow, how do you even comm during that?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just so wild. The B players will be calling, I'm seeing stuff at B. A players, I'm seeing stuff at A. Who the hell knows which way it's going?
Everyone's saying bomb question mark, bomb question
Anyone
mark.
seen the bomb? Anyone seen James?
The utility man at the back. Pushing them into B, rotating through con to A.
I love that it's James he's so far back in that position, he could almost just like look at his teammates' monitors if he needed to, because he's not going to take a fight. So he's the man with the bomb, and he's just looking, you know, trying to make sure he gets the proper info from his teammates. Even if the comms are hectic, maybe you have a glance over, see that A's looking pretty open.
That was a pretty awesome way to abuse Fnatic sitting on the bomb sites at that timing. They know no one's in connector. And again, we can see Nikodos has been making them uncomfortable when he's found success here. They might be expecting this one now. Flip rounding the corner. Roy's had so many important frags at the beginning of rounds from map to map. They fall back in a 5v4. We can see Nikodos changing his position. Roy sending some love Chiron's way.
Again, Outsiders find the opening on the map. Fame will make a move on A long. There should be a rotate for Fnatic. So it's not the end of the world. But this is the sort of play Fame here making that I feel like Yakindar would used to make. Just a solo push by himself. Let's see if he can get something done from it.
Got to be scared of a swing with a flash. But again, bomb hasn't been spotted. Falling away from long now is bomb carrier James with his Desert Eagle. I feel like he's had pistols in half of these rounds. Now it's Chiron's turn to creep through, looking for the trade frag, and Fasha will be deleted immediately. Outmaneuvered on B once again by an ill-equipped Outsiders. Oh, Crims will surely be soon to fall. He does not read this position from Chiron. This will be a round-winning frag. Instant from Chiron, no messing about. Nikodos still pressing forward. Holes in the defenses. Outsiders thread the needle to find likely another round in the bag.
Yeah, Fnatic are just finding it so hard to cover all these choke points at the same time. And Outsiders seem to find these ways into the bomb sites. Hasn't even been about full nades or executes often. And again, heading into the last round of the half, Outsiders figure, well, we might as well hunt. We've got a good bit of money. We can commit a couple of players into trying to take stuff away from Fnatic. Does Fame investigate any further? Nah, I don't think so. So an AWP and an M4 save for Fnatic, but Outsiders grinding out a couple more rounds. I think 6 T rounds is already enough for them. If they can get 7, they'll be pretty happy with that at the half.
It's like they're sending Protoss probes out, just doing some scouting around the map. Gleaning the information.
James the Overlord watching it all. The one actually getting to play the game. Speaking of James, takes some damage to get through the molly, but Nikodos stays committed on this angle. Did he see James cross? Looks like he may be aware of the possibility now.
They can reasonably confidently hang out here while Roy is still in connector. But as we can see, he is being forced away. There'll be some grenade damage. Nikodos tagged. Less health than James. James always likes to show and then change his position, head elsewhere.
Confidence is crazy.
Yeah, he can't be expecting this from Nikodos.
He saw he legged him. He's got to be assuming Nikodos will play back.
This is what they need to do, though. But the positioning from James is perfect until now. Can Nikodos get a second one? The rifle support from Roy is here. That's the bomb carrier around the corner. He can hear Roy falling back, but Roy's got a pistol. Won't be enough. Fame looking for that 180. We've got a great hold in short B here. We can see Fasha holding the tunnel in the meantime. How do they solve this one, Outsiders? Fame and Flit pretty low. Lovely flick from Nikodos. That's the bomb. They know where half the remaining players are in this last round of the first half. Flit now, 1 versus 4. Quite an engaging half of Overpass we have seen. Fnatic looks a bit ropey in terms of how many rounds they could get. Going 2-4 down earlier on, but they'll finish the half 9-6. A 3-round lead over Outsiders. The deciding half is just around the corner. We'll see you back here soon.
Smoke on top of site, Will, in front of it.
Yeah, I'm water.
Smoking now. Flashing long.
They could sneak out monster, guys.
Playing top for now.
Okay, come close left. Let's see trash.
One toilet. Ready to pick on me, Will.
Yeah. They beat, yeah. Yeah.
Coming up.
Coming up. One long up. Flashing.
He's 10 HP long.
Flashing behind you. Bad flash, 10 HP
long. Dead long.
Close. Stay alive. Last life.
Last.
Close. 8 seconds.
Nice!
Second.
Versus 2. Go ahead, take your plant. You're just doing an immense amount of damage, and you would have had a chance with 1 or 2 shots to punish back Halzerk's rush. Doesn't go their way. Complexity survived with 2 alive, but tell me that wasn't sketchy.
Yes, it was. It was sketchy because it was a great idea from Heroic. Again, sticking to their style, their philosophy, going through these lurks, trusting them, walking around lurking, being aggressive, and having just a good medley of all these different styles is what I think defines Heroic these days. And the nose flash was brutal on Floppy's one position, and that made the map a lot scarier. But again, Fang saves the day with the 2K spray down and the dink as well. He's happy about the win. Buy comes in from Heroic again. No womp deal on Shush. Punishment for playing so well. We don't need you now, son. You've done enough.
I don't expect Heroic to have the early shortcomings that Complexity did when they were underplaying A, just trying to get into the B site without control.
Yeah.
Feels like Heroic, you know, they're not going to give up that empty space any round. Straight from the start. That's what they do, man. They play like a fluid, leaking into all the cracks you leave. Halzerk's got to be careful as to not expose himself to bathrooms at the wrong time.
We're already seeing a little bit less tethering here for Complexity. More of the simple style, I think. Again, expectant of a lighter buy.
Good dink against TSS, but Halzerk can't finish off the kill. Uh-oh. Uncomfortable here. I mean, we've got Heroic.
How did they just win control of this entire site with 1 kit of utility? 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and they're in. Do we have a kit? Yes, we do on a couple of players.
Grim kicks it off with a kill. Stound bests 2 players inside bank, and then Shush's Deagle slaps back.
Both live matches on Overpass. Who do you guys have taking this one? Hashtag IEM on your social media. Very stressful series of Counter-Strike. It has been great, and the culmination is just around the corner. A 9 rounds on the board for Fnatic, a 3-round lead over the 6 of Outsiders who move to the CT side. James been toying with them. He's been playing Tech9, Desert Eagle. He's been living his best life as a support player, but I'm sure we will soon see the AWP.
Yeah, you've got to think on CT side, it'll all be about that AWP. Spot at the upper semi-finals on the line against Vitality. The loser would have a long way back through that lower bracket, starting with a game against NIP, and no one wants to be going down to that lower bracket early. It's Outsiders with enough of a cushion, enough of a round score to have a decent opportunity here on this CT side. I think both teams will be fairly happy with that first half. But if Fnatic could win this pistol, There's a chance they could run away with it. Flashes and a smoke. Peek into Monster and Flit's already gone.
The numbers game forcing their way in. Roy again, he has been an instrumental fragger for Fnatic. Continues to be so consistent. Fasha flying in. And James has Kevlar. And I think he's going to save.
That's tough for Outsiders. That is a tough one. Because I think Fnatic's best chance here on this T side is just getting off to that good start. And if you can keep the economy down, you can make it really difficult for Outsiders. Jay might not have many opportunities with that AWP if you can just keep them on the back foot. And they don't even want to let James save this Kevlar. They know his tricks. They're wise to his ways. And Crims will make sure nothing is saved for Outsiders.
That's such an important round for Fnatic. Roy is such an important fragger for Fnatic. If they win this series, they need to get the banquet out for him, man. Get the Bosch, get the Gawopki, all the best cuts. Because he, just from round to round, from map to map, his frags have been so important. The early frags as well. We saw it in the first half. We see it here in the second. Outsiders have a flash, and they've got a lot of people on the B bomb site. We know Fnatic won't be shy to use the timer to their advantage to try and avoid these things as well. But that pistol round is huge for them. Fnatic taking both pistols in the deciding map of the series is big. As we can see, Outsiders have spent next to nothing in this round. So the real fire will come next round. All the Molotovs have been used on the middle of the map for Fnatic. So when they push a bomb site, yes, it will mostly be USPs, but we've seen a lot of USP frags in this week of Counter-Strike so far.
Yeah, and Outsiders maybe feeling that B was a little quiet, or maybe realizing some nades were getting thrown towards A. Will actually come to A instead. Mezzy spots them.
Ooh.
You love to spot him with the MAC-10 here.
The diving boards from Fame.
Doesn't matter that much that he goes down. B's open.
Yeah, he's done his job. Just attract all of the bees, take all the stings, move all the flowers elsewhere.
That's a flash I think Roy had.
Well,
I think you can smoke heaven with that.
I mean, we've seen Molotovs used as flashes. Didn't quite work. Flashes as smokes, probably just as effective.
So I guess give the MAC-10 to James to try and make some money, maybe? James loves to get that AWP, so like any chance he can get to try and get a bit of kill reward, I'm sure he'll try and take it. I don't think there's much reason for Fnatic to hunt here, though.
No, they definitely don't want to give an AK for free. I think we saw that maybe on the last map where Chiron was able to collect one. And that's just not a good idea with a team as dangerous as this. Fnatic are off to the races, but the real game in the second half is about to begin. Well, part of it. We'll wait until the AWP arises in the hands of James before we really know what's going on. But they're in a very promising situation, Fnatic. A 5-round lead, a 5-round deficit to completing the series. It would be such a big victory for them against this team specifically, regardless of where we are in the tournament. It would be such a great confidence boost for them to take down the Outsiders. Fnatic will have a timeout before the proceedings begin.
Yeah, again, making sure to make the most of these timeouts. I think it's better to use them too early than too late. Especially when you know you have a pretty big opportunity to keep Outsiders down. Quick update. Oh, we got some BM on the B stream. Hell yeah, Holzak. Fitting right in over in North America.
Where's his keystone?
That's the question. Nobody knows. There's little Nico in the background there too, getting ready for his game later. That is going to be an unbelievable matchup. Right now, though, we'll see if Outsiders can start strong on their CT gun rounds. James has decided to stick with that MAC-10, stick with money in the bank, but they've still got rifles on the rest of the players. Problem is, we haven't seen the same form from the Outsiders riflers here. None of them are having the same level we were seeing earlier. Maybe that'll change on the CT side. B is looking stacked right now for Outsiders.
It normally is at the beginning of a round, but do you expect such a fast play? Wow! Fasher and Crims, scorched earth. There is almost no sign of them. Deleted so quickly by the Outsiders. That is absolutely not the response that I think Fnatic were expecting. What do they do now? You have to expect around 3 players on the B-bomb site at the beginning of a round most of the time. So they can barely press on. That was a hell of a response. They barely took any damage, Outsiders. Look at the health.
Too easy for them. I mean, Jane was just running into the open with the MAC-10, but maybe that was the distraction they needed. One player on the A site itself. Smoke will make it difficult for Roy. Jumping up onto the site, he has been handled, and Fame gets another through the smoke. Nothing doing for Nico Doz, apart from that headshot, and maybe that does make things at least a little interesting. You can see Outsiders having 2 players sticking together at Dumpster, though. They're going to push side by side to make it even more difficult for Nico Doz. He needs the lineup, and he's not looking the right way. So Outsiders instantly in with an initial gun round and a much-needed round win for them.
Those first 2 players from Fnatic died so fast. It was like they got slayed by the admin. That was great for Outsiders. Just James chilling with the MAC-10 in the background. And they are on the scoreboard pretty quick. AWP is here. James needs a reason to buy something that's not an AWP, and he wasn't given one, so here it is. He's got the money and then some. The AWP is here early. And as we said before, now the test, the real test is here for Fnatic. Maximum Outsiders coming their way. They're 4 rounds behind. They'll take a timeout of their own Outsiders.
If you could just bet on Outsiders to win whenever there was a really important round, I feel like you do pretty damn well. Whenever they need to win the round to keep them up close, they just always seem to do it. 4-round difference. But we know how quickly that can collapse.
I think Messi's going to need a bionic arm to deal with that keyboard rotation in a year or 2. Well then, a 4-round lead, but for how long? Fasher will do his best Jame impression, rolling with pistol only on the T side. A false start in that buy round for Fnatic. Again, the big focus on B, the heat map. The heat map is busy for Outsiders around the B bomb site. And Fame will just look, see what's going on from a relatively safe distance. Can't be too safe though against the likes of Roy and his entries. Same is true of Fasher.
Looks like Chiron is slotting in as that B rotator here for Outsiders. Now he was pointing out on the desk, he's been slotting exactly into where Norbert used to play, and that's a position that is so important. Knowing when to rotate between the sites can be a massive difference in a round. So good bit of pressure on the young man, on the new addition. As for Fnatic, we've got Roy, who's been so good in entries. He hears the jumping Fame, but he can't get the headshot he was hoping for. Still shows some presence, and with the bomb back on B, that's definitely not a bad thing to fake out this A site.
Where is James though?
Oh, James going back down to B.
You know, finding James is always the painful challenge. Messi forces his way forwards with the flashbang. I don't know if he's got much information for the squad. The bomb hasn't been seen though. Roy at the front of the site. Fame starting to creep, starting to wonder. Such an important headshot for him. Now the bomb, actually I'm not sure because Flip was blind as well. So they may have spotted it, maybe they haven't. Now they certainly have. 14 seconds, Chiron activates from the barrel, plays off of James. And there's not much else for Nikodos to do with 5 seconds on the clock. 2 frags in the round. And heavy losses for Fnatic as they head towards eco territory.
Now we've seen before that Roy can be that lurking player, that player who just puts presence, pressure somewhere else on the map. Maybe Outsiders had a read on that. Maybe they figured it out. James getting that AWP into position at the right time. Chiron having an easy frag for himself. Fnatic themselves were kind of hoping to play the Outsiders style there, hitting both sites at a similar time. But you see how hard it is to get the timing window right on both sides of the map. And you've also got to say, Outsiders just took the information play at the right time, really late in the round. I feel like it's all eyes on Nikodos for Fnatic in this round. Maybe have some of the pistol players try and set him up for a trade.
It's kind of early in this half, but I'm already ignoring the pistol rounds and looking at the success rate for Fnatic. The sample size is small, but the fashion in which Outsiders are winning the rounds makes me wonder when Fnatic will get their next round.
Yeah.
And if it will be in isolation. This will be a great round for Outsiders to build some money.
They have just rotated a player away from B, but I think with 2 CTs here, you're still confident, and you still have nades for Monster.
Yeah, I mean, 80% of Fnatic are bullet sponges right now.
As the smoke thrown from A to help. Oh, and another incendiary. I could just sit in here the whole damn time. I mean, James still got one more smoke, by the way, and that might get rotated down with a lineup. We'll wait and see. 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, there it is.
Do you know who first made that smoke, Hawker?
Oh, well, this smoke, or?
Oh, never mind. There's no time because the slaughter has begun. Nikodos remains with the AK-47, and he's carrying the bomb. 15 seconds. At this point, he's at a point of no return. He will have to do some more damage if he can, but it will be just the 2 frags and no bomb plant.
I feel like Jay made this smoke. That is not the lineup.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's a James smoke.
Who is it? Was it Anders? Was it you? Okay, I figured it had to be one of the casters.
Bardolph smoke.
The Bardolph smoke.
Yeah. Mine was more rudimentary though. These faster lineups made by somebody else.
These wacky kids these days with all sorts of lineups.
Because it's quite dangerous to smoke on the other side. You never know when a team are going to burst through with a pop flash. Life is better with the one on the Monster side. All right then, Fnatic. Not a perfect spy for them. Now, we heard their comments about Outsiders giving them space. I think the T side is where the real test will begin. Again, it's a similar setup in that Outsiders have FaZe spotting, essentially. But this time, James is on long. And I'm sure his position will differ from place to place, from round to round, rather. You can see him falling back. Doesn't hang out for too long. FaZe will put a smoke up there, which gives the threat of presence, and that is enough to slow things down for Fnatic. Maybe burn their utility as well, trying to identify if anybody is there or not.
Yeah, and last time these teams played, it was that T side on Overpass where Fnatic got literally 0 rounds. They got 15 0'd. Here they've won the pistol, but the gun rounds could be a different story if they can't figure out the puzzle that is Outsiders. 39 seconds left. Moving up towards A, heavily grouped for this A play.
Mezzi dumped all his grenades to a teammate, so you know he's looking for these entries. Starting to swing now. FaZe will see the shadows, the pre-fire will be here, looking for the transfer as well. And the dream might be collapsing. FaZe's got such a good angle. That smoke is horrific for Fnatic. He sees them coming all day, and now Roy's got 15 seconds. He doesn't know it, but he's in a 1 versus 1. Kiket's coming in from connector, but now his plant angles have gone. He's going to have to go for the truck. Kiket's inside the toilets, racing forward. There will be no plant. It's another round for Outsiders. That plant would have been a buy for Fnatic.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Over on the B stream, Heroic looking good against Complexity. Yeah, that is a round, though, for Outsiders, which looks really good. And it has to be said, FaZe has been fantastic as Heroic do indeed close it out. They were favorites in that one. Good to see them getting it over the line. But yeah, FaZe has been so much better on this CT side. I think he had 4 kills at the half. It looked like he was having a tough game. But he's been instrumental. He's been a rock on that A-bomb site.
The smoke at the front of that site is so strong for where the CTs are standing. Fnatic have to go through the smoke with obscured vision, with shadows on the floor, running into pre-fire bullets all day. Could hardly have been worse for them. And again, sample size is growing and still no rounds for Fnatic. 4 rounds in a row for Outsiders. And they don't look that close. Not to me, at least.
Yeah, it feels like Fnatic might be falling into that same trap. Not getting the map control they need, taking a long time in the round, and finally trying to go for an execute. But that late in the round, Outsiders are well prepared for it. They have players in position, and they have potential counter utility, which can really ruffle your feathers. This is a chance to group up and maybe go slightly faster with the pace. Test to see if that could be a solution. Fane is in the bathrooms. Close quarters combat against these pistols. And they're trying a little boost right now.
Oh, no time for that. Absolutely no time for that. Takes forever to pull a grenade out, throw it, pull your gun back out. Just the one. Maybe there's a chance for Fnatic. Plant will certainly help. James not finding the angle that time. Ooh. And now, well, 4 versus 3, not so bad. There's a molly for Chiron. That will certainly help if he can find a good angle for it. Crims in one-shot range, in running, strafing range. And so is Roy as well, ever dependable. Crims has to get a kill here. There's only 2 of them left now. They're lining up. Crims trying to stay alive. Nikodos down to Nikodos and Kika, and he's found the last one as well. Massive round for Fnatic. They needed that. They wiped so much money from Outsiders also.
Nikodos making moves on the bomb site. You thought the man with the Tech 9 was going to be in trouble, but Nikodos comes in for the trade frags. And Crims buys enough time for Nikodos to get into position, to get the info. You see Flit looking the wrong way against the silenced M4. It's all headshots, and it's a big release of energy for Fnatic, because now it's actually Outsiders that might have bad money in this next round. Look at this buy.
Even a massive explosion from Crims. They know what the implications of this round are. They have broken Outsiders. They've gone for a half buy, if you can even call it that, maybe something less. Big opportunity for Fnatic. They cannot falter here.
And it was having the pistols that gives them the freedom. You even see in the post plant, they play forward, they take more space. It just looked so much more decisive in that round for Fnatic. I think you could see the call was made. We're just going to go for a fast play. We're just going to try getting up in their faces. Why not? Nothing to lose when you've got a weak buy like that. And it pays off. But this A stack is in play for Outsiders. Oh, and a cheeky boost angle.
How do Fnatic avoid losing the first man here? That is the question. The boost from KitKat's good for 2. Man advantage for Outsiders. Smoke's being dropped again, inviting them to have that horrible push. If they go through the smoke, they're going to get wrecked. 32 seconds left. In terms of utility, Outsiders have made their play. But how do they isolate the fights here, Fnatic? They're a man down. They've got only a smoke.
They're still making noise at A. No reason for Outsiders to leave. This is so hard. This crossfire could be brutal, but Mezzi finds the flank, and maybe that's the difference maker. Crims doesn't get to clear the corner, but it's all on the last man. James is going to tuck back, time low. doesn't need the plant because James comes back in. And Mezzi making the move on long that really opened up the round there.
Terrifying round, pushing the site with 6 seconds on the clock. CT falling back into the smoke. Outsiders always dangerous, always finding the perfect stack, the perfect setup. And again, that smoke at the front of the site. If Fnatic played a later round, that would have been curtains for them. Still a rough situation for Outsiders. An MP9 for KitKat, a Desert Eagle for Fame. but of course an AWP for Jame. And that is everything in an Outsiders round. Fame still looking for information. Similar role, different weapon. But a lot of his job is just to look. We see the standard grenades, the smoke towards the toilets, the molly towards the Divider, to take the sniper angles away. This is for map control. This is to force the CTs back. But as we can see, Jame is still lurking in the toilets.
I said earlier that whenever Outsiders need a round to keep the game close, they seem to win it. This is one they need. They've gone all in. Jame almost gets absolutely destroyed, but he gets the pick. Could it be at the cost of the bomb site? The bomb's coming back to B.
That re-peek, how dare he?
What a call from
ready.
Fnatic.
Keycurt's dropped, but Roy's on the bomb site at the same time. They're Outsiders. 3-on-3 now. Chiron trying to rotate, but look at these positions from Fnatic. Fame's got a rifle now, 2-on-2 as that bomb starts to get planted. Jame and Fame, no kit in a dire situation. They have to be successful here. Crim's tagged, but still alive. Mezzi moving right off the pillar. Crim's able to escape. 14 rounds look likely now. And Outsiders are in trouble.
So much chaos in this round. I mean, the pre-fire onto Jame, that could have been crazy. But he still gets the pick. I think the main thing for Fnatic was, again, it just looks so much more decisive now. The earlier rounds, they were always getting stalled out. In this one, they had a player just rushing onto that A site, causing all the chaos. And it wasn't just a last-second call to go back to B. It looked like that was the plan the whole damn time.
Dude, this is hostile energy from Nikados.
X-ray off.
He actually comes back. Look at that. That is hostile energy. Exactly the energy he needs to bring. No respect whether he won it or lost it. It's psychological warfare. My God, that peak from Nikados is obscene.
A lot of people have wondered whether he's the weak point of Fnatic. A lot of discussion about that. He's top fragging right now.
Disrespectful plays like that carry the torch that JW left behind for Fnatic. That is on brand for the badge they wear on their jerseys. But there's still more work to do. FAMAS for Chiron, FAMAS for Keycurt. But as we have seen, no matter what the tools, Outsiders are very capable.
James solo A right now. Has another smoke to put into the bathrooms. Now we might start to see a shift in setup, a rotate arriving. Jay might not need it though. Oh, he spots the shadow, almost a lineup. And he's gonna get back to a safe angle, looking for more. They want to close the distance and they're gonna try and wrap around him.
Oh, the angle though, the angle he's holding, they've got to take him from the inside because the CTs are coming. Well, he's bought time for his team. Look at the positions now. Fame on the bomb site. Chiron's here as well. And it's working. 29 seconds and they're delivering all the frags. James staying alive, staying deep enough to keep Fnatic static, allowed Outsiders to take their positions and secure the round and the AWP.
Yeah, and then the crossfires on the site are pretty easy to play at that point. Once you've got such a hefty rotate, once you win the first fight, you know the attention will be on Chiron. And it's easy pickings for his teammate. And Chiron's the one making the noise right now. Outsiders, often a quiet team, but he is hyped right now.
Pendulum swings. Fnatic are broken. Their turn to eco. Tooth and nail in the dying rounds of this series. But Fnatic have one of the more uncomfortable cushions in this 3 rounds. Likely soon to be 2. There are some Desert Eagles on road though. Silent creep. Roy with the Glock positions himself. If Fame goes a little deeper, then he'll see him. But he's focused on the gap of Divider, where Mezzi carries the bomb. Fashion's shadow will betray him. Roy will try to trade. He will with the Glock, and now he's got a rifle to collect. James does not want the orb to get into the wrong hands, but look at the angles that Roy has been able to find. There's a smoke, but Chiron just charges through to clean up the mess on the A-bomb site. That timing is so urgent. If he gets a hold of that smoke, then who knows what happens. Crim's trying to do some damage, but 4 will survive, and that will be fine for Outsiders as they make it to 12.
Clean as hell from Chiron. The opening game for both of these teams in Group B, and they are already being pushed to the limit. Winner goes through to that upper semi-final against Vitality. It's not like it gets easier, but it could be either of these teams right now with what we're seeing from them. It was a good rotation this time from Chiron, playing that rotator role between the bomb sites. For Fnatic, a buy should be coming through into this one. But Outsiders do seem a little more comfortable now. I think these timeouts may help Fnatic more though. It seems like when these timeouts come through, they come up with a plan that they can all commit to. And it really seems like that's when they are at their best, when they're not getting stalled out, when there's no hesitation behind the plan in the round. Passive setup from Outsiders. Again with James alone towards A initially on that orb.
Yeah, they've been passive, just spotting for so many rounds in that position. Perhaps he can catch somebody off guard. But we've seen those anti-orb utility pieces thrown by Fnatic already. That molly towards Divider in rounds prior. Not on this occasion, but still, the creep towards A is a dangerous one. There'll be no lurker towards B as Crims moves on. Fame often seen at the bogs, now pushing up long to find some info. Now have a look at that from James, delivers the frag. He knows his back on long is covered as well. As we can see, Fasha tried to take the position and he will be successful. They know that James is stuck now, pushing very, very close indeed. But what of the A bomb site? We have Flit and Chiron rotating there in the meantime, delivering some frags. Great warbang from James, and Nikados is alone. They leave James on an island, but still Outsiders deliver. Again, he's just pulling people to focus on him. They take the bomb site, but for how long? Reinforcements come through and deliver once again, as they often do for Outsiders.
Oh no, Mezzy, no! In his own molly, he tries to get to long, but he goes down. And yeah, that rotate, again, so solid from Chiron. It looked so good for Fnatic. James looked like he was in so much trouble after Fame lost that fight. But James always seems to find a way out, always knows how to keep himself safe. And that's what was needed there. And that was the all-in investment from Fnatic. They are 14-13 up, but they are out of money for this round.
3 rounds in a row they had when they decimated the money of Outsiders. Again, ignoring the pistol. That's the only success, the only measurable success that Fnatic have had in this half. They are likely to soon lose the lead. Next round has to be the round for Fnatic. As for Outsiders, they have been taken all the way by Fnatic. But we don't know where the road ends in this series, or who it ends for. Who goes to semis, who goes to a longer journey. 2 smokes in the hands of Fnatic. Oh, James fishing a little bit more now. Rifle support in connector this time.
Yeah, they got B short control, so Fame can comfortably slink away. Maybe not that comfortable. He's actually been caught on his retreat. Now Flit will come in to make sure no AK can be recovered by Fnatic. And this is a no-nonsense round from James so far, landing a couple of good shots. Smokes won't obscure the vision of James. They've also got a rifle up close. Just make sure, James, you know what Chiron's covering. Chiron will now cover his teammate.
It's quite some rifle support. Chiron protecting James. Big body bodyguard. Well then, we're going to all the rounds. All eyes on Fnatic, really, because it has been a lion's share in this half for Outsiders. And I think the question to be answered in this round is, can they? 5 AKs on deck, plenty of utility. Pushing the A side, once they can close in on the A side, but pushing it proves very difficult. Outsiders have got those oppressive smoke grenades. They have the angles, and they have the frags. But first we start with the beginning. Lots of flashes. Anti-AWP plays coming through from Fnatic. See if they go for their usual utility towards toilet affairs. James is by divider, falling back towards the site now. Minute 20. You can see the bomb outside Monster for the time being. But will they continue to show presence towards A?
Outsiders have just been so happy playing this passive setup.
He's going to peek them. He is going to peek them. Exactly this. That trajectory tells a story. Now they're going to start to build. They actually have a flash on this A bomb site as well. Completely silent towards B. You can see Chiron moving back and forth, and it will be a play in the smoke. Have a look at that pop flash. That was a meaty one, but still down goes Crims. Kicker has help from Flint. The counter flash. 3 remaining, 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb still outside Monster. Advantage, oh, Outsiders, but Roy, again, dependable. Great presence of mind with the wallbang, trying to harass the rotation as well. 20 seconds. Moving through Monster now.
No smoke for Heaven.
Not much utility left, 15 seconds. They need to get on that bomb plant. James has the angle though, down goes Roy, bombs on the floor. Thatcher, last one to fall. Match point Outsiders. No plant again, money's gonna be tight.
Outsiders have grinded their way back into this game, as they always seem to do. In Outsiders fashion, it has to go the distance, but they seem to be the best when it goes the distance. Fnatic not finding the way in, even with this wallbang. It's just that initial hold that was so solid, and James loves to get into positions like this, where there's no nades, easy shots. And it's dejected for Fnatic. As you said, the buy not ideal. But at least it's rifles across the board, even if it is mostly Galil's. I like this a little more. Just take some liberties early, because Outsiders are giving you so much space. It's Nico Doz who's been the ballsy player. He might catch James, but he doesn't quite line up the shot.
That's not a shot that they can afford to miss. James spots him fall back as well. Feint creeping around. Roy snaps him though. There is still a chance. Look at their response. The double grenades. They are ready with an instant response. Still over a minute on the clock for Fnatic. They still have a lurker towards short B. Options are open. Roy creeping again. Chiron looking to his right, but still delivering a frag. High pressure scenario. Mezzy to trade. They haven't seen a bomb though. Sitting on the bench. Outsiders focus on the B bomb site. And where are Fnatic going? They're going towards B. Kicker has a lot of space behind this smoke grenade. There is time though. James with a rare miss. Not now, surely. Fasher's the one to fall. Kicker trying to play off with his teammate, but here's a trade by Crims. 2-on-2, 35 seconds. No util for Fnatic. They have to frag out. James eliminates people. Look at the angle he's holding. 28 seconds. Nikodos says has a look, and down he goes. 1v1 now. 23 seconds. James 11 HP. Crims, does he commit to the peak? Or does he commit to the plant? 16 seconds to decide. He hasn't even got the bomb. Picks it up now. Convinced James on the low ground. Going for the fake. James peeks and it's overtime.
Can you believe it? Fnatic make it work. I thought James had the angle again from Heaven, but this time his teammates get dealt with. And they've just got to go straight into it. They've got to get themselves back in the right mindset. Oh, that first miss. I mean, he made up for it, but that's what made him get dinked. That's what allows Crims a much easier one-on-one. Still hit the headshot anyway. Man's a baller, but we're straight into overtime.
Fnatic have smoked the CT side of the tunnel to potentially threaten a burst into the site. Maybe it invites more utility, I would say that, but look at Outsiders. They're holding on to almost everything. They're non-believers. Well, Fnatic have managed to stay alive for now.
Here's the thing, the way Fnatic win that round though, oh, good damage onto Kicker. The way they win that round, they kind of just went for a more confident push, right? Like Nikodos just running up long. You see the mentality shift almost. Maybe they need more of that. Fame looking for the fight on long, but Nikodos was ready with the AWP. Another man advantage for Fnatic. Is it another one they can close?
A Fnatic pilgrimage towards B. They come bearing gifts. Flit and Kicker moving together. Kicker around the barrels. Focusing on short now. Can they hear him rotating? 30 seconds. Do they wait in the smoke? If he sprays them, they'll lose so many. The flashes are here. Can he find two? Looking for the transfer. They've got to push through the smoke now. Flit has the angle on the tunnel. Grim's traded. Look at that transfer. Outrageous from Flit. And Outsiders are in the lead once again.
Man advantage this time completely snuffed out for Fnatic. Outsiders get their utility down at the right time, and Fnatic can't clear this close corner. Kicker does massive damage. Flit clearly had that communicated to him. Just starts spraying, and once he sees them, the transfer is on point.
A dance of utility.
Just takes years off your life, man. Oh, we got the boost. So hard to get the pick with that nowadays.
Throwing something else into it. Over time, things can always get weird. So, the flashbang forces an incendiary. If Fnatic can get Outsiders to use their util early, and maybe that was the plan. Again, that smoke we saw at the beginning of the round, you may be seeing a replay at the moment, but I did call it. There was a smoke on the CT side of the tunnel, maybe to try and invite some extra utility for later. Didn't quite work out as we saw there, because the utility was key to those jewels for Outsiders. But what's the next step for Fnatic? They know James lurking somewhere. He's enjoyed the frags towards Divider. All right then, there's the opening kill. Short B has been secured. What is the response? Oh, such a strong angle. Divider or connector. He's seen the rotation towards B. That's a good clue for Outsiders. They're using most of their util. There's 30 seconds left. Knife out. And down goes Fasher. Mezzi's here to trade, though. That's the bomb spotted. Look at the rotation from the CTs. Flit and Chiron on the way. James has angles as well. And the element of surprise. But the flash comes in. They still need to plant, though. We're getting close to 10 seconds. They've got to clear the bomb site. James still alive. But Mezzi refuses to die, or does he? Collateral, Nikodos to trade. These rounds are going down to the wire.
They had the one flashbang. It gets James off the angle. Then James gets a lineup. And it comes down to AWP v AWP. It's another round where Fnatic make a call with confidence. This time in the late round, they go back to the A-bomb site instantly. It was the right call. And they almost still were punished. But this time, Nikodos able to trade. This is anyone's game.
What a time for a Colat. Deciding round of the first half. Who takes the lead? I think Fnatic need this a lot more than the Outsiders might. T-side has been a struggle versus the methodology and depth of Outsiders.
I think Nikodos is feeling it again. He's looking for a contact play, looking for a pick at the same time as the boost.
Kicker almost showing an elbow, but he knows exactly where he is standing. Oh, Chiron gets his bell rung, but alive means dangerous. Double nades elsewhere, they won't connect. Flit manages to avoid those. Moves to the pillar. Minutes on the clock. Roy's looking for info. Fasher by the toilets. Fnatic have a good spread. Crim's in position at short B. Bomb can be rotated in either direction. Collected by Mezzi. 47 seconds on the clock. That would feel like an eternity in this series. James still hanging out by the toilets as he has been. Crims with a flash. That'll go behind Kicker. Manages to avoid them. Standing in the smoke now. Bomb heading towards short. Clock running down. Utility low. Kicker still has an incendiary. Eats a flashbang this time. But still, where is the opening frag going to be? Molly by the barrels, that is huge. Look at the rotation.
Roy heard it.
Outsiders are taking the bait, but James starts to wonder. Roy's got position. James says hello to Fasher. Looking for the bomb carrier as well. Surely goes back to the wall for a flick. 10 seconds. Can they can't stop the bomb from being planted. Multiple going towards the bank. Just a flash for Mezzi. No util for Outsiders. 5 versus 4. Starting to swing now. So many coming, but only one for Roy. They're losing position, Fnatic. James going to be able to post up. They've all got defuse kits. Look at the boost from Nikados. Sees one up top. That's James taken down. Do they have angles on the bomb? Another attempt now. Another flick for Nikados. 20 HP for him. No one defusing just yet. Pushing the toilets now. Chiron in the red. There's the trade. Mezzi comes through. Looking for the last one. One round lead goes to Fnatic as they move to CT.
Mezzi gets there just in time. These rounds couldn't be closer.
This is insane.
Nail biters. Every single one of them. Look at this from Mezzi. The time on this defuse. Oh my! How close is that?
Man like Mezzi coming through. But can they go all the way through? Because still, there is more work to do. What a slobber knocker. We're not done just yet. Nikados back on his usual. Very aggressive angles held. He's got rifle support in Roy. Outsiders know that he likes to get up to some nonsense. He wants to be aggressive versus them. They'll try to take these angles away. Suddenly, Roy's in CT spawn.
Yeah, you really get to see the difference in approach of these AWPers on this CT side of Overpass. James is always sitting back, always in the bathrooms. Nikados happy to duel, but in this round, figures he's safer playing back. We've also got Roy playing in those long bathrooms. So the info for Fnatic here is still strong towards A. They can see that there's not much presence right now from Outsiders towards A. So I have to think these B players should be ready for a potential pop.
I can't remember a T round where Outsiders did that basic smoke and molly to take AWP angles away. But still there are two by the toilets. Roy starting to move now. Realizing, but will Nikados start rotating? He's still in position. 24 seconds. 24 seconds, Crims won't deliver. Roy and Crims dropped, but there's still players on the site here. Fasher with the pre-fire, bomb on the floor. Flit's got so much to do. Fasher with the multi-frag. James got 10 seconds now. 1 versus 2. He needs the frags, really. He has to open, wants to keep it. And Fnatic will move to match point.
18 on the board, confirmed. Outsiders unable to find their way into B. It looks scary initially once those first 2 kills come in, but Fnatic were well prepared. They got the info. And again, it comes back to Fnatic just having the confidence to take the space, get a bit of information at the right time. Even if Roy goes down, it allows this B stack to be so much stronger because there's such little time left.
2 chances versus Outsiders. 2 chances. Nikados heads towards B this time, actually, with Roy swinging into the playground. Fame knows there could be trouble, or does he? Starting to push. Flashes from both sides. Mezzi moving forward now. Flit dropped. Bomb's still pretty far back, though. Nikados has to be careful. Kicker's to his right-hand side. No one's here to throw a molly for him. 3 players on Monster. Big focus from Fnatic on the B bomb site as Mezzi falls all the way back on A. Crims is convinced that he has an opportunity here. Oh, that's a huge frag from him. They're pushing Monster at the same time, though. Flash is here as well. Nikolos posting up. The grenade will do the job. Jame and Fame remain. And now it's just down to Jame. 1 versus 3. And Fnatic have done it. They've taken down the Outsiders, finally, on a very tough series that finishes on overpass.
The opening match for both teams, and it couldn't have been more difficult for them, but Fnatic hold on. We were saying it's so hard to actually beat Outsiders in those crunch time moments. Well, Fnatic gained the confidence when they needed to. They started making info plays, and that's what was the difference maker in overtime.
Upper bracket quarter-final that played out like a grand final. That's gotta be such a scalp to take for Fnatic. That victory must mean so much to them, and they had to fight for that in the most difficult fashion as well. What a series, but
Wow. Knockdown, drag-out affair all the way to the very end, and ultimately Fnatic hold tight. Guys, I mean, to the wire? Through the wire? Is that better?
Yeah, through the wire, because they got ran over first, and then they were able to come back and come out with a banger. Yes, exactly. If that's a veiled reference right there, but if anybody gets it, they're a real one. And for Fnatic, they really earned this one. And coming down that late, it's so hard, obviously. We've talked about closing out, but they even did it in a 5-on-4, a 4-on-5, actually, to close that last round. Congrats, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How does it feel to finally take them down, right? It's been a couple of times at the major as well. I'm sure it was obvious from the game that you guys were very well prepared for all the maps, for all the series, but still, even with all of that, they're just so difficult to put away.
Yeah, they're insanely hard to play. Like, they save so many nades, and it looked like they don't do anything, but we're scared of it. And like, they block so well, and it's so hard to play against. But I'm happy we managed to get through it and get the last few T-rounds on overtime, especially, and then close it out.
I know it's been a while since you guys obviously played them at Rio, but with Chiron coming in, does it feel any different? Does this feel like the same team back then?
I mean, honestly, not really. I feel like they play it exactly the same way that they used to. They play really passive, super back. They just let the time run out, and then you slowly get scared of every single possibility, you know? So they play exactly the same way.
How about you guys? I mean, you had that great run at the major that very few people expected to make the playoffs. Won Elisa with a stand-in, right? So to start off here at the play-in, a little bit shaky in that one game, but was that just like start of the year jitters, or you know, how did it go for you guys so far this year?
I think, go? Yeah, I'll answer it. It's like for us, it's a little bit shaky because we had a really long break. Because obviously Crims with his hand injury a little bit, he needed a rest for it. So we didn't play for a long time, and then getting into here, first event, it's just a little bit shaky and everything, and getting back on the grind.
Well, Nikolos, for you especially, I mean, in this game, it was still looking tricky in the second half of Overpass, right? Like you won pistol, but then they had the upper hand in gun rounds, and it was actually a sort of a half-buy where you finally managed to break them. So if you guys want to help us go through it a little bit, I think we're going to play it now on the screen. You can see it. Sure. Over there. And yeah, you ended up clutching this. So what was the thought process coming into this one? What were the comms like?
I mean, we knew that they are giving us every space on A that we can possibly get. And we can just walk up and execute every single round, you know. And even though they might sometimes be for there, we just thought if we do it properly, you know, sitting 4 guys on A side cannot be comfortable, even though they're dropping right-click smokes and stuff like that. So we just said, let's execute properly and let's just kill them all.
Get in their face, right, with the pistols, and just try to make the fights as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, because we had a bit of issue, like we didn't scale properly, we weren't fast enough, so when we threw our entry flashes, we weren't on side yet, and I mean, I feel like we went A like 10 times in a row, and we would have closed it out much faster if we actually did it properly, you know.
So is that what the mentality was like? The Outsiders were mounting that comeback against you guys, even I think tying it up at some point, and then with this one, you did feel like this game could have been slipping, but how did you maintain that sort of composure there?
I mean, we know the team that don't like to adapt. They don't want to, like, Jame never went banana trying to pick us when we do execute, stuff like that. We know they will keep playing the same way that they do. They just sit on side, and we know they don't adapt, so we just wanted to execute and keep doing the same, because we believe that we're going to win eventually.
Yeah. How do you guys feel for this tournament? You know, what's your goal? I know goal for every team is to win, but what would you be happy with that's less than lifting the trophy?
Yeah, I think for us it's important because we're still like kind of a new team to get the experience, especially for me since I haven't played big events yet. And yeah, we would like to get to playoffs at least, and then hopefully win still. But like our main goal is to reach the playoffs here, and I think we're on a good way to do it.
Next opponent, I think here.
Vitality, I think.
Vitality on your side of the bracket. How do you guys feel about that matchup? Initial thoughts?
I think it's a pretty nice matchup, you know. I mean, we're at the main event now, so you can't avoid playing against good teams, and we consider ourselves a good team, you know. And that's the beauty of CS. You can win against anyone, and anyone can beat you.
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. Congrats on the win.
Thank
One
you.
more time. Good luck in your next game. And Trace, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, we've come a long way since the start of that best of 3, and for Fnatic, now they get to set their sights on Vitality as the Group B starts to unfold. Gentlemen, oh, thank you. I'll hold on to this. Let me get that as well. I'll hold all of these. It's okay.
Dual wielding.
Let's do this so that we have some time also to go into the match that we're about to, which is obviously FaZe G2. We go to a quick break. We come back, and we're going to tell you all freaking about it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
So if you just want to look directly into this camera and stare down everybody at home, let them know how you're feeling this lovely morning.
I feel great. I got 6 hours of sleep because our plane was fucked, so that was great.
Now look, G2, last year, you weren't here with the boys, but they're in the final. This year, you've got a group of death. It's kind of rough.
No, it's fine. I'm just happy to be in the main tournament this time. Last time I only got to play in. So, yeah, I don't complain.
Okay, always look on the bright side. Big smile on the face. Let's head on in here and see if we can find something. Who should we harass? Justin looks cranky this morning.
Ask Justin some questions. He is definitely in a good mood today. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Can we? Excuse me, gentlemen. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing, the gentleman of G2?
I'm doing really well so far. Just start of the media day, never easy, you know. But yeah, this is how it is. We need to do it, and yeah, all good. And for you?
Yeah, man, I heard Justin's in a great mood, so I'm excited to ask him some questions.
He's never in a great mood, so watch out. Be careful. Be careful.
Where is? Here he is. Here he is, Mr. Happy himself. Justin, hi. How are you feeling? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm tired.
Yeah?
Yep.
Is that it?
Yep.
You don't the king of Katowice, you don't want to talk to me?
No.
You're the reigning champ.
I'm tired.
Back to back. Well, okay. Swanee, mate, you're coaching these lads.
Yeah.
Is it out of control?
No. Never.
It's fun.
It's always fun.
Here he is, the man himself. Well, yeah, we can talk to them too, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back here in Katowice. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Does it feel weird? You know, you got Justin on your team this time, and last time he kind of ruined things.
Let's not mention those things. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's nice to have him. Hopefully, he will help us now to lift the trophy here.
Good start to the year, though. Last groups was pretty nice. You riding the high, or is that like, things are going too well? What's going to go wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely last events has been pretty good, but I think we all know this is the real test, and we all know that if we manage to do good here, then obviously we are on a very good path. But yeah, we are very focused on ourselves right now, and we are confident. But yeah, it's the first real big tournament for us in a while, so we'll see how it goes. But we are definitely aiming for a trophy.
Okay, were you on the late flight as well? You just got here, like it was a bit delayed. I heard there was a few travel issues.
Yeah, myself and Hunter, we didn't have issues, but Huxi and Justin, they had some issues with the plane, but they arrived safe here. They're happy to do media, as you could have seen on their faces. But yeah, it's all good so far.
How's the hair going this morning, mate? How you looking? How you feeling?
Looks good, feeling good. Everything's Gucci.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Gucci.
Just Gucci. First morning of the Katowice feels amazing.
So first time round, you're in the grand final. Second time round, fill in the blank.
Lift the trophy.
Lift the trophy. You got to go now. You have to go now. But any words to the people at home?
Love you.
All right. Goodbye, mate. Have fun.
Roki's still here. Oh, they lined up. He's actually hit 1+2. He did damage. That's going to drop them down. It's all on Hunter, and it's all over. Chris with the final kill. And FaZe finally on the stage in Katowice will take a championship. And you can see what it means to Kerrigan as he falls to his knees.
And why not? What a performance from everyone across FaZe. The mastermind himself.
The Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice champions, FaZe Clan in 2022.
Yeah, that's right. Just shy of 1 year for this grand final rematch in Katowice. That's because both these two teams saw themselves fighting it tooth and nail in a pretty close 3-map best of 5, and we're going to get into that because you can talk about Mirage all day for that one. 31-27, overtime in the first map as well, and then all 30 there at the very end, ultimately culminating in FaZe picking up a trophy here in Katowice. And me welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters, joined alongside of YNK and Bled on a box.
Thanks, man.
That's started right
indeed. A 3-0 win for FaZe last year, but there were 4 maps worth of rounds in that game. Yeah. Probably one of the closest 3-0s you're ever going to see in a Counter-Strike Grand Final. And yeah, I mean, maybe G2 has just picked the one ingredient that mattered, and that's JKS, who was a stand-in for FaZe last time around in the playoffs for Rain, initially for Ops. And yeah, just an amazing final, and hopefully we have the same level of CS and same level of excitement in this game too.
Yeah, there's a caliber of Counter-Strike that we're about to witness, Black. Can you give us a testament or maybe an idea?
This could be, at least on paper, the game of the tournament. I know it's still in the group stage and whatnot, and it could be a prelude to maybe if these two teams face off in the playoffs as well, maybe a potential grand finals right now. FaZe, the team of the year last year, although they kind of tapered off a little bit at the end, and G2 finally finding the groove and looking really, really deadly. If you're a fan of Counter-Strike, you should be watching this right now.
Yeah, but I mean, both these teams won the same number of games in Rio, right? Now, I don't want to, beat on a dead horse here, but it's true, and it wasn't necessarily the showing that we expected from FaZe Clan, who did sit on the cusp of maybe grabbing that Intel Grand Slam. They also have the opportunity to do it here. I was talking to Kerrigan this morning. He said that would be a nice bit of pressure off and a nice little payday.
Like a wise man said once upon a time, shit happens. I don't know who it was, but he said it. And
Confucius, I think.
Yeah, Confucius right there. But it do be like that at times, right? And for a side of FaZe, sure, and G2 as well. They weren't there in Rio, and it's a nicely put there. Trace, and neither of them won any maps in that major, but despite that, they still look good. FaZe, sure, it did look a little shaky, they didn't win anything off of that, but they still made some very deep runs, made things very competitive, and G2 finally kind of breaking the curse, so to speak, makes things very tantalizing indeed.
Yeah, I think plenty of opportunities still for FaZe to win that Intel Grand Slam, even if it doesn't happen in Katowice, right? They still have the IEM Brazil, they still have Pro League, and they still have Dallas. So obviously they're going to, in every tournament that FaZe plays in, the goal is to win the tournament. They have the quality for it, they have the players, and they seem to be in form too at the moment, right? Both of these teams are yet to lose this year. They haven't lost in Brazil, and the last matches that they lost were to each other.
Which is kind of wild.
For FaZe, it was to G2 in the semifinal of World Finals, and for G2, it was to FaZe in the group stages of that same event. So tells you that how close that rivalry has been over the past year. Always great CS, atomic CS, I like to call it. Atomic and very, very close games.
Yeah, is when you say atomic, just a little bit of a pick there. When you say that, you mean because right there at the very beginning of it, the minutia is so detailed, right? Like it's.
I think because it's CS played at the highest level in terms of strategy, in terms of you have sick individuals on both teams, and their philosophies are very similar, right? It's having strategies and tactics and moves to create space for your players to do their thing, right? For G2, it's the core of Nico, m0NESY, and Hunter. On FaZe, it's Brocky, Robs, Twist. I mean, Rain is probably, FaZe is a four-headed monster in a way, and G2 is trying to replicate that with JKS. I think JKS has been the catalyst for G2, him stepping up in his role, right? Playing very well as an anchor, being good as a closer on the T side, sort of, and that's what enabled them to lift the trophy in Abu Dhabi and have a great start of 2023.
Yeah, 2022 though, well, we won't go back that far. In fact, we are going to hear a little bit about G2 and what the woes, trials, and tribulations might feel like.
One at backside, naded out. m0NESY suspects that he might be there. He's looking for his way as Game Allegiance stall the time. Flashes in, IEM forced away. Isaac with a kill. 2-on-2. Hunter detected. IEM with the frag. m0NESY with it all to do. He gets the wall bang in and hunts for the last man. He's got the kit. Needs the ace. Only hits the leg shot. The USP comes out, but it's a cold day in hell. Game Allegiance have eliminated G2 from the European RMR as they stay alive. Bound for the major. Look on their faces tells it all as their road to Rio ends here.
Yes. That one time G2 didn't qualify for that one major, Yanko.
To be, in hindsight, it seemed to have been the best thing that could happen to G2 because you could see them after that, they were crushed. The worst thing that can happen to you is to not even make it to the major, right? And it happened, and guess what? Life goes on. You're still alive. You're still kicking, right? And I think they had way too much pressure on their shoulders, and expectations were too high on HooXi as well, right? Like you're coming into a team from Copenhagen Flames where it's you need to be the best in the world. Nothing less than that will do, right? Yeah. And after that loss, you realize you can't rush it. You can't get ahead of yourself. You need to start off from scratch, build it brick by brick, and that's what they did. And although result-wise, it wasn't great in fall finals, right? It was a little bit too early. At World Finals, it all came together, and they're playing with a lot of confidence. The atmosphere in the team is extremely good. Like, they've kept everything. They didn't bother adding, like, a different coach. They kept Swanee on. Like, it's working for them. Why change anything? Mm-hmm. And that's why they're in such good form at the moment.
Yeah, reinventing the wheel has never been fun for anyone. I don't know many people that have tried to do that. But what I do know is that even if you do make it to the major, nothing is promised. Let's find out what happened for FaZe.
Looking, bomb, lost. No, FaZe clan need a hero, and Twist might just be that man. No, they might check him. Spotted out, Scenarii reacts. Oh no, it's only Karrigan. Is this really happening? A slow start, but a more painful finish. Karrigan 2 to 5, and they're out. Unbelievable. Bad news, Eagles are the bearers of bad news for FaZe.
Bad news, Eagles eliminate the world #1. Last place in the Legend stage, going home early. No back-to-back major, no Intel Grand Slam.
Nothing about that Rio expenditure went the way FaZe wanted it to.
That was just such a gut punch, right? Because everyone's kind of setting up FaZe to kind of claim the Intel Grand Slam at the major itself, because they kind of fumbled a little bit in Pro League as well. But the fact that they had a couple of best of ones, not quite going the way. Bad news Eagles, we started Vertigo, Float coming out. They were kind of hoping it might pan out, but unfortunately, when you don't leave yourself much room, much margin for error to work with, even the best teams out there can fall. FaZe falling right there. I think it also kind of set the trend of seeing a lot of top tier teams have a lot of upsets taking place, so to speak. Right now, the end of last year for me was kind of the real parity era of Counter-Strike, where we had really good teams who could still falter against teams where they should on paper be winning. So I think that was a great example right there of FaZe kind of failing to deliver.
But on both sides of this coin, there are so many talented individuals, Yanko, and it goes without saying. You can just look at the rosters as they're listed. I guess the idea that they could slip and falter in one way or the other, which might not even be massive, downfalls, could cost somebody around here.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you enjoy watching games like this. You have some of the world's most skilled players going head-to-head in a situation where they're both really well prepared, been together for a long time. And it's about getting it done and lifting trophies, right? And this is not the end of the road for either team. If you lose this game, you go to the lower bracket, you can still make the playoffs, still make your run from there. But absolutely, you want to kick it off with the right foot and maybe secure that straight berth into the semifinals.
Yeah, and one thing that might help G2 is perhaps some pistol rounds. Thoughts?
Well, yeah, I mean, in this year, it's been absolutely unreal. Like, I can't remember that I've ever seen something like this. G2 in all of their matches, they've won all but 3 pistol rounds. They're 13-3 this year. Every second round, they've converted once they won pistol. And the 3 pistols that they lost, they won the force buy, right?
It's unreal.
And it's very important for viewers at home to understand when you get good starts to halves, it's a completely different game that you're playing. Like you have good economy from the start. You can take a little bit more risks in terms of calling, in terms of just, you know, individually how you're playing, and you're playing from ahead. That's always easier to do. And we're yet to see G2 in this year having to come back from behind, right, in games. They're having to win multiple gun rounds to get back into the game. And I think they're obviously capable of doing it. It's just, you know, when is it going to happen? It's bound to happen sooner or later.
Yeah, eventually. There's a law of averages there, too. Let's talk about our Colex players to watch. First, we're going to hear about them. m0NESY and Brokey. Wonder.
Two of Counter-Strike's top lineups mean our Colex players to watch are in for a real battle. First off, if it ain't Brokey, don't fix it. After disappointment in Rio, FaZe seem to have dusted off their injured egos and hopped straight back on the bike to victory with a solid start to the year in Copenhagen. Katowice has been kind to the Latvian AWPer, as only a year ago, it's the city where Brokey picked up his first MVP award. For continued success, he must remain consistent and adjust to whatever evolving situations his team puts him in. Where's the m0NESY, Lebowski? That's what Na'Vi asked for when G2 came knocking on their door about the availability of the young, up-and-coming superstar in the making, known as the Baby Goat. Before G2 can shine, he must step up and help erase the pain of missing out on the Rio Major at the end of 2022. m0NESY is a vital cog in turning his team's fortune around. No matter which player you root for, this game is going to come down to the wire.
Well, at least that's what we hope for. It's going to be a pretty big thing, a pretty big test. Yanko, before we jump into these vetoes, can you tell me what it would mean for either of these teams to set a precedent right here, to set a pace for the new year?
I think absolutely. You know, I've been here, this rivalry has been ongoing, and it's one of those good rivalries. It's not, you know, villains or anything like that. I mean, Nico's been in FaZe for a long time, teammates with Carrigan, Robin, Rain, right? So it's just sort of a good game, right? Like good feelings, obviously enemies on the server. But I think, you know, talking about the two players, what I mentioned about JKS for G2, I feel that's Brokey for FaZe. When Brokey is really like on point, when he has a really good tournament, that's what pushes FaZe to lift the trophy. And he was the MVP last year. Can he do it again?
And also the really cool thing, I love the fact that we had Brokey and m0NESY, because Brokey, as you said, MVP of last year in Katowice, and for m0NESY, that was a breakout event, right? He comes out there, his very first game in front of that crowd, and he still delivers. I do believe it was against Na'Vi. So absolutely, these two players are players to watch. And Tracy mentioned as well the maps. The really cool thing about these two teams are the fact that the two maps where they like to play, Inferno and Nuke, are the two maps these two teams are probably the best in the world on. So I'm expecting to see these two maps come out to play, maybe as a decider map, maybe as an opening map, but that is going to be such high caliber Counter-Strike on Inferno and Nuke, which I love to see.
Yeah, no overpass, no vertigo, and this is probably where you look at, you know, vertigo is something that people would like to pick against G2, but for FaZe that's not an option. So maybe something like an Ancient, right? If they wanna go for something that's more of a weakness for G2, at least on paper, and G2 themselves feel extremely confident. They don't care that Nuke is a great map for FaZe. They just go straight into that pick, and I think this is written Inferno decider all over.
Inferno should be the decider. FaZe pick for Ancient coming in primarily because the last time G2 played Ancient, and I've only played it once in the past 3 or 4 months, was that dropping from FaZe in the group stage of the World Finals. It was 16-4 beatdown from FaZe. So yeah, this could be a bang.
But you know, that beatdown is G2 losing the second map in overtime, and it's one of those things where it feels like they just got completely deflated after not being able to close it out. And on the third map, we've seen that happen before with G2.
Well, Nico going 35 and 19 over the CT in a series kind of helps too, right? I mean, inversely, you look at Rops was just on the same wavelength, but on a ball field of his own. Guys, I don't know if you realize how big the mind games are. They've already started in here. They just, you know, we just had the team huddles. I couldn't have been the only one that just heard FaZe say G2.
They did.
Huddle. And then yell that out to the entire room. I'm not sure what they said, though. I didn't hear it.
Idemo, it's let's go in Serbian.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So they all speak Serbian now?
Yeah.
No.
Everybody's changing over, man.
That was what FaZe cheered when Nico was the only player in FaZe with Carrigan and Rain also before. It's just funny to say something else than let's go.
Of course, yeah, let's change it up. But I do like it because obviously you think about these two teams being on a caliber of their own. And for a lot of last year, FaZe definitely was untouchable.
And listen, if you go to that semifinal game at World Finals that G2 won, like Nuke was 16-14 and G2 won some ridiculous rounds. Like towards the end of that game, I think the score is 13-13, G2 M4s buys, a couple of MP9s, pistols. They just rush lobby straight from spawn and they catch FaZe off guard, right? They win that round, and then at 14-14, Hunter and JKS are in a 2v4, and they somehow win that with the bomb planted or the A bomb. So that was the round where JKS's mouse jumps, like, and kills
he still
Rain
gets
on
a
Heaven
1v2.
in the 1v1. So those were some really freaky rounds that they were able to win and close it out on the second map. So FaZe was very much in that series as well, and I'm curious to see how they fare this time around, Trace.
We're going to have to sit around. We're going to have to wait and see how it all pans out. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your expertise as well as your company. But the company now turns its attention over into the game itself. FaZe, VG2, and what some are saying is the match of the day.
No rest on this stream. The carnage will continue. New teams to the plate, new maps as well. Bardolph and Hawker on wax once again. You know when microphones first became a thing, the sound was recorded on wax. For those of you who wonder why I say that.
Ah, gotcha.
It is history. There's plenty of history on the walls in the Hall of Heroes, and more history to be recorded right now. G2, the aggressors on Nuke. Full Kevlar for FaZe Clan, along with the USPs as well. A mixed bag for G2 with a P250 on Nico and some utility to boot. Hunter will be the first man to fall in this series, but the only one so far. m0NESY and Nico soon to follow, in fact, as the last two will make their way towards B. Certainly heard by FaZe Clan. Rops awaits them as they try to plant the bomb.
Rops will try to deny, and he will do just that. JKS aced the pistol yesterday, not today. Brokey shuts him down. It is a clean pistol for FaZe, and that's something G2 have been so good at lately. They've been winning pistols. They've been winning second rounds. This time that may not happen. And if you're not excited for this game, you're not a fan of Counter-Strike. This is an unreal matchup. These are the two teams a lot of people are picking to win the whole damn tournament, and we're fortunate enough to get it in groups.
Nico has a Desert Eagle. Everybody else has a Glock. He will be the highlight for this round, most likely, for G2. The classic Blaze. Can see Brokey just looking towards T-Red on the outside. An early start to an epic battle. We've seen a fair amount of G2 already, of course. Very engaging gameplay from them. They'll need to be at peak performance for the likes of FaZe Clan. You can see Nico hunting. You can see what's on his mind through his crosshair. Quick look towards Secret. Never know when a trade fragger might pop out. They've got time to wait, G2. Ultimately, they must meet their demise, and they certainly will. For now, they'll try to find some frags. Nico moving forward now.
He's trying it.
He is. But there we go. The Desert Eagle has been lost, but as I say that, a follow-up from Hunter onto Rain, and he manages to frag Brokey as well and find a Desert Eagle. Now we have to start wondering about bomb plants. The bomb hasn't been spotted just yet. FaZe Clan suddenly limited on numbers. Rops with the FAMAS bursto. Like he's pressed right-click. So far, so good. He'll secure the bomb as well. Man-like Rops stopping the bleeding. Leaving Hunter to try and find a third. No bomb plant, but damage is reasonable by G2.
Yeah, not a bad round, all things considered. And G2 will have plenty of cash for the buy after saving so heavily. I think here on Nuke, I'm really looking at this as a Nico versus Rain matchup on Yard. They were the two best players in the world at playing Yard last year. Nico had a 1.55 CT rating on Nuke, and Rain's was a 1.41. They were so far above any other rifler on this map. And the fact they go head-to-head in that position is going to be so intriguing to watch. Rain got the better of him on the pistol, but now it's into the gun round, the real meat and potatoes. Nico can win maps by himself on Yard, man. He can entry there like crazy sometimes. But he's up against Rain. Ooh, warning shot onto Rain there.
Sign of things to come, perhaps. Daddy, back on the server. Congratulations to Rain. And to the wife as well, of course.
Got a double rotation down from FaZe. Twist and Brokey have positioned themselves down towards B. They're about to be tested here. G2 round the corner. Brokey spots the info. Twist unexpected, able to take 2 with him. And now Brokey will drop back to the site with some more assistance.
They've got the information, they've seen the bomb. 30 seconds might be a long time though. If JKS can find something. I think Hunter's very deliberately trying to make a lot of sound here. But now with only Hunter and JKS remaining, I don't know how much they can expect to get done.
You've got to assume the vents are covered, or maybe not. JKS wrapping heaven. Carrigan's actually in trouble here. He's in a sandwich. He's about to get taken down. Oh, JKS surely must have seen the man below. Finally comes back for the second. And all of a sudden, G2 have put this round back in the balance.
How has this happened? FaZe Clan on the back foot now. Robs with a defuse kit. JKS on the outside. And suddenly, Robs is alone. How about that for a response? JKS and Hunter turning things around here. Waiting for the smoke to go is Robs. He has a rough idea that someone's in heaven, but where is the trade fragger? Where is that last man? There he is, Hunter with the crouch peek, delivering the final kill. Emotionless, because there is much more work to do.
That could be a bad omen for FaZe, because in the previous matchup between these two teams on this very map, it was 14-14, and Hunter and JKS won a 2v4, similar to this. Flashbacks for FaZe. And that's actually such a fascinating storyline here. When FaZe were at their peak, when they were at their best last year, they were known as the team who always came through in the clutch. Now I feel like that's G2. G2 always seem to find a way to clutch. It's almost like they've stolen FaZe's identity. And now they want to become the best team in the world. Nico taking huge damage on Yard. It's still a goodbye for FaZe. With these digs, you can't count them out. Oh, Nico gets across safely.
He's got to be real careful about those tracers. This week, all the rounds we've seen, or many of the rounds we've seen like this, like what FaZe Clan have in terms of equipment, have been so dangerous. The level of skill is simply so high here. It's a great way to eliminate it. Free upgrade for Hooksy. Haven't even mentioned m0NESY yet. So many personalities on this server. Really a matchup of colossal proportions. G2 with 49 seconds on the clock, 5 on 3. They'll be comfortable for now, collecting the bomb. Rain's got a nice angle though. JKS is ready for it. As sneaky as the angle was, the spatial awareness is sharp.
You can just see the quality of Counter-Strike on display already. Every round feels like there's so much intrigue going into it. Twist is down low. Won't matter though. G2 with a clean up in that one. And remember, FaZe fully invested there. They only had 1 rifle and pistols, but that was all their money invested into that round. So it should be a moment for G2 to breathe. And a chance for them to get a pretty solid start here on the T side of Nuke.
Full USP round from FaZe Clan. See how they choose to concentrate their efforts together. Seen a number of teams successfully capitalize on chaos with these USPs, and here's the attempt. Common anti-eco position for m0NESY. So you can hold lobby, but also fall back as necessary. JKS will need some support now to hold on to his rifle. Lovely shots from m0NESY. Not his favorite weapon, but it will certainly do. So G2 will soon be taking the lead. 3 rounds from 5 on the T side is a good start.
Yeah, and I think on their opening games, both these teams had a pretty similar story. They both won 2-0 against teams they should have been beating. G2 beat Big, FaZe beat Spirit. But I don't think either side showed they were at their best. G2 had a pretty close map against Big in one of them. Didn't really see the individuals fully loosened up. And FaZe also had a pretty close nuke map against Spirit. So both these teams maybe with some shaky moments, but still strong starts in their opening games. Now we'll get to see who is warmer in this one. Nico getting a nice couple of kills. Good to see him getting on the board as G2 get themselves into the lead for the first time on Nuke.
A comfortable map for Nico, perhaps with the odd nightmare.
I feel like, well, yeah, sure. Less said about that, the better. Yeah, I feel like Nico, there's a strong argument for him being the best player in the world on this map. Just the impact he can have by playing aggressive on Yard is crazy. He can put so much pressure on that position. What have G2 got in mind here? Fast play, potentially into this A-bomb site.
JKS believing in his teammates to extinguish that fire. Twist trying to stay alive, but that's not going to happen. Brokey will just about deliver something, but what of the rest of his team? G2 Esports speed running into the A-bomb site and have left FaZe Clan with very few decisions to make. Matter of survival, I think, for Brokey and Rain.
Yeah, this was a tough round for FaZe, actually. If you saw back at the start of the round, they got the buy together, but their utility was really lacking. I don't know if G2 picked up on that. It's really hard to know specifically exactly how many nades your opponents are going to have. You've really got to calculate the economy to the most minute of details. But I don't think FaZe had that many incendiaries early or really pieces of utility to stop this fast A play. I love that call from G2. They're hunting in spawn. FaZe will save elsewhere. But G2 with an incredible start here.
Pause by FaZe Clan. It is buy territory. Actually, no, it's not buy territory. They've got $3,000 per person. The AK and the M4 A1S. And indeed, they will buy some. There'll be some spending some cash around these rifles, but may not be the full investment. Try and keep the money together enough for the round to come. But they won't want to be conceding too many more rounds on their CT side. G2 could get some nice momentum going. If they can keep the CT money poor, keep them lacking an item here or there, then it could be a comfortable half for them for 4 or 5 rounds at least. Orders being deployed by Carrigan. Well then, P250, Desert Eagle, utility, and a plan.
Slower start this time for G2. Probably figured they are against a weakened buy this time. And G2 tend to like these yard smokes quite a lot. Pretty sure in the previous matchup, they barely went for any of those A rushes. So maybe a little surprising for FaZe to see that early in this one. Nico, again, always playing a dangerous game, and this time, the combined spam through the smoke is effective. Rain covered one angle, Brokey the other, but look at JKS almost catching Brokey.
If he did, part of me feels like there would be 3 G2 players remaining with Rops's position elevated on the boxes. That's the kind of advantage FaZe Clan were looking for in a round such as this. Can't retrieve the rifle anytime soon, but they can sit on that lead. AWP for m0NESY delivers a frag onto Rain. Looking towards heaven now. 30 seconds on the clock. Where are G2 headed? That is the question. One that FaZe Clan will need to identify. We can see G2 start to bunch together now, really running this clock down. Definitely a show of confidence. Twist at the back of the site, m0NESY misses. How are we going to plant this bomb is the question for G2. JKS looking to clear the site, but Brokey's here with the rifle. Down goes the bomb, and surely the round is about to be lost as well. Running out of time. Rob's running through with the Unicorn MP9. Just wants to show everyone the horn.
FaZe win a big round right back. G2 had a steal of a round earlier in a 2v4. FaZe show they can do the exact same. Brokey on the bomb site, cuts down 2 players. And G2 take just a little too long. If you've got 10 more seconds here, it's probably fine. You run down Brokey and you get the bomb down. But instead, it turns into a position where you just don't have the time. Carrigan just has to survive. It's already a back and forth start in this one, and we've got the yarn smokes and an opener. Hooksy, man.
That's a desk puncher right there. Really brutal for Brokey, but Rain is here to clean up. Oh, God. Hunter onto Twist now as Rain looks to deliver another one, but Nico will deny him. JKS moving through in the A-bomb site. Look how fast his aim is. Always looking for the next person around the corner. And again, they've been wiped out. Rops with $0 in the bank. 1 versus 4. Just trying to hide in an unlikely position. Oh, Nico's seen him as well. No mercy from G2. They keep FaZe brokers pocus on their CT side. And at 5-3, sent straight to Eco. G2 are in for a very good time. Even like the loss bonus is close to max for FaZe Clan. But G2 have got a lot of money in the bank. They're going to have to win a bunch of rounds to stabilize because G2 have got tons of cash.
Man, and that opener from Hooksy, he's just improved his individual level so much since he was first on the team. It's been great to see. He doesn't have to have crazy impact. He's just got to do a solid job. That flash has bounced back, but it won't be a problem. G2 are against a very weak buy in this one. I'm sure that's part of the reason why Hooksy's got that Mac 10 looking to make some money. They overlook Rops in the corner. Could have been 2 kills there. Oh, lucky to get away with that. I think G2 should now be fine, waltzing their way onto this B-bomb site.
Impressive the patience from Rops on that kill. It's a lot of information to disseminate very quickly. And again, just like in our previous series, everybody seems to be ready and focused. Coffers for FaZe Clan though, again, somewhat lacking at the moment. Looks to be a painful existence on the CT side for them in the short term. Trying to see if they can steal anything. Brokey will be hiding for a while. Basically has nothing to lose. Well then, 6 rounds on the board for G2. Carrigan just inviting people to die to the bomb.
Auto twist. May go down. It'll take an extra $300.
Into the coolant. Rather be dead than be in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is already 6 T rounds for G2. And that was their entire half in the previous matchup between these 2 teams on Nuke. So the fact they've reached that number already is great for them. If they can get a few more in this half, they'll be in a very, very good position. And FaZe, again, have to dig deep. Big round here. This time the utility is better for them. They can put down the early incendiaries, and Nico has taken a tag on Yard, but it's not going to slow him down.
JKS with receiving a chunky grenade as well. Rain, he's got a shadow advantage here for a bit of pre-fire. Very important outside, as we can see.
And the bomb dropped. And Nico didn't look like he was on the same page. He was kind of tucking back there while his team went forwards.
Just what FaZe Clan were looking for. Really hurt the chances for G2 in round number 10. 3 players remaining. That early damage as well on Nico and JKS will make things even harder. They can't take that 1 bullet. .53 seconds at the mercy of smokes for now. That's the last one for FaZe Clan though. That bomb still waiting for them. Well then, Nico, very handy sniper as well. I'm sure everybody remembers Nico and the AWP. 28 seconds and Rops with an AWP of his own to deny Nico. And now G2 are at risk of losing everything. unable to make it more expensive for FaZe Clan. This is exactly the kind of round they needed.
It is what they needed, but it's also just so strong in terms of the economy for G2. I mean, Hunter's about to max out on cash. So it's not like you're going to be having any easy rounds anytime soon. Had some wild stats from the desk earlier. Neither of these teams have lost a series this year. I mean, G2 have won their last 6 series 2-0. They haven't dropped a map in a long, long time. They've just looked so good. If there were a team who could do it, FaZe would be top of that list.
Ooh. Second sniper.
Yeah.
Brokey and Rops will continue with the toys gifted to them.
Rops playing on ramp. Definitely a spot that's capable of having impact with the AWP if they come your way. Yard has been a big focus here for G2, but not as successful in recent rounds. There's always the option to fake those yard smokes and hope that you can draw the attention long enough to quickly pop onto A. And they've got some nades up top, ready to be prepared here.
Yeah, Nico is lined up in a particular position for grenades, as we can see. m0NESY is as well. I think some of those will be heading towards the hut roof, and in comes the charge from G2. Karrigan delivers, though. That smoke will be perfect for him. Nico can barely see, trying to switch weapon, but that will allow the opening into the A-bomb site. Hunter with 2, JKS with the molly, and we're down to a 2 versus 2. Again, the numbers game abused into the A-bomb site. The traders get there eventually.
Forced to plant on the far side of the site, though. Keep that in mind in this post-plant. They may have to play for kills early, and is m0NESY ready for this big flank? Oh, back turned at the wrong time, but it's still 2 AWPs on the retake. And a tight angle from Hunter. They have to clear him out here. Tucked in, here's the steps of the first man. He might swing on towards him, but he just plays time. Oh, planted behind, but it doesn't matter! Hunter with a massive lineup, a quad kill on the round, and G2 keep going.
Just a casual clutch for him. No reaction whatsoever. Believes in himself. Doesn't peek, doesn't jiggle. Knows where the first player is after the second player makes steps in main, swings, and they've lined up perfectly. Unbelievable stuff.
I mean, the bomb's planted on the far side. It's crazy that he makes that play.
Very impressed. Nico is very impressed with that one. Don't leave
Give him
him
the fist bump, man.
There we go, thank you.
There we go.
I needed to see that for myself.
Just satisfying to see.
Massive play from there. Just the sheer discipline, the patience, unbelievable.
That's what I'm saying, man. FaZe used to be the clutch team. I think it's G2 now. They're so good in those scenarios.
Meanwhile, on the B stream, also on Nuke, lots of mirroring maps today. See that bigger, currently at 14 rounds. Lots of action from A to B. Back on the A stream, of course. It's a 3-round lead now. FaZe Clan struggling on their CT side. Oh, JKS, he looks like he's been DMing for 10 hours before this game. He is so sharp.
They're all so sharp. Hunter, 14 kills now. JKS tight angle. Almost gets a lineup of his own. Does big damage onto Brokey. Twist gets a couple of shots off, but m0NESY's not going to miss.
I still think about, JKS's journey, how long he was on the shelf for, and the position he's in now, the plays we've seen from him already. It's really great to see. We always knew. It was always clear the level of talent he had. And now he's had his best opportunity to show it. And you can see how ready he is. His sheer movement around the map, how fast his crosshair goes from place to place. It's really engaging to watch. There'll be 2 scopes again for FaZe Clan on the CT side, but this time the second one will be Karrigan and the Org. The red dot is out.
Oh, man. All this early utility doing wonders. Brokey down to 42 health, forced away from Yard. This smoke up allows Rain to move in, and Broky's actually found a pick against m0NESY, and another one! Broky, you can't go for more. He goes in for more! Time to get out of there, buddy. 15 health. But a massive play.
Needed to be done. 7 rounds still possible for FaZe Clan. 5-1, fifth one looking likely. The aggression doesn't stop. Rain has plenty of info. Perhaps he hears 2 players of the 3 outside. FaZe can position themselves accordingly now. He knows that Secret's not compromised. 55 seconds on the clock. They know G2 are coming. That doesn't mean they can stop them.
Give me a Hooksy AWP highlight. That's what I want. I don't know if I'm going to get it, though.
Nico and Hunter moving together, but Karrigan could really ruin the party if he finds the right angle. Denied. Hunter and Hooksy, here we go. Molly towards heaven, and Broky's still going for the highlight reel. Has he done enough? Smoke towards main, bombs on the floor, smoke towards heaven. We can see Twist here. They're both here. 22 seconds. They've got no flashes. Going in dry. Hunter is ready, and now it's Rots. Maybe baiting up his teammate. Can he find a second one? He can! The margins are so small in these rounds.
Rops doing what he does best for FaZe. First player goes jumping through the smoke, but Rops behind him stays calm and knows to emerge at the right time. He got the info from his teammate. That's when he's at his best. I was wondering if that play from Karrigan was going to be costly, not spotting the player down below. Rops holds on, but the issue for FaZe is their money is still a little dodgy after winning that round. G2 have built up a bunch of cash, whereas FaZe on that CT side having a harder time to keep on top of the money. And that means they have 2 MP9s right now into this one. Ain't no rest for the wicked.
Winning that round may have cursed them in this one. With how much they lost, we shall see. They're up against the AKs and the AWP. It's going to be hard to duel with those MP9s, but maybe they've got the smarts for it.
God, Hunter's stat line is crazy. 16 and 4 against FaZe. Who does that?
Well, it takes a special team of individuals. Well then, JKS has the sound cues. He knows Rops has made his way past. I think Rops is wondering. Twist and Hooksy lost in the meantime. Action all over the shop as Hunter continues to add to his tally. For now, there's a man advantage for G2.
I have no idea. Oh no. Oh, now they do. He spotted the leg.
Wow. How on earth? Rain. This is a crazy round. 3-on-3, Karrigan. He's got a perfect tool for the job. The transfer is here. Upgrades if he wants it. Bomb at his feet. Question is, where is Hunter? He has a minute to quietly make his way over. Rops is wondering as well. Lurking by the trophy room. Straight. Look at the crosshair placement. He didn't have to move, just had to click. 1v2 now. Karrigan holding on of 12 HP, but he's taken the AWP. And I think he's got an angle on the vents. Indeed, he does. Does Hunter dance? Or does he walk to the stairs? Look at this cover. Great positioning by both CTs. He's looking for it, though. The taps and the spray from Hunter. One more to find. Karrigan walks into the angle and finishes off the job. Down to the last man again.
Hunter is locked in right now. I thought he had that. Karrigan so low, but he lands the all-important AWP shot. It feels like G2 are just always right on FaZe Clan. FaZe is so close to suffocating, but they're doing just enough to win rounds. A little frustration creeping in after a couple of close rounds go against G2. That's the shot from Karrigan. Heard the drop, so well played. Haven't seen much from m0NESY so far. Looking to challenge Yard this time. No one here to fight him yet, but there is a player on the left side. I don't think Rain wants to give him that fight, though.
With these smokes, does he go a little bit deeper? He does, and m0NESY's patience will be rewarded. Nico making his way through. Down goes Karrigan. Early 5v3. FaZe Clan will light on util. And now they're light on people. They need to find a way back into this round. You can see Twist posting up, wondering about the roof, wondering about the angles above him. So much jiggling, so much to clear. They're being proactive though. Rob's here again.
G2 is still a little spread. Maybe that gives the opening. JKS able to adjust. I feel like that shuts it all down. Brokey and Twist would need an unreal round to have a chance in this one.
Yeah, you can see G2 read the urgency that FaZe Clan have to have in a 3 versus 5. Everybody silent again. Nico makes his way up heaven. Already seen this, but this time Twist is ready for it. 4 versus 2, they've got half the information. Where is Brokey and the AWP? That's the question. They'll make loads of noise running in B. JKS will try to punish the rotation, but there are no assumptions for FaZe Clan. They know there could be a lurker. They've definitely got enough people. What about the timing though? He spotted one, there's the second one as well. 9 rounds on the T side for G2. A tense half to start off this series. Let's see how it continues after the break.
Go.
I'm Molly.
I'm Molly now.
Side.
Flashing. Molly, I cannot go. I cannot go.
Side, he's in front of the smoke. In front of the smoke.
Remain. One door.
Nice.
Door.
Nice. Nice. You have it.
Holding heaven.
Can you hold my main from door?
Yes, I'll do it. Off Brokey.
Medium.
Nice! Nema, you fucking sick.
Wait. Nice, Russia.
Nice, sick.
FaZe versus G2 in groups has got me feeling like a kid on Christmas right now. And G2 are looking so sharp at the start of this series. They've got a 9-6 lead, but FaZe have done enough to hang in there. And we've got more Counter-Strike at the ready. Second half of Nuke coming up. I couldn't predict which way this one's going to go right now, but going into their CT side, G2 have got to be loving this scoreline.
One amazing half of Nuke behind us. One more full half to go. Both these squads just mentally battling against each other before you get to the aim. Is extremely high-level Counter-Strike. The two-man push from ramp will reap rewards. Twist has the bomb. He can't stop there. He's got to keep pressing on. Rocks will delay as Twist makes his way towards B with the bomb. Down goes Brokey in the lobby, and now it's Twist versus the whole world. Bomb planted. Work to do with that Glock. 16 bullets. 4 people to find. JKS and Muncie moving together. Twist trying to keep abreast of the situation elsewhere, and it only gets worse. The door's open! Twist looking for his third. Nico goes down! Lightning fast from Twist! He can't surely do this. Going for the reload now as well. Oh my god, that would have been an insane clutch. Surely one of the ones of the year. The sheer fact he got that far is unbelievable. That's just the first half of this round. First round of this half?
Who the hell knows at this point? How the hell are we staying on top of this? Oh man, Twists. This initial transfer, so fast. Then a full flick around. You almost want him to win it, but Hooksy holds on the other side.
That is quite the claw grip.
They got that bomb down, so you know what that means. And look at the buys on both teams. There's actually more rifles on FaZe. There's only one M4 for G2 in this one. They focused the utility instead.
I'm still recovering from what Twist just attempted to do. Can we consider how little space? You see him just tap forward to try and get away from those open double doors. Right tool for the job in the Glock. Oh. Nothing is for free in this game of Nuke. Absolutely nothing.
As that Rain versus Nico duel on Yard, this time Rain getting the better of it. And that could open up a big portion of the map. Look at the response though. MP9s want to challenge Yard with the flash. Rain says no. Second Deeg headshot. And all of a sudden the round swings in favor of FaZe. A 5-on-3.
All right, Rain, what's next? Well, it's Twist's turn. You peek for 0.1 seconds. You die. Twist and Rain, 4 frags between them. Hooksy to clutch with the MP9. And Twist, it's just so fast. It's so fast, it's so accurate. It's so savage.
The level here is unbelievable. I could watch this matchup countless times. I want to see this matchup countless times throughout the year. I mean, what can you even say about some of these shots? Twist's aim especially is just so aesthetically pleasing to watch. And FaZe come right back.
So efficient. The crosshair placement is so tight. Minimal wasted movement. A force buy, more or less.
Yeah, Muncie wants to keep some money. He's the AWPer of the team.
We've all left at least 400 in the bank. So, calculated.
Hunter's been pretty spicy with that CZ.
Everyone's been pretty spicy with everything.
Sure.
There's nothing but spice here. It's a jalfrezi.
Yeah, it's definitely not lemon and herb, I'll tell you that.
If you're more of a Korma man, this ain't the match for you. 1 minute on the clock. A CZ at that range could be quite dicey indeed. But is Hooksy taken down by CT Vent? But G2 will wait. It is unclear as to where FaZe Clan will certainly go as far as G2 are concerned. But Hunter's got the sound cues towards door. He looks to come in from the back. Wrapping around towards the site. He'll see one by the garage. Hasn't seen Brokey and Main just yet. Well then, what's the next play? Oh, it's Nico's turn of the Deagle. Some revenge on Rain for now. Nico's back again, and now Hunter chooses his time to strike. Suddenly it's a 4 versus 2. Twist and Rops with so much to do. Limited cover. Big frag from Rops, but he's got to get on the site. Surely that's the go command to go and help Twist. The fake flash comes through. Twist with 2. JKS now will be dropped. None of these rounds are for free. Every round is expensive. Every round is stressful. Rain says, nice shot back in the chat.
Yeah.
And Nico says, TY.
I mean, they're all giving each other credit because, I mean, this is unreal. I can't stop smiling watching this game of Counter-Strike. The level is so damn high between these two. Nico's got a dig again, by the way. No one else has anything, but you just saw him land 2 Scorchers. This time FaZe slightly faster, grouped with 4 members towards ramp. G2 have to take a risk in this round. They've gone for the yard stack, all on different angles of elevation. I don't know if this Tower of Power is going to be spotted, though. That is what the peak would look like if you went round the corner, which Rain is flirting with. Here we go.
Does he go all the way here? Oh.
Oh, Nico kind of ruined it.
Yeah, that slows him down.
Oh, man.
Well, he can try to stop the rotation, but they have to wonder where the remainder are. Don't think they'll be too concerned at this point. See what the Tower of G2 decides to do. Just hold in place. Exits will be on the way, and Nico will hold it back. FaZe Clan move to 9. The score is getting closer. 21 frags for Hunter. He's having a hell of a day so far.
Beasting and feasting. Great map from him. Finally, the tower gets disassembled. Just there temporarily for this round. And we might have a unicorn round here. One of those rare rounds where no one dies. Unless they die to the bomb. Oh, we get the run in now. Okay, here we go. Rops. A bit of money to be made. Nothing there for G2 in terms of damage, but they saved pretty heavily to get themselves a good buy on the board. If you've just joined us, this is the pick of G2. They've beaten FaZe on this map the last 3 times they've played them, but it has always been close. It's always been double digits for both teams, and I'm almost certain we're going to get double digits for both teams here too.
Considering the score is 9-10.
It'd be hard not to.
That's a great calculation.
I only make the safest bets, the safest predictions.
You can trust this man of your money. But if it says crypto, red flag. Minute 30 on the clock. Nico holding steadfast, focused on the silo. Grenades on the outside. Rain and Carrigan inviting response, slowly creeping towards their target.
He's also got m0NESY in heaven.
I just can't see any of Nico at all.
Yeah,
he's just a really small person.
And now m0NESY comes to help Nico at yard, so maybe they can fight together here.
Oh, okay, Rain spotted. One is close. Nico refuse. Oh, m0NESY! Excuse me! Excuse me! 3 more in the lobby. Footsteps heard. Hooksy waiting, as is Twist.
Oh.
m0NESY is back. Are you trying to dodge me? Are you trying to dodge? There's a gap on the bomb as well. Rops realizes trying to snatch. Well, he's in the corner. How does he escape? JKS down. All right then. Rops may be able to do something here. m0NESY, 1 bullet in the magazine. Oh, the jump up. He's ready for it. A clean headshot. He can see half of his head, and there's no penetration apart from his face. Doesn't touch the box at all. Nasty.
Unreal. He's called the Flash for a reason. When he shoots, he's quick, and his rotations are just as quick as well. You're not going to dodge him. Crazy how good m0NESY has become so quickly.
The most satisfying flick, you see a tiny part of them, and it's just clean. It's just clean. It's a missile. Well then, 9-11 in favor of G2. Seen highlights from both snipers now. Broke here around Squeaky earlier. Nico backing off. Looking for Rain. Hello, buddy. Old friend? Rain says hello back.
Again, that duel continues. I feel like Rain might be getting the better of that specific matchup. It just hasn't had as much impact on the map as I was expecting. It's just been so many clutches, so many close rounds. Pop into A, Rain wrapping from main. Hooksy in a good position, but now he's isolated. He gets a second. Hooksy finally run down, and the rotate from Heaven hasn't arrived in time.
Instant calls to save, instant. Manassi will post up for the rotation. Hooksy tried to buy time, tried to tuck into the corner, get his teammates to rotate in, but he couldn't make it there in time. FaZe Clan will indeed move to 10. Imagine having to go outside and face Nico every single round. Imagine having to go outside and face Rain every single round.
Terrifying. I'm sure everyone remembers Rain at the major on Nuke. MVP. In big part thanks to his performance on that map. This G2 team, I mean, you look down the list of names, and it's a bunch of players who, they've obviously always been on top teams, but none of them have ever been in a team that's had a period of dominance, that's been that #1 team consistently. Nico's probably the one in there that has, but even he has not won as many trophies as you would think. Feels like this G2 lineup could be the one. But you have to beat FaZe. And that's easier said than done after the year they had previously. Timeout for G2. By still on the board. Got that all out from Manassi still, so definitely will be keeping an eye on that.
FAMAS for Hooksy on this round. We'll see what FaZe Clan have in mind now. Usual grenades towards Squeaky. Robs is going straight through it though. Hooksy will find the kill, but there's more to come. Hunter on top. He'll be taken down though. Rain and Karrigan with some frags. Man advantage and a very quick plant on the A bomb site. Do G2 pursue, or is this one already over?
FaZe finding their way in now. Another fast A this time. And this time it's successful. That A site falling in back-to-back rounds. Hooksy's doing a fine job on A. He's getting frags. But Hunter has slowed down a little. And it has to be the save call.
Was that even faster than the fast one we saw from G2 on the T side in the first half?
Yeah, it may well have been. And it's also kind of crazy to call that when you have the AWP in the hands of Brokey. If it goes wrong, he's going to have a hard time getting involved. But when the entries are that clean, it does not matter.
Score is tied. Already shaping up to be another slobber knocker. As good as the first series was, the sheer level of output that we're seeing from everyone on the server says this will be just as good, if not better. This nuke is already bonkers, but what's not bonkers is the situation on G2 side. 2 pistols on the 3 players, but they have Manassi with the AWP. They've got JKS and Nico with rifles, a fast boost. Will he be ready for it? Why was he in the corner? Just to hide, or is there somebody up top? Will he be checked for? Drops will fall.
JKS is normally the ramp player, so maybe a little surprised they weren't ready for a second man there. But it is one of these rounds where Hooksy had the pistol, so you could assume they've just gone for a different setup. They've taken some liberties.
Last time Nico had an M4A4 there. This time he has a silencer on the ends. Now no one's really outside, but I do wonder if that would reveal his position. Brokey being very, very patient. Now Manassi of course will know his angles on both sides.
They haven't got anyone covering Hut right now on the G2 side. They're taking the risk, doubling up on door. Manassi forced back. Oh, Hut's open.
He's being pushed, he's being sprayed through the wall, but he's still alive. Hunter drops Carrigan, the bombs drops as well, but they'll frag straight back. Twist with the Glock, doesn't matter what he has. JKS now 1 versus 2. That moved so quickly indeed. Where is everyone? Both on the bomb site. Is that a bomb carry? No, JKS ready for both of them. Ready to take the lead for G2.
JKS is ice cold on G2. That's why he plays the extremities. He can be so good in the late round scenarios. Just about spots the first player. Knew that he had a chance to isolate the fights. And look at all this chaos. Nico rotating in from heaven. Twist had to pull the bloody Glock out to try and make this one work. At the end of it all, it is G2 who win the clutch. And I really feel like that's all this matchup will come down to. It genuinely feels like whoever's more clutch will win it, because there's almost nothing to separate these two teams right now.
Middle of that fight with this skill level, 2 Glock kills from Twist. Robs makes his way down. Notorious for gliding into main from the outside, glides into B from the vents. See Monacy by T-Red with the AWP.
Did they spot Rops going down secret? No one's watching it.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Did he spot Nico though? Oh, well, it doesn't matter because Rain will do the job. That's enough.
I feel like Rain's getting the better of Nico at Yard. I've got to say it. Both of them have had maybe quieter games than some of the other players. But Rain has found that kill a couple of times now. And that will not be successful for Hunter, who has slowed down a fair bit in this second half. Still on 22 kills, you're not going to complain. JKS rock solid as he has been. Will be saving this one.
They've barely taken any damage in this round phase with the frags they got. How does Rops do it? How does he just end up in places? It's just so smooth when he does it, but we know he puts the practice in. All this movement. Very disciplined player.
I love that we have the M4A4s back. I feel like that's why we get to see these riflers hit such a high level. JKS, one of those who prefers it. In case you are wondering, this is indeed a group stage match, one that is absolutely worthy of the playoffs. You've got to remember, the loser of this goes to the lower bracket. And there are some scary teams in that lower bracket, and only one of them can make it. For example, the loser of Liquid Na'Vi will be going to the lower bracket. Cloud9 are already down there. This is not just for bragging rights. This is a big deal. There are terrifying teams down there. You do not want to be in that position. And right now, FaZe are taking over. They're finding the answers. G2 are the ones now who are having to win clutches to win rounds. And even then, they can't string them together. Pistols for G2 again. If they make this round work, I don't even know what to say at that point. It's doable, though. That's the thing. You know it's always doable.
FaZe practically have all of their utility for later on. The Molotovs will be especially important to limit the positions that G2 can play in a round such as this.
I like the knife cam. Make that a feature. Oh, it's a dig now. Get it out of there.
Then the Molotovs begin. Clear as much of the A site as they can. Oh, Carrigan. Oh. Actually, never mind Carrigan. Twist with the 180. Everyone's just so ready. FaZe Clan soon to move to 13 rounds. G2 will try and pick up what they can. Nothing really to lose here in this round. Nico, I'm sure, is trying to find Rain again.
This is a big deal for FaZe. 13-12 up. Hunter tucked behind the air conditioner. Take one, but he won't be ready for the second man. Brokey will make sure that rifle is safe. But this would be huge for FaZe. as I was saying earlier, they've lost Nuke against G2 the last 3 times they've played it. G2 feel comfortable picking this map, even though both of these teams are incredible on Nuke. The 2 best teams in the world on this map. I think everyone would agree. If FaZe can get this win here, that poses all sorts of questions for G2 going forwards.
What is Twist's warm-up exercise? I need to know. I need to see it.
I think he's just born with it. Like the hair. Buy round for G2. Pressure on them in this round. You can't let FaZe get to 14 and put your economy on the back foot. Rain aggressive on Yard behind the smokes.
Look how fast this is. A minute 40, and he's at the steps of Secret. A number of them are. This will definitely be heard by Nico, who can raise the alarm. JKS needs to deliver, not shy to look for a second one. He'll see many players in a def cam, but do they even have position?
Oh, down here. That's scary at this close range. He can't do anything here. Bomb planted in the smoke. m0NESY will keep his position. They don't know he's here, though. He gets one. They still haven't turned. Twists now must know. Head spotted, but the shot not. Finally, m0NESY gets another, and it's a 4v2 in favor of G2.
Karrigan 7 HP and done. Rops has a lot of work to do here. No one's on the bomb just yet. Spots one. They know where he is now. That's a great start onto Hunter, but can he stop this bomb from being defused?
Okay.
Wallbang? Is he going for the wallbang? He's going for the wallbang, but it will be denied. m0NESY will protect. And there's the bomb defuse. I'm telling you, man, he works hard. He knows his angles, but he won't win a round on this occasion.
He can try and bang, but the AWP bangs harder. m0NESY hits him back with it. Tied up again. These teams just cannot be separated. I didn't realize they were going to overlook m0NESY here. I thought they would clear this, but I guess they didn't expect the rotation to just be so rapid. JKS down immediately, and it means that m0NESY has just enough time to get into an advanced position. And I feel like a lot of other AWPers might not have been able to get 2 kills out of that position. m0NESY stays on top.
Just a normal frag for m0NESY. Just another day in the office. 13 apiece. Both teams inching forward to the end of this game, but only one team can take it. Both teams on the bye once again. Both teams with an AWP once again.
It's still pressure more on G2. Their losing bonus is still low.
Worth noting that Nico has an AK on the CT side. m0NESY posted up on the ramp. Many targets coming his way. Sees at least one more coming. Great support molly as well. Seems they will choose to reposition, but to where? Ramp has been taken by FaZe Clan at the cost of 1 player. You can see Hooksy's position. Will be hard for Karrigan to deal with. Nico lurking on the outside. Hunter making his way towards Squeaky. Some presence outside from Rain now. One minute on the clock for FaZe Clan to make their play.
Yeah, G2 happy with their setup right now. 2 down towards B, 3 on A. And G2 have put a lot of emphasis on this lower site now in the last couple of rounds. Does that leave an opening towards A, though? FaZe found success towards A previously. m0NESY puts another smoke down, and Rops finally makes his move. m0NESY's come back up to the A site at the right time. 30 seconds, Nico needs to clear. He hasn't cleared it!
Oh, the timing from Rops! Hold on a second, into the A bomb site they go. The numbers game suddenly overwhelming the A site. The patience off of the ladder. That is not an easy frag to make. And look what it's done to the money of G2. Back in the bin. A game of small margins. Tapping his way fast up the ladder.
Getting into that advanced position. Nico doesn't clear it, and that's all they need. FaZe were finding success earlier on this A site. They switched it up. They started going for yard plays. They started going for lower plays. But it's back to A when they need a round the most. The split from Rops.
Even the way he came off the ladder.
And then to turn around and so quickly get the second.
Just movement magic from Rops. He's not flying off the top of the ladder. He's maneuvering himself to shoot as fast as possible.
Now this is a somewhat similar scenario to the previous time these teams played. FaZe had a lead, they had G2 down in a poor economic position, and G2 hit them with a lobby crunch that won a crazy round to bring it to 14-14, even though they had bad money. Would you be ballsy enough to call a lobby crunch again? How much do they even get in this round? $2,400 losing bonus. Surely a few pistols alongside the saved rifle. But if G2 want to take the crown of FaZe as the most clutch team in Counter-Strike, this is the sort of round you've got to try and make something happen in. However unlikely it may seem.
Oh, traffic. What a time to make a play like that from Robs. Just waiting. Had the right angle. Had the movement.
Is it Hunter CZ time? Honestly, was playing for info. He spotted something. Hunter's ready. Rain alone.
Oh, caught him. It could be two. It will be two. Hunter overperforming. No round is for free. Immediate huge problems for FaZe Clan. Immediate. The situation is urgent. The rifles are far away though. G2 can't expect to retrieve those. JKS will surely be crucial to the rest of this. Broky protecting the rifles for now, but as they stand there, the clock ticks down. They don't know where the remainder are. They have no idea where the remainder of G2 are. They know this round is dangerous. Some presence shown. JKS is too far away though to eat too much of those flashbangs. There is the bomb. It's all turning around. Down to Robs. 20 seconds on the clock. Finds one. Hooksy with a USP trade. And here we are again.
It's unthinkable that they win that round. But I said it at the start. If they want to claim that they are the most clutch team in the world, you've got to win rounds like that when it doesn't seem possible. That's what FaZe was so famous for. And now it's G2 who always seem to make it happen in this matchup. JKS on a pillar up top. And Hooksy gets a couple of shots because of the damage done by JKS. There is still money for FaZe, and there could be a fast A play. They got plenty of players in lobby.
All the rounds, first map of the series. Peak performance from everyone. Out comes Robs, perfect flashes. Can he find a second? He can. The trade from NiKo, and Twist is dropped as well. 5v5 to 3v3 in a matter of seconds. Now NiKo and Rain creep. They're looking for each other. Rain knows NiKo's around here somewhere. NiKo knows Rain's looking for him, and he's looking for Rain just the same. Broky holding the bomb for now. m0NESY on the way. Oh, the timing is unbelievable. m0NESY dropped the bomb, still alive now, making its way down to the vent. 2 on 2. Broky off to the races. Karrigan lurking, trying to cut off rotation. JKS is here. Will Karrigan have the angles? Will JKS look for it? He does, and he delivers. Broky in the clutch now. Suggests he's at double doors. JKS with a quick peek. He has the information. Broky knows NiKo's on the way. He has to get this frag. He has to get it now. JKS pulling him all the way back, allowing NiKo to trade. Pulling Broky into the open, and it's down to the wire the whole way.
Who is it who comes through for G2 when they need him most? Of course, it's NiKo. The talisman gets a quad kill. This, though, this is heartbreaking for Rain. He'd been besting Nico on Yard quite a few times. Not in this critical moment, though. And JKS just plays it so well. Doesn't overlook the ramp possibility, gives the jiggle peek to spot if Brokey has gone door or if he's elsewhere, and then just survives long enough for Nico to trade. JKS does everything right, but Nico is the main man. And at round 30, a timeout for FaZe because there's still money. There's still life left in him.
The margins could not be smaller. The teamwork at the end. Draw the enemy into the lights. Then blot the sun out with arrows. Rain down to a Tech 9. It'll be hard for him to duel with Nico this time. 4 AKs out for FaZe Clan. They'll have to do this the hard way just to reach overtime. Hunter on the MP9. Shortcomings for both squads. Utility is so light for FaZe though. Does this raise the urgency for them? Looks like it might do. Manassi ready for it with the AWP. Hunter's here as well. Through the flash, Robson Rain will come. 3-on-3, avoiding the spray from the garage. Manassi's here again. 2 more to go. Manassi going for the flicks. Brokey trades. JKS from the top. Rob's alone again. 1 minute 20. Position unknown. He's got to find these kills.
Bomb's nowhere near him. He's coming up. Surely they're ready. They're watching. And they'll close it. JKS makes it work. 16-14 yet again. G2 take down FaZe on this map. There is too much to break down right now, but it's G2 1 map up.
That's one of the best games of Nuke I've ever seen, and that's only the first map of this series. We have so much more Counter-Strike to come. Thoughts of the panel after the break.
Shoulders above the rest. These two. Mouse and keyboard in their hands and a dream in their mind. It's not far away now. Twists, what is this? This is so smooth, so aggressive, unchecked, unscathed. Into the site. FaZe, knock up for 6. Navi evaporate.
Open door.
Yeah,
Everybody knows what to do, right?
Yeah. I'm dropping my smoke. Blowing top part, I'm in, they top side though.
Can open the door, man. Yeah, I'll open. I'm gonna fake fucking chaos and search for. Only man as well. Hit a deep outside from here. Okay. Got bomb after us.
Look first.
We haven't seen him operate this up close and personal. Sure, he's liked the aggression, but he's been found out before in Twist. Talk about his impact.
Second early.
Smoke second.
Okay. Follow go.
Go. Pushing main. Pushing main. Pushing main. Both sides. Boom. Make it.
Nice, bro.
Top hand.
I have radio.
Tight. Fighter. Round player. Heaven. Nice fucking goal.
I love you, Russell. I fucking love you.
Let's fucking go.
Wow. Back and forth, up and down, in and out, whatever you need. We had it right there in that series. Lots to take in, Yanko and Bled. We're looking at it, and to unpack Nuke, I mean, there's several instances, several rounds we could just break down as is, but we're not going to be doing that. We're going to go to the big picture as a whole as FaZe G2 continue to square off, and eventually we will go into that next map. But Nuke, guys,
That was a map of the tournament for me personally thus far. Like the amount
easily,
like the amount of skill. Strip away everything tactical, everything cerebral about that game. Just let's talk about the pure individual skill on display right there. It just blows everyone out of the water. Inject that straight into my veins, Janko. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was Atomic CS. That there's no time for you. You know, you show up on someone's screen, it's 1, 2, 3 bullets, and that's it. That's your chance being gone. But I think to start off from the top, we discussed the incredible pistol round statistics for G2. Well, this time they got tested. They didn't win the first pistol, they lost. Second pistol, they win, but they lose the second round. And this is just a compilation of incredible kills from players from both teams, right? Just to illustrate how much firepower, how much skill we were seeing throughout this game.
And this is a battle that went on the entirety of it.
Look at this, like, you know, you can't even blame these players. Like, this is a flash play. You know, Nico was trying to play for information, playing close. That's his style, and that's just it. You're gone. That's like a pixel. It's a pixel. You can't even hide. You can't do anything.
And I love the fact that we preface this entire game talking about the last time these two teams faced off on Nuke. It came down to the heroics, right? The 2v4s and whatnot. And that's what we saw. It felt like the entire duration of this map, it came down to the small little extras being put in, like the Reigns, like Twist. On the other side, JKS, who was an absolute beast for the side of G2 as well. So yeah, it's a small little
Look at this
inches.
From Honest. This is just absolutely
disgusting.
Filth. This is like, you know, game sense. Okay, probably one more player.
The next kill is the one for me. It's the one he just pops his head right off the box. It's just kind of, it's disturbing.
It's a flick pixel shot, and it's so ridiculous. What is that?
It's not fair. That's what that is.
It's not fair.
Because, I mean, just to expand on what you're saying there, Janko, when you're saying Atomic, like, you really don't get that margin for error, right?
You don't.
Any bullet can really just be it.
And you know what's the beauty of it? Like, with these teams, like, first gun round, G2 wins a 2v4, essentially, right? But that's because the trades, the way they happened, and G2 was trying to take secret control, and then there was space for JKS on Yard, and he makes the perfect move to go up heaven, right? Like, they do a great job of sort of still outmaneuvering FaZe, even being a man down, and FaZe did that a couple of times in their own way, right, in the second half. And the thing is, it's not even that FaZe made a mistake in that sort of a situation. It's just G2 had good positions, players played extremely well, and JKS, man, I told you, like, he's the difference maker in that sense. He had an amazing game, so much impact, impactful kills, impactful rotations, great decision making. Even in the second to last round, in that 2v1 against Shrops, against Brock, you can see he understands. He's just playing for info.
Let's look at it.
Yeah, he's just playing for info there, buying time for Nico to come in, and, you know, doesn't give away his life needlessly.
No, he doesn't do that. Yeah, and this is just to prove your point, just even more. JKS right here. The second swing for Broky, questionable, or?
Well, it's like, you know, I think he should have waited for his teammate to swing from door and do it together, but this is like a fast, high-pressure situation. It's not easy. And this was, you know, there were so many back and forth rounds with pistols. This is an equal. JKS has a save and 4, but the Hunter 2 kills, right, makes it a 3v3. The map is large. FaZe doesn't have all the information. You know, they decide to go A, and unfortunately for them, that's where the gun is. They don't really have great spacing. You would have wished that Kerrigan and Brocky were next to each other. That way, you know, he probably gets traded 1-for-1, but those are like the tiniest of details.
And it's so easy to say on hindsight as well.
Exactly.
And really cool for a number we can just throw out there. It was regulation. There were 6 clutches won in that game. And some of them, even though they don't count as clutches, so to speak, per se, but it's like 2v2s, super close affairs as well. So it felt like almost every round, doesn't matter if you had just pistols, deagles, or a full buy, it did come down to the wire.
But there, I mean, there has to be something said about, obviously, the outside fight, right? We're talking about Nico and Rain outside, just going at it toe-to-toe.
I mean, you could probably have a, you know, an hour-long video breaking down just like the movements and the duels and the fights. And there was a round towards the end when they're on the opposite sides of the smoke and Rain pulls out a molly as Nico is showing up on his screen. That's probably incredibly frustrating. But I also want to talk about the other Kovac on the server, about Hunter, the sommelier. In the first half, he was absolutely leading the way on the T side, right? He was just so sharp. No one had a chance against him. As soon as someone popped up on his screen, he would take their head off, right? And I think was the main reason why G2 was able to have such a strong T side without pistol.
And especially, like, even his demeanor as well. We're watching in the green room, like that 1v2 he got from the CT vent position as well. He kills both the CTs looking away from him. His teammates like celebrating. He's stone cold. He is so zoned in. And I have to agree with you. That first half, the amount of rounds G2 were able to accrue, if Hunter didn't play the way he did, I don't think it would have happened.
Yeah, he was a pillar, to say the least, in terms of...
It was a battering ram.
Yeah, holding your spot, holding your own. He did that.
And this is where it gets interesting, Trace, right? There was no doubt about Nuke that G2 is very good on the map, and FaZe was as well, and a bit frustrating for FaZe, similar to that semi-final at the World Finals. It's some small mistakes, some weird rounds that they lose towards the tail end of the game that cost them the map. But now we have to see what's G2's Ancient like.
Yes.
Is it something that will be a problem for them moving forward? The teams will be able to pick and punish them, or were they able to get better on the map, and it's something that they're still going to be formidable on?
So perhaps we do just that. We hear from the G2 side right now. We've got Hooksy and Heku. What's going on over there?
I had the opportunity to talk to Hooksy about Nuke right now, because last time they played against FaZe, they managed to get only 6 rounds on the T side. This time, all 9 rounds. And so I wondered if they actually maybe practice and try to improve their T side. And he said, no, actually, they just are feeling really confident on Nuke. They know this map really good. And he's maybe even a little bit disappointed because he expected to get even more rounds on that T side. Desk, you usually get to cover these two teams so often. So did you see any differences?
Well,
from G2, no, not really. I mean, they kept doing more of the same. Even in the first, after they won the first gun round, the second time around, they just do an A pop. That play was Rops's play in Mouse Sports. Where he goes into the smoke next to vents, and then a flash comes through, and he pushes and watches whether side or main, right? And G2 just does it, and with pace. And this FaZe did the same thing to them in the second half. They also played with pace. They found entries. I mean, at some point, I was like, I would just take a timeout and say to the players, can we just try to not die in the first 15 seconds? Because they were giving it entries so much, FaZe didn't even
still
have
converting
to call
it,
anything.
And it's the little things right there. Don't die first. Like, maybe that's even just the direction.
Just the first 15 seconds.
Don't stay alive for a while.
Yeah,
just at the beginning.
Ancient. That's where we go. Will FaZe get shut out right here, 2-0?
I don't think so. I think FaZe have shown enough, and not just forget the G2 game where it was a complete blowout right there, we spoke about earlier on, but FaZe have played this map quite often, right? It's a map where they have been pretty dominant. Even some of the scorelines they've had against other teams who are decently comfortable on Ancient have been like 16-8, 16-9s, and all of that. And I feel like they have the right game plan, so to speak. For G2, we really haven't seen much, apart from that one game against FaZe. I haven't seen them play at all, so...
Yeah, I think with the amount of firepower on the server, and for G2, you can never count them out completely, even though you would give a small edge to FaZe on this map. But yeah, man, I don't care. Just inject more of this straight into my veins. Like, it's so fun to watch. It's such a high level of CS that I just can't wait to kick off the second map.
Yeah, and luckily, we will not have to wait very long. Gentlemen, thank you again. We do have to look at Ancient, and we'll be doing that, of course, in just after this break. It's FaZe G2 looking to square up here and try to put an end to this series. Perhaps G2 have that, but only time will tell. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, everybody. We'll BRB.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I have the two big brains of the teams here by my sides, guys. We're kind of already started discussing this, but I do believe that you kind of started like building like a history like last year. Navi, Cloud9 last year played only one best of one. You guys played way, way more. Hooksy, at this point, is it not really about surprising each other, but more about who has like the sharper tools?
I think it's a little bit of both. Like, obviously, execution is important, but when you play each other a lot, mind games starts to come in as well. So I think it's a bit of both, yeah.
Well, Kerrigan, you have many years of playing those mind games, and do you agree with this, or do you think it's still like kind of like a mix?
It is a mix for sure. I think both teams have the same philosophy, have huge star players, and also have an IGL who's doing a lot of entering and going first and trying to do their best to create space, right? So for me, it becomes a little bit of mind games, but also the clutch rounds. It's always explosive Counter-Strike when you have the same philosophy playing against each other. So I'm just looking forward to get in and play, actually.
Well, you kind of have like a really nice winning streak right now happening, and actually the last team that you lost to was G2. Are they kind of like the main opponent for you in this whole tournament?
I think G2 is the most informed team right now. They're coming off a win in Abu Dhabi. I think Heroics has been shaky in Blast, and G2 just cruised through the group stage, right? So for me, G2 is the informed team to win the trophy. But sometimes other teams can come from behind and surprise, right? So we have to play our game, and hopefully that will be enough to stop informed G2.
And it's a similar story for you, Huxi. I think you have like 8 or 9 best of ones that you won in a row, and the last team that you actually lost to was FaZe. Are they also maybe like your #1 opponent in this like whole tournament?
Yeah, I think I'll just give the boring answer. It's kind of like the same, right? FaZe is our strongest opponent with Heroic, I think. And he's trying to downplay us a little bit. They cruised through Blast group stage as well with a stand-in. They didn't even have full lineup, so maybe they're even stronger than us. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, you know, the standard, you play your own game, may the best team win, so good luck, guys.
Nice.
Come again.
One more.
Outdoor one. Cut out. You're hitting him door a bit. Nice, yeah.
One door.
I'm
holding right side. I'm holding it right.
Side. Nice, chill. Bomb is down.
He was top, right?
You can. He was throwing nades.
No, he was. He killed someone in the top.
It's drops.
Okay, just a bit.
Guys, careful, secret. He likes to go down mid.
Okay. I'm holding him. They're gonna walk out fucking main, okay?
Nice! Fuck.
If you've ever been to Chichen Itza in Mexico, it will look somewhat familiar to the terrain that we find ourselves in now. It's pretty cold outside in Katowice, but on the server, things are piping hot, putting it mildly. Insane levels of Counter-Strike we're seeing. The individual level has never been as high as it is now, and the concentration on this server is somewhat absurd. G2 lead by 1 map to 0. If you missed Nuke, then you have to go back and watch that sometime, but not right now, because Ancient is about to begin. FaZe Clan start on the T side, double Julies for G2 on the CT side of things. The mid side is going to be smoked. Huxi stands behind it. But do G2 stand behind this map of Ancient? Can they 2-0 FaZe Clan? This is the pick of FaZe Clan. Ancient. Nico. He's got some people coming his way, as does Monesi on the A-bomb site. 3 assailants creeping through. Carrigan dropping the bomb, but Robs will pick up the pieces. They're all over the bomb site now. Huxi, down he goes. Hunter and JKS with so much to do. Rotating through. 2 on 4 as Rain starts to creep. Little airstrafe for information, falling back to play with the team.
Rops was just wreaking havoc on the entries, and I think it might be too much for them. Rain coming in with another headshot. There was so much discussion about G2's pistol round success, their early round success. FaZe, yet again, win a pistol against them, and on T side of Ancient, no less. What an opportunity to get off to a strong start. JKS just looking to save. We saw earlier a shot of the Hall of Heroes, where a couple of FaZe Clan players are already up in the hall. They want to get themselves there one more time after winning this event last year. Good start for FaZe, though, and this is a really interesting decision from FaZe to go for Ancient. I think it was needed. They were going for similar maps in some of the previous series. A lot of Inferno picks, a lot of those sorts of maps. Ancient is a map a lot of teams don't like to pick, but it's a map that G2 have barely been tested on. I think it was a good decision here from FaZe to see how they match up against each other on this one.
It's a map which encourages a lot of CT aggression early. It's necessary for map control. You see Karrigan running through mid, Rain helping him out from the back. Nico will be the first one to fall. JKS continues with the dual elites. Dual elites or dual Berettas, whichever you prefer. Dual elites for me. Want to see with a scout on this occasion. Karrigan again, just a point man, just going in and cleaning house wherever he can. Hooksy moving through, meaty grenade to soften Karrigan up. Great flash as well, have a look at Hooksy. Things start to turn now. FaZe Clan abandoned ship on the B bomb site. Will they be heard rotating to 8? I think Rops is walking, he'll need to because Hunter's in the donut. Twist making his way through as well. That CZ is going to be devastating. Not one but two and the bomb, thank you. Rops needs to cut these numbers down at the very least. 35 seconds is a long time. He's got taps for Manasi. There's one more there though. He's lost a lot of HP and G2 seem ready for the challenge.
It just seems if G2 don't win the pistol, they just decide to win the second round instead. Even with Nico falling early. They're already making noise. They know they've got this one in the bag. Rops needs to make sure he holds on to the AK at this point. I can't think of anyone else I see using the CZ at top level pro play these days. Might have been the other game making some noise. Either way, it's a big round for G2. But yeah, Hunter's making a real statement about that CZ. He's just so clean with it. I don't understand how he's so efficient with the bullets.
CZ is still a very strong weapon.
And here's the 5-7 also. I mean, they're both very, very, very good.
Yeah, that was a hell of a flash we saw come through. Really enabling that pistol to succeed. And now Rops will be the hero AK-47 in round number 3. Feels like it was neck and neck all the way on Nuke, all the way to the very end. And we start trading rounds immediately on Ancient.
Got to be careful going for those wall bangs against the pistols.
I think he wants the tracers.
You just don't want him to get run down. That's the main thing. I think he's fine. He'll back up.
They could push the reload, but for all they know, someone else could be there.
That is very true. Don't want to look like a fool.
Minute 10 on the clock, and FaZe Clan continue to pursue. They would have heard that that reload was somewhat further back. They'll have the confidence to edge forward. That smoke will be nice. Looking for a second one, finding it. Well, a second one way or another. Of course, we have that team kill there as well. Twist now, suddenly the last man with the AK-47. G2 ready to take the lead. They'll do exactly that, despite his best efforts. That was a bit too much to ask.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. Friendly fire on the server. I wonder how many shots that was in the back of the head. Must have been at least a couple. Oh, we get to see it. Yep, very clean.
Awkward. I don't know. If I've got a target and my teammate's in front of me, I'm shooting every time.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Can't complain. FaZe can complain about this buy, though. It is terrible.
Yeah, this is a ropey buy.
You can see Nico get very active in and around the cave. It's also another map where Nico and Rain play the same spot. So maybe we'll get to see them go head-to-head more. And some very good ground gained by G2 here. Completely locking out that B side of the map. So you have to assume JKS is raring to go on this A bomb site if they were to come his way.
A very green map. Still not as green as Cash. FaZe Clan lacking in green. No shortage of red though, thanks to G2, who will clean up with 0 casualties, 3-1. It's a good start for them. A comfortable start. But that comfort will be brief as the AKs come out for FaZe Clan once again.
This was a map where Karrigan, when it first came out, was very good at finding little gaps, finding little timing windows to get in behind. Here's a B stream update for you. Second map looking close between Big and Team Spirit. So much good Counter-Strike on your screens. Look at FaZe early. Everyone going towards the A side of the map. Could see the mid take first, but it seems likely it should be an A-sided play at some point. The longer you stay here, though, you've not put any presence towards B, and G2 will start to investigate and maybe start to see that B is way, way too quiet.
In Century separates the forces, but no one's really here to do anything about it.
Yeah,
nice work by Nico. Oh, this HE.
Ooh.
Will go the wrong way. Rain quickly got out of there, maybe expectant of some shenanigans. Minutes on the clock, JKS eating a massive flashbang. Vincere is here, takes one for the team. Karrigan on the reload, JKS knows he's here. On the hunt now. Both dancing around in a circle.
So good.
Hold on a second though. Oh, that's a big frag, but he's lost his teammate at the same time. Hunter is dropped, the bomb is towards him. Sub 1 minute, JKS holding things down now as Brokey's in the clutch. 1 versus 3, Brokey. 40 seconds. That smoke will soon be gone, and things will only become more difficult. JKS might be able to jiggle and see that the bomb is gone. Nico moving in the smoke will still catch Brokey first, and G2 survive another test. 4-1, 3 players surviving, all with AKs. Always a sign of success for a CT side.
Looking very comfortable here, G2, at the start of Ancient. HooXi had so much info down through B. Pushed all the way down so that he could see into the lane. Saw that it was completely clear, smoked off the doorway, and that meant that G2 had plenty of players on that A site. Again, you see just what JKS does. His positioning is so, so good every single time.
Lots of discussion from another family man. As FaZe try to refocus, they cannot let this one get away from them. 1-4 on their pick of Ancient. They've only got the pistols for this round, save for the Galil in the hands of Rops. Not all the utility in the world. See if they choose to mount an early fight somewhere. Vincere has an AWP, so things could only get worse for FaZe Clan here. But they seem to have a concentrated focus on the B bomb site, at least from their initial positions. But they also need to watch out for these initial grenades. Haven't really played much of their hand just yet. I'm sure Nico's going to start his warbangs very soon indeed. Especially with those tracers. He will limit the lines that they could hold outside the B bomb site.
I mean, FaZe are dodging these spams really well so far, it's got to be said. Molly is down, Nico can get the reload off. He's actually got backup this time round. Not going to need it initially though, takes 2 himself. Swings even further. Oh, he's just so hungry. USP, that is filthy. 4K for Nico. Kovac cousin behind him.
I love the confidence.
Why not?
Everyone's landing the shots now. So just take the game away from them, even on a round such as that. No breathing space.
It's also worth saying, since the updates...
Sheer confidence.
Yeah, just pure confidence. But since the updates, I think Ancient is a bit more balanced now. You maybe don't expect the massive, massive CT rounds we saw previously. So definitely got to keep that in mind as we get back into the gun rounds. m0NESY hasn't had to do anything yet for the 5-1 lead on the G2 side. And FaZe again grouped to A early, but this time Rain was over towards B, putting some presence there. He's taken a lot of damage though, so he's had to drop back. And there's still 2 CTs towards A for G2 as this exec is at the ready.
Got donut grenades being deployed. Hunter will try to slow things down, but I haven't seen much in terms of players just yet. For all they know, there could be a rotation towards the other side of the map. Here comes Carrigan in first. The information man starting to spread now. Hunter can raise the alarm. He hears the footsteps. Rain still lurking. Threw the bomb to a teammate. Hunter waiting. There goes the smoke. Perfect timing. Hunter putting one more in the red. 2 versus 4, but look at the health on these T players. If m0NESY is offered something, surely NiKo starts to move.
Still an incendiary for him. Could be so nice. That was so close to being a shot landed. An incendiary not going to do enough. Twist will plant on the other side. Do they still stick around though? It looks like G2, despite being in a 2v4, might have an inkling that some of these players are low. They've already got the first.
m0NESY just waiting. Oh, the angles. He's so fast on the mouse. 2 versus 2. No response. Jump peeking. Did he spot Rain? NiKo moving forward. One more to find. How about this for a retake? The swing from NiKo. They knew they were tagged and they came in for number 6. Nothing is for free on this game of Ancients.
That A retake is always doable, but a 2v4, they just hang around. They realize some of the FaZe players are low. And it's just so clinical again. NiKo getting that first. This, the adjustment from m0NESY. Incredible. And then NiKo has a field day against these low health players. Up until that point, it was just assist for m0NESY, but he helps out to win his team another round. FaZe starting to get close on that A site. But they need rounds, and they know it. A second timeout taken pretty early on this map.
You have to feel like a lot of people at home would love to see an Inferno decider of all maps in this series. Right now, G2 in the driving seat have decided differently. Plenty of time for FaZe Clan to come back, but it needs to start soon. AKs again. Slight limitation on grenades here and there. More urgency towards that mid position being secured for G2. They've done well in that regard. NiKo could be in trouble though. That smoke isolates him from his teammate, and it's Rain, of course, who's looking for him. That molly will soon be gone, and maybe one of these players will be as well. Rain jumping around the corner. Somehow he's killed m0NESY. What in the blazes was that? I don't understand how that bullet landed. Maybe it turned a corner. m0NESY says, WTF, nice shot. Rain says, haha, TY. In the meantime, 3 versus 3. What just happened?
m0NESY was like behind NiKo, man. Like, he's just got to sit there and say, I don't know, just laugh it off.
Oh, that's a chunky one for JKS, and Twist has found himself a Hooksy. NiKo playing with timing, as is Rops. Stands his ground, then quietly backs off. 50 seconds on the clock here. Broky's the one carrying the bomb. I don't think he's been seen just yet. He could be anywhere, but FaZe Clan are all pushing. NiKo's got the sound cues, trying to give himself the best angle possible. They could line up for him as well, but Twist will cancel strafe and find that kill. JKS in the clutch now, 1 versus 3. Heading straight towards Twist with 6 HP. First part done now.
Oh, the smoke.
The smoke off the choke point. They're both in there. They could play a bait setup. I would imagine Rops is going to go for a walk bang because Rops, in the meantime, Brokey starts to rotate. Not touching the bomb just yet. Giving time for Brokey to keep moving. JKS, 33 HP in between them now. And it's just a dry peek from Brokey. And FaZe Clan finally have a second round on the board.
Maybe got a little lucky with that kill from Rain, but sometimes that's what you need to get into a map. I'd love to see that. Oh man, I don't even know. I don't even want to know. Maybe I don't want to know how that shot landed. Crazy, crazy scenes. A flying Norwegian on the server, like a salmon out of water. But FaZe convert the round over on the B site. Nico could have been the difference maker. Was not the case. Now Rain out mid early. Still good money for G2, and Hunter finds an angle through the smoke. JKS also getting activated. Nearly makes it a double kill. Rop's able to trade, but maybe he won't be ready. He is! What a swing from Rops.
With the bomb scene, were you expecting that?
No, Twist, no!
Next level plays from Twist doesn't work out on this occasion though. And that bomb, you can see Rops was still considering pushing. He's got Rain in Donut now. Rops trying to run distraction, picks up an AWP. Hunter very close, but Rain's not pushing just yet. Rops posting up, still showing presence. Left the bomb behind him. And now there's Rain. But where is Hooksy to deliver the last kill? The trades are here. And G2 will retain a strong lead, 7-2. FaZe Clan, no plant. Money's a bit dodgy now. We've got Brokey Twist, around $3,000.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Rops might not have expected m0NESY there, m0NESY on that AWP, always going to be floating around the map. You saw him in the previous round towards Cave. He'll kind of just decide where to go based on his instinct. That round, he did miss the shot, but that was enough of a rotation for G2 over towards A. And now FaZe have to pay with a weak buy. Karrigan and Rain picking up some AKs. See FaZe with quite an A-centric approach throughout this half. Oftentimes, Rain alone towards B, just lurking, making sure there's someone on this side of the map to keep G2 honest. But they've been loving this A side of the map, and it hasn't yielded the results FaZe wanted so far.
Broku showing some presence.
Oh, mid is wide open.
Yeah, trying to pull people away from both. Rain looking for a second frag. Hooksy to trade, though. And indeed, mid has been breached in the meantime. Hunter holding down 2 jobs, looks to his left, dead from the right. Man advantage for FaZe Clan. Still the single rifle, however. And that rifle is heading towards m0NESY. Karrigan, massive frag from him. Twist lost in the meantime. JKS now will even the numbers and do one better. Drops the bomb. Hooksy cleans up the rest. G2, 8-2 over FaZe Clan.
m0NESY's had a tough couple of rounds, man. The jump shot, that quick headshot. But his team is still winning. The Riflers are cleaning up the mess. And here we go. Okay, this is the Rain jump shot. He's just so high in the sky, man. No, there's no way. He saw him for like a split second. That's not okay. That is not okay.
Show me it again. Oh, no.
Bruv.
The disrespect. Imagine dying like this.
m0NESY must be so mad. No, you just laugh. You just laugh, because if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
9.5 from the judges.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude.
Yep. Just slow release. Slow release of the energy.
There's no point in being mad at that one. Well, back into the action. 8-2 up. RG2. CT side looking fantastic. Hooksy into position. No smoke up for the aggression, but he'll get back okay. And Nico still wants this fight. He's been very active around Cave and oftentimes getting impact from this position. I think m0NESY moved there before shooting. Either way, smoke goes down. See the T's very good at dodging these wall bangs.
Again, Hooksy's there in case they try and punish the reload. Hooksy's just doing all kinds of things on this bomb site right now. Showing super aggressive presence. Falls back, tries to lure them into m0NESY, who missed a shot on this occasion. But plenty of warnings that FaZe Clan just can't go chasing these players around on B. Speaking of...
This is nice timing.
That's the bomb left on an island for now. Got to pick that up quickly. The Molotov hasn't quite done the job. No, it hasn't. Hooksy pushes through. Hooksy cares not for your Molotovs. He wants your bomb. Rain having to come back and try and collect it. And let's not forget, m0NESY was lurking around as well. Looking for JKS. Oh, that's a big frag from Rain, but there's so many more to come. He's collected the bomb now. Hunter might have some sound cues here, but does he realize that Rops has already made his way onto the A bomb site?
Hopefully m0NESY is wary on his rotate, on his journey. Now the smoke goes up. He'll try and close the gap. But the bomb planted in the open. The flash is fantastic from m0NESY. And Ray needs to make a play, and he knows it. Hunter holds his nerve. 3K on that donut position. G2 are getting so much B control. I think that's been the pivotal point on the map. They've been so good there.
On the B stream, there's a big fight on the B bomb site. 5-on-2 now, big fighting for their lives in that map. But I don't think they're going to make it unless K2 has the game of his life. The round of his life, in fact.
Yeah, not going to happen. That one will also be going to a third map, as we've already seen earlier in the day from some other series. I don't know if we're going to a third map here, though, if this continues. G2 have taken over.
6 is still possible, but many of these rounds have been lacking in different ways. The biggest way, the heavy losses from FaZe Clan, 7-round deficit. 2 players waiting on B, around B rather. Carrigan jiggling. Nico's the one looking for you. I don't fancy your chances. m0NESY announcing his presence around Donut. They've been forced away though. Carrigan still creeping. Nico delivers. Rain looking for revenge. Nico's like, oh, I think I will just chill now. Reset the situation.
I feel like you can always see Nico's just so tempted to go for more. He's always having just a little extra look. But yeah, get back with the 5-on-4, can't complain. And now some mid-round aggression from G2, but Brokey is in this corner. I think he should be cleared. He just turned his back, but he turns back in time. m0NESY up close, can't hit the shot. Brokey runs 2 down. Rotate back, Hooksy brings it back to a 3-on-3. But that means they've rotated away from this B bomb site, and FaZe could capitalize.
Hooksy's back here very quickly indeed, though, but they're coming from 2 directions. Hunter just not ready for Rain there. 29 seconds on the clock. Twist saves. Now Nico's in the clutch. 1 versus 3. Rain comes forward. Twist to his close right as well. Not sure how Nico does this. Slowly backing away. Much needed 3rd round for FaZe Clan. 6 still possible. And look at the money for G2. Yeah. This is finally their chance. They could still make a half from this, but it has to be now. It absolutely must.
Nice from Nico. Saving this AK would be valuable. For FaZe, they won the 1st round, the pistol, and they won another round sprinkled in after they were forced back in the 2nd by G2. Finally, a 3rd round is confirmed. The Riflers on G2 having some great games here. I mean, Hooksy up there with 11 kills. B aggression has been great. This was Brokey, though, just spotting out this mid-round aggression, leaving m0NESY in a tough position to have to try and trade. Once Rain gets that entry, everything unfolds on the bomb site. Timeout for G2. You can see their money just about good enough. But yeah, if FaZe were to win this, 5 or 6 rounds on the T side, definitely doable here.
With all this action, m0NESY's only needed to find 2 frags.
Yes.
In this half so far. Well, if he were to hop into action now, then perhaps things will become even more difficult for FaZe Clan. Again, 6 rounds are possible, and this is quite a reasonable buy for G2, all things considered. I thought things might look a little more dire than the situation in terms of what they are holding as they take themselves into round 13. A 3-man swing from FaZe Clan in mid.
Nice to have that silenced M4 in mid when you know you're going to get smoked. Can deal a bit of damage early. And m0NESY again taking another position. He'll spot that B is clear, but FaZe could be quick on their A split.
Indeed, Hunter will be here to support JKS if he can, but who's going to get the first of the duels? Karrigan dropped, running through the flames now is Twist. They are falling like flies, FaZe Clan on this bomb site, but they'll combine with 2 frags. Brokey and Rain versus m0NESY, HooXi and Nico. That AWP needs to come to life now for G2. For FaZe Clan, they must win this round. Their backs are to the wall. They are low on numbers. That smoke will buy them some time to smoke and donut. But m0NESY is creeping, waiting patiently. 2 of the 3 players with kits, not m0NESY, so he can hold the angles, he can hold the line. Moving forward with HooXi. That bomb's ticking pretty fast though. They're starting to run now. Who's out first? It will be m0NESY. Insta-dinks by Rain with the AK-47. Down to Rain and Nico now. Old friends. Rain looking for his 4th, but Nico will deliver. He's got a kit and he might just have time to make it double figures for G2.
Oh, if FaZe were further back, that would have been so tricky. But they get the information. Rain is trapped up top. Nico can swing wide. And m0NESY, again, not needed to get kills. He just plays as the bait. He gets the info. And Nico is the man to deliver. That was a huge moment in this first half. If FaZe win that, it could be a completely different story. They could get a pretty good T-side together. Now they're on the verge of being 12-3 down. Both teams investing almost all their money into this one. Rain flying up early in the round. He went for that jump again. No one there to spot him this time, but he's going to smoke through. Looks like he should get this control established. Nico still hanging around, but there's no way he comes up, right? He's going for the wall bang, but I think he will drop back. Oh, wow. Did not expect that peek to come in, but m0NESY will take it, and JKS takes another. Where did this come from?
An avalanche of rounds for G2 in this half so far. Well on the road to another one. Brokey will have to buy this time. With only 3 players and the bomb further back, someone's going to have to fall back and collect it and concede some map control. It seems that will be Twist abandoning the mid position. Rain is nearby. What is the play? Got Rain towards the B bomb site now. Brokey's found an entry. But what is the makeup of the rest of them? Holding off angles for now. JKS jiggling. A little awkward for him with the MP9. Rest of FaZe Clan just moving slowly in mid. Hunter emerges eventually. Brokey delivers again. We're on for the A bomb site now. He makes no assumptions. JKS spotted. Brokey's doing it alone.
Yeah, they saw JKS earlier with that MP9. He's got a frag prior. So they just hard clear that angle. And can you go for this retake? Flash in. HooXi, aggressive but traded. And it's the AWP of m0NESY that has to make it work. But Rain, unexpected on that aggressive angle, gives FaZe 4. It's almost depressing that this is the round where they finally break G2's bank. But at the same time, at least you've finally done it.
Brokey going huge. This round is so significant. It gives FaZe a fighting chance, and he understands that as well. I would love to see 3 grenades in mid here from G2. They've only got 2 grenades though. And FaZe Clan are heading towards the A-bomb site. It'll only be Karrigan swinging in the mid position, but there are counter flashes by the G2 squad looking to chase. m0NESY with the Desert Eagle now. Gonna try and buy some time with the flashbang. Down he goes. And the bomb site's more or less taken. Hunter's here with the CZ again. Rop's holding angles. Did he see Nico? Well, he's seen him now. And it seems it'll be 5 for FaZe Clan as we head towards half-time. Hunter and JKS will do what they can. Maybe that's enough for FaZe Clan. Many questions to be answered. They'll have a few minutes to reflect on this half and focus on the next one. Just around the corner. Barrel of the gun seen, and those are the last 2 frags. So it will be 5 rounds after all. Will that be enough to mount some kind of comeback on their pick? Find out after the break.
FaZe tried to test G2's map pool with this map pick of Ancient. However, G2 have answered the challenge. 10 rounds already on their CT side, but FaZe rallied back towards the end of the half to keep it close. And now they need to do the same here with a spot in the upper bracket for them. Lower bracket would not be where FaZe want to be, but unless they can come through with a strong CT side, that's where they would end up.
Let us see what they can do. Nico leading the frags with 17, maybe looking for number 18. Rob's able to escape that situation. He's got Brokey for help as well as Carrigan, who is baiting the team at the moment, looking for the headshot, just about getting there, as long as you do. Meanwhile, the bomb is planted on the other side of the map. No Kevlar for Nico. Just m0NESY and Nico versus 5. Can Nico do one better than Twist with the Glock? Let's not forget what he almost did.
They heard him.
Carrigan just going to try and entertain him. Nico needs to get around this corner, but there are so many targets coming his way. Carrigan just teasing the pre-fire is there too. Half the way there. That was a very difficult scenario indeed. FaZe Clan win the pistol. Much needed. The start we were looking for.
A team ace for them as well. Everyone getting a piece of the pie, which is always good to see. Still the bomb plant for G2 though. Even in that 2v5, they find a way to get the bomb down, and that means they can keep the pressure on FaZe. With a buy up, an AK in the hands of JKS, and some decent weaponry alongside it.
That is a hell of a buy.
Not much utility for FaZe. Oh, flash could be good. Carrigan lines up 2 and 3. So quick from Carrigan.
Devastating pop flash from FaZe Clan. Shut it down immediately. Beautiful from FaZe. Exactly what they needed. They could catch up real quick the way things are going. JKS boosted up. Nico still with the Mac 10. Nico and the Mac 10, not ideal. Not known for his Mac 10 is Nico.
Get that Deeg in his hand. He's got it out.
Nico and Rain. Once more. Oh, he's not static, Rain. He's moving constantly, back and forth, but still, everybody eats the Deeg of Nico eventually. 40 seconds. So many times we've seen him with this Deagle just do wild things. Brokey forces his way through. The Mac 10 for the moving accuracy. We've got those stereo frags for G2 now. Are they going to go all the way with this? Nico trying to hold things down here. Bomb planted. Your move, FaZe Clan. He doesn't want to give the sound cue away. He sees the M4, but the element of surprise is also important. I think that flank was heard now. Hiding in the smoke, JKS appears. They know where Rops is. This is turning it around in the most brutal fashion. Rops with the HG, the FAMAS is out. Nico doesn't even need to show, just teasing him, just slowing down the advance. Hold on a second. He's so close, Rops. 6 HP, JKS delivering an outrageous clutch.
How do they do it every time? It's not fair, it doesn't make sense. The first half, they lose the pistol, they win, they bounce back, they do the same again. They just seem to always win these early pistol rounds or just the force buy to follow. And this one makes no sense. It makes no sense to win a round like that.
They lost both pistols and reset both times. That was the comeback for FaZe Clan. And they just watched it go up in flames.
I mean, FaZe have got to feel dejected, but they've also got to feel they can do that themselves. They have the players capable. Whether they will is a different question. They've already lost the first player. Twist blinded. His aim can be very good. That Deeg spams to the body, but Brokey's so low. Carrigan caught out. G2 not going to let this one slip away from them.
G2 hit the brakes on FaZe's momentum so fast in this half. Got to focus up once again, but this is a force buy for FaZe Clan. They will soon be at half the score of their opponent, as G2 will likely move to 12. And then it's eco time. Winning the pistol on the CT especially, and then being reset afterwards and losing the force buy, your economy is in the bin, your loss bonus is in the bin. Maybe the hopes for a comeback, at least for now.
It's just devastating, man. And this is G2 playing to this level while m0NESY isn't even here. He's got 4 kills. He's got more assists than kills. He's got more flash assists than kills. To be fair, he has had impact in those ways. But it's all about the riflers for G2. What a map Nico's having. JKS just always seems to be delivering. And for FaZe, they've had some players show up, but it hasn't been enough for them here. Winner confirms themselves a spot in the playoffs. G2 looking the more and more likely to be that team by the round.
Nico thoroughly enjoying the proceedings. The same could not be said for FaZe Clan. Rain has an AK. The rest don't have a whole lot, quite frankly. Let's see what they have to offer. How do you get this AK in the best position? Starts with a boost.
They're a little lucky that didn't do more. Carrigan didn't even have Kevlar. That landed a little closer. He'd have been feeling the pain. G2 making sure the utility is solid, clearing out the backside of Donut. Flash about to be prepared from Hooksy. And m0NESY might have a chance to farm some frags. Hunter steals that one away, but it's all they need. Clean entries. Bomb has been left behind, but who the hell cares?
Imagine having the skill of Twist in this situation and just having to face down over USP. With the scoreline like this, after being reset on the pistol for the second time. How frustrating must that be when you know what you're capable of, but you're up against an equal force essentially in G2. G2 heading towards 13. FaZe Clan are going to have to work so hard for this one.
Nico's stats in this map are just going to be stupid, man. 24 kills, over 100 ADR. There's a reason why he can be the most impactful player in the world at his peak. And we're seeing him close to his peak performance today. It's so fun watching Nico when he's at his level as a rifler. No one else can do it. No one else can hit the heights of Nico as a rifler. Simple, obviously, with the AWP. Other AWPers too, but man, Nico's just so good for the game when he's playing like this. Gun round at the ready. FaZe using their utility early. They don't have much.
All of it.
Yeah.
The well is pretty dry in that respect for FaZe Clan. They have smokes though, which are also important. Maybe they can collect some from that carcass later on. It's a promising start for them. But G2 have menacing ideas towards this bomb site. There goes Carrigan. The bomb coming out, but JKS is here to save. I thought it was Jesus saves, it's JKS saves. Nico moving forward. Oh, the timing again betrays him. 3-on-3 now. FaZe Clan have to hold on to this. They've got to get to this bomb. Twist changing weapon. Wants that AK, wants those headshots. Hooksy's so low. And now it's down to JKS. He'll quickly fall as well. FaZe Clan back into action.
Oh man, Nico could have been the round-winning player in that moment. He just looked away as that first player crossed, and I thought for a second he was going to hard clear the right side, but he doesn't. He gets caught, and that leaves it into a 3v3. Nico could have sat back and played the man advantage, but you can't blame him for wanting to make the play. And it means that FaZe can come through with the retake of that B bomb site. We really didn't see those B executes from FaZe in the first half. It's normally a fairly common strategy here on Ancient. You can see why G2 getting into a winnable post plant, even if they don't convert it this time.
6 rounds between the squads. 3 AKs in the hands of the FaZe Clan CTs. The likes of Twist holding an AK. This round now. So what he could do with the M4, the AK-47. Things may become more dangerous for G2. Seven AKs on the server. m0NESY with the AWP. Quiet in the first half. What can he do in the second? A big charge from FaZe Clan in mid at the beginning. 3 players still here. A abandoned for now, actually, as they're focusing on securing this position. Perhaps a false sense of security for G2, but they will disengage. Still no one on A whatsoever, although Rops is on the rotation now.
Yeah, you can pretty quickly get back towards A at least, and even just play retake towards that site. But for G2, some nades deployed towards B, keeping FaZe guessing. That mid control is so nice here, though. If those B players were to try and come back and join, FaZe would know about it. But do FaZe want to stick around on mid? Well, might not matter. And Rain has won that fight against Nico. Brokey hits the headshot before the flash lands, and Twist in the corner. They've been dealt with, though. They're bringing it back. G2 suddenly hit FaZe with a gut punch. And FaZe have to scramble on the rotate.
In the blink of an eye, a dramatically different round. HooXi is dismantling FaZe Clan now. Look at all the blue X's in mid. Send the body bags. FaZe Clan might be done with this one. What a response from G2. Peak performance G2 we're seeing at the moment. 3K for HooXi. Bodies strewn everywhere on Ancient. Only Rain remains. This is terrible. A terrible situation for FaZe Clan. Twist has $150.
G2 are slicing FaZe open. It's like they've got that clean samurai sword. And every round it's just so clean for them. Even here where you think that's got to be a round that goes against them. The response from HooXi.
Look at his sneakiness from Rain. Success was all too brief. Despite the stylish one-tap for Brokey, all of a sudden, success was a flash in the pan for FaZe Clan because of HooXi.
Rops goes glass cannon. Brokey stuck on a 5-7. FaZe have to find a way. Spam war between Nico and Rain. Not much doing on that one. They can't really go for mid control here. Rops is AWPing towards A instead. So G2 take mid without much resistance. They're moving up into Donut. That's got to be something FaZe are concerned about. The bomb is not here yet. And Nico, a little lucky there to get away with that. Tagged through the wall. Oh, sorry, it's Nico here. Over in Cave, who will be run down. Good aggression from FaZe. And the bomb is still back towards B. G2 can't respond yet.
Bomb is on the way. 2-1-2 set up for FaZe Clan. They have 0 utility. No counters, no pop flashes, just guns and position. That's what they have to their advantage. m0NESY repositioning on A. Sorry, Rops positioning on A. Turn the brain on. And Brokey's here as well. 27 seconds on the clock as G2 look to creep forward with little warning. They do have some flashes. And will they go straight into the reticle? Indeed, they will. Down goes Brokey. Down goes Twist. 15 seconds to plant the bomb. Hunter coming through as well. Robs has fallen. Carrigan and the FAMAS. It's not enough.
HooXi.
Match point for G2.
HooXi's a fragger, man. He's a fragger. He can't believe it himself. 20 kills now after the quad kill in the round. And that's despite Rain making the info play. He pushed through B. He saw that it was clear. Look at this. Hooksy, the entry god in this round. Hunter was able to check the flag.
Wow.
Adjustment.
This is how you do it, lads.
Brutal.
Hooksy's just like taken this game by the reins. We're seeing more of the body language now for FaZe Clan.
He's grabbed the devil by the horns. FaZe are not having fun. I mean, look at the buy. Just look at the buy. This one looks like it's all but over. And hey, this was a big test for G2's map pool, and they have passed with flying colors, assuming they close it.
They are passing.
They're passing.
Yeah, they're
That's
on the way.
to put it.
They're most of the way there. Haven't landed just yet, though. Still flying for now.
Big old B play.
8 rounds needed for FaZe Clan.
Oh, it's a quicken.
It's a W key with maybe some chain flashes on the way, perhaps some mollies. One of those is quite painful, though. All I hear is ping, ping, ping from Flashbang.
Whoa.
Broken with the Desert Eagle. All right, then. They're not done with this one just yet. The road is long, but he'll do what he can. They are not giving up on this one. Hunter with 2, leaving Rain in a 1 versus 2, both in the red. They know where he is as well. If he can land one more shot, just one onto JKS. He's got 1 bullet in the magazine. The molly as well, he's stuck. Just 1. Oh man, the brutality, the sheer brutality. Faking the plant, crab walking JKS. Quietly leaving. Does he walk or does he run?
Real G's move in silence like lasagna, James. He's out of there. I just can't. I just can't. That's unreal. But the round's still going. JKS will get the bomb down, but Rain's running at him. Oh, he gets back, all the way back to main. And no kit for Rain.
He had an angle, Rain. He knows JKS must be on the left somewhere. Unless he went past the box, I suppose. He's gone so deep, JKS. You can't envisage Rain to have a kit. Wondering, and that's going to be that. G2 stomp FaZe Clan and take the series 2-0. Monstrous performance on Ancient.
They still haven't lost a map this year. G2 are 2-0ing absolutely everyone, and that includes FaZe, one of the best teams in the world, one of the teams that should be competing for the trophy, and they still lose 2-0. And for G2, they booked their spot in playoffs, they booked their spot in that upper bracket final. For FaZe, it has to be a lower bracket run, and there are going to be some scary teams in that lower bracket.
It is going to be quite the ordeal down there.
It may only be Brutes, but this is a statement from G2.
That was unbelievable. But let's not forget that game of Nuke. That's one of the best nukes I've ever seen. Maybe the best nuke. It hardly gets better than that. But Ancient, Hooksy going absolutely nuclear. But that's enough from us. Time for an interview.
Yeah, I have Robin here by my side. Robin, unfortunately, you did not yet guarantee yourself a spot in the playoffs, but you know, this is kind of it. Anything can happen. Like last year, you got to the grand final. So, but I do want to know, like, you have one of like the best win rates on Ancient, but this time, like, you kind of felt they were giving you really a hard time. Since you get to see all of the screens, what do you think went wrong?
I mean, obviously there was some frustration from Nuke. I think we lose too many advantages. We're not used to lose this many rounds that we should have closed out. On Ancient, it kept on going a little bit. You know, we lost a couple of rounds that we should have won. And you know, if you lose these rounds, it's going to be very hard to close out the game. So yeah, we have to step up, go to work tonight, and step up for the next game.
Can you go a little bit more in detail about the nuke? Because once again, 16-14, 16-14, just like last time. Like, why is it always like, you know, so close but yet no cigar?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to not closing out the rounds. We have like 5-on-3. I think we're losing 4-on-2. We're losing way too many rounds that we cannot lose. If you lose these rounds against any team in the world, and especially G2, it's going to be hard to win. That's basically it.
That's basically it. Well, I'll not delay you any longer. Thank you very much for the interview, and good luck in the upcoming series.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well then, what a showing, a masterclass even in some regards. And well, a couple questions here for Nico as he joins us on the desk. G2 do find their footing and they find a victory over FaZe. Now, that's got to feel pretty good, right, Nico?
Yeah, it does. Securing Spodek in this fashion, it means a lot, especially winning against FaZe as well in, I wouldn't say easy series, but it was a convincing 2-0, I would say. So we are definitely happy with the performance so far.
So Nico, one more I'm going to kick to you real quick. Is JKS just superior when he's in Poland, or like what's going on?
I don't know, but I'm just happy to have him on my side.
Congrats on the win. Obviously already qualifying for the playoffs after just 2 games. I want to bring it back to Nuke first. I think we were just sitting in the room and watching the game. It was just a level of CS that's incredible, right? Like whenever someone pops up on the screen, if it's not expected, heads are flying off. Everyone was so sharp. Everyone was on point. It was a very well. So
Somebody stepped up later.
It was a very close game in the end. It seems like last time when you played as well, a couple of rounds towards the end went your way, where you were at a disadvantage. You just found a way to win a couple of those rounds. So how did it look from your POV?
I mean, I think we had a very good T side. I think we could have grabbed a couple of more rounds towards the end, which we lost like 2 clutches 1v1. But overall, a good T side. On CET side, I just felt like we never could get rolling, and they play this kind of CS that they don't give you the free rounds. So we never could like get 2-3 rounds like kind of easy, where we could build the money and so on. But I mean, Justin just won us the game with a couple of clutches and these multi-kills that he had, so props to him. But it was a good game. I think they played a great game. I don't think we expect them to play this slow and like kind of play everywhere. They didn't really use outside too much, I would say. So they played a good game of CS, but I think Justin saved us towards the end.
Okay, heading into Ancient, like I think it's a map that you kind of expect them to pick. I guess a lot of people did expect them to pick it. And the last time you guys played, it was just that one game where you guys, got kind of destroyed by them. And haven't seen you play that map much at all, actually. So what was your game plan looking to disrupt what they had in store for you?
Yeah, we didn't play Asian too much, but we knew like FaZe was gonna pick it. If they didn't pick that map, then like they had to pick it. Yeah. Like there was no other choice for them. But we were pretty ready. We know that like we are not playing that map too much on the official. So we really put a lot of work on this map, both on Ancient and Anubis. So we are just waiting for people to pick it against us so we can punish them. Like we are obviously not in a comfort zone to pick it against some teams, but we are more than happy to play it if someone picks it against us. And yeah.
I think what was impressive on Nuke as well, you finally lost a pistol and didn't win the force buy and still managed to win the game. Going into Ancient, you went back to your ways, lost both pistols, won the force buys. But there was actually a round in the middle of the first half where you and m0NESY won a 2v4, right? We're going to play it out now. So if you remember how much you remember of the comms in that situation, the players on FaZe were like pretty low.
Yeah.
So were you guys aware of that? Is that why you were creeping, or we were just slowly kind of trying to see if you could find anything and then see how it goes?
Yeah, I'm not remember the full round, but we even want to save at some point. But I think then I got a frag somewhere
on Donut.
On Donut,
so here's
right?
the round.
But yeah, we had no idea they were this low, honestly.
This is you, bro, all the way.
Yeah, it's because I heard. I know it's because I heard the rain. I think he burned towards kill, so I really expected him to.
He was 10 HP.
Lurk. Yeah, I know. So that's why I was just waiting for him. And then once I got this kill on the who is in Donut. Kerrigan. Then we like understood that like we have a lot of space to actually work with. We knew about the guy on side, so we just picked him off kind of. And I'm not sure what the guy from A Lobby did. For example, I think he could have played more safe. But yeah, I just think like this side is just very hard to hold like in Africa. There's like so many positions that you have to hold, but you are not in the best position to actually kill the guy, and it's very hard to create a crossfire, a team play. So it's just a easy side to retake, I would say, and yeah.
Yeah, and in doing so and winning today, you set yourself up to either play Liquid or Na'Vi. I mean, that sounds like a good time too, right?
Against Na'Vi, you say?
Yeah, or Liquid or Na'Vi.
Or Liquid.
I didn't count out Liquid yet, guys. Come on, jeez.
I mean, yeah. I think it's a good matchup for us. I mean, we have shown at the Blast that we are more than capable of beating Na'Vi a couple of times in a row. So we just need to do our job, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well, while we have you here,
we might as well.
One of those forced by rounds, the second half, right? Kerrigan, great play, triple kill, sprays down, and you're in a 2v5 with JKS. And I saw your little inspect weapon 2 times, has this ready, and of course it's Rain on the other side who gets, the brunt of it. So can you talk us through what happens from that point on? What was the thought process?
Yeah, first of all, we wanted to search B with the guns because I think Hoxie saw something that we could abuse. But then, yeah, as I was going to KO, I was like just saying, if he's shoulder pick, I'm gonna kill him. And he did, and I got the frag. But then afterwards, I don't know what they did, but we just picked them off. Like
they were even like they were set up towards B, as you can see
Yeah,
here on
they
the
were,
radar,
yeah.
right? But I think Brocky just wanted to go
Yeah.
through the molly and then got punished by you.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he went through the molly. He could have just hold banana for the guy that was hiding in the corner, and then the guy from the corner could have called me. That would be probably the better option for them, but it's hard to say. Honest, I think once Rain died from them, it would it's very then we were in advantage. Then we could just surge them and just find the kills, and that's what we did. And then I messed up towards the end, which could have lost us the round, but.
JKS.
He doesn't lose those.
No, he doesn't. He definitely didn't today. He showed up in spades, as did G2 in a multitude of ways. Hey, man. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, just watching myself what I'm
You're just making it exciting, right?
So I'm just looking at myself, guys. Don't mind me. Yeah, no problem. Hey, I'd ask you to say something to your family, but I think you guys already did that, right?
We already did yesterday.
Yeah.
Just thanks for the support, everyone who's watching. Love you guys. See you in Spodek.
Nice. Yeah, exactly what he said. And that does bring us into our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Thank you very much, Nico. Mr. Kovac, we will let you go. And we will also look at you yet again. And your cousin. Guys, Air Force Aim High head-to-head, they call it.
The brothers, Yanko, take it away.
Yeah, so we look at Nico's opening duels. It's like 4-10 in opening duels. Still positive, had a great Ancient Hunter. We talked about him and T-side of Nuke, how much work he put in. And this is even with, Monacy on Ancient was pretty quiet. I think I wanted Monacy for the interview because I wanted to ask him on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does he hate Rain for how he killed him with that jump shot. But I mean, that also tells you that G2 is much more than just the individuals and what they have, right? We saw from Hooksy as well, I think he had it with 20+ kills. I don't think you're going to hear people talk about his, that he's a liability for this team in terms of fragging. Yes, he's not always going to deliver 20+ kills, and he doesn't need to, right? So I think you can tell the confidence of the players that they're feeling good, that they're ready for this tournament, and yeah, it's just fun to watch them at the moment.
We said, or well, rather, you said Atomic CS. I mean, honestly, I'm just looking at G2 that went nuclear in a lot of different ways. It's a pretty much goes without saying, which is why the brackets begin to take a shape here, Blad. I know you love a little bit of bracket talk.
Yeah, I love brackets, man. But here we go, G2. They still continue to streak of these 2-0s, which is so ridiculous, but there they are, making their way to the Spodek. And of course, the Liquid Na'Vi game, that's going to be very, very tantalizing indeed. I think both these teams looking a little shaky as well. And the lower bracket, though, FaZe is there. But look at the other teams. Cloud9 still in contention. Big in Spirit right now.
Cloud9 against these teams for other regions, I wouldn't take anything for granted.
But Cloud9 FaZe?
Yeah, but Cloud9 FaZe, obviously that was sort of FaZe's kryptonite to some extent, but this Cloud9 is still to prove that they can play on the same level as the previous one. And yeah, Liquid Na'Vi coming up next. Group B, we had Heroic take down Complexity. That was a close game we did, Fnatic Outsiders, and that already sets up, Heroic OG, Vitality, Fnatic.
Fnatic has
some fun matchups.
I think the Fnatic win of Outsiders earlier today was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I feel like Outsiders, that win slipped through their fingers, probably because it's their first official of the season. I still have faith in them that they can run through the lower bracket. But I just want to touch on FaZe a little bit before we close this out. I think for them, obviously, they're going to be disappointed with the loss, losing 2-0 as well, and in the fashion in which they lost. Nuke, very reminiscent of the game in Abu Dhabi. But I think when you look at everything together, it looks worse than it is, potentially, right? Like you go to Ancient, win both pistols, lose both anti-force by rounds, lose this 4v2 that we've just seen. So in the couple of those rounds, if they were a little bit cleaner, the game could have went completely different. So if I were them, yeah, it sucks to lose, obviously, but I think they're still very much in it and have a very good chance of getting to Spodek.
I mean, you could tell for both of these teams how important it was in terms of stature coming into the new year. I mean, just out of the rip, this was a very important game for both teams, as is over on the B stream, which is something we're going to take a quick look at. I'm looking at a little bit of Big Spirit, and I'm also seeing it's 1-1 and currently 11-1. So a little bit more one-sided.
Spirit waking up. Big. Anubis is a map Big have kind of tried to make it their dust too. Now that's out of the equation right now, but it's been still 50-50 for me. They look good sometimes they fall to teams they shouldn't be losing to, and right now Team Spirit seemingly waking up.
Just love those desert maps. Big does.
All the sand.
All the sand.
Yeah.
Gets everywhere, Trace. Absolutely
everywhere. I mean, it sticks to everything too. I know not all of you have been to the beach, but it does. I promise you that it absolutely does, especially right here and right now. It's very sticky. Guys, I don't know. I'm looking through these brackets, and I keep thinking, okay, this IHC team is another team that also there was a little bit of sleeping on And now, what are the odds they beat Cloud9 down?
Negligible. And I like this.
Slim.
Very slim.
I
There we
wouldn't
go.
say
That's
negligible, I would say slim.
Very unlikely, but there's a chance, Race. I want to believe.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what we're going to do. Just so we can get this last game of the day started, we're actually going to go to a break right here and right now, which does set us up for that game. We go into it. We come out in the Intel Extreme Masters. We keep churning on around here. Teams just now arriving, and they are ready to play. I can assure you that. We're not going anywhere, everybody. It's the Intel Extreme Masters 23. Aha! We'll be right back.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Spiking. Just long as well, long. Long, holy shit.
Just hold pillar, I will kill him.
Nice, we can still win, guys.
Also,
one block. Nice, last
cave.
He should be low, he's maybe dead. Bad HP.
Playing him.
Right side. He's on right. Nice! Justin, sick.
Obviously, it's the strongest gun in the game, and everyone's kind of like abusing it, even on CT if you don't op in certain positions. So I think it's a necessary change.
I like the whole fact that you won't have 5 bullets, so you can't spam the op, and you need to think, and you need to be a lot more accurate in high pressure situations instead of just banging one shot after the other. I think that is really good.
It makes so the oppers need to maybe think twice about the decisions they make.
I like the AWP change. I think the AWP before with 10 bullets in the magazine or in the clip is too broken.
I think that they could probably still do more, in my opinion, to nerfing the op, but you know, I'm a rifler, so that's kind of my thoughts on it. I feel like it hasn't really changed that much just in clutch situations.
I didn't care too much because everything what you need to do is just to kill people with the first bullet if you shoot, and like 4 bullets is just for other 4 players.
I really like the change because now you have to be a bit more careful with your bullets. You can no longer just afford to spam through like walls and then do crazy wall bangs all the time, so you gotta be a bit more conservative.
To me, if you're a good opper, you don't need 10 bullets at all. I think the op nerf just nerfs bad oppers.
I think the whole balance around the M4s has really helped out the scene. I mean, in the beginning, you could definitely feel that the ways that the CTs were taking duels against the AKs was like they were really. You could definitely feel that they had been used that having a silencer that would just wreck people all over the place. Whereas it's a lot more balanced now.
It is more down to preference now, so I think the change is good because it's definitely too overpowered.
The A4 I'm still like not completely sure on. The 2900 definitely is still nice for the A1, but the A4 is a lot better in my opinion for just getting a lot of multi-kills. Not even just for spraying, but just for, you know, just shooting because the fire rate is faster.
It was a bit too noob-friendly before. I'll say people could just hold angles and mow people down. Now it's more of a, you actually have to aim, I think.
I really like the change. I think it was too overpowered. I think it was just too easy to spray down 2 people, and it made playing T-sides really difficult. And yeah, overall I like the change. I like that it brings back the A4 in the meta as well, which is my preferred M4, so yeah, I overall like it.
Welcome back, everyone, to IEM Katowice, where we didn't have a lot of time to recover because we're in for some great CS again. My name is Shox, and I'm joined by Bla and by Maui to cover Team Liquid versus Navi in the upper bracket in Group A. And yeah, we just saw an amazing best of 3, I gotta say, between G2 and FaZe. And hopefully we're in for another one.
Hopefully, right? Yeah, that new game might be my favorite game of the tournament thus far. I said it on the desk as well. But yes, jumping into this game, the best player in the world still going against the one shining light of NA, Maui. I'm excited.
One shining light.
Oh, one? Yeah.
1.5.
Yeah, I think complexity's proven themselves in some ways. Got to give them some respect. Put some respect on their name.
Not EG, though.
No, of course. Well, we don't have to talk about that.
We don't have to talk about
that.
We don't have to talk about that, and we're not talking about it. Let's talk about Navi versus Team Liquid and take a look at the last time they've played, which has been a while. Last year, in fact. But Team Liquid did get the upper hand, so.
Yeah, Liquid actually looking pretty good there. I think the results might be a little flippy, but yeah, Liquid have won the last 3 encounters they've had. At the major, we had a 16-14 comeback win in Anubis, which is quite impressive, and of course in the World and the Fall finals as well. But for me, I want to talk more about the more recent, very immediate form of these two teams, and they look pretty depleted, one might even say. Liquid, they had a rough start. Of course, obviously, they're trying to go for that 7-map pool, which didn't quite pan out for them. And even Navi looking a little shaky with NPL coming in as a full-fledged member. So I think it's going to be a real test for where these two teams lie right now.
This is where both teams are trying to show what kind of form they're really about in the moment. And what's a little bit concerning, if you're a Navi fan in this one, is that Blade has talked about the fact that they're going to be assessing themselves after Katowice, like as if almost they're using this as a testing ground. But Liquid, on the other hand, are a team that I think were trying something out at the Blast Premier Spring Groups. They were trying to see if that 7-map pool was something they're going to be working with, and I think they've discarded that. They already are banning out Nuke. I don't think they're really trying to go for that. I think that's a narrative that we'll see. We'll see.
At least said it on the desk. You don't believe him?
Well, I mean, I think when I said it and I looked at him in the eyes, that's when I saw we're done with it. It was more of a body language thing, so I can't quote him, but I saw it.
I feel like
we'll see.
It feels like a lack of foresight if you're just going to try it for like a month. Like, it's not working out, guys. Well, we're back to the 6-map pool. I feel
maybe it's a red herring for the opponents.
It could be, but I feel like they might maybe push a little bit, maybe in Pro League, for example, some of the other events. So I still think it's there.
We'll see, of course, in the video later as well. I do want to take a look at a specific matchup. That is that one of the Oppers, which we kind of always have to do when it comes to Navi. Simple versus OC. I think in a regard, they do both have something to prove in terms of, for Simple, going back on the up and up, and OC, if he can make an impact in a matchup like this.
So you're looking at the best Opper in the world in Simple, and you're probably looking at the guy that's the worst Opper of top 10 ranked teams right now. OC, there's only a couple guys you'd say are there in that kind of bottom rung with him. Torzi maybe one, and yeah, OC has a lot to prove still. Even though he's playing sometimes weaker competition, North American opponents, he's not necessarily always rising above, and that's what we all seemingly promise. All these NA bias stands, fans, analysts, pundits, we all were saying that this guy is the best North American Opper, and for my money, he is. But he's just not necessarily showing that means a lot in the world stage.
Especially when you have like maybe 2.5 good Oppers in NA, it doesn't really say much. But look, here's the thing with OC. You look at his numbers as well, you're like, that's not bad, but you got to look at the opposition they had. They played against IHC, we had a pretty decent time, one might say. And if you look at Simple's numbers, which is kind of low compared to his very, very high average, that was against a team like Cloud9. So again, even in the numbers, you know where Simple and OC lie.
We'll see how it plays out today. You mentioned it already yesterday. Team Liquid was up versus IHC, and it was hard for them to get off the ground, I want to say, but when they took control, it was very impressive. Navi, on their side, played Cloud9 already, and there we had some great play out of Electronic, for instance, some clutches out of Simple as well. So NPL wasn't that tested, I don't think, in that one. Maybe it'll be different in this one.
In terms of the quality of opponents, that's where you have to give Navi the edge in this matchup. Beating Cloud9 already, a team that many would have said is probably top 5 going into this tournament, top 7 if you're being really kind of loose with it. That's where I think form has shown Navi have the edge right now. Liquid, on the other hand, kind of scraping by an IHC that could have taken a map off them, and that's really just not supposed to happen. And even though IHC are having this little Cinderella story run, I don't think that they were supposed to truly test Liquid in the way that they did, and that's why when you look at this whole matchup, I think Navi have to be the favorites.
Liquid bounce back indeed. They won versus IHC also in thank to Yekindar, and he is in our Colex players to watch. Yekindar versus Simple.
our Colex players to watch feature very different career trajectories. Yakinda is the young, handsome, fresh face that has been tasked with reinvigorating North American CS. So far, the Latvian's performance during the start of the year has left much to be desired, with the can opener only able to put up a 0.96 entry rating over 9 maps in Copenhagen. If Yakinda is going to succeed against Na'Vi, he must improve his focus when exploring weaknesses in the opposition's defense. Simple has been a Na'Vi mainstay for years, and it's not hard to see why this player is someone you build a franchise with. After all, he is the best player in the world. Although his overall stats might look good to most, Simple has not been at his best over the past 3 months. Only the best players can adjust to roster changes quickly and effectively, and if there's one player who can win a round solo, it's Simple. His opening game against Cloud9 was a good start in Na'Vi's road to recovery. The career doesn't make the man, it's what you do with the opportunities that it provides.
Wow, right. Banks crushing it also in that voiceover really for both of them.
I feel so hyped.
Really got me going, indeed. And also, you know, put into words the way you want to. You could, of course, Simple is the best player in the world. Last 3 months, though, not as high highs as you would want, but a lot happening there. Now with MPL incorporating him into the lineup as well. On the other side, Yekindar and how it's all been working with Team Liquid. Where do you lie right now about that?
I think Yekindar is still, in my books, the best opener we have in this game. Yes, the Blast groups were not looking good for him, but I like the fact we brought up his opening stats, can opener, so to speak. Right? Yesterday, in the games I've had thus far in Katowice, just yesterday, he had like 48% opening attempts on the T side. That's like art 2x.
Yeah.
That's ludicrous, right? So Yakinda will continue to poke and prod. Even yesterday, the comeback they managed to pull off against IEC on Inferno was spearheaded by Yakinda again. So absolutely, he's going to be instrumental if they're going to take the win here today.
And beyond that, just more than what he's even showing in terms of his output statistically, he's one of the reasons that Na'Vi seems to be a favorable matchup for Liquid. He's consistently been talking about, and the team's been talking about, his input, mid-rounds, understanding how Eastern European competition plays. It's why Liquid are good against Na'Vi. It's why they're good against Cloud9, because Yekindar, he's in their minds. He knows the way that they think because he was born and bred in it.
And maybe that's why, in part, in the interview he gave yesterday, he said Na'Vi is one of the easiest opponents of the group, which were...
I don't know about that.
Then, of course, if you read the quote further, it is, okay, it's because we have a relatively comfortable time, or had a relatively comfortable time against them, and they're also a team that is in flux. For Team Liquid, though, are they going to be firing on all cylinders? Elish said yesterday, I feel like we're at a 6 or a 7 as to where we can normally be. Where do you see room for improvement, Maui?
Okay, room for improvement for Liquid has to come from some of the individuals first off, because we haven't been seeing Yekindar with the numbers that we have expected or have become so used to on his entries. Even though he's attempting so frequently, I think that the last couple tournaments, he was very much so tested in those openers, and so to see almost more diversity in the openers for Liquid, that would be a welcome sight. To see players other than NAF showing consistency, and I think Elige is on the uptick himself, so this is probably a great chance for him to show that he has been working in the lab, that he has been using the player break effectively.
Okay, let's see what Daps has to say about the matchup.
Daps, this is the second day for you in this tournament, for you and for your guys. Yesterday you played against IHC. Would you say that's kind of like a perfect team to start a tournament?
Yeah, it's good. Definitely at Blast we didn't play that well, so it's nice to start off with a 2-0 and get some confidence. I think individually our form was honestly the best it's been even going into last year, so I'm pretty happy with the start to the tournament.
Well, you just referenced like the previous tournament, and during that one you kind of flirted with the idea of keeping Nuke open. Did you maybe like already fully abandon that idea for this tournament?
It's not an idea we've abandoned. We're still trying to figure our map pool out just so we can be stronger to the mid part to later in the year. Obviously we didn't have that much practice going into Blast, and we only had about 4 or 5 days going into this tournament, so we're still sort of in the stage of figuring things out, but we're making progress.
The last 3 times when you played against Na'Vi, you won all the times. Why are you kind of like the Na'Vi kryptonite?
I would just say map pool-wise, we generally match up pretty well versus them. They used to be the best Mirage team in the world, and I think making our Mirage really good made that matchup easier in the past. Mirage isn't in the series this time, so we'll see how the new maps go.
All right then, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Super interesting. The 7-map plan is evolving as we speak. Talking about Mirage, of course, now we've been favoring a lot of Inferno as well.
Yep.
I'm actually quite excited for this veto.
I'm just going to say, Daps is never going to give up this idea. He's never going to tell the camera, he's never going to tell the audience, yeah, we've given up Nuke, because that is one area they have an edge in vetoes.
Yes. Yeah.
And it actually, for every team out there, you should never talk about your permaban. You should never say, we always are going to ban it, because you should just lie. You should just say that you can play all 7 maps because it makes people fear you.
I don't think it's going to be lying here right now.
No.
Right? Nuke and Vertigo are going to be banned out. The Anubis pick should be coming in from Liquid. I've been kind of thinking they're going to be testing Na'Vi on this. They were pretty good. Despite the fact they got destroyed by Big, I still feel they should be feeling comfortable on that. There we go. Inferno from Na'Vi, I think that's a safe bet. They are very, very comfortable on it. Play to your strengths. Yeah, I don't think they want to try anything too crazy. And maybe, as a decider, we might have Overpass.
I'm thinking Overpass as well, Blah. I think that.
I thought it was Mirage or Overpass, though, initially.
Yeah, I think it could have been, but there we go. All right. You called it already. I think Inferno's kind of been, if we're starting with that, the map that Na'Vi have really shown they want to make it their home map. They've been first picking it very frequently, pretty much every series, actually. And I'm sorry.
That's
and
right.
I think that.
It's okay. You're feeling emotional.
I think that for Liquid, though, they need to feel like they need to win this.
And they got
Anubis is still
tested.
shaky.
And they got tested yesterday on Inferno and CD side by IHC, and Na'Vi would have been looking at that game.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi wouldn't have opened that door again, right? Like IHC did yesterday. And talk to me about Anubis then, as we're about to get into the game. Or maybe you don't want to touch it yet. You want to see what's up on Inferno first.
Yeah, I want to take a look at Inferno. I want to see how this one's going to play out, because Liquid were tested, but they were able to bounce back pretty effectively. And we saw Yakinder off old on the banana position, being set up for success, and he was dismantling that IHC defense.
Yeah, and I think the one thing I want the audience to look out for when you're watching Na'Vi play on Inferno is that the biggest criticism we had for them at Blast was that they always played passive defaults on CT side.
Very passive.
They never really fight for info, and that's something you have to expect that they're going to change against Liquid, or else if they're just going to turtle up like that, Liquid are going to hit you with solid executes, and they should be dismantling your holds.
We still have a little bit more time, I believe, before we get into this. As you can see, Kinder there's coughing. He wasn't feeling too well, but that doesn't stop you from winning. We saw Cadian won earlier as well today. But let's see. Let's talk about Electronic a bit then as well, and how he's developing as an IGL and the task that he's got ahead of him today versus an opponent that he knows quite well, but incorporating MPL into
It's going to be it's going to be obviously a real test for him, right? This is something we've been criticizing Na'Vi last year as well, this entire IGLing from Electronic. His personal form also kind of dropping off as well, but we did see him look really good yesterday against Cloud9. This is a rebuilding stage for Na'Vi. Like, let's make no mistake over here. They're trying to, full-fledged kind of like put an NPL, make this a full-fledged core, which you're going to work with for at least this first season, see how things pan out. And this matchup, especially considering it is in Katowice, this is going to be a real test. Also considering that Liquid have won the last 3 encounters.
Electronic is up on the wall, so...
Yeah, he's one of the heroes.
Yeah.
I think, though, that sometimes we are overstating the tactical deficits of Na'Vi, because they are still a deadly T-side team, one that Liquid has to be prepared for.
A deadly T-side team and a deadly team overall when they get going. For Team Liquid, it will be a test, but as said, they have won the last encounters that they had against Na'Vi. Let's head into TL versus Na'Vi.
Thank you so very much, Shox, there with the insight. We are ready to rock and or roll. Liquid Na'Vi. I think that history lesson from them about the head-to-head between these two teams, combined with Yakinder's statements, it starts making sense, but I'm not ready to believe it.
Right, it changes the discourse, sure. It actually gives you at least a little bit of history to go off and at least, frame your prediction.
Sure.
But it never feels like you can count Na'Vi out. You've got the #1 player in the world. Simple in the server here today, and the 1xBet odds, they feel the same. Let's see how this one kicks off. Pretty tempered approach here out the gates, nothing fast from either side. Yakinder and Naf on B, and that looks like where we might find some action. A jump spot from Simple. I don't think he caught the head of Yakinder just there. The P250 in the hands, and a shot from Yakinder out the gates. That's one way to kick things off.
Starts as he means to go on, taking down the goat. Now he just has to get the rest of the farmyard animals out of Banana. Has support in Naf.
Bit's got the P250 now, so he's starting to find a bit better form.
He is the chosen one. It's a deep CT smoke, or it sounded like it. Yakinder does have to respect it. Naf back on Coffins, playing for that retake. They still had the numbers. Perfecto catches Naf off. 3 from Banana on this retake. Nitro still with a smoke kit, and oh my god, 3 of them bounding into ruins. Take control, overwhelm Yakinder, and yeah, good luck, have fun here. That utility deployed. Nice exchange. It forces MPL to stare at the smoke, but they've got so much on the cross. It gets across, but only to his own demise. Elige, yeah, too many different angles to deal with and relatively clean.
Fantastic reaction there. Bit was actually playing towards the top of Banana and he caught the retake. That's why all three of them just sprung through that smoke as a bit of surprise over towards the Coffin's position. They immediately reacted by taking CT space, and that means that the comms on Na'Vi are flowing very well, very early. So a 1-0 start here, but Classic, Liquid will be going into a force fight. Upgraded pistols. OC going to keep it the most conservative of the bunch to get that AWP out when we do make it to the first gun round. But still, a Deagle and a Smoke. And Smokes are plenty here for Liquid to try and stall out Na'Vi's crawl.
Going to be interested as well to see if TL have kind of maybe tidied up this CT side after IHC got a 9-1 start off against them.
Yeah, well, look, Inferno, as far as my money goes, is a T-side map. So I think if you're getting 6 or 7 on the CT side, you've had a pretty decent crack of it.
Certainly feel like if there was the same gaps IHC were finding, Na'Vi could be profiting. The right lean from Liquid.
Lots of talking here from Electronic. We know that he's taken the wheel here as the leader, and it's been a bit wonky. Smoke fading, and elbow spotted. Electronic down. They've seen at least 2.
OC did a lot there. Just that unarmored Deagle and spamming away with a 5-7. Nitro will be forced to cower upon the return. Bit's found a little gap here. Now, Elige will be trying to address it. The potential of a long lurk.
He's heard this.
Yeah, Bit into the arch. None the wiser.
It's called
None
2.
of them have the info. Back to B. Surely Bit's going to be able to go either for the dankest of flanks or just a late arrival cut off the rotate.
Time's the biggest problem here. Naf still has a smoke on that B bomb site.
Oh, Liquid flying blind. The smoke. They're going to start pushing through it. Needs some quick headshots. Naf hits one. Simple low, but not low enough. And now on the rotate Bit. Oof, a quick deletion. And all of those invested pistols and Kevlar will be thrown to the wayside.
And again, it's Bit right there with the information, right? Not necessarily the kills, but the information to give to his team to make the right reaction.
In both rounds.
Yeah, exactly right. So the fact that he hears 2 sets of footsteps, they're able to identify they can go back towards that B bomb site being a little bit weaker, and Simple will clean up Elige here. So just Yakinda to find with this scavenge Mac 10 and purchase Deagle, but it would be the better choice for him to hold on to these goods as starts to investigate for a kill or 2.
Yeah, there's 2 weapons for 2 players.
Yeah, you know he'll be dropping one of those across to, I would assume, Elige or Naf, right? The other heavy hitters on the Liquid side of the server. But no more damage to be done here against the rifles of Na'Vi. They'll be holding on to the Galils and the AK-47. It did look sketchy there for a moment. That push in from Electronic dealt with handedly. Good shot from OC. But again, right, that reaction, Simple sees the smoke, and at 20 seconds, if they didn't have the info that B was actually light on personnel, maybe they would call it off and cancel. He leaps through, he takes the fight, gets a must win. And it will be the Deagle going across to Elige here. So there'll be some lighter upgrades for Liquid once more to see if they can do a bit more damage. 3-man B opener with Elige and Naf to try and hunker down towards A. So these are the type of rounds that Na'Vi need to be cleaning up. You can't be tripping over your shoelaces.
Bit of damage onto Simple again. Didn't stop him last time. I'm sure it won't here. Blind as a bat. Yakinda, that was very aggressive. Hope to catch him off guard, and yeah, damage is done. Both Simple and NPL. Little worse for wear. But Naf has fallen, and so has the ace sight, unless Elige's got some heroics in him. This one, yeah. Couple of extra frags for good measure. Revealed now, Elige known to be in that pit side.
Yeah, the bomb is on MPL, right? So it has to do the long rotation through. And Elige, if he can do any damage while this is going down, nice shot. Can he find another?
Oh, if he gets another, it is game on over the hay bales. Electronic unfazed as he finds himself the upgrade. And yeah, sight lost. Round to follow. One more kill would go a long way.
Yeah, well, they've sent OC over to cower towards B, right? I think you hold on to the AK, but Nitro, if he could find another kill here, you're right. That damage going to accumulate as this game continues forward here. Even just the cash injection from picking up this Mac 10 would be nice, but doesn't look like Simple wants to overstep the mark here. So they've kept them on notice, right? If you're Liquid, you know that you've made these rounds somewhat threatening. Some good damage done. Oh, wow, you feel like Nitro should be getting that one. Great clear there from Simple.
He was 20 HP. I was starting to ask you. I was about to ask you questions like, how's the bomb radius these days? But no, Simple, just in time, clears the corner and saves himself.
Yeah, that was the evacuation route even, as you can see. Everybody exiting towards CT spawn.
Well, flawless start for Na'Vi, taking that pistol and running home with it. This is the clear we're talking about. Just ready for everything.
Interested to see what openings Na'Vi go with. They tend to do the molly behind car and throw some HGs towards the car position, so the CTs can't swing. There's always the flash at the ready, and in second mid, they like to throw out the fast long smoke as well as a boiler molly and occasionally a porch molly in play as well here. But this is looking a little bit heavier towards Banana fight. 3 players, including MPL, Simple, and Perfecto at the base of Banana.
A lot of moving parts to the openings of Inferno here in 2023. Oh, and OC catches Simple's early adventure. He wanted to get info top Banana, thought he had a gap. OC posted and punishes. Start to see him remaining flexible, relocating and counting on Yakinda to keep this house tidy.
Yakinda needs to be very careful here. That's a deep broom closet molly and jump spot.
Surely that's enough, Yakinda. Why does he look so hungry? Man once more, you've got the man advantage. The T's have burnt through all their utility. Perhaps, actually, I found the answer in the conversation there. He actually forces out another Molotov, and you can see the T's now are left with, what, 2 smoke grenades and a flash?
But that's gone both ways. Sure, Liquid have an extra smoke, sure, so maybe 20 seconds more. All of that extra pressure is to make sure that OC can't just rotate away freely, and he already did, right? I think they wanted to stay stubborn in Banana. If they got the control, they could execute B. But they felt all that pressure, and now back towards A.
Well, they just juggled all their utility, like a full reshaping of who has what. So the call's been made. The flash towards long. What was that? Smoke, excuse me, onto the arch side. NPL going to be coming out late. So see onto that bomb carrier. Electronic. Oh, okay. Perfecto provides the trade. The AWP has gone. Pressure onto the site with 14 seconds, and Perfecto's been knocked off it. Elysian NAF dig their heels in deep on pit side, and a comfortable collection.
NAF was great yesterday when we were covering him off in that IHC match, especially on Inferno, right? He was just a rock on the CT side where it felt like nobody else was really contributing. He was there with multi-kills from the pit, from the graveyard, from the site, and doing it again here within the early stages. So that opening pick from OC converted. And that's what you want if you're OC, because your job was done, right? You get that opening pick, here it is again, bang, okay. Now the team needs to make good on my promise, and even had more impact here taking down Electronic. We'll just go into a quick technical timeout here, everybody. Hope to get this one sorted ASAP. It's been called on the Liquid side.
Yeah, I've got my eyes on OC. You know, I think the conversation on the desk, it's a truth. You know, the way I think Maui framed it was nice. He said, North America's best AWPer, but how much does that mean? He was wondering as to what we could expect from OC. And actually an interesting interview he gave as well, just talking about how his transition to Tier 1 caught him off guard by how difficult it was. Saying that, yeah, at this level, it's mistakes you didn't know were mistakes being punished.
Well, it feels like a lifetime ago, but he was farming the Tier 2 scene in North America, right? Just absolutely mauling with that AWP. He was doing it all, right? Combat AWPing, hitting the sitters. It was definitely the full package. But yeah, this is a whole different level of Counter-Strike here in the Tier 1.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting is the humility he showed when he said how much, you know, he got to a point where he felt like he knew it all. Yakinda joined the team, and he suddenly realized there's a whole other level that they weren't even discussing. You know, in terms of how they talk about the game. The way he said it was, the way he talks about the game made me realize I don't know anything. And it's like, okay, yeah, so there's a whole extra level to this, and Liquid certainly going to have to be able to keep up with Na'Vi. We know that's a language they speak fluently.
Yeah, and one of the keys here to some of Liquid's successes in recent times has been taking down Na'Vi. So let's see if they can do it again here today. You have to keep in mind this MPL discussion, right? Another kid from the Academy roster getting the call up. It's difficult to expect them to come in and flourish. Bit didn't flourish immediately, but then he became an absolute monster and Na'Vi won a major. So let's see if the faith that Blade has in MPL is worth its salt. As aggressive maneuver here towards the apartments and a passive stance towards second mid. You can see just how passive Bit is. He isn't taking any real fights here, and you can understand so with only a Tech 9 in hand. So this very, very forward stance from Liquid If too much pressure on Banana is felt, they can leer forward, they can look into second mid, and they can start to over-rotate or flank.
It's a nice, I was going to say triple, but 3 leaning A, 2 towards the apartments themselves, and for now, it is the B side of the map seeing some action. Perfecto and Simple forge a path and confirm. Banana is there. He's got flash lined up. Nitro would swallow that as he drops some retake utility. Do they respect it or do they go forward? Forward the answer. Perfecto swinging. Yakinda unsmoked, unbothered as Perfecto takes him down, or is taken down. NPL towards the pool, 1, and a return from Yakinda. Another in front of him, damage, and Elige will finish. Spraying through that smoke. Na'Vi, they try and pick up the pace, and now, well, from behind, not going to have anything to celebrate. What do you think was Perfecto's reasoning there? Do you think he was just a case of, I think I've caught them off guard?
No, they had to go. Because if they just extinguished and chilled, they didn't have any territory across the rest of the map. There was no going... At that point, there's no going back to A. I know that there's still 50 seconds left on the clock, but with how much utility they were investing into this type of hit, there was no way to really head back to the other side, think about all the angles you have to clear. It could have just been a non-starter of a round. So they took the risk. It didn't pay off whatsoever. And Yakinda getting fired up. Hopefully he's feeling a little bit better. I think a win definitely help on the road to recovery here, as this time round, not the man in question. Hyper-aggressive down Banana with the MP9 in hand, looking to farm up some Na'Vi members on Eco. Sure, they have upgraded pistols, but there's no Kevlar, definitely no head armor. And look at this, Elige and Nitro now back over towards A to investigate top mid.
OC spots the barrel. Right, Simple goes just wide enough to bait the shot. Orpa confirmed A, and yet Na'Vi start to close towards him. Posturing. A word for Na'Vi's current stance. Hoping for a little bit of an overstep. OC unwilling to oblige. And there's the first fight Simple was looking for. The nade to finish. He should be safe.
Have to commit now, 30 seconds. Should be into the blender here.
Yeah, no way really to get that bomb down. That would be an idyllic scenario for Na'Vi. Nitro already saying it's a little too quiet in mid. Careful B. Yakinda and Elige are fine. And so Na'Vi are heading OC's way. Trying to run down that AWP. Oh, Electronic does make good on the promise. And into the site they trundle. Just 2 more frags required. Perfecto with a good one. And Simple hits the dig. There's no way Liquid cannot let this go with 5 seconds on the clock. The bomb being planted. Yakinda unwilling. Elige is there. And Perfecto needs to hit an AWP shot. He's done that as well. Oh, it crumbles for Liquid. Na'Vi clutch up. Simple and Perfecto, a partnership in crime.
Oh, you can understand the smile on the face of the GOAT right here. That was a round with no Kevlar. That was just a couple of light upgraded pistols. And think about this. He got put to 7 HP when he tried to jostle with Trash.
I can't believe that one.
There was 1 bullet left in the AWP after OC was done with it, missing shot after shot, but they still pick it up and convert some key kills. That is a massive round. Whew, that feels like a bit of a freebie right there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a freebie for Na'Vi, but it's a bit of a salty one for Liquid.
It's not the type of round you want to be giving up early here, especially with the woes that we highlighted against IHC yesterday on the CT side for Liquid. Felt like CT rounds were very difficult to come by. And that one, it's going to stick with you.
I'm still thinking about it. I'm sure they are too.
OC missed so many shots just there. He's going to be kicking himself. It's a hero in a gun round to maybe the villain against the Eco here.
Suspicious smoke towards quad side. Elige will use it later. And he's just playing on the edge of it. No real info for Na'Vi.
Well, this time he won't miss. Giving them something to work with now. A number advantage in the gun rounds again. They've had enough of Banana, so this smoke off towards the short side limits Na'Vi's options here, and so does the time.
NPL trying to find an angle. And Bit's caught Nav. Need a big one. Elige caught. Good awareness from NPL. Problems for Nitro. Needs a multi-kill for Hope, and it's denied. NPL with impact into the site, and round is done.
Yeah, that's a key point right there. The fact that he gets 2 kills in another very, very tight scenario. The time, it's like, well, it's all in Liquid's favor. They should be converting a round like this. The boost, it looked good for info. But they just stroll up, and it was kicked off by this lovely shot from Bit there onto Nav. NPL, the awareness, looks straight up, takes down Elige, and even finds the follow-up on his way into the site. Look at the time. 10 seconds as he gets that kill. If they fluster, if there's a multi-kill, there's so many problems, and those rounds back-to-back are accumulating against Liquid here.
Yeah, in my mind, that previous round and this one as well, it's just a little bit of a old school. I mean, we're talking different players, but old school Na'Vi, just with the confidence in themselves to be able to get the frags necessary at the very, twilight hour.
It's very, very difficult, right, to really help the viewers at home understand. But when you're running the clock down like that, that's a skill that you have to be able to learn. And we do have a bit of a B-Stream update right here. Team Spirit taking on Big. This is an elimination game, and Spirit look like they have eliminated Big from Katowice for 2023. The Germans are making their way home, and Spirit will live on to fight another day. That sets up
the loser of this, no?
Precisely. So whoever drops this matchup right here will be heading on down to take on Team Spirit.
Okay. Heads will be held high for Team Spirit.
Liquid taking a bit of a timeout, and you reported yesterday, actually, that you overheard the huddle where they told Daps if you didn't take those timeouts in the first half of Inferno, we probably would have lost the map. I think he burnt all 4 or at least 3 of them, right? So Daps again doing what he can to try and stem the bleeding here. But good stuff from NPL, and this is the map where you would expect him to be the most comfortable on, right? This is where, when he was being the 6th man over in the World Finals, he played 2 Infernos, a win against Heroic, a loss against Vitality. Also played a Mirage against Liquid.
Oh, and OC on the money. Straight to Perfecto. Peeking up on the boost. An early casualty for Na'Vi to stomach, and they are set up aggressive in the apartments. Needs the double. Oh, but the triple is cruel, is mean, and that is the round. It was just starting to look nice with OC's opener. And then Bit decides to ruin all their hopes and dreams. A missed smoke, but the mollying will fill the gap.
Yeah, no dramas here. You can see that Nitro and OC are both still over towards that B bomb site. The bomb will go down, 40 seconds on the clock, and that was great from Bit. I know there's definitely some discussion about Bit seeming one-dimensional, not really growing in the way that he's approached the game. Sure, he was fantastic when Na'Vi had their breakout year. I say breakout year. Na'Vi have been here in Katowice time and time again. That's a great shot from OC. He's had some nice openers. But Na'Vi looking to head back to the arena here in Katowice.
He makes it look so easy. Handles it. The threat from Liquid neutralized, and a 6th already for the T side. Safe exit. All good in the Na'Vi hood. Just that premonition. He knew, where would I be most vulnerable next? And clogs now for the 3rd. Liquid once again dispatched the AWP B side. Na'Vi not going to fall foul to any of that early utility. But Apartments, I think, Bit liked the way that felt back into the fight.
Which is crazy, because as we mentioned earlier, Naf was a beast yesterday, and he was dealing with Apartments and Short. And it seemed like they're bullying him at this juncture of the game. Trying to seek him out here very early. MPL is already ready to pierce the veil at the end of halls.
Like, if I was choosing a site to hit, I'm not sure I'd want the Yakinda Elige Naf site. But Na'Vi made of sterner stuff. Here they come. Blind on Naf. Elige will tag one up on the site. Oof, immediate deletion, but Yakinda's there at least to pick up the pieces. Liquid hold on. Weather the storm. Repel the invaders, I say, as Electronic goes looking for more. I guess with the smoke on default, he could perhaps rat around. Liquid smoke up. An electronic frag in. Not the both of them! Oh, they collapse! OC forced into a clutch. A 1 versus 3. Redemption available, but far from easy. AWP on site. The information given. Flash is out. OC begging for the fight. As Simple and Electronic establish their crossfire. Does he want to put all those dollars on the line? Thinking about it twice, and yep, will back away. Simple will slap him down for the greed of the re-peak. That's cheeky. And so the 7th found. Stone faces.
Yep.
Ah.
Yeah, missed his jump throw there. Wants that one to land on the window in second mid.
The second here, like, I understand Elige maybe being
Took
caught
a double
out.
take. Didn't quite believe there were 2 of them stacked up on top of each other in sight right there, but that's a round changer from Electronic. Surprised how much space they got, right? That smoke was up. You highlighted it very well. I think the fact that he just crept in by himself is why they weren't expecting it.
But at this point in the game, like, you can see, obviously, Liquid can't. They're not watching. Ooh, there's the nade working wonders. But all of this utility in Banana rather futile. Na'Vi will wait it out. As Nitro catches flak. Simple will fire off a shot, retreats to the stairs, a slither gap, damage inflicted onto Simple. The smoke will guise your retreat. They've heard 2 different rifles towards B. Perfecto ahead of the smoke. If anyone gets greedy, and yeah, Nitro falls into the trap. Damage again inflicted. So with Simple and Perfecto walking wounded, it would set Yakinda up to hold fast.
OC rotating now as well. They can isolate Elige and Naf.
Good nade. Onto Bit. And Elige only the 1. Electronic on short side. Simple still walking with a limp. This fight on Balk is going to really dictate a whole lot. Elbow. Not enough for OC. Fires off the shot. They're into the site now. Naf can't even call it. Spots bodies. So flashed. Nearly 2. Yakinda to clutch. Knows one's pit. Knows one's site. The guessing game, not required. The headshots, though, a necessity. Will the Latvian have anything to say about this one, or is it 8? Is it a 1T half? Playing with their food now. Flash interesting. Hoping he can just maneuver. A bit of a gap. A huge gap. A well-played round. Can Yakinda close? He knows! Electronic better. 8-2. Na'Vi, they are really running away with this first map.
And it's a team effort right now. Top of the scoreboard, Perfecto with 9 kills. But as you go down the list, you've got 8 for Bit, 7 apiece for Electronic and Simple. And then you've got MPL on 6, and he's had impact. You see OC there. He got baited by the jiggle, but the barrel, that's what made him take the shot. And that's what cost them in this situation. You see the flash? Well, where's the assist from Yakinda there? So that one right in the face. And Naf may have had that double up. It's the little details here. And Na'Vi, late round, it doesn't matter. They're able to work their way in. Liquid struggling again on this CT side of Inferno.
Yakinda's opted to go rifle solo B. Safe from the initial barrage of nades, and ooh, Simple does get dinked down. Might change the state of play when you hear a rifle tagging up Simple. And that's the fight they were waiting for. Electronic handles it with ease. Oh, Nitro, you heard that. Juggles the rifle away from him. Look at that robbery from Electronic. The diligence is obscene. Oh, more bullets. Thank you very much. You might even kill him with it. Go on, Electronic, you geek. That's beautiful. Just as Nitro was trying to get his grubby mitts on the rifle, he steals it and uses it to tag him up to just 17 health. Doesn't really get better from here on out. Sure, you got the kits, you got a couple of pistols, a little bit of Kevlar for your adventure, but Simple and Co are charging on in. Nitro trying to find a safe haven only for a moment. Naf with 1, and that'll be it. Even hears him, spots him. And they're on the hunt.
You can hear Electronic calming for Simple here in this situation. They know exactly where he is. Already posted up towards the base of Banana is Bit, so if he doesn't get him, Simple will. And it's Simple. So if he gets the chance here, he will go for the knife. If someone's going to take the knifing not so well, it will be a Liege.
No, 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 no. Simple stabs him in the back for additional brownie points and salt tilt factor. Up to 9. A tad of the tongue as they accept that it will have to be 6 best case scenario. That frag came all too easy.
Yeah, now it's put Yakinder in a position where he has to buy an MP9. So a rifle one round and MP9 the next. And some good moves here from Electronic. Everybody functioning very well on Na'Vi's side of things. You wouldn't know that MPL has only played, what, 18 maps at the highest level of Counter-Strike?
Is that really the number?
It comes up from the Academy team. I was just taking a look at it a little bit earlier. So he played the World Finals, he played the Spring Groups, and, well, their opening match yesterday against Cloud9, which is traditionally, you know, a bit of a back-and-forth affair between the two names.
18.
And this is the thing, right? You heard from Blade in an interview saying how I would have wanted to keep SDY and MPL and continue this experiment, but hey, this is where they find themselves, and if they can bring him up to speed, remember this kid, right? Never is the question about the aim. It's about the decision-making. It's about the decision tree. Same as what they have with Karan over there on Outsiders at the moment, and their brains are going to be like sponges. They're going to learn so much in these officials that Blade can just help refine them with.
Yeah, I mean, what you've got right now is a diamond in the rough, right? You know how beautiful they can look when they've been perfectly cut.
I just want to bring up some of the details here. Every time Liquid have gone for this hyper-aggressive banana maneuver, Na'Vi have no issue taking Boiler and Halls immediately, and that's a great response, and here it comes.
Flashes are so good. OC doesn't get to play the game from a standard position. On the transition, he could go down to Bid if he's not careful. Good frag on the retreat, the dead man! Didn't account for that apps angle, bit too good, and now Naf already in trouble. Needs Alicia's help. Needs it, can't provide. Bit, double. And a man advantage for Na'Vi, looking for their 10th. As Nitro has pushed up towards the logs position, he can lock down any returns to B, or at least report on them, but he wants more.
Simple's still looking here. This should be his kill every day of the week. Yeah, there it is, laser sharp. And they know where Naf was. Couldn't have gotten too far during all of this.
Does Perfecto run all the way into B just in case?
Yeah, this would be the safest way to play this out. Allow Perfecto just to run in, see if he gets taken down, then they can just bring the bomb. You can see it's already coming over here. You know that Naf is the anchor, and this is it. Send a feeler out to either side. You're guaranteed to work out where Naf is. There you go. Bomb can go down. Simple wanting Perfecto to plant, so he can already cut off this banana rotation. So quite commanding is old Simple. You can understand that.
Go plant.
And, well, Naf knows that the best option here is to hold on to this AWP. OC has done a decent job finding some opening picks. He's got 8 kills, 8 deaths. Sometimes they can convert, sometimes they can't. But that is going to be 10 already. And another note here, and I'm sure something that we'll hear the desk talking about when we get them back on the mics in probably not too long, is about the pace changes from Na'Vi. Think about where they found success with the earlier gun rounds, waiting out to the final 30, 20 seconds, and then being able to explode and trade efficiently. And then that type of round. Oh, Liquid take full banana control. We pounce onto A. We punish the top mid. OC can't take a pick short and even transition back to site with plenty of time left on the clock. So much pressure being applied there, and then they just pounce. Hit pause in the mid-round. Find Nitro looking for info, and that one's done. Look at this, 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. Bit's already postured all the way into Halls. Just applying so much pressure here at Na'Vi. Third time out now.
Yeah, reminiscent of the last time they found themselves here. Maybe that's what Daps is saying. It's like, lads, you know, 10-2 is kind of like 9-1.
Yeah, in a way.
And we won that one.
And IHC is kind of like Na'Vi, I guess.
In the sense that they have to use peripherals.
They're all playing Counter-Strike. Yeah,
they have feeling.
Yeah, in that sense. And they're playing in the group stage of IEM Katowice.
They are.
Exactly. But other than that,
yeah.
A few...
You ready to watch Blade disappear? When does it go? When does the glass go?
I imagine when freeze time gets to
8,
0.
7, 6.
You're calling the bluff with the cameraman
5,
right now.
4, 3, 2, 1. Magic.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Technology.
You can go to Vegas, start a show
think so.
Friday, Saturday nights.
Yeah. I'll start counting cards. can barely count to 10, but we'll see.
This time no banana pressure. So Na'Vi haven't had to do anything this round, and Liquid will just have to sit back on their haunches here. Classic 2-3 split of the CT defenses.
I'd like to see you throw it sooner rather than later, Yakinda, making me nervous, but it seems like Na'Vi are always anticipating this. As the util comes in, this time Perfecto will respect it, not going to be forced into the fight. One of those 2 rounds Liquid had managed to collect.
Nitro's going to get, I was thinking flash forward here, but that nade is even better. Straight down the gullet.
More of that.
I think they still want to explode.
Yeah, that
flash at the ready.
It does bode badly. Oh, Yakinda just fully doing the dance. And yeah, Nitro's not going to have much to contribute with his sewing machine. And the rest, I guess, is history. You don't want to be throwing all these resources into a retake like this. I don't even know why OC's over here. Leave it.
Now they have to start going for rounds, so if they did want to decide, hey, let's give this one a crack, fair enough, right? At this point, half's already well lost.
Sure, it's just, it would be a bitter pill to swallow throwing 4 of them into this Na'Vi wall.
The only thing that's a positive here for Liquid at this moment is their loss bonus has been maxed out. So with residual cash, which a bunch of them have, they can keep buying it at least, but Bit, he wants to ruin the day.
Yeah. I've never really seen Naf angry, but that's a start.
It was just too easy as well. The pre-aim on that position, perfect from Bit. Looking like his old self.
Oh, they're coming. No, Liege. Oh. Okay, well, 3 rifles preserved, and an 11th farmed up by Na'Vi. They have fully got their farming gear on.
Look, it's not a very exciting story when it is a team effort here, but that's exactly what it is for Na'Vi. We mentioned the scoreboard not that long ago, and we should mention it again. It's still just, what are we talking about, a 3-round spread from top to bottom?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, there is, 3 kills, that's it. From the top to the bottom for Na'Vi. Now, 2 rounds to go. Let's see if Liquid can put any sort of band-aid on this. Because Bit's coming. Bit the bully. Nitro in a forward position. Usually the flashes are good and the shot is better. OC hit by the Ferrari Bit Pete. Naf still present on A. He takes down MPL's App's presence, but there's more to come. And opting to go forward, not tucking the tail, not wimping out. And lucky timing. Perfecto catches a glimpse of him. One back from Elige. That was the bomb and that was the trade. Perfecto given it.
Yakinda may as well go for this, right? It's only the MP9, 2-on-1 situation. He's going to upgrade that if he can.
Yeah, dropped his weapon early so as to not make a noise upon pickup.
Has to give it a go. Scoreline's 11-2.
The kit there on quad. So he's slowly picking up the retake package. An AK, a kit could be nice. He's got kills to find. So he reveals himself. He's close. Na'Vi, a double setup towards this default box. And yeah, no, rather take that up for Mr. OC.
I understand playing the percentages here, but this game is already, it's gone, right? You're really going to bring this one back, and he might not even stay alive here. Perfecto on the hunt, might be able to catch him over towards the chicken pit. Door doesn't swing open here, so Yakinda will be keeping this one alive for the next round of play, but Inferno, blink and you miss it.
Can we get excited about Anubis, though?
I think so, and I think Liquid may be looking at the last time they saw Na'Vi play Anubis, think, maybe it's a bit of a weakness. They had a close game against that of Complexity, I believe it was, over there in the spring groups.
But yeah, you know, you talked about team effort. I think that round is a perfect example of it, where every time it felt like a little bit of a risk was taken, there was someone from Na'Vi to ensure that it wasn't too risky. Perfecto catching Elige as he tried to take that second frag.
Oh, sticky molly right there. Doesn't quite leave the hands of Perfecto as he would have wanted, but we'll get it out regardless. And things have gone so well here. And one of the keys is Na'Vi haven't dropped the focus, right? They haven't changed. You know, they're not just YOLOing, they're not just running at Liquid, they're still running through the strategies, being reserved when they need to be, playing good, solid counter-strike. You can hear the communication, it sounds great. And, well, yeah, it makes sense. Everything is going great. We've only lost 2 rounds.
OC desperate for a clean shot without a flash or a nade or a molly at his toes. And there he gets one. Simple. Meets OC's AWP. Yukinda saved it for a reason. Can they convert off the back of it for their third? 3 banana. Bit lingering towards the apartments on the opposite side of the map. Now there's a pop flash for Nitro upon his call. Oh, but boosted on the wall! He can't do anything about that. Na'Vi sees an advantage back, or rather, I should say, an equalizer. Nitro's not had a fun half. They've had his number on this B side of the map.
Which is wild because OC's done his job and more in this half with the AWP. He's found so many openings. I think it's 5 in total.
Oof.
So he's definitely been doing his job here. Going to gamble a third man over towards B, and it will be the B finish.
Let's see if Liquid can disrupt. Heads spotted, bit down. NPL with another frag. Perfecto builds on, and the bomb again down with a second to spare. Elysian Naf hard pressed to find these frags. They've gone for 2 towards Banana. Flash is good. Barrel is spotted. And NPL is down. Things get interesting now. If that smoke from Naf blocks off the fight, there's going to be a gap on that. Need a fake. Elysian's holding it. Naf needs to defend, and he has done so. Third round, a second away. Liquid will close with a win, but certainly not a flavor they've been tasting all too often this half. 12 for Na'Vi. Likely not going to be long before we're back at the analyst desk, but for now, we'll go and grab a drink. We'll be back in 2 to see if Liquid have got anything left to say of this first map. Na'Vi in need of 4 rounds to take the first map of this series, and it's a big one at that. Liquid versus Natus Vincere. It is the Group A upper bracket semi. Securing this gets you to the playoffs. We get to trip to the Spodek on the line. Na'Vi, no stranger to it. In fact, we've been seeing them get to the playoffs more often than not.
Yeah, they can practically touch it right now. Oof, a bit on the jump spot here. Definitely sees a little bit of information on Naf there, but not too many sound cues as they put out feelers on either side of the map here. Naf in second mid, Yakinda already top of Banana. Rejigging the troops right here, so Yakinda with a lot of room, and we'll take a glance here to spot it on the jiggle. Baits out the smoke, and I think that's job done as MPL has been pulled over to bolster the B defenses. Now over towards A. Simple and Bit still reside. There's a smoke and a flash in OC's hands to try and make this one a little bit more interesting, but they're going to let Yakinda continue to work. How antsy will Simple get here?
Taking a lot of self-control to not go looking, I'm sure. Yakinda. One single bullet whistles past his ear, and he will consider that enough.
Still looking like the holes pop here. 40 seconds left on the clock, and here comes 3.
Yeah, it's time for the smoke, it's time for the flash. OC to set up the boys. Liquid must win pistol if they want a voice in Inferno. And Simple, oof, deleted, flattened. Elise with a double on the clock. A-site is lost, and Na'Vi concede.
All right, well, couldn't have gone much better than that. 2 kills there, in, bomb down, round done.
Not a, damn it. I was about to say not a point of damage. I think Elige actually did that to himself, jumping out of the balcony, but...
Self-inflicted.
Yeah, so not a point of damage done.
Yakinda doesn't want to allow them to hold on to what I think he's assuming is a bit of Kevlar on some of these members. It is a nade set for Perfecto and MPL. It's electronic with some Julies and some Kevlar, but they can just let them sit here and stew. You don't have to get stuck in too much. And I think one of the keys that you bring up here with no damage is, well, the armor is going to be on 100 for everybody on Liquid. They're going to get a very cheap upgrade in towards that head armor. And that makes sense why they let... Whoop. Oh! Nitro chase, because he was the one with nades. So,
right.
yeah, they sent him out. Everyone else is going to get a nice $350 upgrade.
Yeah, and that feels really nice when you find yourself with a rifle, helmet, and full nades, round 2.
Yeah, and that's the little details that I'm sure people think, well, you're really looking at the minutiae here. Yeah, but it means that they're going to have rifles and nades instead of SMGs and nades. Yeah. That could make a big difference if Na'Vi had opted to force buy, which I'll spoil the fun. They haven't. But they won a round in the first half with upgraded pistols and no armor. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, that one really was the start of this snowball rolling down the hill, turning into an avalanche.
Yeah, it was like 2 tilt rounds in a row, right? So mental residue for Team Liquid. It's a bit gunky.
But if you want a real tilter, you lose this one. Don't see a world where that happens. Maybe Perfecto and Electronic do, because here comes the U-tilt. And Yakinda trying to use that mobility of the MAC-10s. Does catch a pointy elbow of Electronic, we'll be calling that out. And down goes the B defense.
If they won that round, that would have been the greatest B defense of all time. Without a doubt. Yeah. Without a doubt.
Not even hyperbole.
I wouldn't have even had an issue just claiming that stamping a pair of Julies and a USP against a full up
armored helmets
with an execute with all the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
It's been the greatest defense of all time on Inferno. No one had ever seen anything like it.
Oh, well, I mean, in terms of damage, though, Liquid have managed to once again evade that. So, cash in the coffers. Bomb down.
Ah, they know where both are.
And maybe even an extra frag. Maybe $600 for Yakinda if he's lucky. Oh, no. Bit so deadly. Jeez, how has he gone and done that? He's got a kill and nearly 2. Nitro does have to run. Phew. Wow, OC was right behind him and took 1 damage.
MPL was over near Library and he still died on 1 HP, the poor guy.
Damn, and Nitro must have just been away from the radius.
All right, well, Na'Vi, you took the save. That means we get to see the buy round. And this was the round just before from the pistol where it was just before the round expires.
Zoom.
Oh, and
he
to the
did.
side of the head, clipped the ear, did old Nitro.
He did click. Good to see smiles, though. They know it's certainly not all is lost. Just does feel like Inferno is going to require some heroics, though.
Yeah, look, I don't want to write Inferno off by any means, but it doesn't feel like this is going to be their map.
No. Well, let's see. Na'Vi's defense with the 3 FAMAS.
Yeah, it's one of the worst
It looks so
third round
ugly.
buys, but this is how it used to be back in the day, right? When you had the M4A4 and M4A1S at the higher price points. Now that a lot of people have transitioned back to the A4, and you know that you need utility on a map like Inferno, you're going to have emissions. This is what it felt like for me when I was doing buy rounds in the third. That's why you used to go for the Force, then an Eco, then a buy. They've gone for a different pattern here.
Okay, Perfecto, what are you made of? Counter util, good frag. MP9 shredding through, Electronic doubles up. Now problems for Liquid into the side. Elige, so blind, he's mad. And Simple takes him down, and yeah, the buy may not be pretty, but the round sure is. Gorgeous work from Na'Vi. Just OC at 6 HP. And Naf running back to spawn, wishing he could start again.
Yeah,
start again, guys? Reset? Is there a reset button back here?
The door isn't closed on them. Pit is still very passive. You can see Bit, he didn't push on down and take away any room, but what are they meant to do? There's no options here, and that'll be 13 now for Na'Vi. Running through their map choice of Inferno here.
You ever been on a scooter like that? A Vespa? A motorcycle? A two-wheeled
yes, I have.
vehicle?
Yes, I have.
What did you go on?
I don't think I was driving. I think, so story time, in Indonesia, a lot of Australians go on holidays to Bali.
Yes.
And there's a lot of those, and you jump on the back of one.
You hop on the back?
Yeah. I
You
think I
do
did
it
it
the
in
whole
China as well.
Cliche, wind in your hair.
No, you hold on to the back of the...
Oh, you don't hold their hips?
No.
No?
No.
Oh. Was that a nice from Blade?
Yeah, happy with that.
Whoa.
As you'd expect, right? The buy was a whole lot weaker here, but they got an awful lot out of these MP9s. It's wild to reflect back to Katowice last year with Na'Vi. A lot going on.
Yeah. I mean, it still is.
Yeah, definitely so. And to see them potentially returning back to the Spodek again, I think this is their 9th time in Katowice. If they make it, that'll be 8 out of 9 playoffs appearances. The only time they didn't was 2014. Pretty good from the organization.
Not a bad track record. And, you know, considering how willing they are to throw new names into the mix, if they could do it with NPL, as they did with Bit.
Who's holding his own here, 10 kills. He's done the job that's required of him here today. At least on map number 1. Could be a long series ahead of us here. Anubis up next. Can't forget about that. It's just, this has been so commanding.
It's a good word for it. It's a deep smoke as well. MPL just staring at it. Still responsible for long. Liquid yet to make their move as we reach that 60-second point. That one gunshot, great catch from the Obs team as Simple's indecision is still piecing it together. I think Perfecto wants answers. And he gets more than an answer! He gets himself a double! Oh, that's going to leave a mark, and so will the spray into the smoke. Simple cuts Elige down to size with a scrap of health to work with as he tries to continue to fight into this B side. Now, the healthy down as well to the Simple FAMAS. This is all too easy. Running into the crossfires. Na'Vi got this on lock. And OC does as hard as little as he could. Couldn't really run away. His exit was locked. And so 14 is found for Na'Vi.
Yeah, at least it's quick here for Liquid. They can get onto their map choice here swiftly. But this was great, right? Because MPL staying in trash, he could take intermittent jiggles towards top mid and call it clear. Because there wasn't enough pressure applied towards top mid from Liquid. They didn't molly out trash. They didn't really ever take any fights. So the fact that MPL didn't have to move from that position for the entire round gave Na'Vi all the information. And that Simple could cheat over. And, well, now he's taking a couple of liberties here. Aggressive down mid against the Eco here for Liquid. This should be Quite a quick round, 15. Simple just mops up 3 quick kills with the FAMAS. Only 2 more to find, and everybody else is looking for a kill. MPL wants to stat pad Electronic 2, and there it is. Be a 10-round stretch for Liquid if they want to take this one to overtime, but I'd be telling you all a bit of a fib. This is a very strong-looking Na'Vi right now, and we know that Liquid have definitely had their troubles, but as the desk highlighted, in the last 3 outings, Liquid have had their way with Na'Vi.
Yeah, maybe a very different kettle of fish here, though. I mean, those matches were all within 6 months of now, and yet, yes, a lot can change over that period of time. Liquid's Inferno certainly a little rattled, and so is OC. Simple. Opens up the Na'Vi account, perhaps for the last time, here on Inferno.
When things are going so well, and you have this much of a lead, you can take a couple of more of these risks. We'll even cop it here in the pip. And look, just standing wide, taking the fight, lopping off heads, and back to back. Big gets one. Will be traded here, so blind spot exploited.
Yeah, it's going to require some heroics, though. Yakinda, the fact he's lived through 2 of those shots does give Liquid a bit more potency. If Elige can get into the pit, strafes into Electronic. And this one reaches its foregone conclusion. Nitro to go. 16-5 as Na'Vi thrive on their map pick. Liquid choosing to take it to the newest edition is where the conversation will start about how competitive this series will be.
It's no secret that Na'Vi have been scouting out new talent, and for newcomer NPL, his integration has been gradual, from observing from the sidelines at the Blastful final to map-specific substitutions in Abu Dhabi. 2023 now marks the time to dive in as a fully fledged member of Na'Vi. It's fair to say his first showing was a baptism by fire, as indicated by his .67 rating over 3 maps. As an official member moving into the new year, NPL showed marked improvements at the opening tournament of 2023, particularly his stats on Inferno. Other battlegrounds, however, still have room for improvement. With Blade behind you, there is no room to settle for anything less than perfection, especially with Na'Vi's legacy as an org. Time for NPL to show us what he's truly made of.
During the game, I got to hang out next to players, just behind them, just to listen to the comms. And while on the other side, I could hear that Na'Vi was just discussing everything as much as possible. Liquid was way more silent. After the first half, they were just not capable of making a comeback. But, you know, it's only the first map, and we potentially might have 2 more games. But the team that will be able to actually give you a good summary of what actually happened on the server is our desk. Guys, tell us.
Thank you very much, Heku, and I do love your optimism, but I do not necessarily think it will be shared on the desk. You know, Team Liquid, they let IHC run away with the game in 9-1 and came back yesterday, but you can't do that with
There was no comeback this time.
No.
There was no comeback this time, Afia. And Na'Vi showing exactly why they're making this their home map. They looked fantastic. Chad mentioned as well in the cast, just a variation in the pacing and the spacing and how they were just basically schooling Liquid. And you move on over to the CT side, Liquid, they get off a little bit of a nice start. They seem to have a little bit of hope they can maybe bring this back, and then Na'Vi just shut it down, just completely shut it down.
Yeah, it really felt like Na'Vi had all these moments of transition for Liquid really well outlined. And what I mean by that is that when Na'Vi took map control here, they were really good at just kind of poking and prodding around any corner or any smoke and just seeing, are Liquid making a mistake? Are they going to take a duel against us? And when Na'Vi have this much firepower in the server, they're going to win a lot of those duels. And so we could see that it wasn't always like the game plan necessarily working for Na'Vi. It's that they found these cracks within what Liquid were doing.
And their confidence was oozing out, as you say, when they did take those duels. You were also mentioning in the green room that when it came to Na'Vi being on the T side, Liquid sometimes, maybe due to the plans that were changing or ever changing, you found that they were turtling a little bit, and maybe they should have approached it more creatively in order to get a hand back in those rounds.
We can take a look at the round, actually. I believe, I think it was round was 7 or something?
6.
6, there we go. So that's around where I do believe they kind of miss a couple of missed shots over there, and they're kind of playing a little too safe. And the way Navi's able to basically just individual prowess is looking to shine. A couple of missed shots from OC. Again, I don't want to point him out, but just the fact that you can't afford to miss shots like this, especially against a Na'Vi who don't really have much weapons to work with.
Yeah, the way that Na'Vi were scaling in this round was just so effective. They were so quick, and you could see that, again, like they're busting into this bomb site with just great shots, killing the pit player, the site player, getting the bomb down in a favorable situation. These kind of rounds are ones where, yeah, you should be cleaning these up if you're Liquid, and I think that there was a lot of things that went wrong for Liquid, but you just have to, if you want to give yourself a chance, close this one out.
Yeah, and we look at Na'Vi developing as well. Sorry to cut you off there. What were you going to say?
No, nothing. I mean, we had a couple of rounds in Simple. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, that happened, right? And there were a couple of rounds alluding to what you were saying earlier, Sharks. We were talking about how there were moments where they were just giving too much space. And this is something we were potentially critical of Na'Vi. We're like, Na'Vi give a little too much space in the CT side. That can be something which could be punished. Instead, it was Liquid making that mistake.
Is that similar to what we saw versus IHC? And is that then something that you think, oh, that is a lesson that should be learned earlier, especially if you're up versus a Na'Vi who can throw this out?
I haven't felt like Liquid is necessarily confident in too many places on this map to take fights. And what we're seeing here are Bit highlights. And I want to call Bit, for this game, the landlord. Because he's the last guy you want to see in, near, or around your apartment. Like, he is just so deadly there. He's just such a force. And this is, again, some of the firepower. Like these moments that he's finding fights and winning them in, like, you're not necessarily even supposed to be finding this much value as an apps player, and yet he's able to do that just because it's brute force.
He said little apartment creep sometimes.
He is a bit of a... That's what a landlord is. Just a goblin just asking for you for something in your apartment.
That's a great point, actually. Great commentary on the world
and
we
I
live
feel
in.
like
talking about the bourgeoisie right now.
Anyway.
And I feel like
Speaking
of Bit, though, I'm just trying to rein this back in. I feel like if this resurgence from Bit continues, this could be a great sign for Na'Vi going forward in 2023, because Bit was very quiet last year. He wasn't really quite finding his stride, but if this is going to be a sign of things to come, that's fantastic.
Is that fair? I mean, he found the stride. It was just not all the time, right? Or I don't know. Am I looking through rose-tinted glasses too much?
He fell off a bit. He fell
off by the end, right?
Yes, I think people were kind of shocked by what Bit was doing in the very beginning of his tenure on Na'Vi, and then people started figuring out his positions a little bit better. They started game planning for him a little bit more, and that's when his drop-off happened, and the A1S was just not his gun. But now the A4's back, he's using the AK, and he just looks like one of the best riflers in the world again.
Oh, I love that insight. Blade also commented that they were, of course, maybe changing around some roles and looking at things in general with the addition of NPL now, and that the main anchor on CT was now Bit and is, and I feel like it's all working out. Some of the things that we commented on that hadn't been going as well for Na'Vi, they seem to be playing very comfortably right now.
They seem to be playing very comfortably, and I just want to also allude to what Heku mentioned about the body language, right? Na'Vi are a team notoriously known for when things are not quite going their way, they start to, like, crumble a little bit. Not even crumble, they start to get a little angry at each other, and the fact that they seem to be very comfortable there, it's because they were winning very convincingly, right? But when the pressure is on, when you're going to be heading into Anubis, which should be an interesting map right there, I want to see if that good camaraderie, that confidence they seem to have right now is going to be working out.
I think that it's probably a map that they're going to be a little bit less comfortable on. Inferno is Navi's home map right now, so they are going to look really good on it. I think we all thought that this was going to be a much closer affair on the first map, but Anubis is where Liquid really have a chance to strike back.
Let's see what happens in that one. We also have Heku standing by, and she's going to give us a peek behind the curtain of what all the surrounding staff around an esports team does at events like this.
Here in the player lounge, the players can check out the games, but also all of the people that travel together with them. Tonya, it's great to see you once again at this tournament, but you never travel alone. Like, you have so many people with you. Can you please tell me who is responsible for what?
You know, Navi is a big family. We consider ourselves like family members, so we love each other a lot, as you can see. So here's on the right is Sasha. Sasha is team manager. He's our hands, brain, legs, everything basically, right, Sasha? Say hello to the camera. Yeah. So there we have people who do the content, cameraman and editor. As you can see, they're not that friendly. They don't like camera much, but they're very good guys. So on my left, you can see our esports. How is it? Как будет спортивный директор? Head of esports, I'm sorry, head of esports, Ami. He's our head of esports, basically. You've already seen him on broadcast, and here he is. Now, next to him, you can see Oleksiy Kostelev. Oleksiy Kostelev is our second or first host, like me. We're just doing stuff for our YouTube channel and hanging out with the team. And he's also Simple's brother. Yeah? Second profession, yeah. He has a lot of businesses. He's a great guy, and we love him very much. Marina. We also have our psychologist here. We love her very much. Dark Horse, Alexei says, no. So we are all a big family. We travel together, and we really enjoy it.
All right, thank you very much.
It takes a village, actually, to go around with an esports team and to make sure that they're comfortable. So a lot of people are needed.
You know, Michael Jordan, LeBron, any top player, they need their posse, and that's what Navi's got. They got their whole entourage rolling into every single event.
They said they were a family, and he's just calling, okay, fine.
They're a family, you know.
I mean, there is a brother
literally
involved, technically.
Yeah, exactly. It's his brother. That actually does make you feel more comfortable when you're just traveling with a caravan like that.
Oh, absolutely. And we see it for every team, right? You can see it if you just walk through the player lounge, for instance, which didn't necessarily was the case 10 years ago, but there's a whole system behind them because everything needs to go right. Segue back into our Team Liquid discussion, because everything will have to go right if they want to come back in this series and stay in this upper
And it comes down to Anubis, right? Anubis is a map, I feel like Liquid were the first team to look really, really solid on this map when they started playing in the World Finals last year, and they've played it like 5 times in the past couple of months, so they have put in the work there. But if you look at the most recent result, it was against Big, another team who have opted to make Anubis kind of a home map where they got completely kind of destroyed, in all honesty. Didn't get anything going to T side. But against Na'Vi, though, I think they have what it takes there.
Why?
Oh, because they just have the reps right there, right? For Na'Vi, sure, they might be prepping the map a little bit. They've only played it once against Complexity, who, well, if you just compare Na'Vi and Complexity, Na'Vi should be beating them almost any given day. And it was a 16-14 loss, close affair. They still know how to play the map, but I don't think they've really been tested by the likes of a Liquid, like the likes of a Big or a team of that caliber who are looking to be a specialist on this map.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, haven't Liquid lost this map to FaZe? I think they got blown out of the water on that. Yeah. And I think that game itself was a great blueprint for how you should be approaching the CT side. FaZe were very proactive with their defense there. Liquid learned through trial and error that you can lose space very quickly, that the CTs can be more aggressive. And so I think that when Liquid are going into this game, whether they are on CT or T side, they just have so many different options, and they're going to be using all of those to extend the series.
Let's see if they do extend the series. Going to Anubis next after the break, and then we're back into that second map between Liquid and Na'Vi.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
First things first, bro. Back in Katowice, bit of a special one for all of us. Yeah. Feeling confident, feeling good to show your best selves?
We will try to show our best selves, but we're not feeling confident at the moment. I think we realize that we are not in the best shape, but still we always have a chance to surprise.
Valerie, can I talk to you? I could try. Yes. Okay, great. Just one question, that's all it is. Yes. You can play one Counter-Strike map for the rest of your life. You're living there. You know, like I'm thinking Anubis, you could kind of, it's sunny, there's some water.
It's not Anubis, it's not Anubis for sure. It's maybe...
Overpass?
Ancient? Maybe Ancient. Yeah, because it's...
The jungle?
Yes.
Okay, right, well, we're going to go hang out on Ancient, and that was my best interview to date. Thank you very much. NPL, I've got NPL with me. How was your travel, dude? You feeling rested and ready for the games ahead?
I guess, yeah. Because we flight yesterday. We arrived here at 3 p.m. Sorry, 3 p.m. Okay. Yeah, so it's been a long time.
Yeah. But are you feeling like the team is in a good space, both mentally and with practice, for a good performance in a hard group?
We'll see. We still have a lot of work, but yeah, we'll try our best.
Okay, trying your best is the only thing you can do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Who can I scratch? Oh, you! I see you running away. You think you can get away from me? Perfect. Yeah, no, I don't speak English. I know speak. Yeah, he's lying to all of us. No, but real talk. I mean, you know, how are you guys? What's the general vibe? You know, it looked like in Copenhagen the vibe wasn't at its peak. Yep. Is it possible to just, you know, shake it off and come in with good energy this week?
We just want to be chill and relax, and after we want to focus and destroy this tournament. Yeah.
Look, I like the head. You style this yourself, or you get some help?
I can just change my styles. It's my second style. I have just this one.
Like a Lego man. You just.
I have another head, so I just can swap and. Yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with it. It looks good, man. No, well, they messed mine up. Look at this. I got clown hair on the side. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, but anyway, I'm stealing your time. Last question. I just want to know, you know, when you look at the groups, do you feel like one is a bit stacked or harder than the other?
You mean strong team in the group? Yeah, but it's cool. We can prepare for a good team and have a good training. So,
if you could choose, would you play against top teams that you know how they play, or the up and coming new boys who are a bit different?
It's 100%. It's top team because it's every time it's very interesting to play against them.
Yeah. Thank you very much, bro.
A 5th round for IHC, and finally they break a 9-round streak.
That was actually huge, though, just to get that kill at the end, right, for Annihilation. He wouldn't have had an AWP unless he ran away from that bomb. And he kills Shiro on the way out as well. Sure, Cloud9 can afford the rebuys. Poor Axel, he stalled so much time in the pit, but he couldn't hit the one Tech9 shot to finish off Bartak that would have left bomb in pit. And IHC never...
Na'Vi have already thrown a heavy blow in their map pick. Inferno was a stomping. And now we find ourselves on Liquid's pick, and we're going to see if the North Americans can hit with a counter-strike.
Oh, I see what you did there. Well, currently on the ground, a little bit dazed. I think they're going to have a hard time getting into things here on Anubis. It is their map choice, but Na'Vi are just 16 rounds away from locking themselves into the Spodek. And for young MPL, his first time gracing a stage of such magnitude. Elige with a little bit of a yawn. I hope he wakes up here because Liquid were definitely sleeping in map number 1. But out the gates we go. The 1xBet odds heavily favoring Na'Vi here, and well, Liquid are heavily favoring this A-rush.
Yeah, but this is Bit's domain, and he's got 30 bullets to rain down. Terra doesn't get anything done with it. Rotates coming in thick and fast. The smoke is good, though. Like this from Liquid. They've forced a full retake out of Na'Vi. We've got Jakey and MC on the 1s and 2s. And playing to heaven for this clear of Electronic. Good shot. But immediate counter blow. Elysian, Nitro both activate for the frag. Awkward for the remaining 2. It's going to be Perfecto next on the naughty list. And Naf will keep it clean.
All right, that one there's going to feel good. Second pistol round for Liquid so far in the series, and both of them coming in through the T sides. But that was just pace, and you love that flash, that little detail. They're round in the corner, bang goes off. Bit can't see a thing. You can definitely hear what's coming his way. He loses the life. Na'Vi are not playing heavy over towards A. Site lost, bomb down, round 1. Team Liquid have to go up against the Na'Vi forces. So this time round, Na'Vi are going to try and challenge. The scout for Simple could be a key to get a couple of cheeky tags here. There's an early molly towards the house. Electronic still able to stand tall.
Oh! And stand tall he does, Jad. He gets the head off of Elige. Trying to get cheeky with a close walk, and Electronic perhaps getting a bit too big for his boots. Wanted more. And Nitro lays down the law.
Couple of screamers from him in the last few days. Aim on point here as he just trundles straight in towards A through the A connector. Oh, and Bit, well, his deagle works too.
Bloody hell, everyone's hitting some scorchers here. Another would have been catastrophic, and it still could be NPL. Fires off a warning shot, staring at the smoke for now. Not far off the mark onto Yakinda as OC considers the plant. Perfecta from the beach. Into heaven. Yakinda not ready for this. Lovely element of surprise now squandered, and Yakinda onto NPL should have the round locked. Needed to use their numbers in unison there, and now, yeah, it's just not the weapon for the job. He'll find himself a Desert Eagle. That is suitable to the task. One headshot. Yakinda to take the contact, and the swing out for the second round. Liquid handled. After that early deagle shot from Electronic, you saw the immediate response. Nitro getting them straight back in.
Yeah, bailing him out with 2 big kills right here, and you can see this one from Electronic. He thinks he has time to reposition through the doors and take the close fight, but they disrespect that smoke, get up close and personal, and force their way in for an ace split. Very, very popular here. NPL as well, finding a bit of action. Perfecto made his frag. That round was definitely on for Na'Vi to snatch away, but Liquid withstand the storm and force Na'Vi down to just some pistols here. Perfecto trying to be cheeky. He's got a Zeus. He's playing over towards Dark. Oh, NPL. Caught in the open here. They know where he is. Zeus might get a chance as it runs straight into Yakinda, but NPL does strike blood.
Oh my god, NPL. Did a lot with the 5-7 there. Fortunately for Liquid, they still have themselves the bomb site.
Perfectly timed molly there. Won't let Simple out of the temple, holds him at bay. Naf has been spotted on the cross from Bit, but they should be able to clean this one up with Elisia's lurk. Oh, maybe they won't need him. Naf onto Simple, just one to find. It should be Elisia's every day of the week here. He's going to make the long rotation around, trying to stay silent. Oh, Naf again. Hell yeah, all right.
Hell yeah.
All right. Definitely need to wake themselves up here. Get activated for this series. Still have an opportunity to topple Na'Vi, take us to a third. And remember, there are some high stakes in this one. Winner already locked in for the Spodek, which is crazy, right? You win 2 best of 3s. You're in your opening gambits and you're already in the arena. Well, let's see how the first gun round goes.
Pays to be a winner in Counter-Strike. It certainly does in every sense. But the efficiency, the extra days off, the prepare. This is a boost that's starting to become more and more vogue. Nice way to take that duel. Of course, no smoke on main. Might have the tease a little cagey. Just Naf is holding it on the default spread.
Quite a turtle setup here from Na'Vi. They're not playing for info anywhere across the site. Electronic also hedging over towards A with Bit to withstand any of the early defaults, but now it's Elisia's turn to try and work through middle. Simple collapsing with Electronic. The king in his hand. Trying to bat them away. That smoke will land opposite side of Dark here to try and isolate Perfecto. Get the redeploy.
Oh, and they get him just around the edge of that smoke. Yakinda good for the opening frag. This is the first gun round. Liquid, if they can find this, it does look like a dream start to the T side. Starting to clamp that vice shut onto B, however, NPL still resides. Org in hand. Fight found. Nitro victorious, and yeah, decisions to be made. Simple looks to Scarpa. And Elige makes it hurt even more. That magic number of 3. Saved rifles not to be. It'll just be Bit and Simple holding on to what they can.
If they can, right? They've already fanned out quite quickly here. In towards T-spawn is Naf. Does have some support just behind him of Elige as well, so they're going to try and rip away these rifles a bit. By getting that kill, gives up his position. There's still 20 seconds left on the bomb. They can hunt.
He likes the sound of a one-shot headshot.
Oh, of course he does. The new headshot machine.
Yeah. Seems like Liquid will lay down their arms.
Okay, not wanting to give up too much away just here, so 2 rifles to be retained. Bomb goes off, 4th round on the board, and already a much better looking Liquid here on their map choice. Simple stuff for Yakinda there to get that entry. You can see Perfecto. Ooh.
That's an old one.
Yeah, well, any map with water. Maybe one day, Alex.
One day.
Maybe one day Volvo will step in and help us out. Maybe.
Hi guys, I'm reported here from the helicopter. It does look like... can they hear it as well?
Yes, that
Okay,
one they can.
okay.
That one they can, yeah.
Otherwise the gag wouldn't have landed. Didn't.
I don't think we haven't cast a lot of Anubis so far, so we haven't had too much experience with it cropping up. But it makes sense, right? We definitely experienced that from... oh, this is
What's
quicker.
that?
They're coming
Yeah,
through.
Hold on. Bit might have to respect it. Or not. He's got Bit with him. Run down now. Need a second, and it's Elige this time. With the double kill. Smokes on towards B. A bit of a double smoke miscommunication, but job certainly done in regards to access into A.
They do say 2 is better than 1 in the frag department and the smoke department for Elige in this round. Flush back his MPL, and with these investments behind the safe rifles, already feeling quite done and dusted here. Again, bomb down towards this A site. Liquid with the pace and with the confidence. You heard body language being a bit of a conversation here. Well, shoulders back right now as they want to take any fight they can find.
Yeah, the fight we saw Bit take there. Just going for that mid-fight.
It's going to be every time we do not a first-person camera, just so you're aware.
I'm ready. I just had to brace myself
Yeah.
for it. Yeah. Caught me off guard again. But going for that aggressive mid-fight, you know, I've been hit with the do not peek bat when I go for that fight. Is it something that, because I mean, Electronic's been doing it on the dig, you've got the safe rifle, you're taking it there. Is this something Na'Vi know that we don't?
I think it's just going to be the combinations of utility that's available for either side. Right? You can play quite turtled up on this map if you want to relinquish mid-control early, but it means that your rotations from B to A and vice versa are going to be difficult. So you can slow them down, and you'd prefer to do so on the bridge before they get towards the house. But if you can find a timing, which they have found for picks, and, well, then get away, that's what you're looking for, right? You don't want to be getting caught out like Electronic and Bit both have been. But it's all right. It's still early stages as Blade call a timeout, the first here in map number 2, and this will be a very tidy looking buy. An AWP for Simple, rifles for the rest, a full set of utility, and a chance to get into winning ways here. But Liquid have already shown that they can get over towards B, they're able to split on towards A, and they've got pace up their sleeve.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting as well just to kind of have some answers to the question as to, you know, was there more tape on Liquid's Anubis in comparison to how much value is there in official reps on a new map to the pool?
Yeah,
Liquid have played it more. Right now, that seems evident. Let's see if they can hold this trend. Look at this A lean. They really want to abuse Bit's hold. I mean, he is isolated for now. 3 lean B. How much are they going to invest to try and keep those toes there? Electronic is already starting to maneuver to support. A flash for info. This could be very well placed and timed. Elige taking the flash. Fight though! Does not go well. Bomb down. Bodies dropping. Yakinda saves Liquid from red faces.
Oh, 1G'd.
Spoke too soon.
Getting a bit crispy there is Yakinda. And the smoke deep as well. The rotation can come over. They can lock this bomb down. OC alongside of Nav, hoping for a rotation back into them here, but it's the long way around for Na'Vi as they look to post their first. Still a minute on the clock, so things can go wrong, but where are the gaps? Liquid don't know just yet. They're hoping that there was some inquisitive glances through mid, through dark. That's not the case. Well timed on that flash right there, and Electronic again. I think gone is the conversation of him being the in-game leader. Now it's about how good can he be while being the in-game leader. And so far on Inferno, he's doing his job and then some. Some good calling as well as some good fragging as a save here. 25 seconds left, bomb on the other side of the map. And Na'Vi, after the Blade timeout, will be able to get themselves on the board. So, job done. He wants an AK, doesn't he? Look, it's just investigating here, and he'll scoop up an AK for his troubles, as well as whatever utility he can find. Perfecto with an upgrade as well. And there you have it, the conclusion of round number 6. If you're unable on the CT side to have info plays, right? If you can't pick Dark towards water, here's the molly again, okay. So there's the double up. The molly bounced off the pallet. Yakinda's committed to this fight. He has to run away from the follow-up nade into his own Molotov just there. So a little bit awkward. He definitely didn't want to let go of that one in said fashion.
Easy to write that round off, though.
It looks like they're going A again here. This one with some pace. Fast from Yakinda. He didn't like how last round went.
They're ahead of that, and they know where he is. Electronic has to bail him out of trouble. Good damage, no follow-up. Electronic low, bit burning, down to 5 HP. A needs help now. And Naf will finish what they started on to Bit. A change of plan. Simple suspects it. Clearing through middle, will have nothing to report, and he can just post up on this.
But they heard his steps as well as the scope from Canal, so they know where the AWP is. If they go over towards the B bomb site, likely no simple home just yet. Just Perfecto and MPL in quite a passive stance. Ivy for MPL, Temple for Perfecto. He'd love to get towards the platform, and he will. But not only they're batting down the hatches, the fight is coming.
So, tough one to break. Solid angle from MPL. Let's see how the flight paths intersect. Perfecto fires off the first. Backs a turn as MPL can spray down one. Both defenders connecting. Naf from main is good for the first, but it's just Naf up against all of Na'Vi. 3 of the 5. 30 seconds, dancing with Simple on Dark. Doesn't track him on the retreat. Taking some chances is Sasha. Quite the opposite for Electronics. Staying in that temple, and bang! Beautifully handled by Na'Vi. It was funny to see them turn tail after that initial engagement. Did you think that they just felt like they took too long finding that first?
Yeah, exactly. If that was cleaner on the trades in towards the site, then they would have braved it. But because it was so slow, well, not slow, but there was a bit of a pause there on the end.
It was halted,
well, the rotation's here. Do we really want to 5v5 right now on the A site, or do we want to rotate back? And the rotation back was great. Felt like they had a good opportunity there, but MPL making sure they don't get in for free. Good job from the young gun, but OC's AWP wants to go toe-to-toe right now with Simple, who is on the other side.
Oh, both AWPs fire off a shot. Both AWPs live to tell the tale. Flash is great. OC not brave enough to take the peek. Flame exchange on A. Simple summoned.
I want to flirt with the idea of going a little bit aggressive here, especially as Perfecto has just blocked over towards Dark. So to give them 20 seconds for Simple and Bit to look for some information. Right now they're both isolated towards A, and Simple well aware of that. Still working through the default Liquid with this util set. We saw Big throwing this just the other day, and Bit might want to even continue to push the issue. If it's called completely clear, Simple can be freed up to rotate back, and that's exactly what's happening.
Avoids the sound cue. Burrowed into Dark now. Still the Liege working on a little bit of a mid-power play. 30-second mark, and still 3 to break into this site. NPL first contact. Supported by Electronic, and they both find blood. Liquid collapse on the entrance. 19 seconds, and NPL is having a whale of a time. A double kill again upon the B site defense. So we see Na'Vi close that gap further.
Okay, well handled again here. You can see the decision making, right? This map, with it being so new in the pool, in terms of the CTs playing for info, you can think about any other map. Inferno, okay, we lose banana control. Oh, we've got an antenna flash. Oh, we've got a half wall flash. We've got the top banana retake utility. We've got half banana retake utility, right? There's so many options. I just spoke about one component of the map here. Think about how many you can think about here on an Uber.
And isn't that's like part of the fun?
Exactly.
Not? Yeah.
Right? Because the way that the Ts want to approach, and then the CTs need to work out their counters here. And well, there was one of them. The orb acting as the spear of vision to allow Bit to creep forward. That freed up Simple on the rotation. It helped the B defenders for Na'Vi know that the fight was coming their way. And with 3 on the trot, it has forced Team Liquid into a timeout. They are now at the bottom of the cache. A full investment here with 5 AKs, no OC AWP. But still an opportunity to try and win around with some bigger weaponry in play. It's kind of nice being Simple on a map like this. His position is everywhere, right? Everyone else, you got Bit as the A anchor, Electronic, the caretaker of mid. MPL and Perfecto have to worry about B, and Simple says, yeah, I'm wherever I want, guys.
I think that's his nuke role too, is it?
Yeah, everywhere.
Yeah. Everywhere, yeah.
What? How's the movie?
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
That's Simple.
It is. That's pretty good, yeah. And his play is absurd too. Hot dogs for hands.
So they're setting up a B execute here.
I'm intrigued to see how this one goes. We haven't seen this particular flavor from Liquid yet. You park your Kinder, you re-smoke mid, spread and inseminate a little doubt. It's going to really hinge on this Simple fight. If he misses the shot, Orky Momo. If not, game on. Simple hits it on the way in. Good flash onto NPL. Bit of space, bit of damage, and a bit of blood. Naf takes just 1 down. Simple got more pressure coming. Elige trying his luck, but from behind, A supports him. The B site is theirs if they can get past this line drawn by Simple. Molly will do so, burning down to 24. He has support. They still can't get across. The smoke enables such. Okay, Naf, what are you cooking up here? Going around for the temple? Gonna try and hold that angle. They're all coming dark side. This is gonna be hard to predict and hard to hold OC. He's been tasked with it all. A lot of uncertainty for Na'Vi, though, as Naf returns from cave. Not planted for them. Safe behind the flame, they might not check it. Free frag onto Simple. They'll clear it now. Needs a second. OC sprays down 2. Should be the round. The smoke is on that bomb or not. Oh! It with a banger! Cheeky on it. How does he rescue Na'Vi there? Oh, no.
Bailed out big time. Naf expecting him to go around the right side of the pillar. Pops out the left and pops out the lights. Gets the defuse just in time. And Na'Vi make it 4.
Oh, it felt like they did so much to earn around their Liquid. You know, you're testing the Na'Vi defense and it comes down to this. Watch this from Bit. Bang! Just enough time on the clock. Naf's going to be punching himself.
The signature style there from Bit as well. Just another headshot. Throw that one onto the tally.
Oh, yeah, that feels good for one side of the studio. And quite the opposite for the other. Going to be calling the tech. I think they celebrated a bit too hard. Perfecto headset off. Might just be an earphone issue, so no stress. Going to get that adjusted. And we'll be getting right back on in. But yeah, I mean, it's the best look in terms of a B hit. 11 frags for Naf as well. He's been doing everything to get them into the sites, just unable to be able to close in the last 4 rounds of play, all going Na'Vi's way.
It felt troublesome as well when you see 3 players trying to retake from the dark position, but they didn't second guess it. As soon as they all realized they were condemned behind that smoke, they waited. And they tried to use their utility as efficient as possible, but that platform molly wasn't deep enough, and OC almost ruined the day. I imagine Simple may have had a choice word or two if that one had cost them the round, but fortunately, Bit bows them out. But Liquid with the plant and a lot of damage are emboldened here to go for another buy. So the tug of war continues. Sure, it's 5 straight from Liquid and now 4 on the trot from Na'Vi. How many more can they make this? We've seen this setup before. Bit at the baskets. Simple AWPing the tight line. they haven't had too many issues allowing Elige to take middle. Oh, here comes the flash.
Bit. Deleted.
Has 5.4k as well, so I think they might have been expecting an eco here. There's no reason to not have a rifle if you were knowing the guns were in play. So a little bit curious, but Electronic will fill his grave and push with Simple. They need to find a fight, and I don't know if this will be expected. OC from Rugs, Nitro from Canals. All comes down to timing.
Oh, they're all starting to gather as well, Electronic. And this off angle might catch him off guard. Yeah, it's a free one, and he's gotten away. Drops the flame.
That's enough.
And then the advantage Liquid were working with now disintegrates. Yakinda working off Dark.
30 seconds.
NPL's got full B long info, so it's just really Perfecto responsible for Dark. You'll have a cursory glance as Yakinda caught out. And look at the placement of the crosshair. Zero adjustment needed. Electronic just puts Elige to the grave.
NPL wins this.
Yeah, on the next sweep through, OC, a dead man. And that's a very clean round from Na'Vi. This feels like the machine started to whir into action now.
And a very good understanding of what's available to them there. The fact that Perfecto has MPO out long means he can be almost standing out in the open, which isn't a common clear as you're coming at a dark, right? So you can understand exactly why Yakinda gets blindsided by that play. But relatively clean rounds here. The only real misstep was the MP9. Now, Bit might want to get that MP9 in his hands, try and farm up a little bit more cash, but things are going so well. Na'Vi with the loss bonus. We'll get into 5 Tech 9s. All right, we are rolling back the years a little bit here.
And so is Simple and Electronic. With round-winning frags in the opening 10 seconds, there's another on the agenda. Straight into the eardrums of OC.
I know we're still only in the first half of the second map, but Na'Vi are looking more like themselves from Inferno here. Very, very strong showing on their map choice. They've only played Anubis once against Complexity over there in the last spring groups. 16-14 affair, whereas Liquid have played this map 5 times already, so lots more tape as Yakinda does get 1 kill on the fade of the smoke.
Got the bomb as well. Rifle for good measure. And a bullet into his ribs. Simple finishes it off. 6 now as Na'Vi will take the lead on this defensive run. Let's see how many they can find in consecutive fashion. It feels like it's getting easier as time goes on. The last 2 rounds we've seen 4 alive. This one, of course, just the Tech 9s, but rather limp from Liquid.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? It's not too many teams who would have a 3-match streak against Na'Vi. So the fact that Liquid do come in here today with likely that confidence, I'm sure that Na'Vi have a score to settle, and we are seeing a very good look out of them. Oof, okay.
Okay. Well, that is lovely from Yakinda. Catches Perfecto just off a read. And a spray into that smoke. Simple gets info and Bit every time Nitro tries his luck. They're going for it. Bringing the bomb. Straight in. Hard commit. And Bit farms headshots. Yakinda has to do it all, it seems. 2 so far. Bomb's still unretrievable. And he's thrown a smoke down to try and scoop it up. He has got an addiction, hasn't he?
Yeah, those AKs. Loves the way it feels.
Yeah.
But knowing that the bomb can be picked up, you can see they haven't just rotated over to help Bit here. Yakinda should be able to get this one. I think he's bought himself enough space, so well done there. Well, speaking of space, they've lost it all. MPL jumping down into Canals does take down Naf, and they know exactly where Yakinda is, condemned towards the baskets.
Okay, so no way out. Okay. So they know Rugs is a potential evacuation point. MPL's to address it from stairs. I'm not sure Yakinda's ready. Still manages to get the frag all the same.
Canals to B or has to go A unless he's operating for the save here. 20 seconds and he's forced the rotation of at least Simple here. There's time if he goes now, but if he waits any longer,
He's made his decision, but Simple would have to miss a shot. Or actually, holding main at this point. He's going to be able to get in. He's going to be able to get the plant. I say, actually, Simple probably in the smoke. Runs on down. Ace clutch. One frag away. And he'll take the AWP to finish. Bit has to find the shutdown. He's had 3 frags this round as well. He started with the triple. And Yakinda to break Liquid's silence with an ace clutch of his own. Bit with the kit. And Yakinda just gave up the angle. Yakinda clutches an ace as well. Glorious from Liquid's hero.
I can't quite believe my eyes there. That misplay from Simple, right? So desperate to stop the plant in the smoke. He shot all of his deagle bullets, which meant he only had the AWP. Yakinda knows that he can surge him down. Electronic as well with a misplay over towards A main, leaping to his demise, giving Yakinda something to work with. They fed the beast, and yeah, this is where the boss gets on the mic and says, yo, boys, what the hell was that? This is not a round they should be losing. Props to Yakinda. This opening here is great onto Perfecto. Gave them something, but you felt like the job was done over here towards A main. The bomb is loose in front of him right here. They had it locked. Walking on in, MPL goes down as well. Still at this point, spread the defense. A 2-1, make sure the bomb can't go down. He drops the smoke, he gets in. Simple flustered Bit. Left in a one-on-one. Not an easy round to try and convert. And Yakinda walks away with a massive round here. So we had a tilt round in the first half, or first map, excuse me. For that of Liquid, we'll have Na'Vi. They can try that one on for size, see how that one feels.
Yeah, we'll see how much of a tilter that was. Will Na'Vi fall off kilter? Again, early posture A. Simple happy to post up on this mid angle.
We know Yakinda is the emotional spearhead of Liquid, but I didn't realize he was the emotional pot stirrer. It's really just now given Na'Vi something to think about, and you can understand that discussion. Boys, the game's not done yet.
Yeah, but he was stone-faced after that. He's got more to be done. Elige down. And actually working around that smoke. If Bit unaware of this, spotted. Yeah, spotted. Marley will force the fight. Bit, what do you do? Falls off. Calls for aid. Electronic on Heaven, and Bit should go down here. Nitro returns us to a 4-on-4. This is where Liquid have a decision to make. Bomb seems to be leaning towards A, and Na'Vi again with this 3-man gamble.
Interesting position adopted from Electronic here because he can be very easily smoked off. He will not be able to contribute here. Low on HP as well. There's that smoke.
Tries to get one on the way in the door, but wounded now. 15 HP as Yakinda's nade secures it. Perfecto from the main side. Simple Akon. And Nitro gone. Nice catch from NPL. Nitro not clear in his corners. Yakinda, though, behind the enemy lines. Catches Simple. Sleeping as he sends 2 to bed early. 2 high-impact rounds back-to-back from Yakinda.
Yeah, messy, but doesn't matter. Still converts right there. Headshots, mind you. Yakinda. He doesn't want to let this one go in too. Oh, and yeah, you can hear the type of conversation being had over on the other side of the server right now. Discuss the idea of the tilt round coming through. Well, you compound that with a follow-up. Bit fiery from the Na'Vi camp. That's what we've come to, well, expect. Yeah. I don't know if we love it. Apparently they do. Yeah, I question the position taken from Electronic here. I guess he didn't want to commit himself into the site. It's very easy to deal with that. And yeah, a bit of trickery in the smokes from Yakinda. Oh, directing this one to Bit.
I'd rather him than me.
Yeah. Well, Perfecto to be set up here for a fight. Flash forward. No C. Oh, he'll take those every day of the week. Flash definitely not good enough for the AWP on that Ruins angle, and Yakinda, well, he's looking hungry for more. Very easy to see this be a 9-6 half now. almost like Yikinda can see him through the walls. That's how audible it is from that position, and it's a bit of a fake. So has drawn Yikinda elsewhere, but it seems that he's wise to Simple's tricks.
I was playing in Anubis with Aaron Hugo
today.
Before I came in.
Yeah.
And I'd never been a double doors player. Found myself realizing you can hear all of the A steps.
Yeah.
As soon as you get there.
That's why you got to be very, very quiet.
Yes. So quiet. Kind of disturbing.
Yeah.
I didn't like that.
Oh, Simple. Almost. Almost. Not almost for Nitro. That makes it 8 for him. Na'Vi will go into the final rounds here of the first half with an AWP on the big man. The rest will be rifles, but light on in the util department. And Liquid, through Yikinda's antics, have got themselves back into winning ways. I still can't believe that. You look at how it's going to compound. You will return, if Liquid win this map, to that Yikinda round.
Oh, no doubt.
And you will highlight, and I want to say you, I mean the viewers at home as well as our lovely analyst desk, some of the boo-boos made from Na'Vi in that play, getting well ahead of themselves. No dark smoke. Look at this scaling.
A lot of pace, and with no smoke there, Yikinda might have dark already. Perfecto's going to be there. It's a one-on-one. It's a straight coin flip. Baits the shot. Shows his face. Forces him out. No bloodshed necessary.
So much pressure on B right now. The fact that they have this dark control already, they can't flush him out. They will have to rotate the third man of Electronic over to deal with this. So mid's the gap here.
Oh, and Electronic the first to die as well.
He must have known that was the case.
Yikinda's happy with what he's got. Bit and Simple either go aggressive or Simple needs to get a wiggle on back. I think that's the latter option to be taken. And so Perfecto still burrowed into dark as they look to re-aggress. We know they've got that flash lined up. Nitro probably going to, chuck that one in. Flashed. Perfect. Yikinda does not go wide until vision's restored and the punishment has been delivered. On the USP, no less. Perfecto hard commits. Nitro to collect. And NPL 3 barreling towards him from the main position. Deals with Nitro. It's Elige up next, and he was ready for the angle. NPL above and beyond. Top of the scoreboard for Na'Vi right now. With Electronic. And a 2-on-2 established. 18 seconds, still presence on the site. Simple wide on Temple's side. I don't think they can stop that plant, but OC's caught Simple 1-on-2. Bit. Ooh, lets it go. Naf is trapped. Smoke down to isolate, but Naf will try and walk through. Now a one-on-one. Can OC hold his nerve? Up against Bit. The answer, a resounding yes. 9 for Liquid. That's a half. That's a competitive half on their map pick. Yikinda to thank. How tilted an RV.
And IHC rub their faces in the dirt when they attempt it. Shiro is already saving. The one call made, it doesn't pan out. And so now he is relegated to saving this AWP. IHC, in these high pressure moments when they've had to deliver, when it's make or break on the round win, they've been able to step up. They've done it again. They've kept themselves in this one. 14-all.
The Mongolian meat market is open in middle right now. And boy, do they have a delectable dish. 2 kills from long, 2 kills from short. We said they needed the multi-kills on A, and they got them. And they're even hunting. This is a dangerous hunt. You can afford to lose one player. But they know the value. If Shiro's actually calling the save, then Cloud9's money must be in trouble.
Well, also, you know, we talk about how influential Annihilation's orb's been. The only way you're actually going to have one is by taking Shiro's off of him. That is the only way IHC will get one before this game ends. That is a big kill, not just for what it does to Cloud9, but for what it gives to IHC.
Are we actually
This
here?
has gotten so much more interesting so quickly. And dude, you've got to look at this combo, you know, Blitz and Annihilation, the heroes of that last round. Blitz is the captain of this team, one of the guys who helped bring this squad up, made a name for them in the first place. And Annihilation, someone whose debut internationally with this squad was back at Rio. He left us wanting. He didn't impress. Coming such a long way and being such a big player in this first map. The money is broken for Cloud9. They've got a hero gun for Shiro, and that is it in this round.
Oh, Techno, they're ready for the jump, and he's going to boogie with them. Shiro, nice shot, one rifle.
They might just go now.
He lacked the orb, so he made up for it with an AK, and he's even armed Axel. The two top players of this T side are ready to run wild inside of B. The smokes are down, and IHC have got to boost up. If Cloud9 perfect clear this, they win the round just straight up. They should at least. They won't look up, though, and Score knocks them down. He gets out after a single kill. Annihilation tries to blow up the bomb plant, but they're not on it yet. Finally getting stuck in. Two guns in the post plant, but I wouldn't want them on anyone else.
Simple was beaming. One more bit. We rotate. Should both be towards A. Nice.
Nice! Nice job.
Nice, good shit.
Good shit.
Yekinde, absolute monster, brings life to Liquid here on Anubis. It was looking bleak up until that very moment, Chad, and it was a very clear 1 or a 0 since Yekinde got that one.
Yeah, strong start from Liquid, and then it went dry, and Yekinde happened, and now, well, back in the action, here we are, Simple.
It's mad.
Yeah, he had 2 minutes to take a bit of a think, and Natus as well, pops off another. A bit looking to rain down pain from above. Rugs getting a little bit dirty.
Yekinde actually slipped through. I think Bit will have to acknowledge this. He hasn't got any support, so Stairs... Ooh, he made the sound cue deliberately, maybe Bit. Gonna get nervous. Yekinde does back up. And he summons the Na'Vi boys to clear it out. Got nervous indeed.
Good decision, right? They had lost so much information from that point, but the fact they've relinquished control, if they wanted to try and execute over towards A, there is a chance, but Naf having a quick look, seeing if he can find anything, and that is the bomb.
Oh no.
What a shot.
Yeah, it's a great shot, but I just don't want to be NPL getting hounded for losing the bomb. Naf, lucky to have gotten away with just the one bullet in his head, and now one in the back of Bits. Yekinde clears out mid. Perfecto having a go. It is just Perfecto now as Liquid look to ascend to 10 in the pistol.
Okay, both pistols now. That's 3 out of the 4 in the series thus far. Oh, and I cannot believe how much has changed since that round. We were talking about body language for Liquid before. Well, let's get the experts out here looking at Na'Vi.
You don't need to be an expert, I'll tell you that much, Chad. Let's check out the B stream. I'm hearing shouting, I'm hearing pandemonium, and IHC against Cloud9 has gone to the 30th round, and it does look like Cloud9 are going to be down a map in this one. My God, that is going to be historic if they can take it.
That is huge, right? These guys, we saw them take down Pain. Sure, that was pretty good, right? But the fact that they're taking down now a scalp. Oh, we'll talk about that later, or we'll leave it to Harry and Hugo and that B stream to focus on, because we're already back underway here. Third map will be overpassed if we do need it, and unless Na'Vi can find a second wind, I think we might just be heading exactly there.
Yeah, I think we can actually just use this Maybe we could use this this series as a case study for the mental side of Counter-Strike. You know, Inferno, Liquid, disappeared. Electronic.
It says so much.
It does.
The in-game and out-of-game body language.
Yeah, just look at him. Look at him. It's like the... Oh. Okay. I think he wanted. He had plans. He wasn't accounting for a third map.
Yeah, those plans were being in the spot.
Yeah. Well, that's still certainly going to be up for debate. I don't know whether Anubis is going to be where that debate happens. As
How about Blakers? Hey guys, in the lower bracket is FaZe,
yes,
Spirit,
yes,
and well, if Cloud9 turn it around, as far as Na'Vi know, Cloud9 as well. So some big names, guys. If all we have to do is beat Liquid,
if you could,
we just have to beat Liquid, the team that struggled a little bit yesterday against IHC.
And then we're in the top 8.
Yeah, we're in the arena.
Yeah, does sound nice, no?
It's all good.
Sounds good.
It was going good. Let's see if it can chop and change again. Just needs one round to get Na'Vi going here.
Yes, it would be all it takes. Let's see if Liquid can hold fast. It's not a pretty one in terms of the complexion of the buy, but obviously a financial decision holding on to these bonus SMGs.
They can definitely work with this as well.
If it works, we can start getting our fork out to stick it in it. Because it's done.
Oh, no, I was with you.
Yeah, no, I realized just getting the fork out might have left many people thinking I'm losing my marbles. They already do. Perfecto versus Yakinda. We saw it with the roles reversed. Now let's see how Yakinda handles it, as he does at least get the info safely. We'll drop the flame.
Have to give credit to Team Liquid here for holding on to a lot of this util. It means that they can block as the timer gets lower and lower. So Na'Vi need to start applying pressure. They don't have any nades.
And this is another head-to-head we've seen with the roles reversed. Electronic and Bit. Are they not clearing pillar? Nitro gets away with murder, and now he knows Bit's on the site. It's 1 in A. He screams, he decrees. Simple bringing the bomb as well. Long-range MP9 not fit to the task as Bit has got them access to the site.
Should still give this one a go with the MP9s in play here. Bomb about to get punched on in. MPL tasked with that. Elige from the heavens. Even make it expensive, right? You don't have to win this round, Liquid, but if you can take away a couple more guns, make sure Na'Vi don't walk away with a whole lot, you've definitely made your next round of play infinitely easier.
M4 sticks out. I don't think better of any further hijinks.
Okay, well they are going to back off, so surprised they didn't try and get a kill or two more here. Yakinda is going to have a look.
You're not going to want that SMG anyway.
Yeah, well, how far are they looking to exit? An upgrade into an AK would be nice. It's him rounding the corner and oh, yep, there it is. Simple does go down. Yakinda survives, so damage, but no upgrade into an AK. Nitro can buy OC the same if he wants to get out the AWP. Yakinda and Naf holding on to the MP9s, maybe something a little bit more aggressive from them. They have rounds now to do so, but it is only a 4-round gap. So how many of these do you want to try something a little bit more risky?
Yeah, it's going to be a nice diverse CT buy. You highlighted their ability to hold on to their nades. We'll see if that's going to be the same state of play. Bomb leading B side. Electronic with the mid presence, just the doors molly. It just feels like a B pin, so you can see Perfecto and Electronic working on canals. NPL and Simple to press the issue from main. That smoke will delay things. There was a step heard. Yakinda might be getting wind of what's coming, but there is no reaction from Liquid.
This is a good call. It is just the MP9s here.
It's going to be very difficult to hold on. Long range, and one is all Naf has to celebrate.
Well, yeah, that needed to be it. Elige, a little bit too inquisitive. Curiosity killed the cat. Nitro and OC saving on the other side of the map here, but well handled. I think having MPL across to the other side of main so early, that even creates a whole new problem for the B defenders. We noticed that not too many teams like to smoke off B main and tend to smoke off dark and remove that choke point from play for as long as possible. But that means you can aim map from main in towards the site. And MPL, look, we have to sing his praises here. Not just because of this kill, but know he only has 12 in total, taking a look just there at the frag tally, but in the first half he had several rounds where he had multi-kills on the B bomb site, and it's not easy to defend this B bomb site.
Yeah, that FAMAS round stands out to me as well. Locking it down. New map in the pool, you're still finding your footing on your approach, the variety of different things that can be thrown your way. Yeah, and he's handling it well, so we're heading into round 20. It is 2 consecutive from Na'Vi after we last saw Electronic staring at the clouds.
Just recentering. Maybe it's a tactic that they've spoken about. Get the tilt out on those ecos and get focused back for the gun rounds here as Liquid will call their 3rd timeout, giving Blade the opportunity to have a chat about how they want to approach this follow-up round of play here. Could just go into yet another default spread. Lots of talking within those 30 seconds. AWP on OC has a good spawn over towards B here. He could go aggressive out B main with a flash and take a fight, get on that jail position, or even go down towards dark and hope that there is no smoke lobbed out from Na'Vi from spawn. There's that smoke perfectly highlighted. Great job to the ops team there. So OC will have to look towards main.
Damage.
That's a big nade.
Very good damage. It will soften him up. Simple. Electronic and Perfecto.
They're ahead of this.
Well ahead of it. Might mess with Elige here. On the door, is spotted and needs to get out of there. Concedes middle. Now with the smoke down, he's gonna, oh, I like that. Smoke will cancel their plans. Despite the flames being down, Na'Vi have to retool.
Oh, Nitro right now is on an absolute island here, but there's no pressure coming his way just yet. Elige's been able to rotate back over, but mid is a mystery for Liquid during all of this.
If Nitro smokes as they start to line this up. Still has it. Surely it's a bit late now. OC will have no vision. Nitro gets it down just in the nick of time. But they will disrespect it. Pushing in. Nitro not really ready for this. As I tell a lie, gets one. Simple returns it into the site. Problematic for OC. Oh, he's let it go. That was his chance to start to take slices at the Na'Vi assault. For now, though, I'm afraid that's a bomb plant and an awkward retake. Only kit on the AWP. And bomb now ticking. Naf trying to catch that mid luck. I don't think Electronic's going to move a muscle until required. Simple. Down now, perhaps. Yep, Electronic good for the first. NPL another. Caught out by Yakinda, and now Electronic known. He's gone round, and I think they can just get the full defuse.
Yeah, this one's done. This one's done. Electronic trying to be tricky with it, but nobody stayed alive on the site right there. Call that 12 for Liquid. Well handled. Didn't sweat. Looked like they were held at bay. Na'Vi had the site drop the ball, and Liquid have to feel good about that. It felt very dangerous with that Electronic position in mid for so long, but he didn't hang around. Gets the kill and immediately evacuates. MPO, you can see he was so worried about getting swarmed on here, he just stepped into the open. The young gun, the nerves getting to him here in this situation.
But yeah, Yakinda's frag sealed the deal. NPL kept humble on the one. And Elige, early mid-sweep, could be bad info as he drops that smoke.
Bit's just trying to make sure they're not close main, but Nitro knows there's nothing behind that due to the exchange of the mollies. So they should have a good idea. They can keep this 3-man B set up. Yakinda, Naf, and OC. And this jail position from OC is key.
Yeah, Yakinda, for now responsible for Dark, but he can call the AWPer into action if he feels a little too hot under the collar. About now, Yakinda will tuck in. Damage inflicted, but down goes OC with nothing. Empty-handed on the B hit now is Na'Vi just picking them apart. Naf would need a multi-kill! Just like that, 3 in the magazine. Sprays him down and makes a round out of it. They'll go for the plant.
They won't expect Elige.
He's very quick on this. Oh, Nitro actually has an opportunity. Takes down Electronic, looking the other way, and now Bit surely dead to this Elige flank. And just like that, Liquid will take 13. A lovely recovery and Naf to thank.
Oh, you can always count on Naf Fly. Always stepping up. Massive three-man spray down from the plat position. You can see Yakinda. He knows he has to fight tooth and nail to hold on to Dark. Osy's exposed. They get both those kills, but nothing can stop Naf. 3 massive frags there, and that Elige flank, the icing on the cake of the 13th round here for Liquid. Oh, Naf is always the man for Liquid, can't you? Mr. Reliable. You think about that round, the Yakinda ace.
Yeah, they're side by side, pulling Liquid into a third. Look what that's done to Na'Vi as well.
If there was ever a time to turn to Simple, best player of 2022, he's won that award 3 years. Only 9 kills for him right now. And sure, we don't like to focus on the scoreboard, but if you're ever looking for some heroics, if you're ever looking for the god of the game to step up and have his name be counted here on Anubis, this would be the time. They have shoved all in. The purchases as good as Na'Vi can muster here.
Yeah, a couple of sacrifices, but won't take long to flip that script.
They know they still have Liquid, I don't want to say right where they want them, but in a bit of a precarious position as far as the finances. They win a round. They know that Liquid, if they don't have any saves, might be on a lower buy of their own.
You wouldn't, would you, Nitro? He hasn't before. And he gets away with it for a moment. Simple, it's pre-aiming for the trade, gets it flawlessly.
Perfecto will take that. Very early 4-on-4 established here. Oof. Yeah, they would have heard that dink, so I'm trying to find a little bit more damage there with some residual spam.
Electronic has got the play.
Oof.
Something that I'm sure Elige will review in future, because now through the doors, Electronic nearly gets him, but again, Na'Vi's trades are, at this point, flawless. Every aggressive maneuver Liquid have is a response in kind. God of the previous round, yeah, he's going to find very little to report on A as they are walking up canals. Osy's even floating away as well.
There's no smoke for Temple. They can get the molly in on Perfecto, sure. It's all going to come down to the timing here. And it looks like Osy has relinquished the B site. More than happy to play retake in this scenario. Oh, that one didn't land.
Something to work on.
Nice quick on the flank again here up canal. Bomb yet to be planted, giving so much time for this.
Or reposition for the plant, okay. Bomb has been planted. Simple holding dark. Na'Vi simple and quick, proactive fragging. Gives Na'Vi the advantage again. Barrel, NPL, they know where you are. Doesn't matter when the shots are hit, as Na'Vi will convert it into a 9th.
All right, well, the best and the newest combined right there for 4 frags in total. Said he needed to step up with a round. Well, it wasn't like he took that one into his own hands, but some necessary shots hit. And as mentioned, there was going to be questions regarding Liquid's buy. You bang on with the trading here. This was all essential. MPL couldn't flub that one. And that shot onto OC. OC knew exactly where he was. It would have been called out by Yakinda. And quite frustrated with that is OC. So maybe not bang on with the comms in that little environment there, but hold up a second. Loss bonus means Liquid will be going for the Force. OC with an M4, the rest with some upgrades. The best being an MP9, or, well, I guess you could argue that. Deagle's out in play as well.
Safe to assume you can't play standard with a buy like this. You do have to have something up your sleeve.
Yeah, I guess a 4B stack is outside of the box.
Yes, cheeky, but Perfecto. Far too wise to the flowchart of decisions he was presented with.
And they're in towards A during all of this, so you can see now red carpet rolled out. A bomb site taken. Bomb seems to be MPL's job more often than not. Perfecto gets an awful lot of information there. Sees 2 pushing, and you can call it 3 as Simple wants to ward them away with this AWP.
Thinks better of a re-peek, and AK recovered.
That's actually huge.
So they leave, actually, with much better than they arrived.
Yeah, and in the next round, if they had lost this, they were going to be eco anyway. So they're going to have an AK, an M4, an MP9, and a Deagle. It's very tidy for Liquid to try and be competitive yet again. Sure, Na'Vi will hit double digits, but it's not going to be an easy beat for Na'Vi. You'd really love to just go up against 5 USPs. Now, Elige with the AK, OC with that M4. Nikinta now with the Deagle as well. What little plans could they possibly be cooking up here? The North Americans will take their 4th and final timeout here, and already sent a couple of tilt rounds Na'Vi's way throughout Anubis. Winning this one would sow even more seeds of doubt. They know they've lost the AK, and they know the need to try and avoid it here.
Couple of reminders of what's at stake as well. You can hear, or I can hear, action going down on that B stream. Cloud9 taking on IHC with IHC on map up. I genuinely implore you to keep tabs on that one. Loser of that out. Winner of that meets loser of this. Boost, not ready for it, and Simple caught out. It's OC to post the opening and so close to taking us to overpass. Frag like that can make all the difference.
Especially onto Simple here.
My only concern is that every time this happens, oh, good catch. He did hit the shot, just shy of the shot on that quick adjustment. But my concern was that not only are Liquid with a bit of a compromised buy, it's also that Na'Vi typically have something up their sleeve to recover these early disadvantages. Yokinda, Nitro, OC gathering in middle. This is what Electronic's been waiting for. They just walk to the door, to their demise. Flash info on the jump. He's playing. Very good game is Electronic. A machine on the AK-47. Nearly all 3. Nitro happy to provide himself with his 16th frag. Elige calling for backup. The cavalry's here. Bomb to be planted and hard to contest. No kit. They need these frags quick. Staring at a smoke in Temple. Bit, got your number and it's stamped. We will leave it there, says Liquid. As 11 is theirs, despite that opening. Onto Simple. Na'Vi handle it and Electronic smashing it. Oh, do excuse me. I'd earlier said that the loser of this would be going to meet IHC Cloud9. That's my mistake. Spirit are the ones waiting in the wings. It's actually FaZe. Even, I mean, pick your poison on that one.
And I think if you're FaZe, you're really quite happy to see Cloud9 losing. Because Cloud9 are FaZe's kryptonite. Every time Axel gets a shot at FaZe, the returning champs of Katowice, he just bops them, right? He just, I don't know what it is, but Axel seems to have a field day against the FaZe boys. So if IHC do pick up that victory, I can tell you there'll be a massive smile on the face of Carrigan and co.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not going to count my chickens until they hatch.
Yes, it's still a tall task to see IHC pick up a victory against the team of the caliber of Cloud9 in a best of 3. Especially considering they played during the play-ins and Cloud9 absolutely rinsed them.
Yeah.
We'll get to the business end now. Rifles out and about for both teams here. You can see map 2 has just started Mirage, Cloud9 versus IHC. We're just getting to the finish of Anubis.
Yeah, who shall be taking the W? Bit walking towards this setup. It's all about how good that flash is. Don't see Nitro particularly playing anti-flash here. Turns and returns, but not in time. Bit finds his head. Na'Vi find the opening.
It's been great finding some of these fights. He's done a good job over towards A in a significant amount of rounds here on the CT or T side. So doing his job and then some. Electronic as well, 18 kills for him, instrumental with some multi-frags of his own. Oof, and there he is again. Mid seems to be his domain. The matchup, Elige versus Electronic. It truly has been the case on both sides of the server, but check out this Yokinda push. We've already seen what he's gotten up to once with an ace in Anubis. Can he make it deuces?
Yeah, he's going to be kind of flanking. Oh, snapping into NPL, but that's not Electronic. They know Electronic likes to reside in middle.
They have to go A. Look at the time.
And OC should be set for the first. Yokinda provides. OC lets it slip. Naf still there for it. And a double from Naf, the safe pair of hands, puts Simple in a clutch. An unwinnable clutch. Yakinda confirms as 14's found, and yeah, a nice recovery as Yakinda, again, a name we're going to be saying an awful lot as he finds himself at 25 frags, Naf at 20. Those boys are doing a shift for Liquid, earning their paychecks.
Yeah, looks like we're destined for that third map of play here. Yakinda, again, his impact throughout this map has been monumental. It's just shifted the momentum. When Na'Vi start to look like they're picking up some steam, start to look like they're getting back into the flow state, Yakinda happens. And he's starting to make a little bit of a noise now.
He won't be making a noise until that overpass is locked in, I think. He's got a very straight face. I think he knows how quickly things can tumble.
Yeah, but that's just great, that impact, right? That was a 5v3.
Yeah.
A 5v3, and it seems so easy to defend against.
Well, it certainly helps when Yakinda has pushed all through B long, called nothing home, and killed 2 mid.
That's with an OC miss, and it's still just pedestrian for Naf on the side just to melt them away. So Liquid again with a huge round.
Simple's a bit miffed about that one. Returns to B early, and in fact, bomb on his back. We might see an interesting approach here with a bit of pace. Already, Electronic joining them. Yeah, this looks like it might be a full B exec. Naf and Yakinda to be tested, the 2 high flyers. We talked about their frags. Will they get any more? He got info on that as well. Naf will spray into that smoke. Thinks better of completely unloading his mag. Simple tagged. Dark being battled for. The smoke enables Perfecto to crawl. Liquid have to concede.
Na'Vi dumped an awful lot for this pressure alone here. I feel like they still have to finish towards the B bomb site with all things considered. They've got 2 more smokes, a flash and a molly for the second wave. And they have given a lot of space here, Liquid.
Yeah, it's going to be up to OC to hold on to main, but 3 through dark. Na'Vi loved that, and Naf, it's not a position he's going to be able to contribute an awful lot from without OC's help. 1 needs more. The North American AWPer does take a second, keeping Na'Vi on their toes. The flick just between the wickets there onto Bit.
2 flanks here, 1 from dark, 1 from B main.
Okay, this is a 3-on-3, and it's about to get hot. Certainly for Yakinda. Quick trade from Elige. Nitro being stared at upon the fade of the smoke. Simple scoped. Bit back plateau. Elige doesn't clear his corners, and that's a quick collection. Na'Vi up to 12 off the back of that discussion.
Oof, look like played like that one instantly there with the fist bumps. Well handled, considering they were just repelled early with their initial attempt to get on towards B. They were stalled out. And I love Electronic, right? Not only is he hitting the shots, but the fact that he just disrespects, right? He just runs straight out of the dark position before that Yuto has even plumed on the site and just kills the platform player like it's absolutely nothing. Liquid are quick to respond, dark pressure, B long pressure, and the in-game leader. This is Electronic, right, coming into his own in this role. If he can frag like this, and they can get in some solid calls, then this is exactly what you need for Na'Vi to return to the top of the Counter-Strike conversation. Finally, a bit of respite here for Na'Vi in terms of the Liquid buys. You can see just how light it is. Should be quite simple here.
Yeah. Heaven smoke, Acon smoke. Na'Vi giving us the tutorial.
They should disrespect this.
Oh, they will. Nitro. Bit of damage onto Electronic, but lives to tell the tale. And this gap will close. Far from a certainty for Liquid to see overpass. Not forgetting a thrashing in map 1. An advantage in map 2 for Liquid, but game is not done.
Yeah, a bit of grit and determination being displayed here from Na'Vi. They haven't drawn things level just yet, but the fact that they... Oh, hold up, Elige. Still here. Thought he might consider himself lucky for a second. Just happy with the 1 right now, and oh, he can take down Simple as well. Not to be the case. But after those tilt rounds early on within the first half of play that felt like they were going down the drain here, they've screwed their heads back on tight in classic Na'Vi fashion. led by Electronic here. Not simple, almost a slip of the tongue there. It really has been Electronic bit and just solid MPL play. Right, this is the thing. He comes in for SDY, replacing a stand-in coming up from the academy roster, and he's been solid. Yeah. He's done his job. Yeah. He wasn't. When you have Electronic, Perfecto, Bit, and Simple around you, you're not being brought in to be a star player.
But also, it's just the idea of being integrated into such a already established system. You know, there's so many expectations of you that you're learning on the spot. It takes a lot. And MPL does seem to be handling it very, very well.
Yeah, 17 years of age, right? Again, we have the discussion about Monacy. There's a bunch of players who are so young and tasked with an awful lot of responsibility here.
I remember Monacy's first look at the SPO deck, special to him. NPL, should he take Anubis?
This is a lot of information here. Naf can actually continue this crawl now that it's called clear. Elysian Nitro on the A site right now. If Na'Vi drop back, it's going to be tough.
They're going. Full pedal to the metal, counter flash there does not stop Electronic. Nitro down and out. OC onto Simple, pulls them back in. Smoke is fading, bomb's not planted. Bit just safe from Yakinda's angle. Info flowing now, it has to be Yakinda. There's three just beneath his sight line. And the patience rewarded. 1, no knee-jerk reaction. Main known, NPL still on the site. Bit's with him as well. Perfecto so low. And I think they know. Elige, he's well aware. NPL resides on the site. They can't flush him out. It's perfect from Perfecto. And Naf has to accept defeat.
What a huge round right here. This is a massive round. NPL again with another multi-kill. Over towards this A site. They've done enough. They have done enough. They've sent Naf packing. 2.9 loss bonus into the next round. That's 14 secure. And 15... That's a conversation.
Oh, it's a big conversation.
How have they turned this one around?
It was the pace change, Chad. They just walked in, waltzed in, and with good utility, you could see there was 2 CTs to handle it. This is the one from Yakinda, but MPL, keep an eye on him. Gets that frag, and then takes a second as well. Trades onto Elige after Bit falling.
Essential trading here, and he's done this throughout the map. Multi-kills or trades have been really, really nice. You can see the intensity of this, and Na'Vi know what this means. One saved M4, sure, but the money was so light on. Liquid have to take this light investment.
It's gross.
Na'Vi,
it's gross.
It should be the ones grabbing 15 first here.
Unless you can pull it out of the bag with a single rifle on Nitro. He will try aggression. He'll try it on for size, and Simple sends him straight back for a refund. That hard-fought advantage. The ace clutch from Yakinda. A distant memory now. You want to run him down. NPL is going to concede the rifle and the position. They know Long is lost, but Dark is open. Wide open. Check by OC confirmed now. He has to hold as Yakinda. They expect him. They spot him. And they surely execute him. He doesn't really have the health for this exchange. He's losing teammates as well. Na'Vi looking to ascend to 15 and finish in 2. Liquid, they've saved their schmeckles for a chance to force OT, but Na'Vi sprinting in the second half of this half.
Oof, one more round, they locked themselves in for that Spodek. They locked themselves in for a matchup against G2 to see who will be going straight through towards the semi-finals. In the form that G2 is in, they're the team to beat right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
But Na'Vi, right, I said grit and determination. I thought they were done, right? You just saw how deflated they looked. Electronic running around in spawn, spamming the sky, a bit of bickering. Well, there's the support staff right there. They don't look too worried. They know they've got another map regardless of how this one unfolds, but getting it done in 2.
Yeah, no, they got dinner reservations. They don't want to see overpass. And 15-14, Na'Vi sees the lead for the first time in a long time after that run at the start from Liquid. But yes, tilt shaken off. Up to Liquid now if they see OT. They saved their schmeckles for this very reason, so we will see at least a well-equipped buy. And as our game looks to be at the very end, IHC Cloud9 just getting into Mirage Map 2. And bloody hell, Blitz is popping off. Doesn't seem, oh my God, is going on over there. That's over on CSGO B. Right now, we find out if Na'Vi can close it right here, right now, in the final round of regulation. Early 3-man lean. Perfecto already set up for the pincer.
Double AWP. This is the change. Okay. Naf with the big green OC as well.
A reliable duo on B.
A B here against an AWP, it's going to be very difficult for Naf to be able to
Liege is
find some
miles away,
traction.
Chad. It has to be Naf. Flashed off. Yakinda cannot go down. Into jail. Blind. And Naf does draw blood first. Yakinda connects. Digging their heels in. Backed into a corner. And still swinging. Simple and Electronic, though. Very low. Simple. 4 HP. It seems Liquid won and have secured OT. There's nothing he can do. Nitro's locked the door behind him. And OC will slam it shut in front. Okay, 15-15. We go again. Overtime secured. And they have to reset.
This one almost got out of control here. You see the car crash. Look at this. Naf and Yakinda side by side behind the site and still hitting shots. Yakinda standing up again. He's been instrumental throughout this game to pull Liquid into favorable positions and now gives them another shot here in OT.
Saw the relief on Elige's face as well. Dude, 4 people closing in on you from every angle of that site. 2 of you to defend it, and you secure overtime. Slate wipe clean now. Fresh start. Overpass still certainly a possibility. Daps has definitely ran out of timeouts now, just has to sit and watch, or have they got one more?
No, both have now. Blade there just using the final Na'Vi timeout as well, so nothing left here for overtime. It's going to be in-game leaders pulling the strings here. Electronic on one side, Nitro on the other. And Electronic, again, you just have to look at his performance. He's been leading the charge here. Great job on the entries, 25 kills.
And 24 deaths, 100 ADR. The man's is laying his life on the line every single time.
Yeah, well, he's been getting in the action, and here to kick off the first round of OT. Cops an aid for his troubles.
And now we wait.
Looks a bit more default here from Na'Vi. You can see the prevalence over towards B in the home stretch, or at least what they thought was going to be exactly that. Back to conditioning out towards A from Bit. He wants to tussle with Nitro again. Standard exchange of utility here. We've seen this a few times.
This standoff, though, between Yakinda and Perfecto. Just a constant battle of exchanging nades. It's flash for molly, smoke for smoke. Naf wants a lot of info, and he's got it there. NPL can't hold it now with 20 HP. That's lost territory.
Yeah, he's been bullied a couple of times, the young gun. Exploited towards that Ruins position, and now he's peppered down. He has to be extremely passive here.
Okay, simple. Lining up a cheeky one.
Looks like this should help for a bit of a mid-split here. We spoke about the Electronic versus Elige duel. Well, who's going to come out on top this time?
Been isolated. Let's see if Elige can win this. Straight one-on-one. I say that was NPL. Will look for the trade. Can he do it with 20 HP? The answer, a resounding no. Naf's hard work converted. Oh, Nitro. Back turn, trying to bait and switch. And yes, OC will switch it on. For all 3, there you go. The AWP is here. And the first round of OT goes Liquid's way.
Sure, he's had a couple of misses in this series. Inferno really sticks out like a sore thumb. But they're essential right there to shut down that split on towards the A site.
It's going to feel good as well to actually hit all 3. I think for him, OC has he's been getting the 1, hasn't got the 2nd, but proving to himself that that multi-kill is real, even against the biggest dogs.
Yeah, good time to come alive with this, and Nitro just getting away. Be very happy with the American sniper covering him off there, but here we go again. Buys back out. Interesting, it's a T-smoke deployed towards B main now. So this is actually going to allow MPL to get a little bit closer. Means that Naf won't be able to peer out. They'll have to worry about the left and right sides if they want to try and re-aggress mid to late round. So trying to adapt on the fly here, but Elige stubborn as ever.
Little gap to work with.
That's a miss molly, I think. I don't think that landed as intended towards the doors. That might keep Elige around.
Gets info and does so safely. Nadal chip further away into the one-shot headshot range. Electronic is relentless. He really wants to take this fight. Elige is just hanging out in limbo. He's got 3 barreling towards him as the molly will fade. And Simple fades Elige's lights to black. Nitro, the only man here. He is on an island, and I'm not talking tropical. Just alone. Bit to pincer from main. Support has arrived just in time. The smoke facilitates. And spray into the smoke for one. OC connects, would love that multi. Again, it's OC's name in the feed for 3 as Liquid snapshot for 17.
OC stepping up now. This is what they needed. 20 kills from the AWPer. It's been question marks.
Perfect time for him to start showing up, Chad, if we want to see that third. Liquid making a strong case for it if they can find all 3.
Yeah, this here, right, that rotation, it was the long way round. They had to go through CT spawn. They couldn't brave middle. Gets here just in time. The flash forward into the fight, and they stand tall. Liquid might clean sweep this CT half.
Well, I mean, one of the ways in which Na'Vi were finding these T rounds was Electronics' adventures in mid. Elige has been a bit different this time, not giving it up so easy.
Yeah, Perfecto's having a rough go of things as well here. Only 8 kills. It's not too late for him to come alive. He's not given the same support to try and get that dark control, but Electronic, wild on the spray.
He's not getting what he was getting. I say that as Simple does what he couldn't. Mid-open, they say. You spoke about Perfecto. Well, Yakinda, analyzing the utility for the best opportunity. Look at that. He's managed to find himself a safe haven. Flash turned. Dark maintained. Means Naf can hold aggressive. Fights all over the shop. Nitro lost his on A. OC's there, no stress for Yakinda. Bomb's heading towards the second letter of the alphabet. It's just Yakinda on this side. He can't die. Round hinging on this if they want the flawless CT run. And delivers the first. Bit for the trade and denied as well. Yakinda soaring up to 31 and he may not be done. He should be. Lives on for now. OC last seen on A. Bomb on Simple's back. 25 and counting. They can't find Yakinda. Frustrating if OC, hits a shot like that. Game on. I'm not sure if I envy Yakinda's position with such low HP. Counting on OC. Or a clean headshot. Oh my God, Yakinda. He solved Anubis already. That's a 3rd frag. And perhaps that flawless round Simple is about, and he will at least give Na'Vi something to celebrate in that first half.
Something indeed. They almost gave that one up. MPL just walking way too far over the mark right there. Puts the pressure on Simple, who really hasn't had a whole lot to say so far on Anubis. Has got himself on 20 kills as I maybe eat my words right there, but a big clutch here to keep them going and give them something.
This is my favorite combo, by the way. The AWP shot into the immediate deagle bang. Oh, it's sexy.
And you can see he's realized the amount of space in middle that they're given on this T side. He's just been trying to pip Elige at the post, but now they have to defend.
Yeah, we get to see Yakinda, who's had a much easier time on his dark crawls.
Yeah, he just gets so much more support to get this position.
I thought he was going for it there. That would have been mad.
Well, we did notice that a bit of the tilt started over towards the A side of the map where Yakinda was able to scoop back up that bomb after multiple casualties, get an ace out of nowhere and destroy Na'Vi's mental in the process.
The bomb's parked at A, which...
on his own as well.
Is a bit suspicious, certainly if there's electronic postures forwards. A is so interesting right now. Electronic has held fast. That's the bomb behind OC. You got to be careful with that one. Yakinda's running through B. They have had past tense courtesy of Simple. Full access to B. He's still there, but Elige slipped the net. Their rotations unsafe. Electronic wise to their tricks. OC would have to pop off another triple. I think that's asking too much. Simple agrees.
Okay. Well, they hold them at bay for now. We tie things up 17-17. The magic number we're looking for here is 19. If they tie things 18 apiece, we do it all again. But these fights over towards A main, we know that's where it did start to fall apart for Na'Vi, but they were great at holding that position. It's just the pushes that followed through that kind of were their undoing. Now Simple's not missing. And has a lot to say here.
Yeah, I was wondering why players were leaning into their monitors to speak. I've worked it out. We're all a little too suspicious in this room. That's all I'm saying.
Look, some people must have got a lot of training in the off season to be reading the lips of them speaking Ukrainian.
Yeah, I don't know how effective Elijah's Ukrainian lip reading is, but we'll see.
All right, well, where's the pressure point here? Do Liquid have anything they can offer outside of the box?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, Simple seemed like he had a pitch for this round. Oh, OC easy there, Ryder. Flashed and tagged. Stubborn for the fight. With the smoke established, you can see NPL just playing a reactionary smoke defense.
Now, remember when Liquid did return to B with some executes, MPL did a good job on the multi-kill defense here.
Question is, when does Bit ask for help, right? While this is going through the motions, as Electronic sees a smoke in mid, Bit solo A.
This is more about the team call, right? Whether or not they think it will actually be this A finish. How much have they puffed up their chest? Sure, they have main control, but do we really believe they're going to try and take this site yet again? Well, calling the bluff might be the right call here. The bomb is still down outside of B. Electronic has floated over to assist. And the massive gap on the map right now, as you can see on the radar, top left of your screen, is middle. So happy to turtle up here.
And Yukinda's going to try and sell it. Navi not falling for it. That gap in mid's not being punished at all as Bit catches Yukinda's progress.
Now they know
nothing more to report.
Right? There's nothing behind this. Get your skates on. Navi can rotate over towards B. Quick as you like here. 25 seconds. MPL still has a molly.
And it's falling apart at the seams here for Liquid. Navi to secure match point in 3 clicks of the mouse. 15 seconds and helpless as Liquid collapse into the B site. One consolation frag is all he can muster. And here we find ourselves once more. Na'Vi with an opportunity to secure the playoffs. An opportunity for NPL to see the Spodek. And Electronic leading this new look Na'Vi to the Katowice playoffs.
Yeah, thrust into this leader position. A star fragger becomes the leader. That's the story. We can sit that to one side. It's about how well can he play while pulling the strings. There's no new in-game leader coming to this team. This is the man they've trusted with the job. And right now, he has stepped up massively. Finding the space, finding the entries, calling the shots, getting it done. 29 kills for him so far, and well, Simple now. Over towards A to try and close things down.
One round. So much at stake. That lower bracket is brutal. Only one team can keep their head above water. And it's already stacked to the 9s with former champs. And headhunters. Elite with some comfortable space here.
They're pushing A. There's actually going to be a fight here. 3 players, Electronic, Bit, and Simple, want to take the fight head on. They don't know what's on the other side, but an awful lot of Liquid.
Let's see if it's a tsunami. Or simply a puddle. Nitro unprepared, one-on-one, and down goes OC, double on the Bit. How does he get 2 there? Long-range spray. Liquid's hopes and dreams hinge on 2 now, and it seems Simple wise to the potential.
Oh, the gap. Elijah's found some room.
Just as they swap weapons, but it doesn't matter. Bit will get another 3 frags from the young gun, and Liquid are out of there. Sent to the lower bracket into an Electronic elation. He has gone through the full spectrum of emotions over the course of those 2 maps, but it ends in joy for all 6 of them. Na'Vi off to the playoffs.
In the Spodek, a matchup against G2 for a chance at those semis. Liquid, hard fought on their map choice. They gave this one a crack. Huge rounds from Yukinda to try and make things possible, but just not enough. OC stepping up when needed. But Electronic leading his boys to a 2-0 victory and taking MPL to his first big arena event.
Yeah, we'll see what Team Spirit feel about that one. Liquid Spirit, a battle for survival in the lowers. Na'Vi G2 though, licking my chops for that one. Close, no cigar, Liquid, smoked.
So we're going to try and grab somebody for a bit of an interview here. Stage manager wrangling players, wrangling managers.
You know, it's never easy, Chad. They have to put their shoes on first. It's, you know, sometimes it's a lace. I think I'm going to start petitioning for Velcro.
And they're really happy right now.
Maybe
Why
Crocs?
whack a mic in their face?
Maybe some Crocs. Breathable.
Put them in sports mode.
Aquatic. Like liquid.
Yeah, look, a decent showing here on Anubis. Inferno, potentially one to forget. Back to the drawing board.
IHC, Na'Vi, both Infernos, both feeling a little wobbly. Certainly some thinking to be done before their next affair. We'll see if the studio can break it down further.
Thank you very much. We just grabbed, I'm going to say nipple because you said nipple last time. Nipple. And we're just going to keep saying it. But congratulations. What a victory. Can you first tell me about when you had the faith that you were going to bring this match home and how you were able to push it to overtime?
I don't know, we just played like previous Anubis. We knew that on this map this side is better than this side, so it's easier to do comebacks there. Yeah, so we just played our game. We did, by the way, did some mistakes, so it was a bit rough, but we did it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it looked like, right? Even though at some points we thought Team Liquid is going to run away with this map.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question with Ancient, right? You've only played it like that one time against Complexity, right?
Anubis.
Sorry, Anubis. So obviously, were you thinking, did you kind of assume Liquid would be picking that? Did you have a prep in mind?
Actually, no. That was a surprise, but we were ready for that map, so yeah.
How have you judged your own kind of journey so far with Na'Vi? Obviously, it was very tough for you in the beginning in the World Final, but I think now you've kind of at least established that you're not what that player was. Like you're obviously doing better now. So what do you think of what you're doing on Na'Vi?
I think I still have a lot of work to do. There's a big gap to improve, to be better. Yeah. So, yeah.
How has Blade's feedback been for you?
Blade feedback about what?
Like what is Blade like hard on you, or is he like
gentle,
nice?
He's gentle and hard on me. I don't know.
Both.
Everything.
Both.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, both.
Well, you know, kudos to you for actually coming and, you know, giving an interview at the very least as the youngest member as well. So you're at least getting points for that at the minimum.
Yeah, thanks for, appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the steps that are next at the tournament, because of the two results that you had, I think a lot of people would put you higher in their ranking than they would have before Katowice, right? So what are your realistic goals going forward, knowing that you will be facing, G2?
Of course, main goal is to win at this tournament. We will try our best. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about that match?
Well, actually, how do you think Electronic as an in-game leader has been? Because obviously it's been a jump for you. You're playing now under, I mean, I think, who are you playing with? Na'Vi Jr.? Either way, I mean, this is probably like a completely different experience. Do you think Electronic is fitting into those shoes well, because when you're listening to his calls?
I think, yeah. He's doing very smart calls. Usually. But sometimes,
not all the time.
Yeah, but sometimes, of course, every caller, like Agile, I mean, doing some mistakes.
Yeah.
But actually, I like his calls, and boys also, so we like...
Each other?
Yeah, we just, I mean, like...
Other people chime in, right?
Other people, like...
Other people are giving feedback, or saying things, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you go to join your team, but phenomenal performance and congrats.
Thank you.
You can go this way if you like, and we'll take the mic. Awesome. We'll take a look at the bracket as well, because as said already, we have our matchups. I think we're staying here, guys, but you guys are moving? Nah, come back.
Okay. I'm so
didn't
blind.
see it on camera, so it's fine.
I really can't see.
But we're going to have Banks coming in for a second to talk about what's going on the other stream. But as said already, as teased already, it's Na'Vi versus G2, which is really, really dope. Of course, they've both made it to the SPO deck already, which is absolutely huge. I should have asked Nipple about that. We are horrible interviewers.
Not me, not me.
But of course, whoever wins that has a berth to the semifinals also, which is crazy. Now we see there the other group, and we have an update from the B stream with Banks, because what's going on there?
Well, this man's got a big smile on his face, and for the right reason. Blair, your boys are getting it done right now. They won the first map, 16-14 on Inferno. And, okay, Cloud9 have been definitely struggling on Inferno, that's for sure. But you would expect them to beat IHC. I spoke to Groove. He didn't actually want to talk. He listened first time, he blanked me, didn't want me to talk to him, didn't have any. He was like, I need time with the team.
something's going wrong. Nafani's swinging on things now on Mirage where like he's just challenging for no reason. And it was 8-7 at the half. We're about to go into the second half, but it's getting tense.
So we will send people off in a second so that they go and watch that. But do you want to add anything?
What haven't I said about Nafani and his swings and his calling style and why Groove needs to say a lot? I think that this is a game that if Cloud9 lose this, I think a lot of people are going to feel vindicated about saying the move didn't matter, the Inters subtraction, the Busters addition, and I think that Cloud9, realistically speaking, should probably just feel this out for at least another tournament or two. Yeah. But I think the main thing is that I'm still pointing to is the leadership on this team, which I think has been in question for quite some time, and I'm still questioning it.
And I feel like when the pressure's on, they do seem to crumble a little bit. And listen, IET are playing with a standard of their own as well. You're not supposed to lose
That's
to a
the
team
point,
like this.
yeah.
As much as I love these guys. Sixth player, but he doesn't really play with them.
I'm just saying, you know, because I've seen it online, so just to make sure that we said it as it is correctly, even though you're right, they haven't been playing with them too much.
Yeah, but I'm happy.
But they're clutchers, so maybe that's the antidote for beating Cloud9 in this one. We'll see.
I'd be sweating if I'm Cloud9, that's for sure.
I'm sure they are. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to start with the A stream. Banks, by the way, what did you make of what just happened?
Oh, I'm a very happy boy. You know, my team, they went through. There's 2 games of 2-0. The bounce back is real.
Yeah, Vlad, tomorrow we've got Heroic, OG, Vitality, Fnatic, FaZe Clan. We don't know their opponent yet.
IET or Cloud9.
Yes,
Yep.
So what do you think?
It sucks to be IET though. They had to play Cloud9 to open things up.
Yeah.
Then they had to play Pain, then Furia, then Cloud9 again. And if they win, it's FaZe. So it's not going to be easy for them. But yeah, some banger games tomorrow.
And also on the other stream where we have the lower bracket, NIP versus Outsiders, Mouse Complexity, and Team Liquid versus Team Spirit.
When you look at some of these, I think that there's kind of some unusual suspects down there. Obviously, we've got Liquid that's going to be playing in the losers game. I think some people would have thought that they could have beaten this Na'Vi because Na'Vi haven't looked like the best shape either.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So that's been, it's kind of interesting, but I think it's pretty rough down there. Like Mouse is a team I think could make it through. I think Liquid could make it through. Like
it's going to be a bloodbath.
There's a ton of teams there. Yeah, everybody. The Kato is stacked this year. Like honestly, it's really stacked.
It is stacked, and we're really happy that you're watching it with us. And now we're going to send you over to that other stream because we're going to see if IHC can get it done versus Cloud9. We're done here on the A stream, so good night, and check out CS on the B stream.
All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't want to change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars without forgetting who I was or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just the next
his kill. He will go down.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.